The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening and welcome to the Saturday edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. It is January the 11th, 2025, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1599 AD, Jacob von Neck's fleet leaves Bataan, Java in modern-day Indonesia, with 1 million pounds of pepper and cloves and a further half a ship full of nutmeg, mace, and cinnamon. In 1838, first public demonstration of telegraph messages sent using dots and dashes at Speedwell Ironworks in Morristown, New Jersey by Samuel Morris and Alfred Vail. In 1879, Anglo-Zulu War begins as British Lieutenant General Lord Chelmsford invades Zululand in South Africa. In 1922, insulin first used on humans to treat diabetes. Frederick Banting injects fellow Canadian Leonard Thompson, age 14. In 1964, first government report by U.S. Surgeon General Luther Terry warning that smoking may be hazardous. In 1927, Louis B. Mayer, head of film studio MGM, announces the creation of Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. In 1963, Beatles released single Please, Please Me and / Ask Me Why, peaks at number 2 in UK and number 3 in US. In 1920, Lamar Clark sets pro boxing record of 44 consecutive knockouts. Born on this day, Alexander Hamilton, John A. MacDonald, Alice Paul, Alan Patton, Albert Hoffman, Jean Charent, Rod Taylor, Mary J. Blige, Amanda Peet, Cody Simpson, Wilfred Baddeley, Ben Crenshaw, Roll Dravid, Jamie Vardy. Dying on this day, Benjamin Butler, Ambrose Burr, Bierce, Carl David Anderson, Edmund Hillary, Ariel Sharon, Anita Ekberg. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
A copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 116. Be on the lookout for two Negroes. Number one described as about 6 feet, weight 180 pounds, age 27. Number 2, thin, 5 feet 8 inches, weight 120. These men just held up and killed a streetcar conductor. That's all. Rosen.
Perhaps some of our listeners think we are too enthusiastic when we say that Rio Grande cracked gasoline has superiority over all other brands. You've heard us make strong claims for our exclusive patented cracking process, and perhaps you've discounted these claims as mere advertising talk. We haven't given you technical reasons in these radio talks for Rio Grande superiority, but now we have prepared a simple, easy-to-understand explanation of Rio Grande's extraordinary cracking process. This explanation is interestingly illustrated and is convincing proof that Rio Grande really does give you greater value for your money when you buy cracked gasoline. For the first time, the true secret of Rio Grande cracked greater power and speed is revealed. And you can read all about it in the latest issue of the Calling All Cars News. It's a special double-sized edition this month, full of true detective stories, latest movie and radio news, and it illustrates a lot of new, free gifts for boys and girls. Get your free copy of this fascinating publication today, wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold. You will learn the real reason why this extra value gasoline powers more police and emergency cars than any other brand. Once again, it is our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department.
Good evening, friends. We have heard much criticism concerning our ridiculous parole system. It cannot be denied that many major crimes have been committed by beneficiaries of this system who fail to show a sense of decency and gratitude which obligates these transgressors to recognize society's effort to reform rather than punish. A parole system is one thing. The slipshod manner in which it is administered is another. As the head of the largest law enforcement agency in the state of California, I recognize the fact that rehabilitation is as much a part of our criminal problem as punishment. But I cannot condone a system which falls so far short of its high idealism as does our California parole system. Executive leniency and official indifference, more often neglect, let loose upon our law-abiding citizens, degenerates and criminals far better off behind the bars. Tonight's story reveals a typical and appalling aftermath of parole. We have selected it at random. The police records of this state and every state of this union are filled with just such stories as the one to which you are about to listen. Between the years 1921 and 1932, the June bug was arrested 22 times. The parole board let him loose, although he was a known burglar and potential killer. When he learned that a weak and apologetic parole system would always let him out, his killer instincts came to the surface, and in his viciousness vowed that no jail could hold him. But how appallingly true was that criminal's conclusion. He knew that under our indeterminate sentence law, that men selected not merely because of any particular fitness for handling crime and criminals, but mainly to award political services, would sit in final judgment. He knew that after all the court's delays, if he could outsmart the coppers, he would have 99 chances out of 100 to beat a rap in the big house. The story of the June bug is its own indictment of the California parole system.
Dawson City, Missouri, August 12, 1924.
For the crime of robbery in the first degree, I sentence you, Willie Jones, alias Julius Jones, to the term of 5 years in the state penitentiary.
Los Angeles, July 21st, 1928.
And so, Willie Jones, alias Julius Green, it is the decision of this court that you serve the maximum sentence as prescribed by law for the crime of robbery in the second degree. Not less than 1, no more than 15 years in the Fulton Penitentiary.
March 24th, 1932.
Willie Jones, alias Willie Green, you are aware of the terms of this parole. It's now entirely up to you whether you stay on the outside or come back to Fulton. I'll never be back in Fulton, boss.
6 months later in downtown Los Angeles.
Yes, you come now. Now, where did you stop? Then follow me. Now, go. There's a break. Look at that. That car's got to stop with that signal. Come on.
There, please.
Listen, just a stick up. No, don't put your hands up. Just hand me over that check.
Hey, take it easy with that gun, buddy.
I have to make it keep coming. Shut up, will you? I'm hurrying in there. Come on, you Mr. Conductor. Make us snapping now.
Listen, if I give you this money, I'll lose my
I
job.
don't care about that.
Listen,
maybe it's just to teach you not to talk back. You got it. That's your moment. Let's get over here. Come on. Los Angeles Robbery Detail. Captain McCaleb speaking.
This is Jewett, Captain. There's been a shooting out here at Alameda and 41st. A couple of Negroes attempted to hold up a streetcar and shot the conductor.
You got the Negroes?
No, sir. They got away in the dark before I arrived.
All right, good. See if you can get any witnesses. I'll send a couple of the boys out there right away.
Captain McCaleb assigns to the case Detectives George Gibson and R.M. Jack, who proceed to the scene of the shooting, interrogate the only witness to the crime, and then return to headquarters.
Well, boys, what did you find?
Well, not too much, I'm afraid. The fellow who saw the shooting was on the streetcar at the time, and all he was able to tell us was that the bandit was a Negro. Apparently, he got scared or something and shot the conductor before he knew what he was doing.
Get any description other than the color from him?
Yeah, he wore a gray cap and was fairly young. That's about all.
Well, I'll tell you what you'd better do. You and Jack go down in the Central Avenue district and browse around. See what you can pick up. If this was a local boy, you might be able to get some dope on his identity. Wait a minute. Let me see what this is. Robbery Detail, McCaleb speaking.
Hello, Captain. This is Jewett again. That conductor who was shot just died over at the receiving hospital.
What?
Yeah, never recovered consciousness. I thought you'd want to know.
Yeah, I do. Thanks, Stuart. Well, boys, our robbery case has turned into murder.
The meager description of the murder of the streetcar conductor is immediately sent over the statewide teletype with the request to arrest and hold for murder. Meanwhile, Detectives Gibson and Jack mingle with the crowd in Los Angeles, Harlem district. Each area is open for any hint which might lead to the identity of the killer. It is a little past 1 o'clock in the morning, 3 days after the shooting in one of the small, smoke-filled nightclubs on Central Avenue.
I used to think I'd like this nightlife, Jack, but after 3 days of this, I'm beginning to think I was wrong.
You and me both.
Wouldn't be so bad if we could breathe.
Yeah, I'm getting so I've forgotten what fresh air smells like.
I thought he was calling me for a minute.
So did I. Thought maybe we'd found friends. This is the restaurant you celebrate. Yes, now come on, kid. Sit yourself down here. Make yourself comfortable.
Looks like you ain't finished, my boy. Where did you get that money?
Don't matter. Me and him here that I have the money and I is going to spend it.
And I was going to stay right here.
Keep your ears open, George. Probably nothing to it, but this boy seems to be in a talkative mood. Can't tell what we might hear.
We'll probably hear plenty, but not along the lines we want.
Well, it's a bit of entertainment anyway, and that's something.
That's plenty. I could stand a laugh or two at this point.
Look here, look here. How long would you like to have a diamond ring as big as the end of your thumb to wear on your little finger?
You won't go to the diamond deck here.
Never mind about that. That makes no difference. Yeah, what more you always ask me where I'm going to get these things? I'm asking you, does you want them?
No, I don't. But I don't think you can get them for me.
You don't know. Well, let me tell you something, gal, and if you don't know right yet, I'm going to have more cash than you can take a stick at pretty soon. Then what are you going to think?
You ain't forgetting that Junebug fellow, isn't it? Because he's throwing him there, kid.
You don't mean that Willie Jones, do you? I don't think he's going to bother me no more. Yeah, he got himself into a lot of trouble. Yeah, he ain't going to stick his head out of his house for a long time. Not till the police stop looking for him. But by that time, I'm going to be all set.
Did you catch that, Jack? Yeah, come on, let's get out of here. I have a hunch our man's name is Willie Jones, better known as the Junebug.
Acting upon this lucky clue, the two detectives check at headquarters and find that there is a Willie Jones with a past record living in Los Angeles. Months go by. Months in which the police unceasingly search for Willie Jones, but the Junebug seems to have disappeared from the face of the earth. It is November of the same year. In a courtroom in El Centro, a group of prisoners are standing before the local judge to have the date set for their trial.
Trial set for December 15th. Prisoner will remain in the county jail until that time. Next case.
Jack Boswell, suspicion of grand theft.
Is Jack Boswell here?
Yeah, I'm Jack Boswell.
How do you plead at this time?
I never done nothing.
Trial set for December 21st. Next case.
You mean I'm going to stay here in the jailhouse until then?
You'll remain in the county jail until then.
I ain't done nothing, Judge. What for you going to keep me in this jail? That's what I want to know.
Get back to your cell, Sergeant. Next case, here's Cutelli.
Suspicion of robbery.
Is he Cutelli here?
There you be, son. You might as well quit sporting because this is where you're going to be for quite a few weeks. That's what you think. I'm not going to set you off for something I didn't do, no, sir. Well, it's all right by me. Only I wouldn't try eating those bars. They're pretty tough steel, even for a hard guy like you. Doggone fool, laughing at me. I'll show him. Doggone, I'll show him. So funny, I thought I'd have to tell you about it. You should have seen his face. Boy, he was so mad he looked like he was going to bust.
No, I don't think I'd go to him if I was you, Ben. He looks like a pretty mean customer. I'd hate to meet him in the dark if he ever gets out of here.
He ain't going to get out of here. Unless he eats his way out.
Busted out of his cell. Yes, sir. I don't see how he ever done it.
How long ago was this?
It couldn't have been very long ago, not more than an hour or so, because I was about by there about an hour and a half ago, and he was there then. I don't see how he ever done it.
How he did it doesn't make a difference right now. You got to bring him back. They need a sheriff's office right away.
I was talking to the sergeant this morning, Chief, and he was saying...
Wait a minute. Hello, Sheriff. This is the chief sergeant. Just lost a prisoner. Busted out of his cell somewhere. Here's a description of him. Negro, 27 years old, 150 pounds, those cropped black hair. Immediately, all available sheriff's cars and local police cars are sent out to scour the city for the missing Jack Boswell. And 2 hours later, the Imperial County immigration officers run across him hiding in a field, just outside the city limits. Once more, lodged in jail, he is placed on the constant guard, never out of sight of his jailer. And a few days later, from police bulletins, it is discovered that Jack Boswell and the long-missing Willie Jones are one and the same man. Los Angeles police officers bring the suspect back from El Centro to face trial for the murder of Elroy Armstrong, streetcar conductor. And one afternoon, 2 months after his return to Los Angeles, Willie Jones, alias Jack Boswell, alias Julius Jones, is returned to his old habitat, Folsom Penitentiary. There he boasts continually that he won't be in jail long. That once he gets back to Los Angeles, his friends will take care of everything. But the days go by, and the Junebug remains in his cell, early one moment, boastful the next. Then one day in late November, he is called to the warden's office.
Jones, my men tell me you're a pretty tough customer. Is that right?
I don't know what you're talking about, Warden. I ain't never done nothing.
I don't know if I'd exactly say that after looking at your past record, Jones.
I didn't do all them things they accused me of.
And that's something we'll know more about later. There'll be a sheriff from Los Angeles up here next week. He's coming up to take you back there for trial.
Is that right, Warden?
That's right, Jones. I thought maybe you'd rather talk to me before you left. Might be able to help you a little.
I ain't got nothing to talk about. Captain, I want to get right out of here just as soon as I can. What I'll do when I do get out of here, I'm staying out.
And there's nothing you'd like to say to me before you leave?
No.
All right, Jones. You'll be notified when it's time to go. You can go back to your cell now.
Yeah. And this time I won't be back. Goodbye, Warden. Oh, God. You ain't going to keep me right here in this jailhouse if I know it. No, sir. I ain't got no craving to spend the rest of my days in no 2x4 jail cell. A lot of stoolies, that's what I say. No, sir.
What's this soliloquy of ours, Jonesy? You got things on your mind?
That's none of your business, white boy. I don't have to tell you my plans, does I?
So you've got a case of button lip, huh, Tuffy? You better stop mumbling to yourself or they'll put you away in a nice padded cell where you can count your fingers all day.
Listen here, white boy. I don't have to listen to your talk all the time. If you ain't careful, I'm going to smack you one.
Hey, fellas, Jonesy here's getting to be a regular tough guy. Says he's going to wipe up the whole out of us if we don't show more respect. Maybe he thinks he's killing you.
I see your muscles, heavyweight. I bet you're as swell as get up on
Go ahead and laugh. Let your heads open your over the neck, you men. I'm getting over here next week. Then I'll guess you'll find out plenty. I'm getting over here. Now I ain't coming back.
1 week later, November 30th, 1932, Willie Jones does get out, but on his right wrist he wears one half of a pair of shiny handcuffs, the other half of which adorn the stalwart wrist of Deputy Sheriff H.M. Dennison, Transportation Deputy of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office. The officer and his manacled companion board the Southern Pacific train at the Repressive Station and settle down in their berths for the overnight trip ahead of them.
Well, Jones, guess it's time for bed. Mind sleeping in the upper? Wouldn't make much difference if it did, would it?
Yeah, you're a pretty sour guy, aren't you? Well, that's all right with me. I can be sour, too, when I want to. I've got a little present for you when you get settled up there. Nice pair of leg irons.
You ain't all going to put them on me, is you?
I certainly am. And maybe I can get a good night's sleep without worrying about where you are.
How can I sleep with them? Everything's on me.
That's your problem, Jones. I was told not to take any chances with you. This is one of the best ways of doing that I know of.
Fine way to treat a fellow what ain't done nothing.
All right, careful, Bob. Now, stick out your legs. That's right. There. I don't imagine you'll be apt to do much traveling on your own with those on, especially with them locked around that steel support. Well, good night, Jones. Sleep tight.
Weary from his strenuous day's work, Deputy Dennison soon falls into a heavy sleep, safe in the knowledge that his prisoner is securely fastened to the steel girder in the upper berth. And Jones, the June bug, lies above, thoughts running rampant through his distorted mind.
I wouldn't say it's no surprise. They're pretty tough steel even for a hard guy like you. But over the dead deal.
Maybe he thinks he's killing you, huh? That swell shadow boxer.
Got over there.
I guess you won't do much traveling on your own, especially with those leg irons on.
I'm going to get over here. Now, maybe I can make your lock with this coat on. I've got to get off this tree. Doggone thieves, they make too much noise. I've got to be careful. Something's killing. I'm going to get over this. Boy, I've done it. I've done it.
on the step of the speeding Pullman car, fighting the wind that threatens to hurl him to the roadbed below, the June bug waits for a chance to jump. As the November night fades into the first hour of the new day, the train slows to a panting stop for water in the little town of Woodford. Ducking in between two freight cars lying on the siding, Jones opens the stolen valise, secures the deputy's gun, then watches with grim satisfaction as the train pulls slowly out of the station, bearing his sleeping guardian with it. Passenger train pulls into another outlying station. Deputy Dennison awakes and discovers that he has lost his charge. Dashing into the small station house, he phones his superior in Los Angeles and asks for assistance, offering $100 reward to the person who returns Jones to his custody. Constable Truman W. Hamilton of Woodford Township is notified to be on the lookout for the fugitive Negro, as are police up and down the main line between Los Angeles and Represa. Driving his red Ford coupe, Constable Hamilton drives to the Woodford station, parks, and starts an investigation of his own. But as he rounds a large tank car, he suddenly finds himself staring into the business end of a pearl-handled automatic, firmly gripped by a huge Negro.
Put him up. What? Yeah, go on. Put him up out there. Don't waste no time doing it either. All right. That's better. You don't mind if I take your gun, do you? I might need you. What are you going to do? You and me is going for a little ride in your car. And you is going to do the driving. There's a party out looking for you. If they see us, they'll kill both of us before they know who I am. So tough luck for you, boy. Because they ain't going to kill me. Come on now, get in that car. Yeah. Now, just get me around on the other side and we'll be on our way. Come on now, get that thing moving. Listen, if I let you take the car, won't you leave me here? I've got my life to think of. If you all don't sit up your mouth, you'll have no life to think about. Come on now. Get this here. He's moving. All right. Where do you want to go to? Drive out to the main highway and head south toward Los Angeles. Okay. I suppose you know that you can't get away with it. You drive that car. I'll take care of the rest. This highway will be filled with police cars in a few minutes. And when they see you, they won't dare shoot. You was my protection. I wish I could believe that.
Meanwhile, Deputy Sheriff Jeb Stewart of the Newhall substation and his partner, Deputy Sheriff Carter, notified of the escape, are cruising the highway between Newhall and Saugus, eagerly scanning every passing car, hoping they will stop the red Ford coupe, yet fearing the worst because of Constable Hamilton. When suddenly...
Looks like some light flashing over the other side of that ride. Yeah. Be able to see what it is when it tops the hill. Jed, look. It's an old Ford, all right. Turn off the light, quick. Yeah. Now, if this is it, let him pass. Then we can turn around and get him from behind. Have a better chance that way of missing Hamilton. That's it. Hamilton's driving. That's puts us in a funny spot. You said it. All right. I'll turn around and follow him. Maybe we could shoot the tires away. That'd stop them. Yeah? What do you suppose that guy'd do to Hamilton if we did that? Yes, you're right. Watch it. I think they're slowing down. What's up? I don't know. Hold it. That's funny. The Ford stopped. Look. One of them is looking out that back window. Can't see whether it's Hamilton or the other one. He's going to shoot it out with us. Keep down low. I'm going to take a chance shot through that back glass. We can only have a few cartridges left. Maybe we can get him to waste them. If he doesn't hit one of us first. Yeah. Look, the door's open. It's Hamilton. Now we can blast the back out of that Ford. You hit him, look. Come on. We're going to close in on him. Look. Hamilton's been hit, too. He's lying over there on the road. Yeah, come on. Hamilton, are you badly hit? In my back. I can't tell how badly. Did you get that guy? Yeah. You won't have to worry about him anymore. We saw the .45 slug smack through the head. Come on, Carter.
getting a boosted Hamilton into our car. We've got to get him to the hospital.
Now, what about that Negro?
You stay here with him. I'll send the boys back to the wagon to pick up the body.
Rushing the wounded Constable Hamilton back to the New Hall Receiving Hospital, Stewart notifies the substation and asks them to go at once to the deserted spot in Mint Canyon to pick up Deputy Carter and the body of Jones, the June bug. This done, he returns to the operating room, hearing the worst.
How is he, Doc? We'll know in a minute. I've got him on the table.
Already, Doctor.
Oh, thanks. Let's see. How's about it, Doc? Is it bad? Hamilton, you're not just about the luckiest constable I know. Huh? What do you mean, Doc? Simply this. You see this leaden pellet I have in my hand? Bullet. Yeah. The one that has your name on it. Only this particular slug stopped on its way and hit something else first. You mean it's not a bad wound? I mean that it's not even big enough to be called a wound. I picked this bullet out of your back with my fingers. Left a dent in his back about an eighth of an inch deep. He'll be fit as a fiddle just as soon as he recovers from the shock of being hit. Doc, I've never had an awful lot of love for you bone snatchers, but right now, if you could cook, I'd marry you. So ends the story of the June bug. The principal character, a paroled yet hardened criminal, lay dead in the morgue with a .45 caliber police bullet in his brain. But what of the police officer whose life he vowed to take before he would go back to the big house? What of the parole system which made it possible for this potential killer, gun in hand, his brain distorted, and in its madness conspiring to get even with society? Only an informed and outraged public can answer that question and revise the laws which fall so far short of their altruistic objectives.
Thank you, Chief David. The Los Angeles Police Department realizes that split seconds count when criminals must be captured. Hundreds of radio cars patrol the city day and night, ready to dash to the scene of a crime. As these cars cruise slowly about, hour after hour, they require an economical gasoline. Then, when the alarm sounds, they require an emergency gasoline as they leap to top speed and go roaring to the rescue. Rio Grande cracked gasoline has met these requirements more efficiently than any other gasoline. And that's why it's specified exclusively for the police and emergency cars of Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, Maricopa County, Arizona, and many other cities and counties. You'll find the secret of Rio Grande's success revealed for the first time in the new double-size edition of the Calling All Cars News. Get your free copy of this interesting publication wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold. If you have boys or girls in your family, ask the Rio Grande attendant about the many new free gifts. The G-Man and G-Detective outfits. But the biggest bargain of all at Rio Grande stations is Sinclair Motor Oil. The motor oil and all the harmful petroleum jelly removed. A whole quart of concentrated, pure, guaranteed lubrication for only 25 cents and 30 cents in sealed cans.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 116. Suspected case shot down in Mint Canyon. That's all. Rolls and quits.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company. Bargain of all of but the biggest 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 bargain of all. Calling all cars. The copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
San Rafael Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Be on the lookout for a gang of housebreakers known to be operating in San Rafael. Further details to follow.
Tonight's true crime story is located in the San Francisco Bay area of Northern California. An area where the police are enthusiastic users of Rio Grande cracked gasoline. All the police and emergency cars of Oakland and the neighboring city of Berkeley use nothing but Rio Grande cracked gasoline. In Southern California, the largest law enforcement body in the West, the Los Angeles Police Department, used nothing but Rio Grande cracked gasoline. In Arizona, the largest county in the state is Maricopa, and every car operated by the county sheriff's office uses Rio Grande cracked gasoline. In fact, wherever calling all cars is heard, more police and emergency cars use Rio Grande cracked than any other brand. And all these thousands of emergency cars use exactly the same gasoline you get from your neighborhood Rio Grande dealer. At the same price you pay for ordinary gasoline, you can enjoy the extra pleasures of police car performance. Now it is our pleasure to present Chief.
A dying planet hangs on the brink of destruction.
Even if I find the solution, you will not accept it?
And the only man who can save it is sentenced to die.
The man is supposed to kill himself. Now, you don't just let that happen.
Now, Picard must risk war to keep him alive.
Our ships have been ordered to open fire.
They expect Tennyson to die!
Death sentence on the next exciting episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
The Bing Crosby Show, transcribed in Hollywood and brought to you by Lanolin Plus Liquid, the golden beauty liquid and the quick way to end dry skin worries. Lanolin Plus Liquid Cleanser, Lanolin Plus Liquid Makeup, and Lanolin Plus Hand Lotion. And now, here's Bing.
Thank you, Ken Carpenter, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I have a new song for you tonight. In fact, it's a new recording of mine, made for the Decca people. Hope you like it. One night, while the full moon was shining so bright, there was hardly one star. I strolled on a beach in Hawaii and thrilled to a distant guitar. And there in the moonlight they wandered, three maids by the water so blue, and the sweet melody they kept singing. Now just listen, I'll sing it to you. Jim, Johnny, and Jonas, we miss you since you sailed away. Each moment without you gets longer and longer each day. Come back to Hawaii, back to your darling so true. Jim, Johnny, and Jonas, we're waiting, just waiting for you.
for two. Jim, Johnny, and Jonas, we're waiting, just waiting for you. We're waiting, just waiting for you.
Say, Bing, you know, as interested as women are in beauty, sometimes they're not very good spellers at it. I see here that the National Order of Grand High Spelling Beers say that 2 words women get stuck on most are luscious and gorgeous. Of course, that's not so bad.
Well, what is too bad, I think, though, is when the gals go shopping and they confuse just plain ordinary lanolin on the bottle with Lanolin Plus liquid. The plus, Lanolin Plus, has to be there if the gals want to see how really soft and smooth their skin can be. And overnight.
Yep, that's right. And that's not all. You see how much younger looking your skin can be, too, because Lanolin Plus liquid penetrates. Overnight, skin dryness disappears, and you never have dry skin worries again as long as you use Lanolin Plus liquid regularly. So, gals, remember the plus in Lanolin Plus liquid. $1 plus tax wherever cosmetics are sold.
Beautifully put, Kenneth. Nicely done. Gather round now, friends. I have here a report on some of our feathered amigos out in the Pacific who've just been done right by. It's the finding of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that the Goonie birds are just not as loony as they've been painted. The Goonie birds are the albatross that have been waging a sort of holding battle with the Military Air Transport Service out on Midway Atoll in the Pacific. The Air Transport Service had charged that the Goonie birds were causing accidents by their loony behavior. One of the charges was that the loony Goonie birds would fly out to meet the airplanes and hitch a ride back on the wings. In all, the Air Service listed 10 accidents, which they blamed on the Goonie birds, and they demanded that something be done. So a couple of biologists from the Fish and Wildlife Service were sent out to investigate. And they'd say it just isn't so. These birds have been libeled, maligned. They do some loony things, but there's no evidence that they've caused even one accident, let alone 10. It's just that the Goonie birds are stubborn. In fact, that's how they got the name Goonie bird. We see when the Air Force went up to build airstrips on Midway Atoll prior to the last war, the Goonie birds just wouldn't move. The engineers burned flares, tried to smoke them out, even fired mortars and bazookas, but they ain't going to budge them birds. They weren't about to leave there. Some of them even went to sleep in the midst of all this cannonading. Finally, the birds had to be removed by force, but the minute they were released, they went right back, despite the fact that the planes were now taking off and landing where they'd been nesting. Well, this behavior, of course, earned them the name of Goonie bird, and their behavior since has made the name stick. For instance, during the mating season, the birds do a weird dance with a great deal of strutting and straining, all to the accompaniment of unearthly, groaning cries. Sounds quite a little like a group of mambo addicts, doesn't it? Well, then there are the stories about the Goonie birds sitting on light bulbs instead of eggs. Of course, it might be they prefer light bulbs to eggs, or it just could be that after sitting on an egg for months, a bird acquires a taste for sitting on something round. De gustibus non disputandum, as the Roman says, which means, they seem crazy to you, buddy, but I like it. That's a free translation, and there's no bargain at the price, but I think it puts the point across. Anyway, the Goonie birds have been vindicated, and I, for one, am happy. I'm very glad. I'm also glad that we live under a system that gives even birds a fair trial, and Goonie birds at that. Actually, the Goonie birds and the flyers should be on friendly terms. Aviation owes quite a lot to the albatross. Plane designers still study the albatross as a flying model because this bird, above all others, has unsurpassed powers of flight. The albatross, with seemingly little effort, can and he does ride out the roughest storm. Actually, there are about 15 species of albatross, but the best known is the wandering albatross, which has an average wingspread of 12 feet, the greatest of any flying creature. They weigh about 25 pounds, but if given enough food, they'll gorge themselves to a point where they can't fly. Something like humans on Thanksgiving Day, I guess. Well, the albatross was considered an unusual bird long before the Battle of Midway Atoll. Sailors have long regarded him as something to be venerated, to be held in great awe. You may remember that when Samuel Coleridge's Ancient Mariner shot the fabled albatross, the bird was hung from his neck as a penance. But even so, misfortune struck. And unlike the Ancient Mariner, I'm not the superstitious type, but even so, I'm glad the biologist came to the defense of the goony birds on Midway, and they won't be shot. Something tells me the fires out there probably are, too. After all, what would they talk about up there in that lonely place if there weren't goony birds around, mamboing and sitting on light bulbs and carrying on? As it is, thanks to the biologist's report, everything ends on a very happy note. Speaking of the same, if Buddy will lead off with a happy note, I might just lead into a happy song right about here.
I want to be happy, but I won't be happy till I make you happy too. Life's really worth living when we are mirth given. Why can't I give some to you? When the skies are gray and you say you feel blue, I'll send the sun smiling through. I want to be happy, but I won't be happy till I make you happy too. But I ain't gonna be happy till I make you happy too. Life's really worth living when we're mirth given. Why can't I give some to you? When skies are gray and you say you feel blue, I'm gonna send the sun smiling through. I wanna be so happy, but I ain't gonna be happy till I make you happy too.
Say, gals, if you've been reading your fashion magazines, you'll know the fashion in faces has changed. The old-fashioned, heavy, made-up look is definitely passé, and the men are mighty glad. And that's why, if you haven't as yet tried Lanolin Plus Liquid Makeup, you're in for a wonderful surprise. Lanolin Plus Liquid Makeup can't let you look made up, because its colors are the living colors of young skin. Little flaws just seem to disappear, and instead, you look as if you'd suddenly grown a brand new skin. Yes, a brand new, more perfect, more flawless skin. And Lanolin Plus Liquid Makeup is the only makeup in the whole world containing Lanolin Plus Liquid to help keep your skin soft and beautiful under makeup. Try Lanolin Plus Liquid Makeup. It's only $1 plus tax wherever cosmetics are sold.
Now here's a nice selection entitled The Nearness of You.
It's not the pale moon that excites me, that thrills and delights me. Oh, no, it's just the nearness of you. It isn't your sweet conversation that brings this sensation. Oh, no, it's just the nearness of you. When you're in my arms and I feel you so close to me, all my wildest dreams come true. I need no soft lights to enchant me. If you only grant me the right you're so tired, and to feel in the night the nearness of you.
Gals, one cosmetic makes the strongest beauty claim ever made for a cosmetic. Lanolin Plus Liquid actually stops skin dryness overnight. Yes, overnight. And never, ever again will you be bothered with dry skin worries as long as you use Lanolin Plus Liquid regularly. And you're in for some more delightful surprises when you try Lanolin Plus Liquid Makeup in the living colors of young skin. Lanolin Plus Hand Lotion, Liquid Cleanser, and Lanolin Plus Lipstick. Each only $1 plus tax wherever cosmetics are sold.
And so we conclude for tonight. Hope you enjoyed what we had to sing for you, what we had to say. Hope also that you'll be listening again tomorrow night at the same time, same station.
This is Ken Carpenter saying goodnight to you all and reminding you that Bing Crosby can be heard Monday through Friday, transcribed from Hollywood.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy music.
Evil has visited the earth in many forms. Now it returns as the car.
There was no driver in the car.
Possessed.
I know why he didn't go into the cemetery. The ground was hallowed.
Who knows what it wants? They all know nothing can stop the car.
This is Wade. We can't let him through no matter what. Stay in close. You'll have to stop.
There's nowhere to turn.
The car, he's in here.
Nowhere to hide. No way to stop the car.
I think I hear the engine of that car. It's around here somewhere. Wait, I'm scared. No, I promise you I won't go out. Tell me what to do, baby.
What evil force drives the car?
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Now the Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm Magee Marshall. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. In 1843, a Dr. James Braid of Manchester developed the art of being able to produce trance sleep. Of course, he was not the first. That honor belonged to Friedrich Anton Mesmer. But Dr. Braid did coin the name of this both beneficial yet potentially disastrous parascience, hypnotism. In the skilled hands of a doctor or a psychiatrist, it can be profoundly beneficial. But in the hands of an amateur or someone unscrupulous, it can be murderously dangerous.
That's it, Marge. Just keep your eyes on the coin as it goes back and forth, back and forth. You're getting sleepy, so sleepy. Your eyelids are heavy. You can't hold them up. You've got to sleep, sleep, sleep. She's under, Mark.
You're putting me on, Jeff. She's faking.
No, she's under, all right. She's a hypnotist's dream. Very suggestible. Look, I'll prove it to you. What's this?
Hey, don't hold it there.
Just long enough to show she doesn't react.
You could have burned her.
Oh, come on. You think I'd do anything to hurt your sister?
Well, now that you've got her under, what are you going to do?
What would you like her to do?
Jeff asked me, what would you like her to do? Well, I would have liked her to murder my father. I wondered how Jeff would have reacted if I'd said that out loud. It almost came out anyway, since it's all I think of these days. How to murder, destroy, wipe out my father. Our mystery drama, Murder with Malice, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Marcia Rod and Ira Lewis. It is sponsored in part by New Sugar-Free Diet 7-Up and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
When you feel like having a cold Budweiser, do you automatically reach for a glass? Well, sure, Bud's a great beer any way you drink it. But without a glass, you're really missing something. Now, take that wonderful Budweiser head of foam, for instance. Those bubbles, tiny though they are, still amount to something pretty special at the top of your glass. Taste appeal and eye appeal. Two results of exclusive beechwood aging and natural carbonation. It takes a lot longer to brew Budweiser that way, but brewing beer right does make a difference that you can taste. That's why, when you say Budweiser, you've really said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
North Jersey is certainly getting a higher yield this season, especially with Suburban Savings Special High Yield Savings Certificate that you can raise for fun and profit. All you have to do is plant a modest $2,500 minimum in Suburban's limited issue 7.50% savings certificate. Then put your certificate in a nice, safe place. Suburban takes care of the rest by compounding interest continuously from day of deposit paid quarterly. You'll get a nice, healthy 7.90% effective annual yield on your 7.50% savings certificate when you let it grow from 4 to 10 years. Early withdrawal prior to maturity is, of course, subject to a substantial penalty. So for a nice, healthy 7.90% annual effective yield, grow Suburban's 7.50% savings certificate for fun and profit at any Suburban savings office in northern New Jersey.
Principles of Mental Physiology, Carpenter wrote, "The method of producing this state consists in the maintenance of a fixed gaze on a bright object placed somewhat above the line of sight. A light behind the subject shining on the bright object, a coin, a jewel, a small mirror, is very helpful, and a darkened room. Once the subject is in the trance, he or she is open to post-hypnotic suggestion. Luckily for our peace of mind and their father's health, Marge is a subject, and not the bloodthirsty Mark." Ever since I can remember, I've hated my father and feared him, but never more so than these last 2 years, since he killed my mother. I'd like to kill him,
But I haven't the guts.
Well, what, Mark?
Huh? Well, what do you mean, what?
What do you want me to ask Marge to do? Don't tell me I put you into a trance, too.
No, I... Look, what sort of thing can I ask?
Anything within reason. I mean, she won't do anything to hurt herself, or to hurt someone else, or steal, or anything that goes against her natural instincts. Let's keep it simple.
You know what you ought to ask her to do?
What?
Marry you. She's got a chance to shake this scene and have some kind of decent life of her own and get away from that monster upstairs, and she won't take it.
She loves her father.
That murdering...
Hey, come on, take it easy, Mark.
He killed my mother.
It was a car accident.
He was going 90, and he was drunk when they crashed.
It's a miracle anyone came out of it alive.
It's a pity it had to be him. He got off lucky.
Lucky? A shattered pelvis? Condemned to drag himself around on canes for the rest of his life?
I hope he never knows a moment when he's not in pain.
Hey, Mark. Come on, let's knock it off. I want to bring Marge out of the trance.
Well, wait a minute. We've got a bet going here. You claimed you could prove post-hypnotic suggestion, didn't you?
Yeah?
Well, suppose you... Damn, that grandfather clock drives me crazy. Old man's pride and joy hasn't missed a chime since the day he was born. Did it wake Marge?
No. She'll stay under till I bring her out of it. What were you going to say before?
Well, suppose you were to tell Marge to hit up the old man for $5,000 tomorrow at breakfast. Would she do it?
Well, she might if she thought it was justified.
Well, tell her I need it to pay off some debts.
Do you?
What's the difference? She won't get it?
No, Mark, I'm sorry. No go. Now, if you want Marge to try to get money for you, you ask her directly, when she's fully conscious.
Like I figured, the two of you are just putting me on.
Oh, no, I'll prove that to you. Marge?
Yes?
I want you to do something for me tomorrow morning.
All right.
What time's breakfast?
9 on the dot. Another of the old man's fetishes.
Okay. Now, Marge, I want you to come down and be at the breakfast table at 2 minutes to 9 tomorrow morning. Then, when the clock strikes 9, on the last chime, no matter what's going on, you will say, "Hickory-dickory-dock. The mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck 9, and I feel fine. Hickory-dickory-dock." And you won't remember you said it. Will you do that?
Yes.
You won't forget.
No.
Now, you've been having a nice rest. But it's time to wake up and feel refreshed and relaxed. You will wake up when I say now. Now.
I feel as if I... What are you staring at? The two of you. Jeff, did it work? You really put me under?
About 10 minutes.
Oh, that's scary. You know, why, if you can make me draw a blank like that, you can make me do anything.
Oh, no, don't worry. I couldn't make you do anything you didn't really want to.
I should hope not. Where did you learn this handy little parlor trick?
Well, I once took some courses in parapsychology. Do you feel relaxed, Marge? Is your headache gone?
I have to admit I do. And no headache. I really feel as if I'd had a whole night's sleep. You're a master magician.
No, anyone can do what I did, provided he has the right subject, and that person is willing. Not that I'd advise it, though. It's a dangerous thing to fool around with.
But, your friend uses it in his practice.
Dr. Frank? Oh, yeah. Occasionally, if it's indicated. Actually, he's relatively conservative for a psychiatrist.
I don't need him.
Well, honey, I'd like to see you get rid of those headaches.
I'm not a candidate for the couch yet.
Well, I guess I'll hit the sack. Thanks for the fun and games. Good night.
Night, little brother.
Good night, Mark. Little brother?
Didn't you ever know? I was the first twin to arrive. It's only one of Mark's resentments. He's the one who really needs analysis.
Marge, Mark's problems are his own. Yours are something I want to see solved.
I don't know why you waste your time with me. If I had any sense in this mixed-up noodle of mine, I'd marry you, have 4 children, and live happily ever after. But I just can't.
Because you feel yourself tied to your father.
I can't leave him alone, Jeff. I love him. I think, for your sake, Jeff, you'd better forget me.
Will you do me one favor first? Will you just go to see Dr. Frank for a few visits?
You think I'm that bad off?
Well, Marge, you've been pretty mixed up ever since the accident.
I know. Okay, Jeff. Maybe you're right. Let me think about it, and maybe I'll call your Dr. Frank tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
What is it, Jeff?
Nothing. It isn't important. It'd be more complicated to undo than to do now. I'll call you then and explain.
Morning, Mark.
Morning, Dad.
You're surprisingly early.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you something.
If it's money, no.
Dad, I'm in bad trouble.
Well, then dig yourself out.
Dad, Mom left me money that will come to me when I'm 30. Why can't I?
Very wise of her. Maybe in another 6 years you'll be able to handle it instead of gambling it away.
It wasn't Mom's decision. You talked her into it.
I most certainly did.
Look, you don't understand. I'm mixed up with some very hard guys. If I don't pay them off...
Oh, don't talk nonsense. They'll wait for that money. Good morning, Marjorie.
Morning, Dad. Mark, am I late?
No, dear. It's just 2 minutes to 9. Sit down. Have your orange juice.
I'll pour the coffee first.
You sound very chipper.
Yes, I had a wonderful sleep last night. Relaxed as a kitten.
I wish I could say the same.
Well, that's what comes of having a guilty conscience.
And what about yours? I wanted to shout at him as I pushed my chair from the table violently and went to the sideboard. I was seething with hate at his smug self-righteousness. Guilty conscience. If he only knew how guilty, how much I wanted him dead. Serving breakfast plates for Marge and me gave me time to regain control. Then the clock began to strike 9, and my mood improved. A small revenge, but if Jeff's trick worked, at least I'd see the pompous old ass look foolish for once.
What time did Jeff Henderson leave last night?
I think I'm old enough not to have to answer questions like that.
Well, I think I have the right to ask any questions I want to in my house. Because I want to know if you're thinking again of marrying Jeff.
Hickory-dickory-dock. The mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck 9 and I feel fine. Hickory-dickory-dock.
What? What did you just say, Marjorie?
Me? I didn't say anything.
I just asked you a perfectly reasonable question, and you replied with a silly nursery rhyme.
Nursery rhyme? Dad, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't...
She doesn't know. She said it.
Keep out of this, Mark.
It was post-hypnotic suggestion.
It was what?
Marge had one of her bad headaches, and Jeff thought he could cure it by hypnosis.
And he did. But what's this about...
Hypnosis? Marge, I must say I didn't think you'd be this foolish. I don't want Jeff Henderson in this house again.
Dad, I'm the one the trick was played on. Where's your sense of humor?
I haven't had any sense of humor since I lost your mother. No, don't help me. I don't need anyone. I can manage by myself. I don't expect it from my son, and I don't ask it from you, Marge.
Dad,
Oh, let him go, Marge. He's only looking for sympathy.
Why do you have to be so hard on him, Mark?
Because I hate him. I always have.
Mark, he's our father. I love him.
Well, maybe we're not... What do they call us? Enzygotic twins, after all, huh? I mean, I guess we came from 2 different eggs because the only thing I want him to be is dead.
I think maybe we both need psychiatrists.
I'll get it, Williams. Yes?
Are you Mark Prentice?
Yes.
Well, open up, fella. Let me in. Oh, now, you don't want to see artillery, do you?
Benny?
Yeah. He sent me.
What do you want?
Oh, boy. Benny must be going soft. He lets you into him for 15 big ones.
Now, look. I'm going to pay him.
Oh, I know you're going to pay him. But when? Like, what's on account?
I haven't got anything right now, but Benny knows that I come into my own money when I'm 30.
You got 2 weeks, fella. 2. For whole account. Otherwise, a couple of broken legs, a little treatment around kidneys, you carry the rest of your life. And we'd still be waiting for the payment. You get the message?
I'm scared. And I've never been so scared in my life. And I'm caught. They mean business. And I'll never change my father's mind. I'm going to have to kill him. But how? How? Not exactly the all-American family, the Prentices. But then, where murder is contemplated, and where in fact it may be done, you don't expect to find very normal people. Especially where the murder is premeditated. I'll return shortly with Act 2.
Oh, somebody's been drinking my sugar-free Diet 7-Up, and it's all gone.
Oh, actually, I saved a little.
Oh, a bear!
Hiya, Goldie. What's brewing?
That's Miss Goldilocks to you.
Oh, come on, kid. You mean you don't remember me? The cottage, the 3 chairs, the porridge?
Baby bear!
In the fur. Been a long time, Goldie.
But Baby bear...
Just call me BB.
You drank all the sugar-free Diet 7-Up, and I have to conduct another diet drink taste test today.
Well, yeah, I saw the sign on the door, a professional taste tester, huh?
But how can I conduct my taste test now?
Why bother? I tried those other diet drinks, too. You'll notice there's still plenty of them around. Why not ask me?
Well, okay, BB. Tell me, why did you drink all the sugar-free Diet 7-Up?
I like the taste. Light, fresh, natural, sugar-free Diet 7-Up is definitely unbearably delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
What's for dinner? Check ShopRite's low price on first-cut choice beef chuck steaks, just 57 cents a pound. Fresh ground beef chuck, any size package, 89 cents a pound. ShopRite hamburger rolls in packages of 8, just 3 for $1. Mohawk 5-pound canned ham will serve a crowd for just $4.99. Save on fresh red plums, 3 pounds for $1. Hotel bar butter, 79 cents a pound. For every meal you serve, you'll get a lot more for a little less at ShopRite.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
This is WOR New York, an RKO General Station, your station for Mystery Theater.
Almost 2 weeks have passed, and Mark has not been able to take any action towards solving his problems. Marge, at least under Jeff's urging, has had several sessions with Dr. Frank, and Harvey Prentice has continued to be himself, domineering, selfish, callous to any problems but his own.
Mark?
Yeah, Dad. What is it?
Where the devil is Marjorie?
I think she's with a psychiatrist.
What does she need with a psychiatrist?
You'll have to ask her that.
Oh, not again. I trust she's not going to be late for dinner this time.
Search me.
Well, when she comes in, I'm in the study. Oh, by the way, I see you appear to be all in one piece. No bruises, no damage. Did you pay off your debts?
No.
Well, I told you nothing would happen.
I've got 2 days left to come up with the money. Look, Dad.
No. Not from me.
Do you know that I'm scared to go out of the house?
Has it ever occurred to you that you should? And get a job? That's the way to pay your debts off.
I couldn't pay my debts off with any job I can get.
Perhaps you should have thought of that before you ran them up.
it's easy to hate my father. And even the fact of murdering him would not be all that hard. It's just how to do it without being found out. It never occurred to me that my sister might provide the answer.
Marge!
Jeff, what are you doing here?
I knew you had an appointment with Dr. Frank. I have the car, so I thought I'd wait and drive you home.
I don't feel like talking, Jeff.
Marge, I haven't seen you in almost 2 weeks. You won't even answer my phone calls. Are you mad at me?
Not exactly.
Is it that silly stunt I pulled with that post-hypnotic suggestion?
No.
Well, it's ever since that evening.
I know. All right. Let's get in the car and you can drive me home.
Sure.
I'm so mixed up, Jeff. I wish you'd never suggested Dr. Frank.
Oh, now, wait a minute. He's a good guy.
Not for my money, he isn't. I know you meant well, but...
But what?
Jeff, I'm not good for you. Mark and I are all screwed up somehow. The whole family, we're Jonas. Keep away from us.
Marge, nothing you can say.
Why won't you listen to me? I don't want to see you anymore. I can't. There's nothing to explain, and I have such a headache.
Well, maybe I ought to stay and give you another hypnotic treatment.
No. Nobody else is getting inside my head anymore but me. Please, let's just make this goodbye. I don't want to see you again.
Marge, wait a minute.
Hey, Marge. What goes?
It's nothing. Just leave me alone.
Okay. Play it your way.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark. I didn't mean to snap. It's just the top of my head's blowing off. I'm not going near that psychiatrist again.
Oh, what's the panic?
The things he keeps saying. I think he's the crazy one.
How come?
Well, I'm not going to go through all the double talk about the id and the superego and the ego, but what he finally got around to saying was that I was jealous of Mother. And because Dad put her first, I hated him and wanted him dead.
Well, he's got the wrong twin.
But how could he say such a thing to me when I literally gave up Jeff to take care of Dad?
Search me.
I mean, honestly, I thought an Oedipus complex was strictly from the ancient Greeks and for doctors talking to each other. Can you imagine me supposed to hate my father?
How could you hate Dad when you dropped everything to take care of him ever since Mom died?
See, that's because I'm supposed to have a fixation. And it's only guilt that holds me back from destroying him.
What?
He says that deep down in my subconscious or whatever, I really want to commit murder.
You sure you know what you're saying?
I know what Dr. Frank said. That I'll never get rid of my headaches till I get rid of my guilt feelings. And to get rid of those, I'll have to kill him.
Dad?
That's right.
Well, there's a quicker way to get rid of headaches than that.
How?
Well, get old Jeff back to hypnotize you again.
No. Jeff and I are through. I told him that tonight.
Well, if you really want to get rid of a headache, well, I could have a shot at the hypnosis route. Jeff said anyone could do it.
No, thanks. I'm taking my headache to bed. I won't be down for dinner.
Of course, I didn't have the idea right then. But some instinct was nudging me that somewhere, somehow, there was a way out for me. But before I could follow the thought through, the phone rang. Yeah, hello?
Hello, Mark.
Look, I'm working on it. I think I've got a way to...
Danny says you got till day after tomorrow. And then you have time.
Well, maybe I could raise...
You better raise it off, though. Because that's when Uncle Benny's calling it in. Or the deep six.
Hey, mister.
Who's on the phone, Mark?
Someone For me, Dad.
Did I hear your sister come in?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a few minutes ago.
Well, did you tell her I wanted to see her in the study?
No.
Damn it, face me when I talk. Why not?
Because she didn't want to see you. She wasn't feeling well. She went up to bed.
Before dinner?
She said she didn't feel like eating. And neither do I.
What's the matter with you?
I'm scared, Dad. That's what's the matter. I'm scared so bad I'm sick.
Why?
That was some hard guy on the phone. Benny's man.
Who's Benny?
The man I owe money to. Look, you've got to let me have it.
No.
You don't understand. If I don't come up with it the day after tomorrow, they could kill me.
Don't be ridiculous.
All I'm asking is to give me my part of the money that Mom left. Marge got hers.
Marjorie could be trusted. You cannot.
Please.
I'm not your mother, Mark. You haven't got her around to bail you out anymore the way she used to. This time it's your problem and no one else's. The only way you'll ever get any money out of me beyond living expenses is over my dead body.
The only way I ever wanted it from him. Over his dead body. And suddenly, at last, I could see the way to do it. Dinner was eaten in stony silence. Just the two of us. After it, my father went back to the study for coffee and brandy. I sneaked upstairs to my father's bedroom, which had been my mother's, too, and searched quickly through her drawers to find what I wanted. The rest was waiting till my father was safely in bed for the night, and then moving quietly along the upstairs corridor to my sister's room.
Who is it?
Mark. May I come in?
I suppose so.
I knew you were up. I saw the light under the door.
Dad came by to say goodnight an hour or so ago. I couldn't get back to sleep. What time is it?
The witching hour. Midnight. Mind if I sit on the other bed for a moment?
It's all right. My bed light in your eyes?
No. It's just fine. How's the headache?
Splitting.
I wish I had some magic remedy.
I'd just like to go to sleep tonight and never wake up again.
No, you don't mean that.
I do tonight. What's that swinging in your hand?
That's a memento from better days. Remember, it's Mom's tick-tock watch.
Oh, I haven't seen that in years. It's still so shiny. Where'd you get it?
Oh, I've had it a while. Remember how when we were kids she used to put us to sleep with it?
The tick-tock watch. Tick-tock, tick-tock, back and forth.
My eyes used to get glued to it. Tick-tock, tick-tock, back and forth, till I began to get so sleepy. So sleepy.
So sleepy.
Sleep, Marge. Sleep. Keep your eyes on the watch. Yeah, your eyelids are getting heavy. Heavy. So heavy. You've got to sleep. 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 Marge. Marge? I can't believe it. She can't feel the flame. Marge, you're asleep. But you can hear me.
Yes, I hear you.
Who am I?
You're Mark.
Am I your brother?
Yes.
Your twin?
Yes.
Do you know our father?
Yes.
How do I feel about him?
You hate him.
How do you feel about him? Marge, I asked you. How do you feel about him?
I hate him, too.
Would you like to kill him?
Yes. I've always wanted to. I want to kill him.
I could hardly believe my luck. And just in time to save my neck. The perfect weapon for the perfect murder. My sister. But did I dare to use it? To hurt her instead of being hurt myself? What would they do to her? What would happen to her if I did what I was planning? And would it even work? What were the odds on the biggest gamble I would ever take in my life?
A girl helpless under an hypnotic spell, at the mercy of the agent who wove that spell, her twin brother, himself at the mercy of passions beyond his control, eaten up with hate, tortured by fear, hesitating to make an unconscionable gamble with her life to save his own. I'll return shortly with Act 3.
I'd like to describe a car to you. See what you think of it. First of all, it's small. Second, it's got a 6-cylinder engine, a pretty handy asset these days. Third, it's a Buick. Now, in spite of the fact that it's small, this car can seat 6 easily. It's got a 21-gallon fuel tank, which gives it great range. And it weighs several hundred pounds more than most imports, which in a small car is good. Now, what does it look like? Well, that's pretty tough to handle on radio. I'd hesitate to call it glamorous, and it sure isn't homely. I think handsome would be fair, and it offers some pretty attractive styling and trim options. The interior is definitely its strong suit. Now, if that sounds like a little more than your average small car, then I've described it properly. Because remember, this small car is a Buick. The car is called Apollo, Buick Apollo, and it's about as much small car as you'll find on the road today. See for yourself at your Buick Opel dealer.
One of the 10 best newspapers in America. Easily the nation's best suburban newspaper. Becoming a paper of national influence. These words are from a recent issue of Time magazine. The newspaper described is Newsday, the Long Island newspaper. On the basis of editorial excellence, Time magazine selected the 10 newspapers in America that stand out above the rest. One of them was Newsday. Because, as Time noted, Newsday combines solid local coverage with ambitious national and international undertakings. And because Newsday meets Time's other criteria for excellence, it's entertaining and informative. It conducts extended investigations and offers a range of different opinions in its editorial pages. Have Newsday delivered right to your door with no service charge, and see why it's one of the 10 best papers in America. Newsday, Long Island's own newspaper.
Marge lies still, her eyes wide open, but unseeing. Alongside, her brother Mark sits, his mother's watch still swinging its pendulum arc in his hand, unnoticed as he wrestles with the conscience which holds him back from this ultimate gamble. The gamble? Can anyone under hypnotic influence be induced to commit murder?
If she killed, they'd never do anything to her. There's a whole history. The encephalitis she had as a kid, the nervous breakdown after Mom died. She's going to a psychiatrist now. Sure, I can get her off. Temporary insanity. Yeah, that's it. Only will it work? What was it Jeff said?
She won't do anything to hurt herself, or to hurt someone else, or steal, or do anything that goes against her natural instincts.
Natural instincts. What does that mean? Doesn't it mean what we really feel deep inside, even if we don't know about it? It's a gamble, but the odds aren't bad. It's Mark, Marge. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Remember a couple of weeks ago when Jeff was here and we got off on the hypnosis kick?
Yes, I remember.
And what started it?
I don't know. I think, yes, talking about being kids.
Remember how even then Jeff was into the psychic bit?
Yes. The funny cards and guessing and trying to reach each other's minds.
And who was the best?
We were.
Why?
Because we're twins. Twins go together.
Remember how we always liked the same things?
Mocha ice cream and rare hamburger, buttermilk, crazy things nobody else liked.
We liked. Just like we hated.
What did we hate?
You know. Coffee, half and half, and hot dogs without relish, and people who lie or cheat or murder.
Murder?
Like Dad. He killed Mother, didn't he?
There was an accident.
He was too drunk to drive the car. Didn't you hate him after the accident?
I don't know.
Don't you hate him now?
Yes, I hate him.
Would you like to see him dead?
Would I?
I would. And we're twins, remember?
Yes, twins.
We always think alike, right?
We always think alike.
I want to kill him. Don't you?
I want to kill him.
Then listen. Tomorrow night, he'll go to bed early. He'll be fast asleep by 10 o'clock, you understand?
Fast asleep by 10 o'clock.
I can promise you that. I won't be here. But when the grandfather clock strikes 10, you're going to go to the dining room, right?
When it strikes 10, I go to the dining room.
In the sideboard drawer. You know which one. His dad's carving knife. The one he keeps honed to a razor's edge with the sharp point, remember?
I remember. The carving knife.
Right. And then go to his bedroom and plunge it into his chest. Listen to me, Marge. You'll be doing what you always wanted to do. You'll never have headaches anymore because the guilt will be gone. You'll be destroying him just as you've always wanted to do. Killing what you hate, what I hate. Killing all the hate in our hearts. You understand?
When the clock strikes 10 tomorrow night, I am to get the carving knife and take it upstairs and plunge it into Dad until he is dead.
And when you wake up in the morning, you won't remember any of this. I didn't sleep much that night, and next day was an endless nightmare. By the time dinner was over, I was a wreck. But the real strain was just beginning. No, it was no sweat to slip the barbiturate in Dad's coffee, and later to help him up to bed, half comatose, and get him settled snoring for the night. It was after the clock chimed 8:30 that I finally left the house to establish my own alibi. Stopping carefully, I might add, on the way out, to make sure the clock was wound, although my father was usually infallible in seeing that it never ran down. And then I left the house.
Hey, Mark. Sorry I'm a little late.
Oh, just glad you're here. Have you eaten?
Yeah. You?
Oh, long time ago. I ordered some setups. Scotch okay with you?
One drink.
Just thought we might have a talk together. What time is it?
Around 5 or so to 9. Well, what do you want to talk about?
Marge.
Well, now, that's my favorite subject. You aren't the bearer of good news by any chance?
Good news?
Well, that she's changed her mind about me and I might have some kind of a chance with her?
Oh, that's something we might discuss, Jeff. Let's have another drink first. Where was I?
Don't you think you should go a little easy on the drinking, Mark?
Hey, if I want to get drunk, I'll get drunk.
Not with me, Buster.
All right, okay, so I'm sober. Where was I?
Well, you were trying to explain something about your sister, which is the only reason you're holding me.
Oh yeah, Marge, yeah. You know, you don't stand a chance as long as Dad's around.
Yeah, I'm aware of that problem.
Well, supposing it suddenly didn't exist anymore, supposing there wasn't my father.
If that's your only question for the evening, maybe we ought to order another drink. Mark.
Huh?
Come on.
What?
Come on, I paid up. Let's get out of here.
No, I can't. What time is it?
It's after 10 o'clock.
How much?
It's 5-10 minutes after 10.
That's not long enough. I gotta stay here a while.
Okay, suit yourself. I'm going home.
Hey, we haven't finished talking.
As far as I'm concerned, we have.
I want to tell you about Marge.
Look, whatever you had to tell me about Marge, if you ever had, it's too late for you to make any sense tonight. Either you come with me now and I'll drop you home, or stay, get as stoned as you want.
I gotta stay. Just a little longer. Doesn't matter anymore. My hands, my feet, everything seemed like lead from the moment 10 o'clock had passed. Before, I'd been fired up, nervously tensed, hard put to act normal. Now the drinks meant nothing. I wanted to call it all back. I stumbled to my feet. I rushed out of the bar. In the cab back to the house, I had all sorts of fantasies. Sometimes when the clock got overwound, it would stop. If it hadn't struck 10, maybe my father was still alive. And the other fear, how did I expect my amateur hypnosis would work? In the house, empty. I was conscious of the echo of its sighs for the first time. Through the hall, up the big staircase, down the hall to my father's room. Everything seemed to echo. Carefully, I opened the door to my father's room and listened. No sound. I went in. I looked at my father where he lay, lit by a lamp on the far wall over the dressing table. The first thing I was conscious of was that he was breathing. Then I saw the carving knife on the floor. It was instinctive to pick it up. It was bright silver and stainless steel, glittering in the corner lamp. There was no trace of blood. He wasn't dead. And I knew I would have to do this by myself. By myself. There never had been any other way. So I came to the bed, lifting the knife up high to drive it home. And suddenly his eyes were open, looking at me, recognizing what was about to happen. In one convulsive shrug towards me, his eyes glazed over. But in that last moment, he said,
"You always wanted me dead. Dead. So, strike. Strike. For all the good it will do you."
So he's dead, as you wanted him to be.
I don't have to listen to you.
Oh, yes, you'd better listen to me. What you tried to do to your sister is beyond belief.
She hated my father as much as I did.
Your thumbnail psychology is about as successful as what you know about hypnotism. Oh, you put Marge to the acid test, and your hypnotic suggestion worked just as you planned it, up till the last moment.
How do you know?
Because your sister ran to me for help. At the last moment, she couldn't force herself to turn against love. Not for this one man, or me, or you, but just the fact that she was human and normal, and hate was no part of her, but love was.
So she dropped the knife and ran to you.
Well, you dropped it too, didn't you? When it came to the test, you could no more strike than Marge. Could you?
I'll never know. He died before I had the chance. A massive stroke had caused my father's death before I had a chance to kill him. But if I wasn't guilty in fact, I certainly was in intention. And to achieve his death, I would have tried anything within my power. I was lucky to get off scot-free, I thought.
And I directed my entire estate be left to my beloved daughter Marjorie, subject to all the provisions to protect it and her from my son Mark, to whom, with all my heart, I leave nothing. Not 1 cent. As attorney for the estate, Mark, I'm going to make sure your father gets his wish.
Oh, sure, big deal. You figure to marry the heiress.
I figure to protect Marge from you as long as I live. If I thought I could wring your neck by myself and get away with it, I'd be happy to do it. Luckily, I don't have to worry. No dough, brother. Not a penny. Go pay your debts.
Can one be hypnotized and led to kill? Certainly not from tonight's story, and highly doubtful, if not impossible, no matter who the subject might be. But just in case, I hope we have all learned that it is nothing to meddle with for the uninformed. Like all special areas in life, it should be used by the expert, only in cases of special need. It was some time before Marge and Jeff were married, but once they were, the shadows and cobwebs were wiped away. Mark was only a dark memory that would disintegrate in time as thoroughly as his corporal self, trapped in his cement boots in the shifting muck of the river bottom where he lies. Who sows the wind must reap the whirlwind. Our cast included Marcia Rodd, Nick Pryor, Ira Lewis, and Stotts Cotsworth. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The preceding Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network.
I'm Fulton Lewis in the Mutual Broadcasting System studios in Washington, D.C. Now, my commentary. U.S. District Court Judge John Sirica today delayed proceedings on a White House motion to quash a special prosecutor's subpoena for more presidential tapes, in the judge's words, for the purpose of facilitating discussions leading to a possible compliance. Judge Sirica's brief announcement came after Special White House Counsel James St. Clair entered the judge's chambers, saying that he would ask for a delay in hopes of working out such a compromise. The judge postponed until Friday of this week the deadline for the special prosecutor's office to answer a motion from White House lawyer James St. Clair to quash a subpoena for 64 presidential conversations. St. Clair, you recall, went into court last week with a motion to stop the subpoena, and Judge Sirica originally had set today as the deadline for the prosecutor's response. The judge also delayed a hearing on St. Clair's motion, originally scheduled for Wednesday, until a week from today, next Monday. Before entering a conference with the other lawyers and Judge Sirica, Attorney St. Clair said that he had asked for a 5-day delay to permit the special prosecutor and myself to see whether we can come to some accommodation. In filing his motion last week to quash the subpoena, St. Clair had indicated that the dispute over release of the tapes to the prosecutor might be carried all the way to the Supreme Court. In that filing, there was a formal claim of privilege signed personally by President Nixon, declaring that the conversations that were being sought are confidential conversations, quote, between a president and his close advisors, and it would be inconsistent with the public interest to produce those tapes. About 20 of the conversations in question, the conversations that have been demanded by Leon Jaworski, the special prosecutor, were among the talks for which the White House released transcripts last week. For those, the president said no claim of privilege was asserted. The Jaworski subpoenas were for conversations that started on June 20th of 1972. They span a period of time that finally ended on June 4th of 1973. The earliest date is just 3 days after the famous Watergate break-in at the Democratic Party national headquarters. That was June 17th of 1972. The June 4th date is the day on which President Nixon listened to some of the Watergate tape recordings. The counsel of the president, J. Fred Buzzhart, testified before one of the Watergate grand juries today, but he refused to tell what that questioning was all about. He appeared before Watergate grand jury number 3, which is investigating, among other things, the 18-and-a-half-minute gap in one of the key White House tapes. In his White House role, Attorney Buzzhart had overall custody of the tapes at one point last year, and he testified extensively during a court hearing into the causes of the now famous 18-and-a-half-minute gap and about 2 other tape recordings that the White House said never existed. There have been some reports in recent weeks that Buzzhart still had a major say in just what recordings the president would yield to the special Watergate prosecutor and to the House Judiciary Committee, even though James St. Clair, of course, is now said to handle all Watergate legal matters for the president. The White House indicated today that the president's Watergate counsel, St. Clair, may not fight against the granting of immunity for administration witnesses that are called before the House Judiciary Committee. Press Secretary Ronald Ziegler told reporters at a briefing that St. Clair told him earlier today that there appeared to be no problem in granting of immunity. Ziegler added that the White House does not have a fixed position on that subject. He noted that it would be up to the committee to determine the question of immunity for witnesses who could tell what they know about Watergate-related matters. Michigan Republican Representative Edward Hutchinson, the ranking minority member of the Judiciary Panel, has already been quoted as saying that he would oppose granting immunity to any witnesses who testify before his committee during its impeachment inquiry. Asked if there has been any effect on the White House staff since the president released the transcripts of a number of White House conversations last week, Ziegler today replied, "Over the past month, there has been a hesitancy to make extensive notes or to put anything down on paper." Ziegler said the problem had not yet reached serious proportions, but he said it might if there were a breakdown in the principle of executive privilege. The president issued the transcripts in response to the Judiciary Committee's formal subpoena for the tapes of 42 presidential conversations. Herbert Kalmbach has testified of a midnight meeting at which he said a top dairy cooperative official was told that milk prices would be increased and that the White House wanted confirmation of a $2 million campaign pledge. Kalmbach, of course, is a former campaign fundraiser for President Nixon. He has said in secret testimony that the session took place on March 24th, 1971, in his suite at the Madison Hotel here in Washington. Milk price supports were increased just the following day. The White House has said that the president's milk price order was not in any way influenced by the promise of campaign contributions from the dairy cooperative. The alleged meeting, which took place after a Republican fundraising dinner attended by dozens of dairy cooperative officials, included Kalmbach, Marie Chotiner, and Harold Nelson, or at least so goes the Kalmbach testimony. Chotiner had quit 3 weeks earlier as the president's special counsel and had just entered private law practice where he was receiving a retainer of $57,000 a year paid by the nation's largest dairy cooperative, the Associated Milk Producers Incorporated. Nelson was the chief executive officer of that cooperative. According to the testimony, Kalmbach swore that Chotiner told Nelson that John Ehrlichman, who was the president's chief domestic advisor at that time, wanted Nelson to reaffirm the milk producers' promise of $2 million in light of an milk price increase that the president had just directed. Kalmbach said that Nelson agreed. The next day, the administration made its public announcement of the price increase of 27 cents per hundredweight, which added hundreds of millions of dollars to the income of dairy farmers around the nation. Kalmbach's testimony was given about 6 weeks ago to 2 investigators for the Senate Watergate Committee, Alan Weitz and David Dorson. They said that this testimony, along with other unspecified evidence, provides the basis for a letter which lawyers for the House Judiciary Committee sent to the White House back on April 19th. That letter, intended to state facts showing the impeachment investigators' need for 45 presidential tape recordings about the milk fund affair, was made public just last Friday. It said, among other things, that on March 24th, 1971, quote, Mr. Murray Chotiner stated to several dairymen that Mr. Ehrlichman expected the dairy industry to reaffirm its $2 million commitment in light of a forthcoming increase in milk price supports. The White House has rebutted by saying that the president was aware of the dairymen's $2 million promise because his aide, Charles Colson, had told him about it back in 1970. Colson has been identified as the main contact in the White House for Nelson, and indeed for other dairy cooperative officials. The White House, though, has vigorously denied that the president's decision to raise prices was in any way influenced by that promise of money. He was influenced, the White House has declared, by traditional political considerations, including pressure from Democrats on Capitol Hill, Democrats who themselves wanted a price increase. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko have arranged to meet tomorrow on the island of Cyprus, the purpose to discuss their search for an end to the Middle East war insofar as the current hostilities on the Israeli-Syrian front are concerned. Plans for that meeting were announced in Moscow and by a State Department spokesman traveling with Kissinger. Ambassador Robert McCloskey said that Kissinger and Gromyko will also confer on other East-West topics, including chances for a new treaty limiting offensive nuclear weapons.
Hollywood, California, and the studios where the distinguished pictures that bear the name of Samuel Goldwyn are produced. Such films as The Best Years of Our Lives, winner of 9 Academy Awards. It was in these very studios that we recently tried to make a trailer for a new and wonderful picture called The Bishop's Wife. You know what a trailer is. One of those little films you see at your theater which shows you scenes from some big picture that's coming soon. Well, we made the big picture, and it's on its way. But something happened to the little one. It was on the day we finished all work on The Bishop's Wife. The stars were on their way home.
Well, looks like it.
Yes, afraid so, Loretta.
Goodbye, Gary. It's wonderful working with you. Goodbye, David.
See you very soon.
Very soon, I hope.
Goodbye, David. See you tonight. Oh, that's right.
Whoa!
What about the trailer? Trailer?
Oh, I forgot all about it.
Well, they must be set up somewhere. Where are they? Say 6.
No, I think they're on 8, David.
8? Oh,
yes,
come on.
Just a minute, folks. I'm sorry. Can't go in without a pass.
Oh, well, you see, we work here. That is, we just finished over there, now we...
All right, so you're finished. There's no one stopping you from leaving.
You don't understand. We still have to make the trailer.
Well, I'm sure you wouldn't want to stop us from telling people about a great picture like The Bishop's Wife.
Have you seen it?
Well, no, not exactly, but...
Then how do you know it's great?
Well, we had a lot of fun making it, and that's always a very good sign.
Well, maybe so, but I'm new here. I don't know you folks, unless you got a pass.
I'm David Niven, and I play the bishop.
And I'm Loretta Young, and I play the bishop's wife.
And I'm Cary Grant. I play... Oh, that's right.
Yeah, wait a minute. What's the matter?
Well, nobody's supposed to know what part I play until they see the picture.
Right.
Then what do you need of the trailer?
Well, we'd like folks to come in and see the picture. It's very fine, and it's quite the most unusual picture Sam Goldwyn has ever made.
Oh, yeah. It's full of surprises.
Oh, please.
Well, if you put it that way.
Thanks, officer.
I got an idea.
What?
The bishop's wife is different. Let's keep it that way. Let's have no trailer.
Oh, David, a picture without a trailer?
No, that's it. Why take all the wonderful surprises out of it before people see it?
All right, sold. No trailer.
No trailer.
Oh, wait a minute. Goodbye.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for the Smile of Beauty and Sal Hepatica for the Smile of Health, present Jack Benny, George Burns, Gracie Allen, Groucho Marx, Dinah Shore, Bert Gordon, the Mad Russian, Cookie Fairchild's Orchestra, the Ambassadors, yours truly, Harry Von Zell, and starring Eddie Cantor.
The good word, Mr. Bluebird. Did you bring a song to cheer me up today? Give me your word, Mr. Bluebird. did you come to tell me everything's okay? I've been blue because there was no letter. Seeing you has made me feel much better. What's the good word, Mr. Bluebird, before you fly away?
I've been blue because there was no letter. Seeing you has made me feel much better.
What's the good word, Mr. Bluebird, before you fly away?
Eddie, come here.
Yep.
Let me be the first to congratulate you, will you? Huh?
What?
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, Ida and Eddie celebrate their 29th wedding anniversary.
Thank you, Harry. Really, this is the happiest moment of my life. Gosh, I feel so nervous.
Yeah, I know, Eddie, but stop blushing.
I can't help it, Harry. I feel like a bride. Kiss me. Gee, married 29 years. How time flies.
Oh, I'll bet.
Seems like only yesterday that Ida told me I was just a ham actor.
Oh, really? When did she tell you that?
Only yesterday. Harry, I shall never forget my wedding day. All my friends were there. Burns and Allen, Groucho Marx, Al Jolson, Ted Lewis, and a thin little flower girl, Sophie Tucker. That day she had 2 roses pinned to her dress. Today she can wear Griffith Park for a corsage.
Well, that must have been quite a wedding, Eddie.
Oh, yes, it had all the trimmings, you know. We even had 2 pairs of shoes tied to the back of the car.
Oh, 2 pairs of shoes?
Yeah, what a lovely couple we made. As the band softly played the wedding march, Ida and I strolled down the aisle barefoot. Oh. Harry, it was awful. When the man said, "Do you take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife?"
Yes.
I said I do and slipped the ring on her big toe. But I'm really getting a big kick out of my anniversary. Just this morning, Harry Von Zell, I looked at our wedding license.
Oh.
You should see it, Harry. It's all wrinkled and practically falling apart.
Oh, well, you're not exactly holding together yourself. No, but, Eddie, when you and Ida were married, you lived in New York, and right after your marriage, you got your first break in the Ziegfeld Follies, didn't you?
Ziegfeld, right after. That's right, Harry.
Oh, boy. Boy, I'll bet you must have loved being around all those Follies girls, Eddie.
Well, Harry, it was just a job. It was a job, you know, Harry. Honestly, like working in a candy factory. After the first day, you don't look at the candy. But, oh, that first day. Oh, gosh.
Say, when you were around all those beautiful girls, didn't Ida get jealous?
No, not Ida.
She didn't, no.
I used to stand and look in their dressing rooms every night, and the girls would even wink at me and invite me in.
And you didn't go in?
No, Harry, I always stood at least 4 feet away. That was as far as my chain would go.
Well, anyway, Eddie, I bet you missed those good old days.
Yeah, especially the food. The things you could buy for $1 29 years ago. Eggs were 15 cents a dozen. You could get a chicken for $0.25. And get this sirloin steaks, 19 cents a pound. All that for $1, and the butcher would throw in you 2 pounds of calf's liver for the cat. Free, he would throw that in, Harry.
Hey, Eddie, what is that sound?
That's the audience drooling.
Well, I'll bet you have some good food at your anniversary party tonight. I heard that you even bought one of those wedding cakes with the little bride and groom on top.
Yes, Harry, but this morning all I could find on the cake was the bride.
Well, what happened to the groom?
Drafted. He was drafted. No. Oh, but just wait till you see the dinner we're having at my house tonight. Roast goose, saute of veal, fillet of beef, and after each course, everybody will rise and toast the guest of honor.
Well, who's the guest of honor?
The butcher. Yeah, but let's go, Harry. The guests at my house are probably waiting.
Just a minute, Eddie.
Yeah.
Now, Eddie Cantor. I'm a little nervous. Yeah. Eddie Cantor, this being your anniversary, the whole cast got together and we went shopping to get you a gorgeous platinum watch.
Oh, Harry, you shouldn't have done it. I don't think I deserve it.
Well, neither did we, so we didn't get you anything.
Oh, Oh, come on, Harry. This will be one party you'll never forget.
Yeah, come on.
Hey, what'd I tell you, Harry? Did you ever see so many people in the place?
No, hey, look, there's Ida. Hello, Ida.
Ida.
Congratulations. Everybody, please. Here is Eddie and Ida's first anniversary gift of the evening. Dinah Shore singing Let's Get Lost.
Let's get lost, lost in each other's arms. Let's get lost, let them send out alarms. And though they'll think us rather rude, let's tell the world we're in that crazy mood. Let's defrost in a romantic mix. Let's get cross off everybody's lips to celebrate this night we found each other mistake. Let's get lost.
Let's get
Lost in each other's arms.
Let's get lost.
Let them send out alarm to celebrate this night we found each other. Let's get
Wasn't Dinah grand, Harry? She's so versatile, sings so many new songs. Gosh, I just can't get over how different show business was 29 years ago, Harry.
It was, huh?
In those days in vaudeville, you could use an act for years. Would you believe it? I used to repeat the same jokes week after week after week. It was just a case of traveling from one city to another to do it.
Yeah, well, it's certainly different with radio.
Well, of course.
Oh, yeah, now you don't travel.
She laughs at his own. All right, so I occasionally repeat a joke. My motto is that anything worthwhile can stand repetition. And it's a good policy for you to follow, too, Harry.
Me?
Yes. Take the advice you give our listeners about how they can feel better faster. That's mighty worthwhile and worth repetition. As a matter of fact, why don't you repeat it right now, Harry?
All right, thanks. I will, Eddie. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you wake up in the morning feeling headachy and out of sorts due to the need of a laxative, remember that Sal Hepatica helps you feel better faster. Because then Sal Hepatica brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. And that's important, for it means you no longer have to wait till night to take the laxative you need in the morning. No longer have to risk feeling miserable all day. And here's something else worth remembering about this famous mineral salt laxative.
Sparkling Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist tonight or tomorrow. It's important to use only as directed. Then anytime you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
about some grub?
Eddie, your guests are getting hungry.
Well, I know it, Harry, and I can't understand what's delaying their food. Gosh, by now they should have salads and hors d'oeuvres too, but where's my chef?
How do you do?
Russian, I wanted a French chef for my party. Russians don't make good cooks.
No, who do you think is cooking Hitler's goose?
You're no chef. Who did you ever work for?
Hedy Lamarr. I was fired because I had a little trouble with my favorite dish.
What was your favorite dish?
Hedy Lamarr.
Oh, stop. My guests are getting impatient. What's delaying dinner, Russian?
The soup receipt.
Yeah.
It says, stir soup while boiling. So it's boiling, I'm stirring. It's boiling, I'm stirring. And finally, I can't stand it.
Why not?
It's burning my fingers.
Don't be ridiculous. You don't start. How is the rest of the food coming along?
Frankly, I'm having a little trouble with the seasoning.
Why?
On the roast goose, I am putting a pinch of salt, a pinch of pepper, and a pinch of paprika. Suddenly, the maid is slapping my face.
Why?
Wrong pinch.
Oh, get out of here. Yes, Cookie.
Master, some guests are arriving.
They are?
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Well, Eddie, we just want to say congratulations, and Gracie has a present.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Cantor. Imagine you being married for 29 years. Well, you certainly look it.
Gracie, just give Eddie the present you got for him. I don't know what it is, Eddie. Gracie picked it out.
Yeah. Well, Eddie, it's just a little something you can take along on your honeymoon.
Honeymoon? We had that 29 years ago.
Oh, really? The same year you were married, huh?
Yeah, they killed two birds with one stone.
And, what an embarrassing thing that was. I was so broke that Ida had to pay for the honeymoon.
No.
Yes.
Oh, well, I'll have to get with Ida and compare prices.
Of course, I paid her back as soon as I went back to work.
Well, I'm sure George will, too.
Tracy, just give Eddie his anniversary present.
Oh, yes. It's in this package.
Gee, I'm excited. What is it, Gracie?
Well, you know the 25th anniversary is silver, and the 30th is pearl. So, this being in between the two...
Yes.
I got this handkerchief.
A handkerchief?
Gracie, is that all you're giving Eddie for his anniversary?
Oh, no. I wrote a poem, but that's for Ida.
Well, Ida's here. Let's hear it.
All right. Congratulations to you, Ida. From Gracie, sweet as apple cider.
Wait a minute, Gracie. Ida is supposed to be sweet as apple cider, not you.
But, Judge, how would that sound? Congratulations to you, Ida. You're supposed to be as sweet as apple cider. Sounds like I don't believe it.
Okay, read on.
The husband you picked was a mighty good choice. Too bad he couldn't have had a few boys.
Boys, yeah.
Yes. I'm sure he's kind, a good protector. I'll bet you're glad you married Hector.
Hector? Gracie Allen, my name happens to be Eddie.
Well, that doesn't rhyme. Now stop interrupting. You've had him for 29 years, that's true. But a retread can make him as good as new. Yes, Ida Cantor, we two are the same. We both got our husbands with riches and fame. They're sweet and gentle. They're our little pigeons. But I'll bet we both wish we had gotten Walter.
Oh, Walter Pigeon?
Walter Pigeon.
Yes.
Eddie, call us when dinner
I'll
is
call
ready.
you.
Come on.
So long, Gracie. Goodbye. See you later. Wait a minute. What is that racket?
Cantor, I am serving a sizzling platter. And look how fancy I've placed the roast chicken on his back.
On his back? Russian, that chicken is standing on his legs.
Give me a stick, I'll kill it.
A fine chef. I hope you killed the roast goose.
Don't worry. He's a dead pigeon. Yeah. That goose is now sizzling in the oven at 400 degrees for
Fahrenheit.
I sneeze.
No. You don't? I can't help laughing at you.
At who?
At you.
Gesundheit.
No. You're crazy. I didn't sneeze.
You didn't? Then give me back my Gesundheit.
Okay, oh, stop it. Look, are you sure you put the roast goose under a hot flame?
Well, positively.
Well, tell me, how did you dress him?
I just put him in one of your old suits.
No, oh, you're impossible. Listen, Russian, when the roast goose is ready, have my English butler serve it.
You got an English butler?
Well, of course.
Has he got bushy eyebrows and a very British face?
Well, that's right.
No wonder that roast goose was wearing a monocle.
Get back in the kitchen. Get out of here. More guests. I wonder who it can be.
Announcing Mr. Groucho Marx.
Well, this is a surprise. Eddie Cantor, as I live and breathe.
What's such a surprise?
You're still living and I'm still breathing.
Well, anyway, it was nice of you to drop in. Aren't you going to congratulate me?
Why, of course. What is it, a boy or a girl?
Groucho, look at me. It's Eddie Cantor.
Well, that's pretty confusing. You gave birth to Eddie Cantor?
No, Groucho, it's my wedding anniversary. Don't you understand? I've been married 29 years to the same woman.
Well, there's no use getting mad at me. You've got no one to blame but yourself.
No, Groucho, please understand. I've been married 29 years to the same woman.
Well, don't give up now. Just hang on. And if nobody calls for her at the end of 30 years, she's yours.
Oh, Dinah, will you come here? Come here, will you? Groucho, I'd like you to meet a lovely Southern belle. This is Dinah Shaw.
Why, Mr. Marks, it sure is a pleasure.
Well, it sure is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Shaw. I'm Shaw.
Thank you. I'm mighty pleased at making your acquaintance, sir.
Listen, kids.
Quiet, Yankee.
Are y'all from the South, Mr. Marks?
Why, sure enough. I'm a big plantation man. I spend most of my time picking tobacco.
By the bale?
No, by the butt.
Groucho, you are certainly loaded with corn.
Well, what do you all expect from a Kentucky colonel?
I see they drafted your writers, too, huh?
What's that?
I said you ought to have new writers.
I've got new writers. I've had a pain in my shoulder for the last 3 weeks.
See you later. Bye now.
Goodbye.
Yeah, Groucho, how about some champagne? You can have your choice. Veuve Clicquot.
I've made my choice.
Quiet. I mean to drink. Veuve Clicquot, vintage 28, or Paul Roger, bottle 32.
Here comes the plug. I'd rather have a short beer, draft 15. Make it Pabst Blue Ribbon. After all, I have 2 children and a sponsor to support in Blue Ribbon Town.
All right, you got that right. But Groucho...
Yes, it was a pretty long speech.
You'll enjoy drinking champagne.
Pretty dull speech,
yeah.
too.
You'll enjoy drinking champagne, Groucho.
Would you mind me making that speech over again?
No! Will you stop now? We're late already. Look. You'll enjoy drinking champagne. Don't you like to have Bubbles tickle your nose?
I don't know. I never met Bubbles. What's her phone number? Maybe she'll let me tickle her nose. Who knows?
Oh, you fool. This is a great party, isn't it, Groucho? I feel marvelous. Just think I've been married 29 years.
Yes, Eddie, it's wonderful. Marriage always makes me feel sentimental. I'll never forget the time I went on my honeymoon. I cried like a baby.
Why?
You know a better way to get to Niagara Falls than half fare?
Soup's on! Oh!
Frighten me
soup's
like
on!
Wait, Russian, when you say soup's on, why do you scream?
It's on me!
Quiet. Groucho, this is my chef, the Mad Russian.
Well, with a face like that, I'd be mad, too. Let me congratulate you, Russian. I've seen off-the-face hats, but this is the first time I ever saw an off-the-face face.
That calls for a duel, sir. And there's only one thing that keeps me from fighting for my honor.
And what's that?
Who's got honor?
He wants to fight a duel. Why, Russian, if you were half a man. Wait a minute, you are half a man. What happened to the other half?
Meat shortage.
Back in the kitchen, monster.
All right, Russian, remember to serve some Philadelphia cream cheese. Understand? Philadelphia cream cheese.
Right, I'll be back in a sneeze with the cheese. Gesundheit.
All right.
Well, I'll see you later, Eddie. My feet are killing me. I think I'll take off my shoes and rest my feet. Or maybe I should take off my feet and rest my shoes. I can always get another pair of feet.
Groucho, if I don't see you later, thanks for coming to my wedding anniversary.
Why, Eddie, are you married?
Of course I'm married. Where do you think I got my 5 children?
Out front, applauding like mad.
Oh, get out. Silly.
Oh, Eddie, this is a grand party. No, I'm having a record made of this program as a souvenir.
Great idea, Harry. A few years from now, you should get a big kick out of it, hearing the whole gang and all the laughs.
Oh, that's right. I wish I could have taken a movie of it so I could see the laughs.
See the laughs?
Yeah. Well, at least the smiles, especially of Gracie and Dinah.
Yes, Harry. They've been having a lot of fun, and it's a pleasure to watch them.
Yes, you're right. It is a pleasure, Eddie, and they certainly bear out what we've been saying about lovely women having attractive smiles. You know, Eddie, they prove a point everyone agrees on, the importance of an attractive smile to a woman's loveliness. But not everyone gives his smile the intelligent care it deserves. And it's so easy, ladies and gentlemen, when you see your dentist regularly and between visits faithfully use iPana toothpaste and gum massage. Because healthy gums are mighty important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles. And iPana is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it is especially designed to give gums the stimulation they need to help keep them firm and healthy. So adopt this famous healthful routine.
Brush your teeth regularly with iPana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra iPana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, for firmer, brighter teeth and naturally a more attractive smile, decide now to massage with iPana toothpaste.
Oh, Harry, what's keeping the mad rush? Is it so hard to get Philadelphia cream cheese?
Well, I don't know. I'll look for him.
Will you?
Oh, Master.
Yes, Cookie.
There's a Western Union boy here with a telegram.
A Western Union? Well, send him in.
Telegram for Eddie Cantor.
It's Jack Benny, a Western Union boy. Jack, you're delivering a telegram? I don't understand.
Well, it's very simple, Eddie. See, I went to Western Union to send you an anniversary wire. Then I figured till they're able to send you a boy, you'll be waiting and waiting. And, you know, Eddie, you know what it is to wait for a boy.
Yes, but, Jack, it doesn't seem right for you to deliver your own telegram.
Why not? I paid for it. I paid for every word of it.
All right.
Myself.
All right, read it, Jack. Read it.
Certainly I'll read it. I paid for it.
I know
too, out of my own money. I paid for the telegram.
Jack, you told me you paid.
I paid out of my own shoe.
Out of your... All right. All right. What does it say?
It says to Eddie Cantor, Beverly Hills. And it's a straight wire. This is not a night letter.
I know. You told me.
I paid for a straight wire.
You told me. It's
I
there.
know.
Read it. Will you please read it?
No, I can show you the receipt.
Please, Jack, read it.
Receipt from Jack Benny, 35
Not the
cents.
receipt. The wire. Read the wire, will you?
You mean the one I paid for?
You...
Heartiest congratulations on your anniversary. Good luck to you and...
Well, go on.
Go on, Eddie. That's 10 words. I paid for the 10 words.
I paid for it. But, Jack, the wire is unfinished. Good luck to me and who? Who, Jack? Who?
Eddie, if you don't know your wife's name by now, don't blame me. I mean, who else could it be? Aunt Jemima, Count Fleet? Who is it?
All right, Jack. You wrote out a wire to me. It's very nice. You delivered it personally. Thanks very much. All right, Jack. I said thanks very much. What are you waiting for?
No tip? I paid for it.
All right, you paid for it. How do you like that, Jack? Hello?
Long distance for Eddie Cantor.
Long distance? What? I'll take it. Hello?
Camper, this is Matt speaking. It's terrible. It's terrible.
Russian, what's so terrible? And why are you calling long distance? Where are you?
I'm in Philadelphia. They got no cream cheese.
Listen, Eddie, I'm sure Jack Benny and Burns and Allen and Groucho Marx and all of your guests would enjoy hearing you sing some of your songs that were popular 29 years ago. How about it?
By the sea, by the sea, by the beautiful sea, you and I, oh, how happy we'll be. When each wave wave comes a-rolling in, we will duck or swim, and we'll float and fool around the water, over and under, and then up for air. Pa's rich, Ma's rich, so no what do we care? I love to be beside your side, beside the seaside, by the beautiful sea.
When you wore a tulip, a sweet yellow tulip, and I wore a big red rose. When you caressed me, 'twas then heaven blessed me. What a blessing, no one knows. You made life cheery when you called me dearie. 'Twas down where the bluegrass grows. Your lips were sweeter than julep when you wore a tulip, and I wore a big red rose.
I love the cows and chickens, but this is the life. This is the life. I love to raise the dickens while I'm cabareting where the band is playing. I love a homemade cider, but I'd rather have wine. No more picking berries, me for cocktail cherries. This is the life. This is the life. This is the life for mine. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Jack Benny, George Burns, Gracie Allen, Groucho Marx. It's really been a wonderful anniversary for me.
Master, pardon the interruption.
What is it, Cookie?
But did you know that the last 17 minutes of last week's program only went as far as Colorado and never reached the East? I wonder why.
The jokes were too old to make the trip. No, Cookie, look. The lines were down. We had to tell the people because they've been writing in and wiring. But be with us next week, ladies and gentlemen, when our guest will be my very good friend, Joey Brown. And in the meantime, don't forget the two products that make our Wednesdays together possible. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. And so remember, I love to spend each Wednesday with you. As friend to friend, I'm sorry it's through. Good night.
This summer, if you're planning to go camping, don't. If you're looking forward to midnight swims, don't.
Sneak on back to the campsite. Get some matches. Build us a hot fire. Don't be long.
And if you're thinking about being with someone where no one can see you, don't. Because this summer, A Legend of Terror isn't just a campfire story anymore.
They say he smashed his way through the bunk room door, just a mass of flames. Burned alive, cried out, I will return! I will have my revenge! He lives on whatever he can catch. Right now, he's out there, watching, waiting. Who's there?
What happened one summer 5 years ago is about to happen again, and again, and again. The Burning.
Up next, you will go on a journey into Dimension X.
The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, bring you Dimension X.
My name is Donald Hasten, private investigator. Maybe you heard about me. I cracked the Turner kidnapping back in 1946. It wasn't very hard. I paid off a few stool pigeons and went right to the hideout. It did my reputation a lot of good, though. Enough good for me to be called into the mayor's office down at City Hall to see Big Mike Flaherty himself.
Well, sit down, Hasten. Sit down.
Thanks.
You'll have to forgive me for speaking so low.
That's a bad case of laryngitis.
Yes, it is. Hasten, I've been a fool.
You didn't get to be mayor of a city like this by being a fool.
Well, you know, Hasten, when you get old, you want to believe a lot of things. You want to believe so hard that sometimes you throw your common sense right out of the window. You get hardening of the cranial arteries to become stupid.
Well, what's the pitch, Mr. Mayor? You didn't call me in to discuss the philosophy of growing old gracefully.
Hasten, I want you to do some investigating for me. Naturally, it must be confidential.
This is a confidential business.
All right. Yesterday, a man came into this office and sold me a vial of radioactive water that he called the elixir of life. It's supposed to cure you of any disease and keep you healthy enough so you live 100 years.
It's none of my business, Mr. Mayor, but how much did you drop on this gold brick?
It's about $50,000.
You don't seem the type somehow.
Come a little closer, Hasten. I'm going to tell you something my political opponents would give their right arms to know. This isn't laryngitis.
It isn't?
It's inaccessible for surgery. X-rays would be dangerous. How much time I have left, I don't know. But I live like a man who's going to the chair. Hasten, if I want a vacation, I pack up and go. If I want a drink, I take one. If somebody comes to me with a vial of liquid and says it'll keep me alive, I think twice before I throw him out as a crackpot.
What do you want me to do? Get your money back?
No, the money isn't important.
You mean if the loyal opposition got hold of the story, they could use it against you?
That's part of it, Hasten. However, you don't have the whole picture yet. Shortly after I bought the stuff, I received an anonymous phone call. I was warned not to take it. I was told it was poison and would kill me in a matter of seconds.
Ah, the plot thickens.
You can appreciate my position. I feel like a man who can either save his life or destroy himself by taking that stuff.
Well, the phone call might be a hoax.
Yes, and so might the elixir of life.
Yeah, very likely. What do you want me to do about it?
Investigate the man who sold it to me. Find out who's behind him, what he knows, where he goes. Nothing else, I want that 50 grand back.
What's in it for me?
$1 grand. If he's on the level. 10% if you get the dough back. Deal?
Deal.
Here's the vial. And here's his card.
Uh-huh. Arthur C. Lehman, longevity expert, 45 Billings Court. Okay, Mr. Mayor, you got yourself a boy.
Good. I'll leave your working name and phone number with my secretary. I'll have her send you a check.
Right, I'll call you.
You were in there a long time. How'd you make out?
Swell. I bought the outer drive for only $10 and the cost of mailing.
That's kind of high. Last week we were selling it for only $5.
I'm sorry. I've been listening to too many detective programs.
It isn't polite to stare.
I was just wondering what your name was.
Sign on the desk says Katharina Cooper.
I'll call you Kathy. Oh, I'm supposed to leave my name and phone number.
Go ahead.
The name is Donald Hasten. But then you knew that, honey. You've been listening to the mayor call me by it for the last half hour. You forgot to shut off the intercom switch. Big Mike's getting kind of careless, isn't he? The look on her face said she was feeding me to the vultures piece by piece. I left my card and walked out. By the time I got home, it was dusk. It was the time of early evening when every bachelor wishes he wasn't one, especially after meeting a girl like Kathy. The phone began to ring just as I put my key in the latch. I made it on the fourth ring. Hello?
Is this Mr. Donald Hastings?
I live alone and don't like it. Were you expecting someone else to answer?
This is a warning, Mr. Hastings. Don't touch your bed.
I'm sorry, but I don't like to sleep on the floor. The joys of being a private detective. Oh, hello, Jocko. How's my boy? That's a good boy. Oh, Jocko, be glad you're not a private detective with all kinds of crackpots calling you up and trying to get your goat. Nice boy. Sometimes I wish I had shaggy ears like you so I couldn't hear them. Come on, boy, come on. In the bedroom for a change or something comfortable. Come on, boy. You want to go out? Well, you just wait until I sit down here and get these shoes. Hey there, don't jump on that bedspread. Now, you know better than me. Jocko! Jocko! Oh, God. The bedspread closed on him the way a Venus flytrap closes on a fly. When I looked more closely, I saw that the bedspread had silvery threads of fine spring steel woven into it. It had been set like a bear trap to spring shut and strangle anything that touched it. Somebody wanted to get rid of me pretty badly, somebody to whom I had suddenly become very dangerous. Instead, they got Jocko. My poor little Jocko. I decided to take a fast drive over to Billings Court to see Arthur Lehman, longevity expert.
Well, what?
I'm looking for Mr. Lehman's office.
I'm the janitor.
You didn't need to explain.
He isn't in. Mr. Lehman isn't in.
I just said I was looking for his office.
Oh, a detective.
No, I'm really a vacuum cleaner salesman. I just had these credentials printed up for fun. Here, buy your wife a muskrat coat.
I can't take any money. I'll just keep this till it's spent.
What floor is it on?
Up those steps, rear.
Thanks. Now, let's see now. I ought to have one that fits this. There we are. Now, there should be a light switch somewhere. Let's see if I can...
Perhaps I can be of assistance. Looking for someone?
Mr. Lehman?
Yes.
The janitor told me you weren't in, so I...
You picked the lock.
Yes, I hope you don't mind.
Not at all.
If you'd put down the gun.
I like to hold it. It gives me a feeling of power. Now, Mr.
Hasten.
Mr. Hasten, if you will tell me just who you are and what you're doing here.
I couldn't sleep. My bed had a dead dog in it. I thought I should consult a health expert.
Who sent you?
Nobody sent me. I'm like Topsy. I just growed. I'd like to keep on growing, Mr. Lehman. I don't like people trying to kill me. And I don't like people killing my dog.
What makes you think I would try to kill you?
Just a hunch.
If I really wanted to kill you, I could do it right now, perfectly legally, since you broke in here.
That'd be hard to prove.
Fortunately for you, Mr. Hasten, I don't have the faintest interest in trying to kill you. On the contrary, it was I who telephoned and warned you about that bed.
You know about that phone call?
I ought to. I made it.
What's the pitch, Mr. Lehman?
I can't tell you what the pitch is, Mr. Hasten, but I will tell you this. Give that vial of liquid back to Flaherty and let him cure himself.
Or poison himself.
Sure.
Look, Mr. Lehman, I wasn't born yesterday. Don't give me this elixir of life stuff. There ain't no such thing. And don't try to top me off this case by pretending you're on my side.
Mr. Hasten, I warn you, you're playing around with something much too big for you to handle. That vial is the only one of its kind in existence today. The liquid it contains will cure Flaherty if he drinks it.
You know, I've seen lots of carnival men peddling flukum and ink sticks, but you're good. You almost convinced me. Almost, but not quite.
You're a very stubborn fool, Mr. Hasten.
Give back that 50 grand and I'll become very unstubborn.
I have a suggestion.
I'll bet you do.
Why don't you siphon off the tiniest drop of that elixir and have it tested on, say, a rabbit? Then, if it's non-poisonous, you can go back to Flaherty and have him drink it.
And while we're proving it's Carmel water, you're on a fast boat to outer Mongolia with 50 G's.
Come with me.
Where to?
A reputable biological laboratory, any one you choose.
Suppose I don't want to play.
Then I'll kill you. You will feel my gun against your side, so don't try anything. Shall we go?
Before we do, just one thing.
Well?
If you didn't try to kill me, who did?
Who else knew about it?
Nobody. Nobody except Flaherty, you, me, and Flaherty's secretary.
Shall we go, Mr. Hasten?
Yes, I believe I could make such a test. Of course, it would mean injecting at least a cc into an infected guinea pig. Then we'd have to wait and do a biopsy.
How long would it take?
24 hours at least.
Okay, how much?
$50.
My friend will pay you.
Your friend?
Yeah, the gentleman who... Holy jumping sunfish.
Sir?
Look, you saw me come in with a guy just a minute ago, didn't you?
Yes, sir, but he left when you started talking to me.
Isn't that just dandy?
Is something wrong?
No, nothing much. You know what Barnum said about one being born every minute?
Yes, sir.
Well, he was talking about me. Well, I better get going.
Oh, yes, sir. Oh, sir, what about that test?
Okay, I suppose you might as well do it just for laughs. Send the report on the bill to Donald Hasten, private investigator, Cater Building.
Yes, sir.
I knew there wasn't much point in going back after Lehman. He was probably well on his way by this time. It was an all-around phony story from beginning to end. But still somewhere, hanging around the edges of my brain, was a funny kind of hunch. If Lehman had wanted to kill me, then who called me up to warn me? Lehman himself? Why? It didn't figure. I stopped to look up an address in the phone book, and then I invested 10 cents.
Hello?
Kathy?
Yes?
This is Sherlock.
Oh, I'm glad
Glad?
that you called. I wanted to apologize to you for eavesdropping this afternoon.
Why don't you do it over a cup of coffee? I have to talk to you.
It's very late.
We'll sleep late tomorrow, please.
All right. Well, I meet you.
There's a coffee shop near your place. I'll be there in 15 minutes. She came in wearing a blue nylon dress and a short gray jacket. They went real well with her blue eyes and soft blonde hair. She seemed genuinely happy to see me. It threw me for a few seconds. And then I reminded myself I had already won the P.T. Barnum Award once that night. Sit down, Kathy.
What is it?
Do you know a man named Arthur C. Lehman?
Am I supposed to?
I'll refresh your memory. I had a talk with His Honor about him.
I don't remember.
Look, I used to have a little Scotch terrier named Jocko. We liked each other. He used to lick my hand. All I want to know is, are you mixed up in it? What goes on?
I don't know anything about it.
Listen, Kathy, maybe I'm getting sentimental in my old age, but for a moment there, when you walked in, I thought you seemed genuinely glad to see me. Was it because you were glad I was still alive? Come on, give.
Don, I liked you. You're a nice guy. Why don't you let it alone? Call Flaherty and turn down the assignment. Give him back his vial and tell him you're not interested in finding Lehman. Would you do it?
If you want to help me so much, why not tell me what it's all about?
I can't. I'd like to, but I can't. I've told you too much already.
Somebody's got you real scared, honey. Who is it? You're too nice a girl to be mixed up in this garbage with a guy like Lehman. Come on, tell me.
I can't. Just believe that, please. Get out of it now before it's too late.
Okay, honey, you can play it that way if you want, but to me it's as thin as a bowl of restaurant soup. Poor Jocko knew something and couldn't tell me. You know something and you won't tell me. Good night. I didn't go home. I spent the night in a local YMCA, and I didn't sleep very well. It went around and around in my brain like a squirrel in a cage, but it didn't add up to anything when it came out. In the morning, I went straight to my office and locked myself in with a bottle of gin. By 10 o'clock, I had decided to quit the job, but before I could call Flaherty and tell him, the phone rang. Go ahead.
Mr. Hasten?
You got it.
This is Dr. Gregory of the Bayside Biological Laboratory.
If you want the money...
It isn't about the money.
What's up?
Mr. Hasten, do you have the formula for that serum you gave me?
No, I know a guy who might, but he's in outer Mongolia by now. Why?
Well, I've never seen anything quite like it. I don't know if it was just a freak of fate or
What
not.
happened?
Well, that pig, that diseased guinea pig, Mr. Hasten, well, it completely recovered in 12 hours. Not only that, Mr. Hasten, but there is not a trace of the malignancy. That pig looks healthy enough to live another 100 years.
I could feel the sweat soaking into my undershirt as I put down the receiver. Where do we go from here? Was Lehman on the level after all? The next stop was Lehman's office. Maybe he wasn't in outer Mongolia. It was noon before I got there. The same janitor was on duty in the same dirty lobby. Hello there.
Hi. You want something?
Lehman.
Who?
Lehman.
Never heard of him.
Now, wait a minute, Junior. You remember me. Last night, $5, rear office, first floor.
I don't know what you're talking about, mister.
Oh, you want another $5, huh, Junior? Well, this time I don't buy. Get out of my way.
Now, listen, mister. I can't let you just walk into that office.
I'll try to stop you if you want to work tomorrow.
But there's nobody in there. That office has...
We'll see about that, Junior, right now. Holy mackerel.
I told you, mister.
The room was bare. There were caps on the electrical outlets. Everything in the room was covered by a 6 weeks accumulation of dust that was undisturbed except for the footprints of the janitor and myself. Yet yesterday there had been a rug, telephones, desks, chairs, file cabinets. I checked the door number. 1B, that was it, all right. Then I checked the janitor. He was standing there just looking stupid. But he looked a little too stupid. I figured I could make him talk, so I tried an old trick. I reached inside my hat band, took out an ordinary pin, and jabbed him hard on the arm.
Hey, Al! What's the big idea, mister?
Sit down, Junior. Sit down over here on the window ledge.
Okay. Now, listen, I don't know anything.
Maybe you saw something like this in the movies, Junior. There's this guy, see, a killer. And he sticks another guy with a needle that has a slow poison on the end of it, like I have, right in this little glass vial. See it? And only this killer has the antidote. If the other guy doesn't talk, it's curtains in 1 minute. If he does, the killer will give him the antidote. Okay, Junior, talk.
Well, I don't believe you. There's no poison in that pin. It's a joke.
It's up to you, Junior. Don't you feel something different, though? Feel your heart speed up a little from the poison?
Now, listen, I don't know anything.
It makes you sweat, too. When it reaches the brain, that's when it really begins to work. You got 30 seconds to spill. Otherwise...
Please.
25 seconds.
Okay. He was here. He gave me $100 to forget it. He rented the office only a couple of days ago, and then last night he said he was moving out. Said I shouldn't mention to anybody that he'd been here. And our lady was gone. Files, furniture, and all. Don't know how he moved all that stuff out so fast. Now, that's all I know. Honest, that's all I know. Now, for God's sake, mister, give me that stuff. Don't let me just croak. I feel it in my blood.
Relax, Junior. There was no poison. You're all right.
A trick.
Yeah, a trick. Thanks for the information.
A trick? He tricked me. He said he'd kill me.
Thanks again. There was Mr. Hasten again, right back on the horns of ye old dilemma. The only thing I knew for sure at this point was that the serum was apparently not poisonous. And since my client was most concerned with that, I made my next stop the office of His Honor, Mayor Big Mike Flaherty. I had the vial in my coat pocket. Hello, beautiful.
Oh.
I want to see His Honor.
He isn't in.
I'll go into his office and wait.
You can't.
But I can. Come on in. I want to talk to you anyway.
Please.
Come on. Shut the door, huh? No? Okay, I'll shut it. Now sit. Okay, baby. Let's have a heart-to-heart conversation.
I see you didn't listen to my warning.
No, I didn't. What's more, I found out that this Lehman character is on the level about the serum. It works.
You found that out, too.
That's right. It leads me to an interesting conclusion, Kathy. Namely, that you're the one who tried to booby-trap me.
All right. Have it your way. What do you intend to do?
Well, first, I'm going to give Flaherty that serum and let him cure himself.
You mustn't do that.
Why not?
I can't tell you, but you mustn't. Down in a few minutes, Mike Flaherty will be here. Before he comes, I'll have to ask you to give me that serum.
Try again. I don't hear so good.
Maybe you'll hear this. It works, too, so don't try anything.
Well, so now it comes out. Okay, Kathy, if you want to play that way, go ahead.
Give me that serum.
Why don't you shoot?
I warn you, I may have no choice. Give it to me.
Pull the trigger, baby. You're weakening.
Don, please, don't make me kill you. Please.
What is it, baby? True love or just weak in the knees?
Oh,
You better hand me that gun.
Oh, Don, what can I do? I'm so mixed up.
Yeah, that's better. Now, what is it, Kathy? You're no killer. Tell me what's going on here. Maybe I can help you. You gotta trust me.
No, I can't, Don. Believe me. I want to, but it's against the prime injunction.
The what?
You wouldn't understand. There's no way I could make you understand. Only believe me, Don, because I love you. You mustn't let Lehman succeed in giving that serum to Mike Flaherty. The consequences would be unimaginable.
You know, Kathy, if you had come to me and leveled right at the start, maybe we could have worked something out. Maybe I'd be listening to you now. But you're a little late because I just heard Big Mike come into the outer office. He'll be here in a second.
Don't, please.
Come in.
How do you do?
Lehman.
I see she's been trying to get the vial from you, Mr. Hasten. I was afraid of that. I came over to make certain that Mr. Flaherty is permitted to drink the serum.
Well, that's very noble of you, Lehman, but I don't quite understand it. You have your 50 grand. What do you care whether Mike Flaherty lives or dies?
Mr. Hasten, if Mike Flaherty dies, the opposition candidate will win the next election. That means a new political party will come into dominance in this city. The next president will be a representative of that party. I am most anxious to see that that does not happen. The entire future of our country, indeed, the history of the world, would be affected by it.
He's telling the truth, Don. But events must be allowed to take their normal course.
Don't listen to her, Hasten. She's tried to kill you once. She'd do it again. You know I'm telling the truth about that serum. She wants to see Flaherty die. Go ahead, ask her.
It's true, isn't it, Kathy? You want Mike Flaherty to die.
You don't understand.
Listen, I'm getting pretty fed up with being told I don't understand. Understand what? I understand that in the past 24 hours, somebody's tried to kill me. I understand that Lehman's serum will cure a guinea pig and probably a human. I understand that unless I'm completely insane, the entire contents of Lehman's office vanished in a few minutes. I understand that you two seem to be more concerned with some nonsense that's going to take place in the future than... Holy smokes. Oh, no, it's too fantastic. It's just too fantastic to even think about.
Something troubling you, Mr. Hasten? Perhaps I can help you.
Perhaps you can, Lehman. I'm going to ask you just one question.
Very well.
When are you from? That does it, doesn't it, Mr. Lehman? I've guessed your game.
I'm afraid you have, Mr. Hasten. I am, as you surmise, a traveler from the future. And since you've stumbled upon it, perhaps Miss Cooper here would like to fill in her part of the story. But before she does, up your hands, both of you. Higher. Don't move. I'll take that gun, Mr. Hasten. Now, Miss Cooper, you may enlighten our backward friend.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Both Lehman and myself are from the future, Don.
Why didn't you tell me?
I couldn't. The prime injunction to time travelers is never to reveal their identity. The penalty is death. Since you've guessed it as we feared you might, there's no point in trying to conceal anything further.
Go on.
Mr. Lehman's a fugitive from the era in which we live. Using one of our time machines, he came back to your time. And he sought to change things so that he'd be in a position of great power in the future.
How do you figure to do that?
If Flaherty lived long enough, he could dominate the political picture in America.
You're almost right, except in one detail, Miss Cooper. Flaherty will not survive. He will live only long enough to gain a position of political dominance. Then I will remove him, and my own ancestor will take over the reins of power, leaving them eventually to me.
I get it now. But there's one thing that bothers me. Who was trying to kill me?
I was. You see, I was sent here to track down Lehman. I set that spring before I met you, as soon as Flaherty hired you to help him. I did it on orders from the council. They were afraid you'd be successful in saving Flaherty's life. Then, unfortunately, I fell in love with you and couldn't go through with it. I called and warned you.
You took credit for that, Lehman.
I wanted to enlist you on my side, Mr. Hasten. However, it makes little difference at this point, since you know the entire story. I have little choice now.
Do you think you can get away with this?
I believe I can, Mr. Hasten.
There are two of us here who know your plans.
By the time Mr. Flaherty returns to his office, there will be only one, myself. Goodbye, Mr. Hasten. It has been a pleasure.
Not without a fight, you... Not many people know how it feels to be shot in the forehead. I saw Kathy jump toward the desk and push a button I hadn't noticed before. I remember a thud as if I'd been sandbagged, and then watching in amazement as the crimson spread down the front of my shirt. Then there was a loud roaring noise and everything went black. I died.
Don't try to move, Don. Don't move yet. It'll take a few minutes for you to feel like yourself.
What? Holy jumping sunfish. I'm sitting in Flaherty's office. The blood. There was blood on my shirt, and it's gone now.
Here, drink this.
I don't understand it. Have I been dreaming? Is the whole thing nothing but a nightmare? Well, it seemed so real that there was a man named Lehman. He pointed a gun at my head and shot me. I felt it, I tell you, I felt it.
Don, listen to me. Listen carefully. There isn't much time. And please, darling, please, this time, believe me. Listen.
Go ahead.
You were in this room. Lehman did shoot you. He killed you.
You're insane.
No. What he didn't know was that this office is a time machine. We rigged it that way, hoping to trap him here and take him back to future time. When I saw he was about to shoot you, I jumped for the switch that sets the machine into reverse. We went back into the past, before he killed you. That's where you are now. It's only a few minutes before Lehman is going to knock on that door and come into the office.
But it's too fantastic to believe, Kathy.
It's true.
What can I do?
Break the vow. Break it now before Lehman gets here. And then, when he comes, get the jump on him. Since you're the one who went back in time, you'll remember, but Lehman won't.
What'll happen to us?
We'll appeal to the council. Perhaps they'll let us stay together.
I can't make my brain believe this, Kathy.
You must, Don. Don, for our own sake, for the future's sake. Break the vial now. In a moment, it'll be too late.
Well, I don't know, Kathy. Flaherty, his life depends on this little glass bottle.
Don, please. It's Lehman. Don, you've got to decide now. Now, quick. Thank God.
Come in, Mr. Lehman. We're ready for you.
You've just heard another adventure into the unknown world of the future. The world of... Dimension Dimension X is presented each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of the magazine Astounding Science Fiction. Today, Dimension X has presented Untitled Story from the current issue of Astounding Science Fiction. It was written for radio by George Lefferts from the story by Frank M. Robinson. Featured in the cast were George Petrie as Hasten, Ann Sargent as Kathy, Bernard Lenrow as Lehman. Your host was Norman Rose, music by Albert Berman. Dimension X is produced by William Welch and directed by Fred Way. Dragnet, the story of your police force, is next on NBC.
better get bright, pal. We got a show to do. Then we got to figure out some way to collect that gate money. Get it to the Cook County Assessor's office as soon as they open in the morning.
Joliet, Jake, and Elwood Blues. Two men with a mission, and only 11 days.
And don't come back until you've redeemed yourselves.
Our Lady of Blessed Acceleration, don't fail me now. Beat! Feel it! Cut!
For me and the Lord, we gotta understand it.
We're on a mission from God.
Lots of space in this mall.
Walking around every day playing games and taking scores. Trying to make other people lose their mind. Well, be careful you don't lose yours. Yeah,
How are you gonna raise $5,000 in 11 days without ripping off somebody?
Dance to the jailhouse rock. Dance to the jailhouse rock. Dance to the jailhouse rock. Dance to the jailhouse rock.
I remain celibate for you.
Hit it.
My heart's calculating. My true love will be waiting. If my estimations are correct, we should be very close to the Honorable Richard J. Daley Plaza. That's where they got that Picasso. Yep.
Two guys come in here, black suits, black hats, one carrying a briefcase?
Yeah, I just sent him down there.
Thank you.
John Belushi,
How much for your wife?
Dan Aykroyd,
After the gig, maybe we could, hang out together.
James Brown,
I heard the sound in my car.
Cab Calloway, Ray Charles,
You know depreciation, man.
Carrie Fisher,
I must now kill you and your brother.
Aretha Franklin,
You're living with me now, and you're not gonna go sliding around with your old white woman friends.
Henry Gibson,
He better pray the police get to him before we do.
and the Blues Brothers Band.
Let's go, boys.
The Blues Brothers.
Are you the police?
No, ma'am. We're musicians.
Take a trip back and pay a visit to Fort Laramie. Coming up next.
At the gallop, follow!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier, the saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire, and the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
I think maybe I'm wearing thin on this stable detail, Beam. This is 3 days running we drew this duty.
Anytime you want to tell me something I don't know, I'm willing to listen, Harrison.
Tomorrow morning, come fatigue call, I got a mind to bust out of line and volunteer for something more elevating.
I don't see how there's a job on this post more elevating than readying up a stable.
You ain't ever got a complaint, have you?
There's a long list of things I ain't never got, Harrison.
A man ought to want change in his life. He ought to seek it out, try for it. Change, that's what keeps a man's interest alive.
When you bust out of line tomorrow morning, why don't you volunteer for post chaplain?
Now, you think you got off a good one there, don't you, Beam? You're just right pleased with your fine touch of humor.
I thought you knew I was comical.
Oh, I'm standing here near busting laughing. That's how comical you are.
I'll make this arrangement with you, Harrison. I won't talk to you if you won't talk to me.
I'd admire to do that. I just admire to. Beam? Now, come on, Beam. You hear me all right.
That's one of the shortest arrangements I ever had.
Yeah, well, let's rest a spell.
I'm agreeable.
Rest a spell. And have a chaw.
You're getting more likable, Harrison.
No sense in us going at each other. Working as close as we do, living as close. I want to make friends with you, Beam.
Starting when?
This minute.
You ain't one for ceremony now, are you?
Couple of good friends, where we are. It's only right we should rest a spell and have a chaw.
I'm willing.
You, got a chaw, ain't you?
You talking about tobacco?
Of course I am.
I can't call a time I had a plug tobacco.
You lying to me, Beam.
Now, we being such good friends the way we are, why should I lie to you?
You chawing, ain't you? Been chawing all morning.
Well, sure I'm chawing.
You ain't chawing tobacco. What are you rolling around on your tongue? Shifting one side of your mouth to the other.
Knickknack.
Say that again.
Knickknack.
You being comical again, Beam?
You're just a boy. I keep forgetting. You don't recollect the war much.
I recollect the war better than I recollect that whatchamacallit.
It's bark. Injuns taught us Yanks about it. Red willow bark, I think it is. Anyways, they'd cut it deep from the trees, cut it into shreds. They used it most for smoking.
You cut into any red willow trees up here on the high plains, Beam?
Well, not me. But last time we was down on the agency, I got me some off a squaw.
I swear you're lying to me.
Why, here, in my pocket. Help yourself. You hankering for a chaw? Makes one.
Well, it's dry as sand.
Well, you got to work it some.
Oh, you got... Ooh, that tastes funny. You sure this stuff's off a willow tree?
Red willow.
Or how come they look so pleasing and taste so bad?
Well, I didn't say it was good. You wanted a chaw, I obliged you.
Yes.
Yeah, I said you was just a boy.
When sometimes I'm hungry, I don't eat a polecat because that's all I got handy.
You got a taste for tobacco. Why don't you buy yourself some? The sutler keeps a fine line. A Bull Durham, seal in North Carolina.
You know why I don't buy. I got no money. Same as you. Same as every trooper on this post. That paymaster ain't been through here in 4 months.
And before that, it was 6.
No money. Pliny, he won't give me no more credit.
You ain't all alone, you know, Harrison. Ain't nobody been paid in 4 months' time.
I'm going to do something, Bean. I don't rightly know what it is now, but that Pliny, he's going to give me some more credit somehow.
Major Daggett, sir?
Oh, Captain Quince. He's about to send for you.
Yes, sir?
I thought this morning's drill went very well.
Seemed to.
But there's one thing that's becoming a problem. Selecting my orderly for the day. I want you to give some thought to it.
In what way?
Well, as I say, the drill seems sharp enough. Soldiering generally is good. The men are keeping the post in good order. The men themselves are the problem about this orderly business.
Let's see now. The book says the neatest and smartest trooper will be chosen as orderly of the day for the commanding officer.
It's supposed to be an honor, Captain. A recognition for good soldiering. Lately, my orderlies have been smart enough, but the neatness is severely lacking.
I'll speak to B Company about it, sir.
We still employ laundresses at Fort Laramie, Captain. And the clothing allowances are far better than they used to be.
Well, when they come.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Just that the paymaster hasn't stopped here since mid-spring.
4 months. I'm aware of that.
Summer soldiering's tough, Major. Campaigns are hard, weather's hot. Neat and clean is a big order.
A good soldier will still make the effort. Pass the word, Captain.
Yes, sir.
Oh, now then. You want to see me about something?
Yeah? The paymaster. I wondered if he's heading our way at all.
Are you running short of funds, Captain?
I'm not asking for myself, sir.
Let's see. Last word I had, he was here at Fort Omaha. And with the stops to make between here and there, I can't say with certainty when we should expect him.
That'd mean stops at Fort Kearney, McPherson, here at the North Platte Station, and Fort Mitchell before he gets here.
Unless he cuts off down to Fort Sidney after he leaves North Platte Station.
Well, 4 months is a long time for the men to go without pay, Major.
I know it. Unfortunately, the route and schedule of the paymaster is not within my province. Oh, are there hardship cases, Lee?
I'm hearing no complaints directly.
I don't like it either. But they're fed and clothed, and I'm sure Pliny's doing the best he can in the way of extending credit.
You are?
Well, he'd be a fool not to.
Pliny likes money, Major. Got a real respect for it. I don't think he feels just the same toward extending credit.
Yes, that's... well, I don't know. It's not enough. No, that's not nearly enough. Oh, I might want to put it in a safer place, though. Yes, I might want to do that. So I'll just put it in these sacks here. Well, yeah, it feels good then.
Morning, Pliny.
Be with you in just a minute.
What do you call that stuff?
Why, money, Sergeant. Yes, money.
Oh, now, Pliny, you don't call that money. You get alone with a couple of sacks of that, and you know blame well you call it sweetheart or something loving like that.
Oh, that's not true. No. I call it money. No, really, I do. Money.
What you gonna do? Bury it, see if it'll grow?
Indeed not. That can be very dangerous, you know, burying money. Just get these sacks here.
Say, you're getting some shin plasters in there with the big bills.
Oh, my, I wish they'd quit making them. It's confusing. You think you got a nice roll of bills, and then some of them 3-cent notes get in there, and gee. Yeah, Besides, it won't, you know.
It won't?
No, indeed. No, indeed. An exploded theory years ago.
What is?
If you bury money, it will not grow.
Well, now, I learned something today.
Yeah, yes, many years ago, too. Let's see here. There, that completes. Fine. Now, just put these sacks in my safe and everything. You wanted to buy something?
What kind of cigars you got?
Oh, we got some fine Havanas, just the best there is. Here, I keep them over in the cabinet by the door, under lock and key.
Pliny. It's me, Sergeant Gorse.
Yes, I see who it is. Oh, yeah. Well, I've got long 9s, supers, and short 6s.
And I got a 3-cent shin plaster.
Where?
Right here.
Oh, yes. Yeah, so you have. 3 cents. Well. Now, these short 6s are nice.
They give them away in saloons.
Oh, they give them away? Free?
Try not to think on it, Pliny. It might make you queasy.
Free? Oh, my goodness.
Sometimes I pay as high as a cent for 2 of them.
2 for a cent? Well, now, I might let you have 1 super, but just 1, mind you, for 3 cents.
I had my mouth set for a long 9 after supper.
Oh, now, you don't really expect that, Sergeant. A long 9 for 3 cents? Why, I'd stand to lose. Oh, yeah. Let me see now. How much would I
You'd stand to make 2 cents easy.
But these are from New England, Sergeant. Tell the truth, I'm running short of them. Now, this is the last barrel, and
You're practically forcing me into a saloon, Pliny.
You're really desperate for a good smoke, aren't you?
Not near as desperate as you are for my last 3 cents.
You, won't bandy this about the post?
I could bandy my head off, and there wouldn't be no run on your store, Pliny. The way that paymaster takes his time, I stand to be one of the few men at Fort Laramie that's still got a 3-cent note.
Yes, well, now, let me see. Long 9? Well, I don't know. All right, help yourself, Sergeant. 2-1 for 3 cents.
Afternoon, Mr. Sabbats.
Oh, good afternoon, Captain Quince.
Working on your journal and taking the air at the same time, huh?
Too hot in my quarters, a bit more of a breeze out here.
You feel the breeze off these plains. You're an optimist, Mr. Sabbats. It's hot. Hot as sin.
Wonder if it's this hot where the paymaster is.
Not near as hot as where most of the men wish he was.
Oh, I didn't mean that, sir.
I did. You feeling the pinch, too, Mr. Sabbats?
No, sir. I'm fine, thank you, Captain. I was just thinking maybe it's the weather delaying the paymaster again. Last time it was snow.
It was last month, wasn't it? Well, last month you passed that tobacco around among the men.
My uncle sent it, the one in Connecticut. I wrote him, sort of suggested it'd be nice to get some more, but either he hadn't gotten the letter yet or he didn't get the idea.
It was a good thing, Mr. Sabbats.
Thank you, sir.
You still serving on the Council of Administration?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, I am.
Still have charge of the post fund, do you?
That's part of the duty.
How much money in it?
Let me see now. I have the exact figures in the ledger up in my quarters. I'll run up and get
Oh,
them.
never mind that. You got an idea how much, haven't you?
Well, I'd have to think a moment. According to the general orders, the sutler pays 10 cents for every officer and enlisted man. That's 10 cents a month, payable every 2 months.
About $30 a month, then.
Roughly that.
$360 a year. Have we had any cause to disturb it recently, Mr. Sabbats?
Well, we bought garden seeds a couple of months ago. That's in accordance with Provision D of the general orders.
Mm-hmm.
And before that, we took some out to buy newspapers. That's according to the last part of Provision C.
I just wanted an idea of how much, Mr. Sabbats.
I think close to $500, very close to that.
Suppose we let the men draw on it till the paymaster comes.
Draw on it?
Yeah, borrow it.
For what purpose?
Tobacco, beer, whatever use they want to put it to.
But the general orders are specific as to the uses of the fund, Captain.
I'm aware of that,
To make
but
an independent decision, That is to say, this order comes from the Adjutant General's office. I have a copy of them here. When I was appointed to the Council of Administration, I made the orders part of my personal record.
No need to read me the orders, Mr. Seibert.
Oh, no trouble, sir. I'll be glad to refresh my own memory. Here it is. General Orders number 22, dated April 7, 1866. Well, the first part deals with the sutler requiring that he make this payment for the privilege he enjoys as post-trader.
I just thought if the men could look on it like it was their own money, not a handout.
Oh, here's the part I was talking about, sir. The post fund is to be used for A, the expenses of a bakehouse, B, the establishment of a post school for uneducated soldiers who might desire schooling. Oh, and for the children of the soldiers.
I was thinking more like a plug of tobacco.
C, the establishment of a library and the purchase of newspapers. D, for the purchase of garden seeds. Oh, that's the provision I mentioned previously.
Tobacco or a glass of beer. You know, this hot weather, a man ought to enjoy a glass of beer.
And then finally, provision E provides...
Mr. Seiberts.
Yes, sir?
I'm getting the idea there's no provision for beer and tobacco when the paymaster's late.
That's correct, sir. I'm sorry to say that there isn't.
Well, thank you for your time, Mr. Seiberts.
Captain Quince, I could get a letter off to the Adjutant General's office asking for clarification.
Oh, no, that's a bad habit to get in, writing Washington for clarification. You get into that, you'd have to give up soldiering.
I think maybe I'll go face him alone, Beam. You could linger outside here, in case I needed help or like that.
You got a scheme. I want to hear what it is.
I had a scheme I wouldn't mind telling you. First thought comes fresh into my mind. I'm going to say it to Pliny. Sometimes the first thing I think is best.
You want to take some knick-knack before you traipse in there? Might work up your courage.
I want no such thing. You linger here now.
Look around if you like. Be with you as soon as I close the safe.
Take your time, Pliny.
There we are. Now then, what can I do for you? It's you, Trooper. I thought it might be a customer.
I mean to be. Now, what I had in mind...
Trooper Harrison, we've been through this before. Many times. Oh, any number of times.
We have no such thing. Not this
credit. I've been extremely generous about extending credit.
Not recent, Gene.
Oh, but you're wrong. You're wrong. Last evening I was looking over my accounts. Now, the paymaster is 4 months late, as it is.
Now, I know that without looking into my accounts.
Hear me out, boy. Now, hear me out. Well, I discover that if you give me your full 4 months' pay, we'd still have some accounting to do, you and I.
You think I'd come in here, face the shame of asking your favor if it wasn't real important?
No, I don't know, would you?
A man's got his pride, Pliny.
Yes, I suppose so. And next to a man with good credit, give me a man with pride. Every time. Every time.
It's my ma, Pliny. My old gray-haired ma.
No. Oh.
Guess you know how I feel about my old ma.
Well, of course I do, indeed. Of course. Your old ma. Why, sure.
Well, now, she's got a big day coming real soon. And it come to me...
Say, another big day?
What do you mean?
Well, last night, you remember the accounts? I noticed she had a birthday just a few weeks ago.
She did?
Yes. Oh, we got up a nice selection of gifts for her. 6 plugs of tobacco. And it seems to me we tucked in some cigars for Mother.
Fine Kentucky woman, my old ma.
Oh, yeah. And the month before that, on her birthday, we bought Mother 2 jugs of whiskey and a pipe.
Well, now, you recollect about them jugs. Remember they got broke over in the barracks?
That's right. Got broke. And not a drop of whiskey reached the floor. Oh, yes, I remember that.
Oh, yeah, well...
when is Mother's birthday this month?
Oh, now... It's not her birthday this time, Pliny. It's... This time... Well, this time she's...
Hmm?
She's, You're having a baby.
A baby? Oh. Mother is having a baby. Oh, my.
Fine Kentucky woman, my old ma.
Yes, isn't she? Oh, we'll want to do something about that now, won't we?
Well, yeah. I thought we'd get up another batch of plug for some cigars. And this time we'd take special care of them jugs don't get broke.
Oh, all the care in the world, yes. For Mother.
Yeah, I'll give you a hand. You want to start putting everything together?
Yes. Yes, I'll just get this done. Yes.
What you doing?
Here, now, you write down Mother's address.
Write it down for what?
For the parcels. My goodness, we're not going to take any chances this time. No, sir. I'll march these to the post office. Mail them to Mother myself.
Oh, Pliny.
No extra charge, none whatsoever.
Captain Quint's reporting, Major.
Oh, sit down, Captain.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, I guess this is the news we've been waiting for.
The paymaster?
He's at North Platte Station awaiting our escort. You want the duty, Captain?
It's all right with me.
Pick your men. Leave as soon as you can.
Yes, sir.
If things go as they should, you'll be back here by late Friday, right?
Right.
Well, good luck, Captain.
You worried about the escort, Major?
Of course not. You know what I'm worried about.
Yeah. Well, I'll stop in Laramie Village if you like. Warn them to get ready for attack.
I suppose I could double the guard starting Friday night. But it wouldn't be fair, would it, Captain?
Wouldn't do much good either. Maybe just have the officers stand by as usual.
That's all we can do. Well, move out, Captain.
Yes, sir. 4 months' payroll for 300 men. Well, you might not have a problem, Major.
We always do. I don't see how we can avoid it this time.
Well, maybe we'll be lucky. Maybe we'll be hijacked on the way back.
I came as soon as I could, Captain. I never saw anything like this in my life, sir.
Quite a sight, Mr. Syberts.
Are all the men accounted for?
They won't be for days. Some of them we may lose entirely, Mr. Syberts.
You mean desertion?
A few. Some of them just been waiting for money enough to get out of here. I've got a fresh new batch to tend to.
Oh there. Well, I think this is the last from the village, Captain.
Well, they look kind of limp.
Yeah, and I had to help them get that way, sir. Harrison there bought a raft of lead powder in town. He had in mind to blow Pliny up, he said.
Well, the hospital's full. They're stacked 3 deep in the guardhouse. Now, just take them to their barracks, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Mr. Syberts?
Yes, Captain?
There's still a guard around the powder magazine?
Oh, yes, sir. Major Daggett's directing that personally.
Good.
The men, they wouldn't bother the powder magazine, would they?
They might, Mr. Syberts. Might blow up Fort Laramie, or they might just pool their money and buy it. This army might do anything on payday.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Tom Henley. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Howard McNear, Sam Edwards, and Clayton Post. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Seiberts.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
This is Norman MacDonald. 67 years ago, as the first hint of autumn stole across the Laramie plain, the decree was issued to close Fort Laramie as a military post. It was a routine order couched in the clipped, impersonal language of the Army. Fort Laramie had served its purpose: close it down. Put a period to a chapter of history, put an end to an era. That's what the decree really said. For the abandonment of the fort on the Laramie marked the closing of the frontier. The story of Fort Laramie is a monument to ordinary men who lived in extraordinary times, of a land that was new and untried, as cruel as it was beautiful. It's the story of small numbers of men with good in them and bad, heroism and cowardice, honor and dishonor. Ordinary men. Ordinary men whose enemies were the rugged, uncharted country, the heat, the cold, disease, boredom, and perhaps, last of all, hostile Indians. Men lived at Fort Laramie and men died there, of drowning, freezing, typhoid, smallpox. Some may even have died from boredom. But it's a matter of record that in all the years the cavalry was stationed at Fort Laramie, only 4 troopers died of gunshot wounds. And so we mark the 67th anniversary of the closing of Fort Laramie, glad of our chance to reopen it, to tell the story of a proud landmark of the Old West and the ordinary men who served there.
It is now 7:06. You have exactly 8 hours and 54 minutes to ponder the error of your ways. Any questions?
Yeah. Does Barry Manilow know that you raid his wardrobe?
A brain, a beauty, a jock, a rebel, and a recluse.
Can't believe this is really happening to me.
Before this day is over, they'll break the rules.
Chicks cannot hold their smoke. That's what it is.
Bare their souls.
I'm a nymphomaniac.
Are your parents aware of this?
Take some chances.
Being bad feels pretty good, huh?
And touch each other in a way they never dreamed possible.
Why'd you do that?
Because I knew you wouldn't.
The Breakfast Club. They only met once,
I don't want to be alone anymore.
You don't have to be.
but it changed their lives forever.
I mean, I consider you guys my friends. I'm not wrong, am I?
Universal Pictures presents Emilio Estevez, Paul Gleason, Anthony Michael Hall, Judd Nelson, Molly Ringwald, and Ali Sheedy in a John Hughes film.
Why are you being so nice to me? Because you're letting me?
The Breakfast Club.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Cliff Arquette, Ken Christie, Herb Vigran, and me, Harry Von Zell, pinch hitting for Harlow, home with a cold, Wilcox. The show is written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie and directed by Max Petto, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Are you one of those people who can't get along in the morning until you've had a cup of coffee? I know exactly how you feel. Well, let me tell you something. That cup of coffee will taste extra good when you use Pet Milk in it. Of course, if you take your coffee black, that's different. But if you use cream, just try that next cup with Pet Milk instead. Maybe you didn't know it, but Pet Milk gives coffee a satisfying flavor that's hard to beat. That's because Pet Milk is good, sweet country milk concentrated to double richness, making it twice as rich in cream as ordinary milk. Naturally, then, it's just right for coffee. You get some Pet Milk at your grocer's tomorrow. Use it for coffee, for cooking, for all of your milk and cream needs. Remember, Pet Milk costs less than half as much as cream, less generally than ordinary bottled milk. Of all the different ways to carry on a feud, Mr. Magee of 79 Wistful Vista has probably the safest. He does his fighting in writing. In fact, he's working on a nasty letter right now as we join Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
And furthermore, Fred, you dirty chiseler, I still claim.
Well, how's the letter coming, dearie? Your pen running dry? You need another bottle of poison? I mean ink?
Just about finished, Molly, and I really poured it on this time. This letter will pin old Fred Nittany's ears back so far he can scratch his shoulder blades with them. Listen. Mr. Fred Nittany, Starved Rock, Illinois. Dear Fred, you rat.
Very concise.
Yeah. You think maybe I ought to start it, my dear Fred, you rat?
No, that's too formal.
That's what I thought.
After all, you two have known each other since you were in vaudeville together, you know.
Sure we have. I ain't got a friend in the world that I hate like I hate Fred Nittany. I've been sore at that chiseler since 1936. That's why every Valentine's Day we write and tell each other what rats we are.
Well, I'm not one to flout tradition, sweetheart. But in this case, if I had a good, heavy, two-handed flout about 3 feet long, I'd flout the daylights out of it.
Look, Molly, this is serious stuff with me. I worked hard on this letter. I worked from a dictionary, too, even. I hate that guy so much in this letter, I scare myself.
Well, it's probably mutual, I suppose.
No, it ain't either. He feels the same way about me. Did you see the letter that guy wrote me last Valentine's Day? Why, there's words in there that I still don't know what he called me.
Well, did you look them up?
They ain't in our dictionary.
Well, I think it's ridiculous for two grown men to carry a grudge for 15 years.
Well,
I thought you and Fred Nittany were bosom friends.
we was. I was the best friend he ever had. We went clean through vaudeville together.
You were clean when you finished, I know.
Why, when I remember how when we were broke, I always shared his last dollar with him, how I always bought gas for his 1922 Hupmobile. Every time he loaned it to me, so...
Well, now, what started this feud, anyhow? What are you two mad about?
You know, it's funny you should ask me that, Molly, because I've been trying to remember all day. I used to know, but I forgot.
Oh, for goodness sakes, if you don't even know what you're fighting
Well, what's
about...
the difference? It's the principle of the thing now. Besides, you've got to admit it must have been something pretty dirty to keep me mad this long. Just let me read you some more. I say here, Fred, you rat. I've been pretty busy lately, you rat. And I ain't had as much time to hate you as I wanted to, Fred, you dirty rat.
You've really been studying that dictionary, haven't you?
But I say, when you done, you rat, what you done to me, you rat, back in 19, you rat 36. I swore, you rat. Who's that rat? Who's that?
I don't know, but I hope it's the Pied Piper. Come in.
Oh, hi, old-timer.
Hello, Mr. Old-Timer.
Hello there, kid. Hey, I brought your mail in. I'll put it in the hall here.
Okay.
Happy Valentine's Eve, kids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Old-Timer. You sending out Valentines this year?
Just one, daughter. Made it myself. It's for Bessie.
Now, how'd you ever meet Bessie anyhow, old-timer?
Oh, we met through an introduction at the wrestling matches, Johnny.
Oh?
The wrestling matches?
Yep. I'll never forget it, daughter. The announcer says, introducing in this corner, Meat Hook Mabel, the Milwaukee Monster. That was Bessie.
My gosh, love at first sight, huh?
Yep. I whistled at her. Bessie turned around and throwed me a wink. The other wrestler reached over and throwed me Bessie. Right into my lap.
That's how it all started, huh? Well, you know what they say, old-timer. Romance is like a busted spring in a sofa. It pops up when you least expect it. Well, never mind. Hey, are you going past the mailbox when you leave here? Because mail this letter to that rat Fred Nittany for me, will you?
Glad to, son. I'm going to mail Bessie's Valentine here anyhow. Like to see it, daughter?
Oh, I'd love to.
I brung it. Cut out a red crepe paper and pasted it on the white lace. Here it is. Pretty?
Yes. It's beautiful.
Gee whiz. A red paper football with a flat end.
That's a heart, Johnny.
Why, of course it is, Magee.
Oh, sure. I must have had it upside down. Or sideways. What's the harpoon sticking through it for? Bessie a fisherman?
Magee, that's an arrow.
An arrow what? Oh, an arrow.
I read a verse on it, too, daughter, if you'd like to hear it.
My gosh, are you a poet, too?
Son, come Valentine's Day, anybody's a poet that thinks he is. Stuff may not always rhyme, but if it's read by the right party, it's pure poetry.
Isn't that a sweet thought, Magee? Go on, read the verse for us, Mr. Oldtimer.
Well, it says to Bessie, roses are red, geraniums are pink. You think you're a beaut, but I think you're cute. Go on, kid.
Well, he's quite a character, isn't he, Magee? Here's the mail he brought in. I almost forgot.
Oh, yeah. Anything interesting?
Well, package for you. Oh, and one letter. It's from your friend Fred Rat, or Fred Nittany.
Oh, him. Read it to me, kiddo, will you?
Sure. Well, it says here, Dear Fibber.
Yeah?
My old pal and long-lost friend.
Wonder what he means by that.
I don't know. He says, I have been a fool, old pal.
He always was.
Fighting all these years with the best friend I ever had. I apologize, old friend, for this silly quarrel, old pal.
Hey, you sure that's from Fred Nittany? Let me see that letter. Oh, my gosh, there's money in it, too.
2 $1 bills. Oh. I was coming to that. He says, I'm returning the $2 I borrowed from you that started this silly quarrel and lost me the best friend.
That's it. That's what we were sore about. I remember now. Fred's suitcase was in hock, see? And I had to loan him $2 to get it out. And just because I was the guy that hawked it, he refused to pay me back. That started the whole thing. Gee whiz. Good old Fred finally admits he was wrong, huh?
There's more to the letter.
Oh?
He says, I worked some nightclubs in Havana lately, and I'm fat.
Oh.
I had them Cubans send you a box of special Coronas.
Cigars. Is that what that box is? A box of... Oh, boy.
And, he says, please accept this peace offering, old pal, and let us never quarrel again. Your everlasting, newfound old friend, Fred Nittany, your pal. Well.
Gee whiz. Imagine good old Fred, the best friend I ever had. Paying me back the $2 and sending me cigars. Oh, my gosh. I got to stop that letter of mine.
I told you not to write the letter. The old-timer's gone. He's had time to mail it by now.
Oh, I got to catch you. My gosh, you want old Fred to think I'm a sorehead? You want him to think I'm a guy that carries a grudge?
Oh, how could he get that impression?
What?
My goodness.
Hey, old-timer, wait. Don't mail that letter. Hey, don't drop that letter.
Billy Mills and the orchestra in You're Just in Love.
And just as I got here, Molly, he stuffs the letter in this mailbox and slams the lid.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, that's the luck anyhow. If Fred gets that letter now, maybe he won't even want my friendship, Molly. He's liable to think I don't like him.
Oh, he can't be that thin-skinned, surely.
Well.
Just a few hundred names and 6 pages of invitations to drop dead.
Tip this mailbox lid. Maybe I can run my hand in there and...
All right, but be careful now, dear.
If I can get my hand in... Ah, that's better.
Can you reach it? Because...
I can feel something in there, but... let me get the other arm in. Doggone box is too deep to... Uh-oh.
What's the matter? Magee, what's wrong?
My arm's caught. It's stuck. Both arms.
Oh, no.
Hey, Molly, I'm caught. Up to the shoulders. I can't get my arms out of here. Help me, Molly.
Heavenly days. Now, take it easy, dear. You be calm. Don't skin your arms up. Maybe we can work them out one at a time. Wait, there's Dr. Gamble. Doctor! Dr. Gamble, over here.
Oh, I don't need a doctor. I need a mechanic. Get me a mechanic. Oh, hi, Doc.
Hello, Doctor. I'm so glad to see you.
Thank you, Molly. Well. This time we have our hands caught in a mailbox, I see.
Never mind the diagnosis, fatback. How do I get loose?
How'd you get caught?
Well, he mailed a letter, Doctor, and now he wants it back. It's to an old friend.
Fred Nittany from Starved Rock, Illinois.
Yes, telling him how Magee hates him, but Fred fouled up the whole operation by sending him a present. Magee likes him now. He wants to tear up the letter.
Well, come on, Doc. Don't stand there, you big rum-dum. Get me out of here. Come on, satchel head. Get me loose.
You'll be all right, spout mouth. Take it easy.
Okay.
Let's see now. How did I get the bowling ball off your thumb that time?
Oil, Doctor.
Oh, yes. How did I get the sidewalk grating off his wrist last year?
And sawed it off.
And the time you got your nose caught in the ringer?
Took the rollers off. The time he got his feet stuck in the new asphalt paving, we used an air hammer to
Well, this should be fairly simple. Let's get down to the house and see what tools we can find, Molly. Maybe if we loosen the lid a little and grease his arm.
All right, Doctor. We'll hurry, dearie. Now, you just relax.
Yes, don't go away, McGee.
Okay, I'll wait. I don't know how I get into these situations like this, but by George, if...
Situations like what, sir?
Huh? Oh, I didn't hear you coming, Bud. I kind of got my hands caught in this mailbox.
Really? That is an odd situation, isn't it?
Yeah, I mailed a letter to a friend of mine and then decided I shouldn't ought to have done it, so I reached in the box for it and zingo, stuck. Silly, ain't it?
Yes, indeed. That is a ridiculous predicament. Now, let me see if I can work your hands loose.
No.
They're really in there, aren't they?
Yeah, I need a crowbar or something. Are you a mechanic by any chance?
No, sir. I'm a pickpocket by trade, sir. Where do you carry your wallet?
In my left hip pocket. You're a what?
The left hip pocket?
Yeah. Hey.
Ah, there it is. A nice fat one.
Hey, cut that out. Hey, come back here. Give me my wallet.
Sorry, I can't stay and chat, sir.
Hey.
$3, $3.25.
Hey, help. Please, help.
That's government property.
Well, gee whiz. Hey, where's Doc?
Well, he got an emergency call from the hospital. But now, don't you worry. Mother will get your hands loose, I hope. How do you work this crowbar?
That's a monkey wrench, Molly. The crowbar's that thing.
Oh, there you are, Mrs. McGee. And Mr. McGee.
Why, yes, we are, sir.
Harlow Wilcox asked me to stop by your house, so I did, but you weren't home.
Well, now, that's odd, Bud. We were there a couple of hours ago. We must have just stepped out.
You know, I figured that out. Oh, we met one time, you know. I'm Harry Von Zell.
I thought you looked familiar. Nice to see you, Mr. Von Zell.
Oh, sure, I remember. I'd shake hands with you, Harry, but I got both hands caught in the mailbox.
Let's see. Well, I'll be darned. You have at that, have I? Well, that's what Harlow said. Anything for a laugh with this McGee, Harlow said. How did you ever figure this one out, pal?
Well, it wasn't easy, Harry, believe me. Where's Mr. Wilcox? At home?
Yes, he's kind of knocked out with a cold, Mrs. McGee. He asked me to bring you two a message, but, well, frankly, I forgot what it was. Have you any idea what...
Maybe we can give you a clue, Bud. Clue. Was it anything about the P-E-T?
P-E-T. Oh, pet, yes, that's it. Pet,
Milk?
Ah, milk. Mm-hmm. Pet evaporated milk. Wonderful stuff, Harlow said.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what Harlow told me? Confidentially, of course.
Oh?
He told me that the pet people just take good, sweet, whole milk and evaporate it till it's double rich.
He wants that kept confidential?
That's the feeling I got talking to him, yes. Something else. Harlow told me that when you use pet milk in cooking, you get all the good milk minerals and that rich, delicious flavor besides. And vitamin D, too.
You know, I hate to disillusion you, but that's not as big a secret as you seem to
Oh,
think.
and look. Pet milk actually costs less money than any other form of milk, Harlow said. Imagine that. Why, if the general public ever found that out, if they found out that pet milk actually saves them money, well, you can see what would happen. There might not be enough of it for people like us, friends of Harlow, you know.
Yeah. Look, Harry boy.
Yes, pal? Oh, I nearly forgot there was one other thing I was supposed to say to you.
What's that, Harry?
So long, kids.
Oh, so long.
Doggone it, I got my hands in here. Why can't I get...
Why don't we just forget the letter and go home?
Huh?
Oh, no, we can't do that.
Hey, look who's coming, Ole. He's handy with tools. He ought to be able to...
Hello, Ole. Are we glad to see you?
Yeah.
Well, hello, missus. Hello, McGee. I don't stop to visit with you this time. I got to get to work at the Elks Club.
Hey.
Ole, now, please, wait a minute.
Yeah. Oh, you got trouble, missus? I shouldn't have to ask that when I see who's with you.
He's got his hands caught, Ole, in the mailbox.
Yeah, trying to get a letter I mailed out.
Mailed out there.
Out of the mailbox.
Whose letter is it?
It's mine.
Well, then go home and wait for it, Magee. If you got letter coming, you wait. It comes. I get to get the...
No, Early. It isn't addressed to him.
No, it's a letter I wrote to my best friend.
Sure.
Telling him how I hate him. Only I shouldn't have wrote it because, after all, we went through together, I and him. Ours is the type of friendship that the kind of a letter I wrote is liable that if he gets it to be right back where we started.
Well, I figured that out later, Magee. Hand me the crowbar, missus. You know, mailboxes is old stuff to me. I used to was a mailman in Sweden.
You were, Ole?
Oh, sure. And we deliver mail in all kinds of weather. Sometimes it rains big in Sweden, you know. But we put on rubber clothes, you know, them...
Raincoats?
No, it don't rain coats. It just rains rain. I used to drive a little cart, you know, to deliver the mail. I have it hitched to those little mules, you know, with the horns like Santa Claus used to do.
Reindeer?
No, it just rains rain in Sweden. But we could always tell when the rain is coming, though, you see. They have big birds in the trees that squawk and make noise, you know.
Rain crows?
No, it just...
Yeah, I know. It rains rain in Sweden. Look, Ole, get me loose from here, will you? Now, don't pinch my hands now. Now, lift up on...
Now, look, don't be a baby. I'm pull while I hold this up here.
Heavenly days, what's this?
Hey, what goes on?
All right, don't move, you guys. You're under arrest.
What?
Uh-oh, cop.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Pipe down, you, and get your hand out of that mailbox.
Get my hand out, he said.
His hand is stuck. Now, look, officer, he was only trying to get a letter back out of here.
Yeah. Sure. And you were helping him.
Of course I was, you big Lugan.
Yeah, and what were you doing, mister?
Me? Oh, I get nothing to do with it, officer. I'm just donating my time.
Yeah.
The King's Men sing Along.
I went to your family and asked them for you. They all said, take her, oh, take her, please do. She can't cook or sew and she won't scrub your floor. So I put on my hat and walked out of the door, saying, so long, it's been good to know ya. So long, it's been good to know ya. So long, it's been good to know ya. What a long time since I've been home, and I gotta be drifting along. My telephone rang and it jumped off the wall. That was a preacher making a call. He said, we're waiting to tie the knot. Oh, you're getting married, believe it or not. The church was jammed, the church was packed. The pews were so crowded from front to the back. 1,000 friends waited to kiss the bride. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. But I was so anxious I rushed her outside, saying, so long, it's been good to know ya. So long, it's been good to know ya. So long, it's been good to know ya. What a long time since I've been home, and I gotta be a drifting along. Gotta get away, gotta get away, gotta get away, gotta get away. So
You took your good old sweet time about getting here, Latrivia. We've been sitting in this post office for 2 hours.
Now, please, Magee, quiet a minute.
Okay.
What's this all about, Inspector?
Well, they were apparently trying to rob a mailbox, Mr. Mayor.
That's ridiculous.
They claim to know you.
I'll tell it, Inspector. I'll tell it. I've told this story 8 times already. I know it by heart.
Well, go ahead. I'm a little sick of hearing it myself.
He's sick of it. Look, I got work to do.
Now, look, Latrivia, it's very simple. It's an open and shut case.
Yes, he opened the mailbox, put his hand in it, and shut it.
Exactly. I mailed a letter, then I changed my mind. I didn't want it mailed, so I was trying to get my letter back out of the mailbox.
And I was trying to get my husband back out of the mailbox.
I see. And you, Ole?
You know, Mr. Owner, the more I think about it, the more I wonder what the Sam hell I was doing here.
Well, Inspector, these people are all friends of mine. Heaven help me.
I can at least assure you that they're perfectly honest.
Why, certainly. My gosh, it's possible to be a friend of Latrivia's and still be honest. Ain't it, Latriv?
Yes. Very nicely put, Magee. You're sweet.
Well, your say-so is good enough for me on these people, Mr. Mayor. Hand me the letter, Miss Egan. Thank you. Is this the letter you wanted, Magee?
That's it. Give me it, boy.
Don't grab. Just sign these affidavits here, and it's yours.
Oh, thank you, Inspector. I know it was a silly thing to do, but...
There you are. Give me that letter. Boy, am I glad to get my hands on this baby. This saves a lifelong friendship for me, Latriv.
I'm so happy for you.
I'll tear this letter into a minute. Hey, wait a minute.
Now what?
This stamp has been canceled.
You...
They got no right to cancel the stamp. They got no right because they didn't deliver the letter.
What?
Oh, Magee, now don't start...
According to the postal law, Molly, this letter can go all the way to Fred Nittany for 3 cents. But it ain't going to Fred Nittany. I'm tearing it up. So according to the law, I got
Magee, as you know, I'm an attorney. May I give you some good, sound legal advice, free of charge?
Why, sure, Latriv. What's your advice?
Go home!
Okay, come on, Molly.
Glad to get home again.
Yeah, me too, kiddo. But it was worth the trouble, though. Keep that nasty letter from going out to good old Fred.
Well, I'm glad that silly mess is over.
Yeah, me too.
The idea of 2 grown men writing insulting letters to each other over a foolish little $2 loan.
Well, that's all behind us now, Tootsie. Any guy that's man enough to admit that I'm right, when I probably ain't, sends me a box of 2-bit cigars to prove it. That's a friendship that's bound to last.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that box of cigars, baby. Straight from Havana, Cuba.
They do look pretty.
Yes, sir.
If they smell as good as they look. What's the name say? Guy Fawkes Coronas.
Yeah, some imported brand, I guess. Fred knows I like Coronas.
Who is Guy Fawkes? That's a name from history, isn't it?
I think so. Hand me a match, will you? Thanks.
Was it Guy Fawkes who brought tobacco to England?
No, that was an Irishman. An Irish Duke. Sir Walter Riley. Get that aroma,
Oh, it does smell good.
Imagine me being sore at the best friend I ever had. Good old Fred Nittany. I'll never say another unkind word about that guy as long... Oh! Hey, it exploded. A loaded cigar. Why, that dirty rat. Hand me my fountain pen. Give me some paper. Dear Fred, you dirty rat.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. You often hear people say, it costs a lot to raise a baby. But remember this, it costs less to raise a baby on pet evaporated milk. That's true because pet milk costs less generally than any other form of milk. Yet no milk is more beneficial to babies. In pet milk, you can be sure that your baby gets the milk minerals and vitamin D needed for building sound teeth and bones and for making sure, steady growth. And pet milk, the first evaporated milk, is always safe. Always easy for baby to digest, and always the same uniform richness. For years, doctors have recommended pet milk for babies who need to have milk from a bottle. Now ask your doctor about pet milk for your baby.
And Fred, you dirty rat, I got a great poltroon to poke you right in the nose. And furthermore...
Wait a minute, a great what?
Poltroon. English word.
I know, but I don't think it
I got the dictionary right here, Tootsie. Take a look. It says poltroon, a craven. C-R-A-V-E-N. So, I got a great poltroon to poke that guy right in the...
No, Magee.
No? Oh, well. Good night.
Good night, all.
The first evaporated milk, pet milk, brings you Fibber, McGee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? All almost everyone has a relative who is somewhat of a problem because he isn't like the rest of the family. And next Saturday morning, you're going to hear about Sally Carter's problem relative in Pet Milk's Story of the Week on the Mary Lee Taylor program. Be sure to tune in for Uncle Charlie. And along with this wonderful story, you'll hear the recipe for a mighty wonderful dessert, Mary Lee Taylor's Cherry Cream Pie. It's just about the most popular dessert ever to come from the Pet Milk Kitchen, so don't miss it. Next Saturday morning, turn your dial to NBC for Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor.
Tomorrow, laugh with Groucho. Now, a mystery in Big Town on NBC.
If you want to believe in magic, in beauty, in friendship, and freedom, believe in the Black Stallion.
The biggest, the blackest, and the strongest, the most beautiful horse that ever was.
Francis Ford Coppola presents Walter Farley's timeless classic, whose time has come. The Black Stallion. The story of a legendary horse who could only be tamed by a young boy's love. Together, they survive a shipwreck. And the dangers of an island wilderness.
You saved my life.
They meet a forgotten man.
He'll be moving. He'll be making that rhythm. You just go on with him, see?
Who helps them bring a legend to life.
I've seen a horse that defies the imagination, that runs like a demon possessed, that speeds beyond belief. He could be the greatest sensation in racing history.
The Black Stallion, an unforgettable adventure, a motion picture of extraordinary beauty, a story that will make your heart race, your spirit soar. But most of all, it will make you believe in the Black Stallion.
Tales of Espionage are coming at you with CounterSpy next.
The National Broadcasting Company presents CounterSpy.
Washington calling David Harding, CounterSpy. Washington calling David Harding, CounterSpy.
Harding, CounterSpy. Calling Washington.
United States CounterSpies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
These CounterSpy reports to the American people are brought to you each Friday night. Tonight, the case of the insidious impersonation.
Agent Ferguson, CounterSpy Liaison Bureau, Washington, to David Harding, Communications Section, Pacific Coast Field Headquarters. Urgent. Ferguson to Harding.
Harding, Pacific Coast Field Headquarters.
Reference confidential file R33Xer.
Confidential file R33X. Go ahead, Ferguson.
Special request has just come through from the State Department that you personally meet the liner SS Trigania, which arrives in New York tomorrow.
What time is the Trigania due?
It's scheduled to dock at Pier 33 at 10 a.m.
All right, Ferguson, have a cutter standing by for my use. And notify the parties concerned that I'll board the Trigania at Ambrose Light.
Yes, sir, will do.
Peters, notify Spaulding that I'm putting him in charge of our present operation here on the West Coast till you and I get back.
Till we get back? Where are we going?
Now, after you talk to Spaulding, call the airport and order the jet to be ready for a takeoff within an hour.
Why the big rush, Mr. Harding? What's up?
We're making an emergency flight to New York, Peters. I'll give you the details on the way.
Well, Mr. Harding, how about those details now?
Peters, we're flying to New York in reference to confidential file R33X.
File R33X.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. You weren't in Washington last week when I discussed the matter with Mr. Johnson of the State Department.
No. Just what is R33X, Chief?
That's the code number for a special mission to Washington by Mr. Ramon Sierra.
Ramon Sierra, the Philippine statesman?
Yes. Mr. Sierra and his aide, Colonel Manuel Quinto, are scheduled to arrive in New York tomorrow morning aboard the liner Turgenia.
I don't get it, Dave. Why New York?
Well, Mr. Sierra is ostensibly taking a long ocean voyage for his health.
Ostensibly?
Uh-huh.
A cover-up for his business here,
Exactly. Very careful plans were made not to arouse the suspicions of Huck espionage agents in the Philippines. The secret conference in Washington will deal with a defense plan for the islands in case of a surprise attack like the Korean affair.
It's certainly big stuff, Dave. There's no telling what espionage agents would do to get information on what will be said at that conference.
Or no telling what they would do to stop it. That's why we're on our way to New York, Peters, to make sure that Mr. Sierra's mission is accomplished safely and successfully.
Senor Sierra? Senor?
Over here, Colonel Quinto. The deck's ready. What is it, Colonel Quinto?
I have been looking all over the ship for you, Senor Sierra.
Oh?
We have just received a radiogram from Mr. David Harding of the United States CounterSpies. He's meeting us aboard tomorrow morning to escort you to Washington.
Ah, David Harding. I will be delighted to see him again.
You don't understand, Senor Sierra. There must be a special reason for Mr. Harding himself to come. The CounterSpies must have some special information regarding personal danger to you.
Now, Coronel, do not let your imagination run away with you. I'm sure Mr. Harding comes only because of protocol.
Just this same, senor, I will not rest easy until tomorrow. I suggest we return to our cabin and remain there until Mr. Harding comes aboard.
What I am expected in a few minutes at Mr. Douglas's cabin. We are to continue our chess game.
Please, senor, do as I ask. We can afford to trust no one.
Colonel Quinto, you are actually worried about Mr. Douglas.
After all, what do we know of him?
We know that Mr. Robert Douglas is a retired American businessman returning home after a visit to doctors in Vienna.
Espionage agents make use of many disguises.
Mr. Douglas, an espionage agent. Now, Coronel, you're carrying things much too far. Mr. Douglas is a paralytic, confined to a wheelchair for over 5 years. Why, he's so helpless, his nurse, Miss Marshall, even has to make the moves on the chessboard for him.
Just the same, Senor Sierra, we must take every precaution. The future security of our nation is dependent upon your mission. I must insist that you return with me to our cabin.
I am sorry, Coronel, but I have promised my company to a sick man. The least I can do my last night aboard is keep such a promise.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Sierra. Won't you come in?
Thank you, Miss Marshall.
I've already set up the chessboard, and Mr. Douglas is raring to go.
I most certainly am, Mr. Sierra. I brought my aide, Colonel Quinto, along. I believe you gentlemen know each other?
Yes, we do.
Of course. Glad to have you here, Colonel.
Thank you.
To be truthful, Mr. Douglas, the Colonel insisted upon coming. Insisted? The Colonel has a notion that you may be a spy. A spy? Really?
As a matter of fact, Mr. Douglas, I can safely say now that you are a spy. You are no more a wheelchair invalid than I am. Is that not true?
All right, Colonel Quinto. Colonel, he's gotten out of the wheelchair.
And Miss Marshall is not a nurse. Are you, Miss Marshall?
No, I'm not a nurse. But I do know how to administer a hypodermic when its use is called for.
Colonel Quinto, you were correct about them all along. I should have listened to you.
Oh, no. I am glad you did not.
What do you mean?
I wanted you to come here. That was the plan.
Plan?
I know your nature very well by this time. I knew you would insist upon coming if I just went so far.
But I don't understand.
You have the hypodermic ready, Miss Marshall?
Ready, Colonel. Now?
In a moment. Now, do you understand, Sierra?
You have been working with him.
We all work in the same cause.
And I trusted you
That was my purpose, to gain your complete trust. And to make sure that you did not get to that Washington conference tomorrow.
Your plan will not work, Quinto. Mr. Harding will discover what happened when he investigates my death.
But you are not going to die. At least not yet. And you attend that conference tomorrow, but in name only. Is that not right, Douglas?
Si, Coronel Quinto. I will attend. He has my voice.
And that is not all. If you look at Douglas more closely, you will notice that he has your build, too, and your features.
Perhaps that is why you were attracted to me, Sierra?
The impersonation will be flawless. Douglas has been trained well for his assignment. He has memorized all important facts in your career. And Miss Marshall has her duties, too.
I'll use this hypodermic, Mr. Sierra, to keep you quiet and unobtrusive. So I'll have no difficulty in getting you, as the paralytic Mr. Douglas, off this boat tomorrow morning in New York.
And from the boat, you will be taken away by a special ambulance. All right, Miss Marshall.
Now, Mr. Sierra. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I promise to take very good care of you, Mr. Sierra.
What is...
Yes. Miss Marshall will take very good care of you. Until she is instructed to do otherwise.
I don't know what...
Feeling tired, Senor Sierra?
This is unbelievable. Fantastic.
Of course, Sierra. Fantastic. Unbelievable. That is what we rely on for our success. No one would believe that such a daring venture as this would be attempted. No one. Not even David Harding.
Who is he? David Harding, United States CounterSpy.
I am Colonel Manuel Quinto, aide to Senor Sierra.
Colonel?
Come in, please, Senor Harding.
Thank you.
I am delighted to see you again, Senor Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Sierra, and welcome back to the United States.
It is good to be here again, Senor, and to renew old friendships, especially with you.
Well, I've been looking forward to this meeting, too, sir.
Let's see. When last we met... yes, it was in December 1943. The conference at your office in Washington in regard to establishing intelligence contact with our partisan forces. Is that not correct?
Oh, yes, that's correct, Mr. Sierra. There was such a conference in my office.
Yes. Senor Sierra has a remarkable memory for dates, places, and persons, Senor Harding.
Especially such a person as you, Senor Harding.
Well, I am sincerely impressed, sir. Tell me, did you have a good voyage?
Very restful, thank you.
And very uneventful, we are happy to report.
Well, gentlemen, I can see no reason why the remainder of your trip should be any more troublesome.
Not as long as we are in your hands, Senor Harding.
Well, just a minute, Miss Marshall.
Why, what is it, Purser?
I saw you starting down this gangplank with that wheelchair.
Well, I'm taking Mr. Douglas to the ambulance waiting on the dock. Is there something wrong?
Why, no, miss. Just thought I'd give you some help.
Oh. Well, no, thank you, Purser. I'm quite able to handle it myself.
Very well. Oh. I say.
Yes?
Mr. Douglas, he's looking rather strange this morning.
Strange?
Yes, as if there's something the matter with him. He's not moving.
Oh, that's nothing at all. He's just asleep. I gave him a sedative.
Oh, I see.
You see, he's had a very trying day.
Well, Miss Marshall, he's certainly a lucky man having someone as attentive as you are to take care of him.
Why, that's my job. That's what I get paid for.
Oh, no, Miss Marshall. I've noticed you many times during this trip. It's obvious to me that you're not just interested in the money that goes with your job.
Driver?
Miss Marshall?
There's a dirt road just ahead on the left. Will you drive the ambulance in there and park?
Right. How's your patient back there? Still asleep?
Uh-huh. And he'll be that way for hours.
How far you want to go, Miss Marshall?
Oh, just a little farther. I've got a car parked in the woods on the side of the road. All right. Stop here.
Okay, Miss Marshall, I'll take him out, get him in the car for you.
Well, that won't be necessary, driver. I can handle it myself.
He's kind of heavy, you know.
I can manage. And I can manage this gun, too.
You are listening to the case of the insidious impersonation on CounterSpy. Sunday afternoon chimes mean mystery and action on NBC. Mike Waring, better known as the Falcon, lends his debonair touch to the solution of another mystery, followed by that polite, diplomatic, and very deadly detective, the Saint. After the Saint, hear the Big Guy. And then your Sunday afternoon of mystery concludes with that new private eye, Charlie Wilde, who goes into action with a swash of the buckle and a few nonchalant homicides. Now, back to CounterSpy.
Mr. Johnson's office is right down this corridor, Mr. Sierra.
Senor Harding, Colonel Cantor and I are very grateful to you and Senor Peters for escorting us here to Washington for the conference.
It was an honor, Mr. Sierra.
Here we are.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Harding.
Afternoon, Miss Lane. This is Mr. Ramon Sierra and his aide, Colonel Cantor.
Mr. Johnson is expecting the gentleman in his office.
Let me thank you again, Senor Harding.
The pleasure was mine, sir.
I hope to see you once more before I leave Washington.
I'm sure we'll see each other again.
This way, gentlemen, please.
Adios, Senor Harding.
Goodbye, Colonel Cantor.
Well, Dave, our job's finished.
No, Peter. Our real job has just begun.
What do you mean?
Hold on a moment. I talked to Mr. Johnson on this phone.
Hello?
Mr. Johnson, this is Harding. Now listen closely. Don't give away that you're talking to me, and don't act surprised by what I'm going to tell you.
I see. Very well.
The man who was just brought into your office is not Ramon Sierra.
What?
The man in your office is an imposter, undoubtedly an espionage agent. Now, you'll have to handle this very delicately. Play along as much as you can, but give out no valuable information. You understand?
Yes. Yes, I understand fully. The matter will be taken care of as expertly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I or one of my agents will be in touch with you after today's conference. National Airport, Thompson. Make it fast.
Dave, I don't get all this.
I didn't have a chance to explain before, Peters. Now, hold on just another moment while I use the radio. Harding, Car S1, calling headquarters.
Agent Ferguson, go ahead, Mr. Harding.
I just left the State Department building, Ferguson. I want a squad of men sent over immediately to Mr. Johnson's office in the Pacific Affairs Division.
Yes, sir.
Now, my orders are to have Ramon Sierra and Colonel Cantor kept under constant surveillance. Now, one more thing.
Yes, Chief.
Contact the airport. Tell them I want the jet ready for an immediate flight back to New York.
Will do, Mr. Harding.
Dave, when did you find out he wasn't the real Ramon Sierra?
When I first spoke to him in his cabin on the Trigania.
Oh?
He made a point of reminding me that we had met at a conference in my office back in 1943. Well, there was such a conference then, but I wasn't there. I'd been rushed to the Naval Hospital at Bethesda for an appendectomy.
He was trying all out to sell himself to you.
Yes. Lucky for us, he oversold himself.
Dave, this is one of the most daring schemes on record.
Yes, Peters. And now we've got about the most ticklish counter-spy job on record. Plenty of international ramifications that could blow up right in our face. We're going to have to work in complete secrecy.
Decide on any special modus operandi?
No, nothing special. We're flying right back to New York. We're going to dig until we find out what happened to the real Ramon Sierra.
Good evening, Mr. Sierra.
Huh?
Did you have a pleasant sleep?
Miss Marshall?
That's right, Miss Marshall.
But what are you doing in my cabin?
We're not in your cabin. We're alone, Mr. Sierra, in a cottage on the south shore of Long Island. We left the ship over 10 hours ago. We came here by special ambulance.
And it was no dream.
No dream, Mr. Sierra. Any more than this gun is a dream. Now, I know you'll be sensible and won't force me to shoot it prematurely.
Colonel Cantor, he has gone to Washington?
Yes. Colonel Quinto and you, Mr. Sierra, are now in Washington, thanks to none other than David Harding, the chief of the United States CounterSpies himself.
This insane scheme will never succeed.
It can't fail. You, Mr. Sierra, have already completed the first part of those very important talks with the State Department official, Mr. Johnson. And by this time tomorrow evening, our work here will be finished, and no one will be the wiser. Until, of course, it is much too late.
Peters in patrol car at Pier 33 to Harding, New York Field Office. Urgent. Peters to Harding.
Harding, go ahead, Peters.
Hello, Dave. I just went over the passenger list of the Trigania with the ship's purser. I've got something that might be a break in the case. Suggest you come down and talk to the purser yourself.
All right, Peters. I'm on my way there.
Well, Colonel Quinto, I would say we are well on our way to success.
Yes. And, Douglas, you can stop with the impersonation as long as we are alone in the hotel room, eh?
All right, Cantor. But I've come to really enjoy the part, especially deceiving Harding.
You've done very well.
Thanks.
A drink, Douglas.
Delighted.
Scotch, is it not?
Uh-huh. With soda. But light on the soda.
Here you are.
Thanks. Too bad Miss Marshall can't be here to enjoy this.
I am sure Miss Marshall is getting equal enjoyment out of her part of the job.
Yes, I suppose so. She's a rather peculiar woman. I don't think I could ever kill anyone in cold blood. She always seemed to get a thrill out of it. But everyone to his own taste, huh?
In our cause, Douglas, it is everyone to his own usefulness.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I forgot. Well, how about a toast, eh, Quinto? To tomorrow, and the final session of the conference.
And to tomorrow, and the phone call I shall make to Miss Marshall.
And that's the story, Mr. Harding. You see, sir, I offered to help Miss Marshall take the wheelchair down the gangplank, but she wouldn't allow me.
And this happened, Purser, after the other passengers debarked.
Oh, yes, sir. Quite a time after.
Would you please tell Mr. Harding the condition of Miss Marshall's patient?
All right, Mr. Peters. Well, Mr. Douglas looked rather, strange to me. He was slumped over in the wheelchair, motionless.
Miss Marshall told the purser that she'd given Mr. Douglas a sedative, Chief.
I see. Did you see Mr. Douglas' face?
Only part of it, sir. You see, his coat collar was up and his hat was pulled down.
Oh. Well, did you notice where they went when they got down onto the pier?
Luckily he did, Mr. Harding. There was an ambulance waiting for them, and they drove off immediately.
Oh?
I've already radioed our agents in this area to investigate all ambulance services.
Yeah, good. Now, one more thing, Purser. During the time he was aboard ship, did Mr. Douglas have any close acquaintances?
Well, sir, now that you ask, I do recall him being friendly with another passenger, Mr. Raymond Sierra.
Sierra, huh?
Yes, Mr. Harding, very friendly. I hope I've been some help.
You certainly have. Thank you very much. Let's go, Peters. New York Field Office, Harding speaking.
Peters, Dave. Braden and I just finished our check on Robert Douglas.
And?
Just as you figured, the name is a phony. No such person living at the address given in the ship's record. Braden was in touch with the passport division of the State Department.
Both Douglas and Miss Marshall's passports are not recorded. Is that it?
That's it, Chief. No doubt now that Douglas changed places with Mr. Sierra.
Yeah, none at all. Well, we've got Douglas under surveillance, but now the trick is to find Miss Marshall and her new patient.
Yeah, but where to start looking?
Well, get those reports from those ambulance services we're investigating.
And this, Mr. Sierra, is the amount of money the United States will furnish to your government for the purchase of defense equipment.
Senor Johnson, the Filipino Republic is everlastingly grateful for this great kindness.
Yes. Yes. You must be tired, Mr. Sierra. We've been at this conference table for over 7 hours.
Oh, no, senor. I am fine.
Well, we could finish the remainder of our business tomorrow morning.
Senor Johnson, I am anxious to finish tonight so I can return quickly to my people with the good news. I am sure you understand.
Yes, Mr. Sierra, I'm sure I understand fully. Well, then we'll go right on. We should be through by 8 o'clock if you have to make any plans.
8 o'clock?
Uh-huh.
I will call my aide, Colonel Cantor, at our hotel so he can make the necessary arrangements.
Harrison just phoned in, Dave. He located the ambulance.
Good.
Not so good.
Why? What's wrong?
The ambulance was not driven to the place noted on the service's record.
Well, what about the driver of the ambulance? Didn't Harrison check with him?
Harrison couldn't check with him, Dave. The driver was found this morning out in some woods on Long Island. Dead. Shot through the head.
Hello?
Miss Marshall, Colonel Quinto.
Oh, I've been waiting to hear from you.
Sierra's almost finished with his work here in Washington. You will take a plane and meet us in San Francisco tomorrow evening.
Then everything is all set?
Everything.
What about my patient?
It is now 25 minutes of 8. Sierra will be through with the conference at exactly 8. And unless you hear from me to the contrary, at exactly 8 o'clock, you will put your patient out of his misery.
Communications Section, Washington, to Harding, New York Field Office. Blow alert on Sierra case. Stand by. Blow alert. Vital information coming through. Stand by.
Harding, Control Car S1, to all motor patrols in New York area. Disregard all previous orders and converge immediately on house at 56 Elm Drive, Glenmore, Long Island. Repeat, 56 Elm Drive, Glenmore, Long Island.
One minute of 8, Mr. Sierra. You have exactly one more minute to live. Well, what's the matter with you? Aren't you afraid? You just sit there smiling.
I smile, Miss Marshall, because in the end I know I will win, and you and the others will lose.
We can't lose now. There's nothing to stop us.
There is always something. Someone to stop people like you.
For a man who's about to be shot to death, you seem very brave.
Death does not frighten me. I'm an old man. I have lived a full life.
Oh, no regrets, eh?
Only one.
And that?
That I will not be present when you and the others are brought to trial.
Your time is up, Mr. Sierra. Now we two say goodbye. Hello?
Put that gun down, Miss Marshall.
What?
Put it down.
Who is this?
You're too late now, Miss Marshall. Too late to kill Mr. Sierra.
What kind of a trick is this? Who's talking?
You have exactly 3 seconds to put that gun on the table.
Who are you? Why are you calling me?
Your time is up, Miss Marshall.
Oh, no, you can't trick me. I'll do what I have to
Then
do.
you'll be killed yourself by Mr. Harding.
Harding?
He's standing right behind you in the doorway.
You can't fool me. No one is in this cottage. No one knows I'm here. Harding could never find me.
That's where you're wrong, Miss Marshall.
What?
Look out, Peter! The next shot is for keeps. Now you're going to do as you're told.
That voice on the phone.
That was one of my agents talking to you by radiophone from one of the patrol cars outside this house. We were playing for a few extra seconds to save Mr. Sierra.
I told her, Senor Harding, that she and the others would lose.
How did you ever find us here? What happened to Cantor and Douglas?
We had a tap on Quinto's hotel phone. While he was talking to you earlier, my agents were busy checking the address that went with this phone number.
Spakino and Douglas, they're waiting for you in Washington. We're arranging a very special kind of conference for all of you.
All right, Peters, you can take her out. I'll be along in a minute with Mr. Sierra.
Come on, let's go.
Senor Harding, it is good to see you again.
You too, Mr. Sierra. You've no idea how good.
Tune in every Friday, same time, same station, to CounterSpy. Listen next Friday for the exciting case of the carbon console.
When a broken pencil was fitted together 3,000 miles from CounterSpy headquarters, the matching pieces blew wide open one of the most sinister international intrigues on record. The full case history will be revealed next Friday in
Case of the Carbon Console on CounterSpy. Tonight's CounterSpy program originated in New York, was directed by Marks B. Loeb, dramatized by Edward J. Adamson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. CounterSpy is produced by Phillips H. Lord.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. The chimes are really excited about a big show. In fact, it is the big show, coming soon on NBC. It'll be an hour and a half every Sunday night, with Tallulah Bankhead as FemC and featuring such stars as Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, and Groucho Marx. Sunday, November 5th. 5th.
In the 1930s, to play ball in the major leagues, you had to be white. To play in the Negro League, you had to be great. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Bingo Long and the greatest congregation of athletic talent ever assembled in one place at one time for one purpose.
Play ball! They say you're a pretty fair hitter. So they says. Well, hit this.
Billy D. Williams is Bingo Long. James Earl Jones is Leon Carter.
Ball players gotta overthrow the owners and run the teams their own selves.
You think we can do that?
Do what?
Overthrow the owner.
Sure. Same day we turned white.
Richard Pryor is Charlie Snow.
From now on, I'm going to be known as Carlos Navarro. I'm going to break into the majors as a Cuban.
He can hit, he can run, he can score.
Buenas noches, senora. Can I buy you a drink?
The Bingo Long, traveling all-stars and motor kings.
What you gonna do about this mess, Sally Potter? It's your picture what's leading this band of detergents.
You're all-stars against mine. One big game down in St. Louis.
Barnstorming in the 1930s. It was daring.
Just drop me off at the baseball practice.
It was demoralizing.
Come on, this wonderful lady.
It was downright dangerous.
You gentlemen checking out?
Who would have thought it could be so much fun?
Wow!
Now we got to ruin that team before they're gonna ruin us.
Traveling all-stars and monarchy! One more time! Listen to Bingo and still on home!
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
At Little Rock, Governor Forbes has returned from a weekend of rest in the country, and he told reporters that the next step toward resolving the crisis over the integration of schools in Arkansas's capital is up to the federal government. By the governor's order, the city's 4 high schools will not open tomorrow. And one report, unconfirmed, has it that the Justice Department will take the first step in the morning to challenge the legality of the governor's move to sidestep compliance with the Supreme Court order for an immediate resumption of integrated classes at Central High School. The Air Force is still officially silent on the performance of the Atlas intercontinental ballistic missile it launched during the night from Cape Canaveral. But the unofficial word is that the test was the third in a row to be judged totally successful, with the nose cone coming down on a target 3,000 miles away. Now the word is the Atlas will get its first all-out test in a few weeks when it will be aimed at a target more than 6,000 miles distant. From Chicago comes word of the arrest of a man who might be the country's oldest active burglar. His name is Ernest Ruler, and his age is 78. It took 3 men to subdue him when he was found prowling today in a Chicago home. And he told the police, "I was just doing what I know best. I can't break the habit." And now a word from Chevrolet.
This is Art Baker speaking for Chevrolet, in behalf of your local authorized Chevrolet dealer, who invites you to come in and take a look at the only all-new car in the low-price field, Chevrolet. Remember, drive with care everywhere. Chevrolet brings you the news 12 times each weekend on CBS Radio. This is the CBS Radio Network.
You're tuned to WBT Radio, serving Charlotte and the Carolinas with complete weather information. The weather forecast is generally fair and somewhat warmer tonight and Monday. Partly cloudy and warm with a chance of showers in the extreme west. Present temperature on the WBT thermometer, 76 degrees. 7 o'clock.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Chester.
You like that?
No.
Well, then, listen to this one.
Chester, please. Chester! Chester!
Yes, sir?
Put the comb away, please.
Okay, Mr. Dillon, if you feel that way about it...
Marshal Dillon. Yeah. I'm Philip Locke from Philadelphia. I arrived on the Santa Fe this morning.
Oh? Well, you're a long way from home, Mr. Locke.
I'm looking for someone. A girl, as a matter of fact.
Oh, there's lots of girls in Dodge. You shouldn't have much trouble.
If you please.
Chester, please.
Yes, sir.
This girl wrote her mother in Philadelphia that she was teaching school here, Marshal. However, she's never been heard of at the school.
Oh, well, maybe she moved on somewhere else.
But they say she never was at the school. I'm afraid something's happened to her.
Well, a lot of things can happen to people out here, Mr. Locke.
That's precisely why I've come to you. I want you to find her immediately.
Mr. Locke, you're not in Philadelphia. But I'll keep an eye open for her if you'll tell me her name and what she looks like.
She's about 5'4". She's blonde. A very pretty girl. Her name is Laura Simmons.
Laura Simmons?
Yes, do you know her?
No, he doesn't know her, neither do I. But I'll see what I can find out for you, Mr. Locke. Where are you staying?
At the Dodge House, and I must say I've been in better hotels.
Oh? Well, as bad as it is, you wait there, huh? I'll come to you if I have any news.
It's most urgent that I find her at once, Marshal.
Sure.
Good day.
Why, Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Laura.
Well, come in, Marshal. Come in.
Thank you.
Hello, Matt.
Kitty, I didn't expect to find you in Laura's room.
Well, how'd you know where I live, Marshal? You've never been here before.
I asked Sam downstairs.
No wonder he told you. I think Sam's sweet on Laura.
Oh, Kitty.
Well, I do.
Oh, Kitty, why do you ever do this?
Look, you two can gossip about all that later, huh? Right now, I've got some news for you, Laura.
You have?
Yeah, there's a man here looking for you.
Oh, who?
His name's Philip Locke.
Philip? Dodge?
I figured it might be bad news.
I can't have him find me here.
Well, he went to the schoolhouse first, and I told him you'd probably moved on, but he still thinks you're here somewhere.
Well, I wrote Mother I was teaching at school. I must have gone to see her.
Honey, if you don't want to see him, you don't have to.
I can't see him. I can't have him know I work in a saloon.
It's nothing to be ashamed of.
Oh, yes. Yes, it is. Especially now.
What do you mean, Laura?
Well, I was engaged to Philip once before I left Philadelphia.
You were?
Yeah, we were about to be married when his family found out that my father had been a riverboat captain. I should have told them before, I guess, but... Anyway, they called off the wedding, and I was so ashamed I ran away. I came out here, finally.
What about Philip? What'd he do?
The Locks are a very aristocratic family, Kitty. Guess he had to do what they wanted.
Not much of a man, if you ask me. Aristocrat or not.
I was in love with him. I think he was with me.
Are you still?
I don't know. How can I know? He mustn't find me here. This is the sort of life they said I was best suited for. He'd go back and tell my mother, and it'd break her heart.
Look, Laura, you could go out to Ma Riley's until he leaves town, huh? I'm sure she'd be glad for a little company.
It's a good idea, Matt. Come on, honey. We can ride out together. It's only a few miles.
All right, Kitty. Thank you.
Matt, you might kind of spook this Philip Locke back to Philadelphia.
Well, I'll try, Kitty.
Mighty warm beer for a nickel.
Well, I paid for the beer, Doc.
I know, and I thank you for it, Chester. But I hate to see you not get your money's worth.
Oh, I'll get it. When you decide it's time to buy us a beer.
Oh, I'll buy it. I'll buy it.
Is it about time, Doc?
Is it? Yes. Oh, tell me, Matt, is Laura still out at the Riley place?
Oh, you're shying away from the problem, Doc, but anyway, yeah, she's there. Locke isn't likely to leave town this soon. I saw him last night, and I told him that I'd heard that Laura had gone to Denver.
Yeah, well, did he believe you?
I don't think so. But I warned Sam to tell him the same thing in case he came snooping around here.
Oh, well, it's a sad story. Poor girl.
Yeah, she's better off without the like of him, if you ask me.
Yeah. Women are strange, sister. They fall in love, and that's that. I sometimes wonder if it has anything at all to do with a particular man.
Of course it has, Doc. I remember what a little Kyle girl told me one time. She said, Chester, she said...
I didn't know you spoke Kiowa, Chester.
Well, I don't exactly. We use a sign language, kindly. You know.
Hello, Locke.
Marshal, I think you lied to me about Laura.
Oh, is that so?
It most certainly is. There's something mighty strange going on here, and I think you're mixed up in it.
Look, maybe Laura doesn't want to see you, huh? Have you thought of that?
I'm going to see her if I have to kill you to do it.
Kill me?
Why, you ain't even wearing a gun, mister.
I don't have to.
What do you mean, Mr. Locke?
I've hired a man who'll shoot anybody I say for $500.
Philadelphia must be quite a town.
You have 24 hours to produce her, Marshal. And remember, I'm a man of my word.
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
Well, Of all the nimby-nambys.
He's probably one of those who hired somebody to fight in the war for him, Doc. It's all he knows.
Look, Mr. Dillon. You go over talking to Pete Dillon there at the bar.
What? Pete Dillon? So that's his gun.
Looks like it. And of all the evil, no good, drunken crooks, he ain't even much of a gunman.
No.
Yes, I always took Pete Dillon to be a little off in the head.
He is, Doc. You never know what Doolin might do. He isn't like other men. And that makes him really dangerous.
Hello, Matt.
Hi, Kitty.
Sit down.
Ah, thank you. Have you talked to Laura again?
Oh, I saw her this morning, Matt. But she didn't say much.
Well, she can't stay at that boarding house forever. Locke hasn't shown any signs of leaving. Maybe she ought to go on to Pueblo or Santa Fe or someplace for a while.
Give her time, Matt.
Hey, Kitty. Oh, you too, Marshal.
Now, what is it, Sam?
Go on out back, both of you.
What?
What for?
Well, you'll see. Go on. I got to take care of the bar.
Sam must be drunk.
No, he's sober. Now, come on, let's have a look.
All right. But I still say he's drunk.
Sam doesn't drink his own liquor, Kitty.
Well, I don't blame him. I wish I didn't have to.
You don't?
I wouldn't. If I lived on a little chicken ranch somewhere, Matt.
Sam's liquor isn't that bad, Kitty.
Hello, Kitty. Marshal.
Laura, what are you doing here?
Hello, Laura.
I didn't want to go inside just yet. So I've been sitting out here, talking to Sam.
You mean you're coming back to work?
Well, I've been thinking a lot about everything, and I'm going to face it out.
Are you sure you're right, honey?
There isn't any other way to do it. Philip came here because he wants me back. I won't lie to him.
Well, I guess it's up to you. Where do you want to talk to him?
Marshal, would you find him and bring him here?
Out here?
No. Just take him to the bar inside. I'll meet him there later on.
An empty saloon is a curious place to meet Laura.
Hey, you want another drink?
No.
What about you, Marshal?
No, thanks.
Hello, Philip.
Laura. Laura, that dress.
Like it?
Why are you dressed like that?
If you'll buy me a drink, Philip, I'll tell you.
A drink?
Of course. This is how I earn my living, Philip.
You work here?
Yes. Now, will you buy me a drink to start with?
No.
Oh, Philip.
Never mind him, Laura. He don't mean nothing.
No. No, Sam. It's just like what his mother said about me. It's true.
Philadelphia. What do they know in Philadelphia? Lace on their pants.
Here, Laura. Have a drink.
Oh. Thanks, Marshal. I need it.
Why don't you go on home now? I'll get Kitty.
Laura.
Yes, Philip?
Laura, I can't leave. I started to, but I can't. I came to find you. I'm going to take you back with me.
You are?
Yes. This is quite a shock to me, of course, seeing you here in this place, but I can forget about that. I'll try, Laura.
Will you, Philip?
We'll never mention it. Ever.
To your family, you mean?
To anyone. It'll be a secret.
It will.
If nobody knows, perhaps it won't matter.
I'm not sure, Philip. I think it'll matter. Always. To me.
I don't understand.
No, you wouldn't understand, mister.
Come on, let's get out of here where we can talk.
No.
What?
You heard us. You don't want to go.
Well, you keep out of this.
No, I won't. What kind of a man are you anyway? This girl ain't done nothing to be ashamed of except earn her living, which is probably more than you ever done. It makes you think you're good enough to judge
That's
her
enough.
anyways. You'll try to forget about it. Did you ever think of anybody but yourself? Mister, you're no good. Laura here's worth 100 like you. I'm proud of her. I don't care what she's done or who knows it.
You're proud of me, Sam?
Of course I am.
Are you coming, Laura?
Tell him, Laura. Go on. Tell him.
Well?
No, Philip. I'm not coming. I'm going to stay here.
You heard her, mister. Now get out before I break a bottle over your head.
Goodbye, Laura. And you, bartender, you'll die for this.
Don't try that, Locke. You keep Doolin out of this.
Nobody tells me what to do, Marshal.
Doolin? What's Doolin got to do with this?
Locke's hired Doolin's gun.
No. He'll kill you, Sam.
Doolin's crazy enough to.
Yeah? He is, Sam.
Dylan?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
I've been waiting outside, like you said.
Why aren't you there now?
Because he's coming right up Front Street.
Doolin?
Yes, sir.
All right, Chester. After he comes in, just keep an eye on the door, huh?
Yes, sir.
Sam, Doolin's going to be here in a minute. You better get out of sight.
Well, I ain't afraid of
You heard me, Sam. Now get out of sight, will you?
Okay, Marshal.
I come for Sam. Where at is he?
What do you want him for, Doolin?
Well, I've been paid to shoot him. That's what for.
You want to hang, Doolin?
I was born to hang. Where at is he?
Look, I'm going to throw you in jail for a couple of days. Maybe things will be clearer to you then. Now, come on.
No. Marshal, now, don't do that. I got to earn my $500.
All right, but you're going to have to shoot it out with me first.
With you? What have you got to do with it? I don't want nothing to do with you.
There's a law against murder, Doolin.
I know that.
What makes you think you can shoot Sam and get away with it?
I got $500 right here in my pocket. You want to see it?
Doolin, see if you can understand this. Either you take your money and you get out of Dodge, or you're going to jail.
I ain't going to jail.
You want to draw on me?
I'm no fool.
Then get out fast. Now go on. Move.
You don't leave a man much choice, Marshal. I'll have to go. Bye.
Well, you got rid of him, Marshal.
And I hope so, Sam. He wouldn't have had much of a chance at you anyway.
What?
Look at Laura there.
I wouldn't have missed him, Sam, even if he had got the marshal.
Well, now, where'd you get that shotgun, Laura?
It's yours. The one you keep upstairs. I borrowed it.
You know something, Sam? There's blood in this girl. Did she ever tell you that her father was a riverboat captain?
Hey, Marshal? Marshal, I'm closing up the bar. You'll have to do all your drinking somewhere else tonight.
That'll be a pleasure.
Laura. Come on, Laura. I want to hear more about your old man.
Sure, Sam. Sure.
My name is Alfred Hitchcock, and I would like to tell you about my forthcoming lecture. It is about the birds and their age-long relationship with man. It will be seen in theaters like this across the country. In my lecture, I hope to make you all aware of our good friends, the birds. Theirs is a noble history, and through it all, man has played a conspicuous part. This cave drawing is one of man's earliest sketches of his feathered friend. One can see at once the loving care with which the artist depicted his subject. The story of man and his friends, the birds, is filled with many fine examples of ways in which these noble creatures have added to the beauty of the world. Take this plumed hat from the period of Charles I. How proud the birds must have been to have their feathers plucked out to brighten man's drab life. Here we have a later model, a refinement of the first. Here man, or rather woman, thought enough of the birds to have an entire one as a decoration. It's quite dead, of course. Naturally, the egg plays a very prominent part in my lecture. Not a word about which came first, however. I don't believe in dealing with controversial matters. Thousands of years ago, man was satisfied merely to steal an egg from a nest and use it for food. Now he has perfected this process by imprisoning each hen in a separate cage and by scientifically manipulating the lights so that she doesn't fall into the rut of the old 24-hour day. Thus, he can induce the bird to reach fantastic heights of egg production. Originally, there were many varieties of birds on Earth. Some have become extinct. The great auk, the passenger pigeon, and the famous dodo bird have all disappeared. Actually, they didn't exactly disappear. They were simply killed off, but of course, this is nature's way. Man merely hurries the process along whenever he can be of help. Man and birds have been responsible for a great many advances in our civilization. For example, the bird was the inspiration for the invention of gunpowder, and it was his speed that brought about the development of the shotgun. But man has not been unmindful of his debt to the bird. We have honored our feathered friends in many ways. We cage birds and show them off proudly in most of our zoos. And the turkey is traditionally our guest of honor at Thanksgiving. I suspect you never realized that if it weren't for birds, even some of our pastimes would suffer noticeably. Duck hunting, for example. Granted, bagging a fellow hunter can be diverting, but the supply is rather limited. I hope you don't mind if I have something to eat, but I'm rushed today. Planning the lecture has been most educational for me. I've begun to feel very close to the birds and have developed a real sympathy for our little... What was I saying? Oh, yes, I've come to feel very close to the birds and have come to realize how they feel when... I don't think I'll eat just now. Hardly proper with all of you here. Surely the birds appreciate all we've done for them. Don't you? Beautiful cage, fresh water, no other birds to bother you, none of that blinding sunlight. Oh! Now, why would he do that? Most peculiar. What on earth?
They're coming!
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. At 40, sold American. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT. Yes, sir. Sure thing. That's right. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. That real deep-down smoking enjoyment you get in your Lucky Strike can be described in just 5 words. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, you get real deep-down smoking enjoyment because of that finer, lighter, naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. The Lucky Strike Program, coming to you from the Astor Hotel in New York City, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you a man who got on a train in Los Angeles and came to New York by way of
Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
What scenery? And here he is, the star of our show, Jack Benny. Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, when I arrived in New York, now you won't believe this, but I got an official welcome. In fact, Mayor LaGuardia wanted me to be with him so much, he made me an honorary fireman. Gosh, what an honor it was to meet Mayor LaGuardia. There he was, dressed up in his fire hat and everything. And Don, when he shook hands with me, I was chilled. Jack, you mean thrilled? No, chilled. He stuck a cold nozzle in my hand. Well, anyway, Don, here we are in New York. What a town. I don't know what it is, but it's so different from Waukegan. Yes, sir. You really love New York, don't you, Jack? Well, I like it, you know. Like it? Why, Jack, when we arrived here, the first thing you did when you stepped off the train was to get down and kiss the ground. I did not. I slipped on the ice. Well, Jack, if you only slipped on the ice, why did you stay down there so long? I told you I was shaking hands with Mayor LaGuardia. I had to do it then. After all, who knows when I'm going to be down that way again. Anyway, Don, kidding aside, it's really great to be back in New York. Yes, it is, Jack, and my wife and I are having a grand time. Oh, you brought your wife with you. I didn't know that. Yes, you see, Jack, it's our anniversary, and we wanted to be together. Oh, your anniversary. Well, congratulations, Don. Oh, thanks, Jack. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do just for a little anniversary present. As long as we're in New York, I'll pay all your expenses, your hotel bill and everything, for you and your wife. Oh, you don't have to do that, Jack. Oh, yes, I insist. No, Jack, no, really. I don't feel that I should... Don, I don't want to hear any more about it. I insist on paying your wife's expenses as well as your own. Well, thanks. Thanks, Jack. That's darn nice of you. That's all right. By the way, Don, where are you staying? At the Waldorf Astoria. The Waldorf Astoria. Yes, it's on Park Avenue. I know where it is, you big fat head. All right, Don, I made a promise, and I'm going to stick to it. You can live at the Waldorf. Oh, thanks. And here's a handful of nickels. You know where to eat. I mean, there's no use standing in line for change.
All right, folks, I know the temperature dropped a point, but Harris is here to heat up this joint. Hiya, fellas.
Hey, Phil, you don't have to bust in here like a heat wave. Harris is here to warm up the joint. It's not that cold in New York.
It ain't, huh?
No.
Well, it's the first time I ever seen the Statue of Liberty blowing on her hands. Oh, Harris, you joy boy. You're right from Dixie, and you're in your cups, you kid. Yes,
Phil, stop with those silly gags. Everybody who can't stand the cold makes up jokes about it. If you were red-blooded like I am, you could stand this type of weather.
Oh, sure.
What do you mean, oh, sure?
Remember the other morning when you were shaving and cut yourself?
Yeah?
Your blood came out, went hubba, and crawled right back in again.
Well, that happened when I first got here, but I'm getting Come in.
Mr. Benny, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Mr. Beck, the manager of the Astor Hotel.
Now, how do you do, sir?
And since you're honoring us by broadcasting from our ballroom, I want to make sure that nothing interferes with your program.
Well, thank you. You're very considerate.
Are the microphones working all right?
Yes.
I'd better make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, Mom. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Look, the microphones are all right. Now look at this.
Good.
They're all...
Because I don't want anything to interfere with your program.
Thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, Phil Harris's orchestra is going to play a
Is
number.
the piano in tune?
Yes, the piano's in tune. Look at the piano's in tune. It's in tune. Look, Mr. Beck, will you please?
You know, I used to play a little bit myself.
Mr. Beck! Believe me, everything is all right.
Good, because I don't want anything to interfere with your program.
I know. Everything is fine.
Well, then, I'll be running along, and if there's anything you
Look out!
need...
Look out for those steps! Mr. Beck! I knew that would happen. I knew it. Play, Phil. That was Accentuate the Positive, played by Phil Harris and his New York, New Haven, and It Shouldn't Happen to Hartford orchestra. It's the one I wanted Mary to hear at home. Say, Phil. I love that gag. Say, Phil, where did you pick up these boys?
Oh, what are you talking about? This is my regular orchestra. I brought them from Hollywood.
From Hollywood?
Yeah, you just don't recognize them. They're wearing shoes.
Shoes? Oh, yes, they are. Phil, how in the world did you ever get them to put them on?
Well, I told them it was a publicity stunt.
Oh. Well, are they having fun here in New York?
Well, their feet hurt them, but they're having a good time.
Well, that's fine.
Hey, Donzie, how about you? You enjoying your stay here?
I sure am, Phil, especially since my wife is with me.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. This is your anniversary, isn't it? Happy anniversary, Don.
Well, thanks, Phil. And you know what, Phil?
No, what?
Well, Jack's paying all the expenses for my wife and me at the Waldorf Astoria.
Say, that's great. Jack who?
Jack me. That's Jack who. I'm paying all the expenses for Don and his wife while they're in New York. It was my own idea.
It can't be the heat. It's cold here.
All right, it's cold here.
Oh, by the way, Phil, I saw you last night at Frank Fay's new show. Did you see it, Jack?
Frank Fay? Not yet, Don.
Ah, well, don't miss it. He's a scream. I tell you, Jack, my sides still ache.
Oh. Frank Fay, huh?
Yeah, you should have been there, Jackson. You know, Don laughs louder at Frank Fay than he does at you.
Oh, he does, eh?
What else you see, Phil?
Oh, I've seen a lot of shows. You know, I've been going to the theater every night.
Frank Fay.
I saw Bloomer Girl, I saw Laughing Room Only, Mexican Hayride, and then I saw
Just a minute, Phil. Listen, Wilson, what's so funny about Frank Fay?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jack, I think he's one of the greatest comedians I've ever seen.
Oh, you do, eh?
Yes, I do.
Well, then get him to pay your wife's expenses at the Waldorf. I'm no sucker.
Oh, Jackson, you don't expect Don to go to a show and not laugh at it, do you?
No, but he doesn't have to keep raving about Frank Fay all the time.
Oh. I wasn't raving about him. I just said I liked him.
All right, you like him. That doesn't mean you have to go around telling people that I'm washed up. Then he is through, finished.
Who said that?
I can read between the lines, brother.
Oh, what are you talking about?
The minute he gets in town, he's got to go right over and see Frank Fay.
Well, now, wait a minute, Jackson. He didn't
When he
say
comes to the program, all he talks about, Frank Fay, Frank Fay, Frank Fay. Frank Fay, wonderful comedian.
Well, what about it?
I hear.
Well, what about it?
I see no reason for paying Mrs. Wilson's hotel bill. So, the deal's off, Don.
Oh, boy, I wish I'd get out of my girdle that easy.
Never mind the joke. You're here to do the commercial, and it's time we had one, so
well,
go ahead
Jack,
with it.
I should have mentioned this to you, but the sponsor told me that while we're in New York, he'd like a little variety on the commercials, so he's sending over a special announcer to do them.
Oh, well, he'll probably show up. That's strange, bringing in another announcer. I wonder if...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Larry. How are you, Jim? Well, Larry, you got here just in time to do your song.
I know, and I'm so nervous. It's the first time I've ever sang in New York.
Well, I can understand how you feel, kid. Yeah, I'll never forget the first time I played my violin here in New York. I was just about your age, and I was just as nervous as you are.
Well, you should have been with those Indians shooting those arrows at you.
Phil, stop exaggerating. Larry's nervous enough as it is. Now go ahead and sing, kid, and don't worry about the Indians. I mean, don't worry about anything.
Okay.
Hold it a minute, kid. Come in. Yes?
Mr. Benny, I'm coming here to welcoming you to New York.
Yeah, why, it's Mrs. Nussbaum.
I'm resembling maybe the Bloomer Girl.
No, of course not, but I'm glad you're here.
Thank you. And, Mr. Benny, I'm inviting you after your broadcast. You should be guest of honor at my new restaurant.
Oh, you have a restaurant here?
Yes, and what a romantic place. We feature soft lights and hard salami.
Well, I'll be very happy to drop in, but I didn't know you were in the restaurant business.
Oh, this is only of a recent nature.
Oh.
I've been running this restaurant only since I stopped working for, you should excuse the expression, Fred Allen.
I see.
Not only is mine restaurant serving the best from delicacies, but we are also featuring a floor show which would make Herman Billingsley turn Greek with envy.
Oh, you have a floor show, too?
Yes. And for my featured attraction next week, I'm trying to get Frankie Boy. Oh.
You mean Sinatra?
Who else? Then Frankie Boy is singing, "Won't you tell me when we should meet again?" I am telling him instantly.
Mrs. Nussbaum.
And when he's singing, "Don't fence me in," I am already waiting at the gate.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum, I'll be very happy to come to your restaurant, but how do I get there?
First, you're taking the subway.
Uh-huh.
Then you are crossing the bridge, and you are finding yourself in, you should excuse the expression, Brooklyn.
Oh.
And, Mr. Benny, you should realize how lucky you are I am inviting you to my restaurant on a Sunday.
Why?
Well, I will clarify. In my restaurant on Monday, we are having Meatless Tuesday. This is followed by Wheaty-less Wednesday.
Uh-huh.
Then comes Without Turkey Thursday, which precedes Flounderless Friday. And sugar you positively cannot get on Saturday.
Uh-huh.
But when you come on Sunday, you are very lucky.
Why?
Because on Sunday, we're closed altogether.
Well, it was certainly nice seeing Mrs. Nussbaum again. All right, Larry, go ahead and sing.
Oh, say, Mr. Benny, I meant to ask you, where's Miss Livingston?
Why, she still has a bad cold, and she's listening to the program at the hotel. I'm sure she'll be with us next week.
Well, Mr. Benny, would it be all right if I dedicate my number to her?
Oh, that'd be very nice, Larry. I'm sure she'll appreciate it. Go ahead and sing, kid.
Beautiful, here among the shadows, beautiful lady, open your heart. The scene is set, the breezes sing of it, and you get into the swing of it, lady. When do we start? When the lady is kissable and the evening is cool, any dream is permissible in the heart of a fool. The moon is high and you're so glamorous, and if I seem over amorous, lady, what can I do? The night is young, and I'm in love.
And You're So Beautiful, sung by Larry Stevens, the Candy Bar Kid. And I'm sure Mary liked it, huh? Say, Larry, this is your first trip, Larry. This is your first trip to New York, isn't it, huh?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Well, have you been anywhere? Have you seen any of the sights?
Well, I went to Central Park and the Bronx Zoo.
Oh.
And yesterday, when I was walking along the street, I saw the Empire State Building.
Oh, well, you know, that's the tallest building in the world, you know.
I know. So I took an elevator and went all the way up to the top.
Well, did you look down at the street?
Well, what for? I just came from there.
Calls for some kind of an answer there. Larry, the only reason people take the elevator to go up. Come in.
Hello, everybody. Good evening, Mr. Benny.
Why, Fred, how are you?
Well, I haven't time to bandy pleasantries, Mr. Benny. This really isn't a social call. I'm here on business.
Business?
Yes. Your sponsor hired me to read the commercial.
Oh, so you're the guy. But, Fred, I thought radio was through with... you were through with radio.
Well, I haven't got my own program anymore, but I do odd jobs, a commercial here, a sound effect there, an occasional sob on John's other wife.
And by that you managed to eke out a living?
If it doesn't make you too unhappy, yes. And here I am tonight slumming on your show. Couldn't you have made
Slumming,
that
for your information, Alan, my program is right up on top.
on top? Listen, Benny, your program is so low, gravity will have nothing to do with it. And your... You won't find it in there. I called in a little writer who was going by on the street. Furthermore, he gave me this in case the other one didn't go. Furthermore, your program is so full of corn, its rating goes up and down with the grain market.
That's the one we gave you.
Yes. And another thing, I don't believe Mary Livingston is sick tonight at all. You just made her stay home so you'd be sure of one listener.
All right. Look, you came here to read a commercial, so do it and get out of here.
Oh, Mr. Benny, you're losing your temper.
I am not losing my temper.
Well, your forehead is getting red right up to the roots of your toupee.
Listen, Alan, I don't know why my sponsor had to send you over. Doesn't he know that I pay Don Wilson a big salary to read the commercial? Can't Wilson read it?
Well, yes, but your sponsor feels that with the local butchers on strike, it isn't safe for all of that beef to linger too long in one spot.
Well, then, all right, read the commercial and get out of here.
All right. Well, now, you just step aside, Mr. Benny. I use big words and make gestures. I need a lot of room. Would you step back from the microphone?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Click, 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 click. Click, click,
wait a minute. Wait. Are you doing a commercial or do you have lower plate wobble? Nice to get one in myself here once in a while.
Now, quiet, please, Mr. Benny. This may be my big opportunity. Click, 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 click. Yes, sir. Sure thing. That's right. Oh, boy. Wahoo! Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
What diction?
So round, so firm, and like Mr. Benny's wallet, so fully packed.
Now, look.
But unlike Mr. Benny's wallet, Lucky Strikes are free and easy on the draw.
Now, wait a minute.
With men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-1.
That's better.
And with men who know comedians best, it's A-L-L-E-N, A-L-L-E-N.
It's B-E-N-N-Y. B-E-N-N-Y is what
42, Billy.
Fred, that's enough. Fred, that's enough.
Now, don't stop me, Jack. Up to now, this is the cleverest dialogue on your show. 42, Billy.
Fred, where are you going? Fred, look out for those steps. Fred, are you hurt? Fred, say something.
Sold America.
What a guy. You know, Phil, I can't understand the sponsor sending a guy like that over here to do a commercial.
Oh, I don't know, Jackson. Alan's a pretty sharp apple. You know, he was on Information Please.
So what? I've been on with the Quiz Kids 3 times.
Oh,
Sharp
yeah,
apple.
that's right. I remember the last time you were on with the Quiz Kids, you got Sword Slapperman.
That's Kupperman.
Oh.
Joel Kupperman. I had a right to get sore at him. You know, because he used square root to figure out my age. And I wasn't supposed to... I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Is that you, Rochester?
It ain't the voice of the turtle.
Rochester, where are you?
I'm in Harlem.
Well, why is it every time we come to New York, I have the same trouble with you? I didn't even see you when we got off the train.
I jumped off the train when it passed 135th Street.
Jumped off?
Yeah, when I go to Harlem, I like to get a running start.
Roger, you got the keys to my trunk and you've been gone 4 days. I bet you're on some kind of a wild party.
Oh, no, boss. No, I'm not.
You're not, eh?
Oh, no, sir. I'm here visiting my grandmother.
You're what?
My grandmother. She's 88 years old.
88 years old?
Yeah, sweetest little old lady you ever saw.
Well.
Granny, pour me another cup of tea, will you, please?
Now, Rochester.
Just a minute, boss. Put an olive in it, honey.
Olive? Rochester, what did you say about an olive?
That's my grandmother's name, Olive Johnson.
What?
I got a cousin named Pimento.
Rochester, you're not telling me the truth, and I just happen to remember that your grandmother lives in Los Angeles.
Oh, that's the grandmother on my father's side. This is the one on my mother's side.
What about the grandmother you said you had in Chicago?
She joined the wax.
There you are, Rochester. You got yourself all mixed up. You can't have 3 grandmothers.
What'd you say, boss?
I said you can't have 3 grandmothers.
Are you sure?
Of course.
Okay. You'll have to get off my lap, honey. We ain't related.
Now, Rochester, you're not fooling me. I know you're at a party. I want you to be at my hotel in an hour. Goodbye.
But, boss, can I stay just a little longer? If I leave now, it'll break up all the fun.
Why, how many people are there at the party?
22.
22? Then how can your leaving make any difference?
Because 21 of them are girls.
21 of them are girls, you're the only man, and how can you call that a party?
Oh, boss, calm down.
I don't want to hear another word about it. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Every time I come to New York, this happens. Every time. Playfield.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here's my good friend L.A. Speed Riggs.
I've spent 13 years buying tobacco. The advantage I have over most smokers when it comes to selecting a cigarette is that I know tobacco so well. And at auction after auction, I've seen Lucky Strike buy quality tobacco. That's why I've smoked Lucky's myself for 12 years.
This is what Charles Belvin of Durham, North Carolina said. And when a tobacco expert like Mr. Belvin gives eyewitness testimony as to who buys what tobacco, you know Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45, sold American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
Sold American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
You bet. And how?
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Fred, I want to thank you for coming over. It's nice of my sponsor to have you do the commercial.
Well, I want to thank you, too, Jack.
Thank me? What for?
Well, your sponsor said you'd pay me.
Oh.
There he goes again, folks, with that oh. For 12 years now, he's been going, oh. You know, someday he's going to ad-lib a 4th O, and his writers will go out and drop dead in a body. You hear that, folks? He said, what a change of pace.
Look, Fred, instead of sending you a check, I'll be a guest on your program.
But, Jack, I haven't any program.
Well, then I'll just walk around with you for about a half hour someday. Good night, folks. Good
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Extra, read all about it. Army payroll stolen. Extra.
You're on the wrong track, pal. Wrong track with the wrong man.
Save it for Washington. We're flying back today and we're taking it with us.
No, we're not.
What are you looking for?
Huh? Well, just a few $100,000.
There's nothing here.
All right, where is it? Darling, I don't think he'll shoot me. You're taking Halliday's word against mine. The word of a guy you don't even know. You little fool. Second, that way you won't lose speed.
This is a fine time to give driving lessons.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy in The Fighting 69. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The battle flags of many regiments are celebrated in American history, but there's none more famous than the brave banner of the 69th New York, the Fighting 69th of glorious memory. In 1861, in 1898, in 1917, they marched to war. The number of the regiment is different now, but it's the same Fighting 69th in spirit as they march in 1942. Our play tonight is a story of this regiment in the First World War, a play adapted from Warner Brothers' thrilling motion picture, The Fighting 69th. Heroes of fact as well as fiction are here, men like Father Duffy and Wild Bill Donovan. Our cast, I'm sure, will do them honor. Pat O'Brien and Robert Preston and Ralph Bellamy. As Father Duffy, Pat O'Brien plays the same part he did on the screen. This is a story of men tried by fire, a story of strength and courage and adventure, a drama of some of the men who've made America great and set the example their sons follow now. We think it's a timely play that will answer many of the letters we've received, like this one from Denver, which reads, "This is my annual thank you note for the Lux Radio Theater and for Lux Flakes. We haven't missed one of your performances in more than a year. Like everyone else, we're fond of comedies these days because we all need a chance to laugh. But there's another kind of play which makes a big hit with us, the dramas that make us proud we're Americans. Please give us all the good ones of this type you can find. You'll be interested to know that the Lux Flakes consumption is going up at our house because we're trying to make many things, particularly woolen things, last as long as we can. That sounds like a patriotic job for Lux Flakes. And I'm sure the Fighting 69th is the kind of play she means. So here's the curtain going up on the first act, starring Pat O'Brien as Father Duffy, Robert Preston as Jerry Plunkett, and Ralph Bellamy as Wild Bill Donovan. Back in April 1917, they said it would take a year for America to raise an army. Within 3 months, the first contingent of American troops reached the port of Saint Nazaire. Within a year, not only had a great army been raised, but 300,000 American fighting men had been landed on the soil of France. Among these was the pride of New York, the Fighting 69th. They came from the factories, from the offices of New York City, from mansions on Fifth Avenue, from tenements on the East Side. They were trained at Camp Mills, and there, as each new detail of stumbling rookies arrived, they were greeted by Major Donovan, known to the men as Wild Bill Donovan.
You men are about to take the oath of allegiance to your country, to a regiment that in hard battle on many fields has earned the nickname the Fighting 69th. No man has ever let the regiment down, don't forget that. Now, repeat after me. I. Say your names. Do solemnly swear. That I will bear true faith and allegiance. To the United States. Of America. That I will serve them honestly and faithfully. Against all their enemies whomsoever. That I will obey the orders. Of the President of the United States. And of the officers appointed over me. According to the rules and articles of war. So help me God. Lieutenant?
Major Donovan?
Kindly inform the commanding officer my battalion is now up to strength. That's all.
Yes, sir.
Detail. Hi. Away.
I, Jerry Plunkett, do solemnly swear I will bear faith and allegiance. Hey, what does that guy think we are, the Ladies' Aid Society?
What's eating you, mister?
I joined this outfit to get a crack at the Fritz. Not to stand around taking Boy Scout oaths.
Oh! You there. Rookie. Step out.
You talking to me?
I ain't talking to myself. What's your name?
Jerry Plunkett, what's yours?
Quiet! Who told you could talk?
Nobody. I've been doing it since I was 2 years old.
Shut up! You're a very funny man, Plunkett. Very funny.
He certainly is. A scream.
Quiet! What's your name?
Sure, Sergeant. My name's Mike Murphy.
Well, don't pass any remarks, see? Detail. Forward. What? Wait a minute! What did you say your name was?
Mike Murphy, your vice chef.
Murphy, huh? What were you born?
I was born a boy.
That's enough of that!
Hey, Murphy, don't argue. Greußer Schlemiel. Weißt von gar nicht.
Was weißt du? The Ballabos.
Nicht für mein Geld.
Quiet!
Okay.
What name were you born with?
Me?
Yeah, you. Murphy.
Misha Moscovitz.
Where'd you get the Murphy?
I took it. You see, I wanted to go over with the Fighting 69.
I see. Okay, Mike, you'll do.
Thank you.
But as for you, Plunkett, keep your face shut and your eyes front, or you'll be peeling potatoes for the rest of your stretch.
Go on, you big ick me.
What did you say?
I said it was a nice day.
Read the chart, soldier.
My eyes are okay.
Can you read the top line?
Now, only the letters. I don't know what it means.
Read it!
Sure. B for Brooklyn, Y for Yonkers, Q for Queens, H for Harlem, and X marks the Bronx.
Private Plunkett, 2 shirts, OD, size 17.
I only wear a 15.
They'll shrink. Breeches, OD, size 42.
42? Why'd it fall down on me?
That's your problem. Next.
One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's the matter, Plunkett? Got 2 left feet? Oh, beautiful. A company of baboons on roller skates couldn't do better. Hey, you guys, don't go wandering too far away after chow. Major Donovan's taking the battalion out on night tactics in full flag.
What, again?
That's the second time this week. Stop beeping. He's trying to make soldiers out of you. It's more than I can do.
Night tactics in this weather. Boy, that fixes us. You got a cigarette, soldier?
Look, don't you ever buy your own?
What for? Yeah, thanks. Say, you fellas, do you know how many guys has died of exposure on night tactics in the last 10 years? You got a match?
Sure, Suki.
Hey, what's the good of going out in the dark? You can't see anything anyway.
Quit your crabbing, Plunkett. It's all part of the game.
Yeah, some game. Get shoved around by Wild Bill Donovan and that thick mick of a top sergeant.
Say, you. Lay off of that thick mix stuff, do you hear?
Hey, listen, Flannel Mouth. I'll say what I please, and if you don't like it, you know what
Listen,
you
Hey, you guys, cut it out. What's the matter here? Nothing. Well, break it up. Go on, Plunkett, beat it.
Yeah, sure. I see you around sometime, soldier.
Listen, Frank, keep away from that loudmouth Plunkett. He's a wrong soldier, savvy?
I can take care of him.
Never mind that. Stay clear of him.
Hey, here's Father Duffy.
Oh, hello, Father.
Evening, Father. Hello, boys. How are you? Hello, Tom. How's the missus?
Expecting again, Father.
I didn't ask her condition. I asked for her health.
She's fine, Father.
Evening, Father.
Evening, Lieutenant. How's everything going?
Our division's filling up, Father. 4th Alabamas came in today.
Yes, I saw them. In another couple of months, you'll all be making history.
Maybe quicker than you think. We'll need your prayers, Father.
Now, when did an Irishman ever need prayers in a fight? What are you reading there, Lieutenant?
The same book, Father. Poems of Joyce Kilmer.
Oh, yes. By the way, did you ever get up the courage to talk to Kilmer?
I've been intending to. Do you think he'd mind?
Mind? Joyce.
Yes, Father.
Joyce, come here.
Yes, Father.
Corporal Kilmer, the lieutenant has a favor to ask of you.
Yes, sir? Well, I wonder if you'd mind autographing this book for me. It's yours.
I'd be very glad to, Lieutenant. Here's a pen, Joyce.
Thank you.
Let me see, Joyce, what you've written there. Yes. Yours in a common cause. There you are, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Well, good night.
Night, Father Duffy.
Good night,
Father.
Hey, buddy, you got a match?
Match? Yes, I think so. Here.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
I don't think I've met you yet.
No? I only been around here about 3 months. My name's Plunkett, Jerry Plunkett. Smiling Jerry, they call me on account of my disposition. What's yours?
Oh, I'm Fiery Frank, Duffy for short.
Oh, Irish, huh?
That's right.
Yeah, me too. But I don't practice it. And I don't go for these flannel mounts always singing about Molly Malone, neither.
I'm afraid you're in the wrong outfit, son. You see, this regiment has certain traditions.
Oh, listen, don't give me that malacca. We both signed up for the same thing, didn't we? Come back here dripping with all them medals? Big shots with the world our oyster?
What?
Oysters. You know, you eat them.
How'd you leave things in Brooklyn?
Oh, swell. Say, how'd you know I was from Brooklyn?
That was my third guess.
Oh. Say, you know, you're not so dumb for a soldier. You steer me wise around here, Duffy, and you and me'll get places. Now, look, a pal of mine's going to give me a hot one in the 5th at Saratoga. Now, I'll slip it to you, and we'll both clean up. What do you say?
Oh, thanks. I don't play the horses.
Oh, no? Oh, well, that's too bad. Well, a guy who ain't a sucker for the ponies usually goes for the dames. Now, look, I got a couple of telephone numbers, 2 blondes. What do you say you and me go AWOL tonight, huh?
Jerry, my boy, I think I better tell you something.
Hey, what's going on over there?
I'm afraid it's a fight. Come on, Jerry, help me break it up.
What for? You don't get medals for that kind of fighting.
Boys, cut it out.
Hey, look at those suckers go to it.
All right, boys, that's enough. That's enough. Break it up. Terrence, Patty, cut it out. Brian, get out of this. Come on now, stop it. Stop it!
Come on, break this up.
Hey, look out, boys. It's Donovan.
I'm Bill.
It's Major Donovan.
Break this up. Break it up, do you hear? You men go back to your ranks. Get back. Now, who started this ballet ruse? Come on, who started it?
It's them Alabama boys, Major Donovan. They said they shot the pants off the 69th in the Civil War.
We did, sir. You're right, you did.
They did, Major?
At the Battle of Fredericksburg, this outfit, the 4th Alabamas, broke up the charge of the 69th and stopped us in our tracks. Then they cheered their heads off because they respected a game enemy. Those men on both sides were Americans. They fought, then rose above their hatreds and became one people again. And that's as it should be. What do you think the whole nation's out of step but you? Our 2 regiments are now brigaded together. Their names have been changed. The 69th New York to the 165th United States Infantry. The 4th Alabamas to the 167th. They both form part of an organization that will represent every part and section of our country. The Rainbow Division. Every day more are going to join us. Outfits from all over the country. But they're not coming here as Southerners or Easterners, Alaskans or New Englanders. There'll be no room in the Rainbow for sectional feuds, because now we're all one nation, one team, an all-American team pulling together, and known as the United States Army. Now, if you've got to fight, wait till we get overseas. You'll get a belly full of it then. Now get back to your lines and behave yourselves.
Okay.
Nice thing, Father, fighting with the boys, eh?
Well, it's worth your life to break up a pack of battling Irishmen.
I'll look you up tonight, Father.
Fine, Bill.
Say, Father, you didn't get hurt, did you?
Hurt? Sergeant, who'd hurt me? Well, Jerry, it was quite a brawl, wasn't it?
So it's father, huh? A priest. I suppose I'm just Patsy Dumpcluck, huh? Yeah, my pal, just stringing me along. It's funny how a guy can't get away from you birds, even in the Army.
Well, maybe it's because the Saints have their eyes on you, son.
Nah, don't give me that. I can look out for myself.
Yes, I suppose you can. But if you ever do need me...
Now listen, hard collar, once and for all. I don't need any pious
That's enough of that, Plunkett.
Hey, let me go.
Go on, get out of here, snapping at father like that.
Hey, now, Sergeant, don't...
Let me go, you
I got a mind to chew you up and spit you out. Now go on, beat it.
My, but you're a violent kind of a man, Sergeant.
Yeah, what is it?
Oh, come along, Smiling Jerry. Come on, now, get up, son. We'll see about getting that mud off your smiling face.
Heads up. Come on, man, heads up. Put some swing into it. You're not dead yet. Heads up. Swing.
No, we're not dead yet. We're just muscle-bound, flat-footed, and fed up. Outside of that, we're all right. And a lot that slave driver cares whether we are or not.
Pipe down, Plunkett.
Always crabbing. Cut it out.
Listen, you're in the Army now. Yeah.
In the Army now, you're not behind the plow. You'll never get rich.
Close up there, you guys.
Hey, you fellas, what are you training for, the Olympics?
It's just Wild Bill Donovan's chain gang.
There you are, Father. What do you think of it?
So this is the insignia of the Rainbow Division.
Every color in the spectrum. Don't you like it?
Oh, I do indeed. I was just thinking the boys in the 69th might like it better if it were all green.
B Company, sir, all present and accounted for.
B Company, sir. All present and accounted for. Find Lieutenant Rice. Ask him to wait outside for orders.
Yes, sir.
Another march tonight, Bill?
Another march.
Bill, don't you think you're a bit too hard on them? With all their night hikes and forced marches? After all, they're not used to such a grind.
I'll handle the military end of it, Father. You take care of their souls.
I'm sorry, Bill.
No, I'm sorry, Father. War's a business, I know. I've seen what's going on over there. That's why I'm so hard on these men. I've got to be. So they'll be able to face what's coming later. These kids of mine are going up against veterans, schooled in 3 years of war. They've got to be able to out-endure and out-fight them. Not just be led in half-trained like sheep to the slaughter. Don't you think I wanted to let up on them? I didn't dare. Had to think of the future. Well, now the future's here. I couldn't tell you this before. This isn't just a night hike, Father. This is it.
You mean we're going over tonight?
Yes. Give me your blessing, Father.
Benedictio Deo, omnipotentis Pactus et Filius Spiritus Sancti, Jean et Super Te et Magnus Semper.
Thank you, Father.
All present and accounted for, sir.
Column squads! First company! Squad right!
Squad right! Squad right! Squad right!
March!
Almighty God, in thine infinite mercy, grant unto me, thy servant, the wisdom to guide my young flock through the trials of war. Oh, Father, they're so young. They know so little of life, and nothing at all of that terrible and bloody altar towards which they move, carrying so eagerly the bright sacrifice of their youth. Their need will be great, O Lord, and I'm weak. Therefore I beseech thee in the name of thy blessed Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, grant me strength to keep them strong and steadfast in the faith, in decency and courage, to the glory of God, their country, and their regiment, in the bad times to come. And if in battle you see fit to gather them to your own protecting arms, thy will be done. But let them die like men, valiant and unafraid.
DeMille and our stars, Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy, will return in just a moment for Act Two of The Fighting 69th. During our brief intermission, we want to tell you how you can have a lovelier garden this summer at a trifling cost. You see, out here in Hollywood, waiting for you at the Lux Garden Club, are 3 gorgeous early flowering chrysanthemum plants. Not just cuttings, but strong, well-rooted, field-grown plants. And they're yours for only 10 cents and the opening tab from a large box of Lux Flakes. Think of it. 3 first-quality chrysanthemum plants. They're worth $1.
And our Lux Mum plants have had a special vitamin treatment.
Yes, every plant you get from the Lux Garden Club has been vitamin treated with transplantone for stronger roots and earlier flowering.
In the early fall, just when other flowers are through blooming, you'll have a garden the neighbors will envy. Dozens and dozens of beautiful, long-lasting mums from each plant, up to 3 or 4 inches across. They're easy to grow, and they'll bloom year after year.
1 plant at each set blossoms in a stunning shell pink color, a favorite for flower arrangements.
And if you haven't a garden, you can grow your mums in flower pots or window boxes in any sunny window.
There's a leaflet of planting instructions enclosed with the mums.
And another telling you how to get other flower bargains.
Now, here's what you do to get your mum plants. Your dealer has handy order blanks for this wonderful flower offer right now. Send 10 cents in coin. No stamps, please. 10 cents in coin and the opening tab from a large box of Lux Flakes to Lux Garden Club, Hollywood, California. That's easy to remember, isn't it? Lux Garden Club, Hollywood, California. We'll send your plants to you right away within 2 weeks. $1 value for only 10 cents. And while our supply lasts, you can order as many sets of 3 as you want. Do it at once so you won't be disappointed. For each set of 3 plants that you order, send 10 cents in coin and the opening tab from a large box of Lux Flakes to Lux Garden Club, Hollywood, California. And don't forget to include your name and address. This offer is good only in the United States. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Fighting 69th, starring Pat O'Brien as Father Duffy, Robert Preston as Jerry Plunkett, and Ralph Bellamy as Wild Bill Donovan.
Where do we go from here, boys? Where do we go from here? Anywhere from Harlem to a Jersey City pier. When Pat was flying...
Anywhere from Harlem to a Jersey City pier, and then across the sea to the battlefields of France. Marching men, fighting men, tough guys, quiet guys, big guys, little guys, singing as they move up to the front. It's Christmas Eve. In the 69th Regiment headquarters, there's a meeting of the staff. The colonel bends low over his map.
Our present orders are to march to Lunéville, starting the day after Christmas. We'll probably see our first action very quickly. Think your supply train can keep up with us, Captain?
It will, sir, if my men have to pull the wagons and carry the horses.
Father Duffy, what about your midnight mass tonight?
Everything's set, sir, barring the conversion of a few heathen. Present company not accepted.
And facilities for the non-Catholics?
All taken care of, sir. The Methodist chaplain has arranged a service for the Protestant lads. My friend, Mr. Murphy, built him a pulpit. I've wired GHQ to send a minister to the Alabamas. Another wire to Paris about the chaplain for the Illinois. You know, if some of the folks back home knew how well all of the different faiths got along together here, it would cause a scandal to many a pious mind.
Oh, Mademoiselle from Armadeer, parlez-vous. Mademoiselle from Armadeer, parlez-vous. Oh, Mademoiselle from Armadeer.
Hey, watch it, you guys. Here comes Father Duffy.
Uh-oh.
Watch it. Lay off. It's Father Duffy. Hello, Father.
Hello, boys.
Hiya, Father.
Fine, fine. How are you?
I don't know, Father. You gotta watch yourself in this climate.
He's always got something wrong with him.
Now, wait. Maybe he's sick. It's getting a lot of the boys. First, your arms go to sleep.
Yeah, that's it. They're asleep right now.
And you hear a buzzing in your ears, huh?
Yeah.
Then the most fatal symptom, you get a light feeling in the head.
Holy smoke, I got it.
And that means you need exercise, and there's nothing in the world like pumping an organ at midnight mass. It'll make a new man of you.
He's got to pump the organ.
That's right, Mac, that's right. And you're going to sweep out the church.
Oh.
Hello, Jerry. Jerry, I'm talking to you. What's the matter, Jerry? Don't you hear well?
Yeah, I hear you. You got a match, St. Francis?
Get on your feet when an officer comes in the room. On your feet, I said. Take that cigarette out of your mouth.
Okay.
That's better. All right, boys. See you later. Stay here, Jerry.
Come on, then. Outside. We got plenty of things to do around this stuff. Around this camp. Outside.
Don't forget midnight mass, boys. Confessions this afternoon. Well, Jerry. My boy, you know, you're getting yourself so well liked in this army, the men would rather machine gun you than they would the Germans. You're bad enough at Camp Mills, but here you're getting worse.
Ah, well, that's one man's
It's
opinion.
everyone's opinion. Calling you a misfit and a troublemaker.
Oh, gee, that's tough, you know it. I'm going to bust right out crying.
Sit down a minute. Now, to begin with, Jerry, I don't think you're such a tough guy as you'd like to think. You're only kidding yourself. You happen to be your own biggest sucker.
Yeah?
Oh, I've seen a lot of life. And men. You're just plain lonesome, Jerry. That's all that's the matter with you.
Me? Lonesome? That's rich.
Oh, sure, I know. Smart boys don't need anybody. Take care of themselves. But we've got some black days ahead of us, when a man will have the need of a friend he can depend on. Jerry, you've made no friends, none at all. And that's where I thought I might come in. We're going in the trenches right after Christmas.
Yeah? You're not kidding me, are you? Well, say, that's great. Well, that's what we come over here for. And the sooner the better.
Jerry, how long since you've been to confession?
Oh. Yeah, I figured you'd worm around to that sooner or later.
We're having midnight mass tonight. And Christmas isn't a bad time for any of us to sort of take stock and check up. Come on, what do you say? Why don't you join the boys tonight?
Now, look, Chaplain. Get this once and for all. I'm here to soldier, not to pray. I don't go for that Holy Joe stuff. And there's no use trying to convert me.
I'm not trying to convert you, Jerry. I'm only asking you to come back to your religion and recognize the fact of Almighty God. Well, all right. Merry Christmas.
Same as last night, side of the road.
What road? We ain't been on a road since Tuesday.
Keep moving. Keep moving. Come on. Hold up. Hold up, man.
I don't know if I can keep this up.
No, of course you can. Here, let me carry a gun for you, eh?
Oh, no. I
Just
couldn't
for
let
a
you.
while. You'll feel better soon. There we are.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Say, you're that poet fella, aren't you? Joyce Kilmer?
Yes, I am.
My name's Tim. Hiya.
My shoulders are killing me.
Those blasted pack straps, they cut through your shoulders like a knife.
My shoulders ache beneath my pack.
Boy, listen to that gunnery. We're getting close to the war.
My shoulders ache beneath my pack. Lie easy across upon his back.
I wish I hadn't thrown away my extra shoes.
Well done, rifle butt. My fingers are froze.
My rifle hand is stiff and numb.
Hope it don't rain again tonight.
From my pierced palms, red rivers run.
Hold up. What's the matter with you? Don't die on your feet. Come on. Hold up.
Men shout at me who may not speak.
Keep going. This ain't no excursion.
They scourge thy back and smote thy cheek.
Say, soldier, what's that you're muttering?
Huh? Oh, well, it may turn out to be a prayer. Maybe only a poem.
Keep 'em moving up there, Sergeant. Take 'em into the trenches.
Well, Father, this is it. Pray for us, Father.
I will indeed.
The reserve area is back that way.
Yes, I know. I saw it on the map.
Now, look, Father, you've got to go back there. Regulations.
Funny, you know, with all the firing going on, I seem to have lost my hearing, Bill.
I tell you, you can't stay up here in the trenches.
Now, Bill. Supposing some of the boys met with an accident. It's been known to happen, you know. You wouldn't deny them the consolation of my matchless presence now, would you?
As the priest said to the bishop, I only go to the races in case one of the jockeys falls off.
Well, it's near enough. Come on, Bill.
Now, look, you guys. This here thing's a trench, and we got a good reason for building them this way. Now, keep off the fire and step until you get orders. That probably won't be until morning. Okay. And one thing more. In that box over there, there's a lot of flares and a Very pistol. They're to be used only if we're attacked during the night. Now, keep your mitts off them unless you want Heine to blow us all over friends.
What's the matter, Sarge? You getting the wind up? There's always an MT job waiting for you in Paris, you know. Or is it just them stripes talking again?
Maybe you ain't heard tell, soldier. There's a war on up here.
Yeah, I read it in the papers. But I ain't seen it yet. If this is all there is to it, I don't see what them frogs are so...
If I was you, I'd keep my big yap shut about the frogs till I'd earned a fighting man's right to talk.
Well, maybe you think I won't.
Oh, we're hero, huh? Would you be satisfied with a Distinguished Service Cross?
Well, if I don't get it, it'll be because I got a wooden one. And if you don't believe me, you got to bet.
See, that guy hates himself.
That makes it unanimous. Now, don't forget what I said, men.
Hey, you guys, what do you say we match to see who watches a baby and who sleeps?
Nothing doing. We all watch the baby.
Some excitement, huh? Hey, I wonder what it looks like out there.
Out where?
Out there, that no man's land. I think I'll take a look.
Hey, listen, Guy, the Sarge said to stay off the firing stand.
Shut up. I don't see it. Hey, look out! Get down! Holy smoke.
You okay? Did you get hit, Plunkett?
No, I don't think so. Hey, look what it did. Look at that dent in my helmet.
Better there than in your head.
Hey, how'd he see me? I couldn't see him.
The moon's behind us, dope.
Yeah? Well, I'm gonna see him. Give me one of them flares.
Hey, lay off, Plunkett.
Get out of my way. I'm gonna pay that guy off.
You'll light up the whole train.
Look out!
Don't shoot that flare.
Here goes. All the better to see you with, Heine.
You crazy fool.
Now I get him.
Look at that.
Look out!
Stay down, men. They've spotted us.
Hey, give me a hand grenade. I can see him.
Get up. That's bright as daylight. They got the rays up. Stay down.
Hey, fellas. I've been hit. I've been...
Lay him down. Don't lift his head.
Catch your bird! Catch your bird!
Is he bad?
Sergeant told you not to touch them flares. There's another guy got it. We can thank you for this. You're murdering these guys.
Hey, listen, we gotta get out of here.
Stay where you are, Plunkett.
Hey, they're dropping them right on us. I'm getting out of here, I tell you. I'm getting out of here.
Father Duffy, we need you here.
Coming.
Father Duffy.
Jerry, what's the matter? Are you wounded?
No, listen, Father, over there in the dugout.
What is it, Jerry?
I just saw him. I was going in the dugout and a shell hit. Gee, they're very live in there.
Jerry, what were you doing in a dugout? You were on duty in the front line in the trenches. Who sent you back here?
Well, nobody, Father. I come back myself. You see, I had a...
Yes, Jerry, I do see. Indeed, I do. There'll be a lot of boys who went up there with you, Jerry. He won't come back tomorrow. You'll be alive, but I wonder if you'll be glad.
Perhaps their brave young spirits hear the bugle sing. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Slumber will where the shell screamed and fell. Let your rifles rest on the muddy floor. You will not need them anymore. Danger's past. Now at last, go to sleep. And up to heaven's doorway floats, from the wood called Rouge Bouquet, a delicate cloud of bugle notes that softly say, farewell. Farewell. Comrades true, born anew, peace to you. Your souls shall be where the heroes are, and your memory shine like the morning star. Brave and dear, shield us here. Farewell.
No use talking, Father. I'm getting rid of Plunkett. I'm having him transferred to another regiment.
Now,
He's
Bill.
a bad egg, a troublemaker. Unreliable on the line. He's getting himself talked about in a way the 69th doesn't relish.
Bill, give the lad another chance. I happen to know he had a pretty bad shock up there.
Yes? Well, it's finished him as a soldier. I've had nothing but complaints from his company commander on down. Picking fights behind the lines and dodging patrols when he's up there. Reporting sick when he's detailed to wiring parties. One excuse after another whenever there's a man's job to do. I won't have a man like that in this outfit.
Now, Bill, I don't want to interfere with discipline, but it's possible he has a good side, too.
If he has, we'll let him develop it somewhere else. My mind's made up.
Bill, you're not being fair about this. You've got to give him a chance to redeem himself, make a man of himself. Bill, I've heard you say 100 times, the 69th makes men. Well, it makes men out of cowards and never cowards out of men. Now, here's one time I can prove you're right. If you trust me and let him stay, I'll take full responsibility for him.
That blarneying tongue of yours. Don't know why I didn't let him send you home to collect funds for the Knights of Columbus.
Well, maybe you wanted to save me the trouble of swimming back. What do you say, Bill? Will Jerry Plunkett stay?
All right. All right, but he's your guinea pig from now on.
Okay, fine. Oh, one more thing, Bill. I wonder if you'd okay providing 2 buses to take the Jewish boys back to their services at each.
I'll take care of it, Father.
It's a good thing we've no Mohammedans in the division, or I'd have no time for the war.
Well, Father, the rest of the boys are on their way up to the lines at Oak River. I kept Plunkett here. You see that he gets up there?
Oh, I will indeed. I'll be on my way myself tonight. Evening, Jerry.
Huh? Who's that?
Oh, relax, son. Take it easy. It's only Father Duffy making his parish rounds. You on your way up?
Yeah.
So am I. Suppose we go along together.
Hey, look, Father, leave me alone, will you?
All right, son.
No. Wait a minute. I didn't mean that.
You know, you're like the old Irishman who'd rather be quartered than lonesome. A little jumpy, are you? Well, we all are. The men, the officers, it's not easy for any of them.
The officers? Brass hats? What they got to be jumpy about? Some general right now is sitting in an office back there sticking pins in a map. But me, I'm on that map. I know I'm there. Ducking into shell holes, listening to bullets rattling around my head, and figuring any minute some hiney I can't even see is going to crack one into me. Yeah, it's easy for the brass hat. He ain't here. Oh, it isn't the fight I mind, Father. Gee, I love a fight, and I ain't never been afraid of anything in my whole life. But this stuff, well, it's made me yeller. Me, of all the guys in the outfit, yeller.
Scared is the word, Jerry, not yellow, and you'll get over it.
Get over it? And everywhere I go and everything I do, I see the faces of all those guys I killed up there in the trench that night, staring at me and saying nothing. I can't fight it anymore. I tried. Goes along for a while, everything's okay, and then suddenly it hits until I feel like if I don't get up and run away, I'll go nuts.
Now, it's not for me to say that that's all nonsense, Jerry. It isn't. But there's only one way you can lick it, and that's through faith and prayer.
Faith? Can faith stop bullets? If a guy gets his pins blown off, will a prayer put him back on again? Or bring the dead back to life?
No, but faith and prayer can help you defeat the fear that's possessing you. Oh, Jerry, it's peace and courage I'm offering you. If you'd only open up your heart and take it.
Look, Father, I'm going up to the front line. I don't pray up there, I hope. I haven't got faith in anything or anybody.
I'm sorry, sir. There seems to be something wrong with the carburetor. Take you long to fix it? I don't think so, sir. I'll walk around a bit.
Come on, Father, let's go.
Is that somebody over there?
Yes, sir, it is.
How far is it to field headquarters, do you know?
Oh, I'd say about 2 kilometers, a little more or less.
Who is that? Is that you, Father Duffy?
Yes, it is.
Well, good evening, Father. Nice to see you again.
Thank you. It's fine to see you.
On your way up to the front?
Yes, I notice you are, too.
69th has done some fine work up there. We're very proud of them.
I'd like to tell them you said that, if I may.
I wish you would.
I only wish I could tell it to some of the other boys. Boys who won't be coming back.
They were good soldiers, Father. They fought like good soldiers. They died that way. We're not forgetting them.
I think that's all the tribute they'd want.
But from now on, it's up to the rest of us, Father, to make certain they didn't give their lives in vain.
Ready in a minute, sir.
Well, good night, Father. Good luck.
Good luck to you. Well, Jerry, remember the brass hats we were talking about? That was one of them.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Chief of Staff. The looks of things, he's on the map, though, isn't he? He's been there a long time, Jerry. In the trenches, standing beside his men, over the top with them. A fighting man, Jerry, one of the best. They say he can spit nickels and chase Germans as well as any doughboy in the whole Rainbow Division.
Yeah. What's his name?
Douglas MacArthur.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy in Act 3 of The Fighting 69. But now, Sally says...
It's easy as pie.
Easy as rolling off a log.
Easy as ABC.
Easy as LUX to do that big job of spring house cleaning with Lux Flakes.
You can freshen up the curtains,
Wipe down the woodwork,
wash out the slip covers,
and have everything come out spick and span, fresh and unfaded.
including yourself.
If you stick to new Quick Lux for every soap and water job around the house. Seriously, though, spring cleaning this year is different. Our government has asked us to take care of the things we own. to make them last longer so we won't have to replace them quickly. It's a real duty now, as well as a matter of thrift, to take the gentlest kind of care of everything. Harsh soaps, cake soap rubbing, are hard on fabrics and colors, make them wear out before their time. But gentle, rich Lux suds get rid of dust and dirt quickly, thoroughly, safely.
You don't have to tell us how Lux saves things, Mr. Ruick. We women have known that for a long time. We've proved it over and over again. That's why so many millions of us always use Lux for all our washable dresses and blouses, for underthings and stockings. There's nothing better than Lux Flakes for cutting down on stocking runs.
Right, Sally. And you save the same way when you use Lux all around the house. Yes, to save your blankets, slipcovers, curtains, bedspreads, to keep them fresh and new-looking and useful longer.
And to save your hands.
Stick to gentle new Quick Lux for every soap and water job you have to do. Anything safe in plain water is safe in Lux. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 3 of The Fighting 69th, starring Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy.
The infantry with the dirt behind their ears. The infantry that wants the volunteers. The
Cavalry, artillery, and the bloomin' engineers. Oh, they couldn't lick the infantry in 100,000 years. They're on the march again, the Fighting 69th, moving up under fire to the front line trenches.
Look at them, Father. There's nobody could lick them. They're moving into a tough spot now. The toughest we've been in yet.
Bill, is it true you're going to attack when they are gone without artillery preparation?
It is. Going to give Fritz a little surprise. Well, bye, Father.
Bye, Bill. I'll be seeing you up there after you get underway. Oh, by the way, Bill, were you able to do anything for Jerry?
No. Nothing. Not even if I could.
Bill, are you sure you're being fair?
Look, Father, I gave him his chance at Oak River. You know what he did? He admitted it in the court-martial. He ran away. He deserted. It wasn't the first time either. It's going to be the last.
Yes, and if I hadn't asked you to transfer him, it might never have happened. It's my fault, Bill. I told the court-martial it was my fault. The boy shouldn't be executed for something he couldn't help.
Father, let's not go into this again. Never in history has a 69th man disgraced his regiment the way he's done. He's been tried and sentenced. Tomorrow morning, he's got to take what's coming to him. May God have mercy on his soul.
Right in, Father.
What do you want this time, Father?
Oh, I was just wondering, Jerry, if there was anything I could do for you.
What can you do for me? This is curtains, ain't it?
Well, there's still time to make your peace.
I don't stand there talking like a sap. Don't you understand? They're going to shoot me. Tomorrow morning, I get it. You're so anxious to help me do something about that.
I've tried, Jerry. Believe me, I've tried. I've gone to the colonel, to general headquarters. It's no use.
Well, it's not my fault I couldn't take it, is it?
Jerry, you're not the only one in the regiment who ever knew fear. It just happened you couldn't face it, that's all.
Hey, look. Maybe you can still do something. Get me out of here. Help me to escape. I'll get home some way, and after the war, they'll forget all about me.
No, Jerry.
But why not? You're a priest. They can't do anything to you.
You're forgetting I'm a soldier as well as a priest.
Yeah, I see.
Oh, Jerry, ask me anything else.
I will. I'll ask you to beat it.
You don't understand.
Oh, let me alone. Go on, get out.
The bat cases are down this way, Father. One of the boys has been asking for you.
What's his name, Doctor?
Well, he keeps saying it's Murphy. Michael Murphy.
Mike Murphy.
Here he is. He's pretty far gone, Father.
Father Duffy.
Well, Mike, how do you feel, lad?
I got a bad one, Father.
Oh, now, don't be like that. Takes more than a 77 shell to keep a good Irishman down.
Father, could you say a prayer? I got the book here.
Mike, lad. That's a Jewish book you've got. Wouldn't you be wanting someone of your own faith?
No time. Read, Father.
You mean you want me to help you pray?
Yes, Father. Read.
O Lord God, I know that my life and my death are in thy hands. may it be thy will to heal me. But if thou willst my death, may it be atonement for all my sins. Into thy hands I entrust my spirit. Thou art my Redeemer, Lord God of truth. The Lord shall reign forever and ever. Hear, O Israel. The Lord our God, the Lord is one. Shema Yisrael Adonai. Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Thank you. Thank you, Father. He's dead, Father. Rest in peace. Oh, surely they'll not be shelling a hospital now.
Let me out of here. Let me out of here. You can't let me die like this. Let me out. Let me out.
Harry.
Hey, Father, they went away. They left me here.
Guard's been killed, Jerry. Come on, I'm taking you out.
Where are we going? What are you going to do with me?
Jerry, you've looked in the face of death these past few hours. Death by execution and death from shell fire. Now you're still alive. I can't let you stay here with this. You're free, Jerry. Free of everything but yourself. I can't tell you what to do. I can only point out two roads to you. One to safety for a while, perhaps to home. Do you hear that? It's fallen on your regiment, Jerry. They're in a trap. It's possible not one of them will come out alive. There are your two ways. Whichever you choose, you'll have to walk alone.
What do you mean, whichever I choose? Think I'm crazy enough to try to go up to the front through that? Goodbye, Father. Father! Where are you? Father Duffy. Here. Are you all right, Father?
If you can move this stuff off of me.
Yeah, wait. Don't try to move. I'll get you out. Here.
That's the boy. Thanks, Jerry.
Father? You hurt?
No. Just stunned a little.
Father Duffy.
Yes, here.
Father, can you come to the hospital? There's been a direct hit. The wounded are getting panicky.
Come along, Jerry. I may need you.
Father, you can't go in that place. The roof's liable to cave in any minute.
They need me, Jerry.
No, don't do it, Father. Come on outside.
Boys. This is Father Duffy. I'm here.
Don't leave us, Father.
Well, now, aren't you ashamed of yourself? Kicking up a fuss like this over a few shells. Timmy, lad, I'm surprised. You want Almighty God to think you've forgotten him? Come on now, Sean, buck up. Buck up, all of you. Believe me, I tell you, everything is going to be all right now. Get hold of yourself. Come on now. We'll all say the Lord's Prayer. Repeat after me. Our Father who art in heaven.
Our Father who art in heaven.
Hallowed be thy name.
Hallowed be thy name.
Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Give us this day our daily bread.
Give us this day our daily bread.
And forgive us our trespasses.
And forgive us our trespasses.
As we forgive those who trespass against us.
As we forgive those who trespass against us.
And lead us not into temptation.
Lead us not into temptation.
But deliver us from evil.
Deliver us from evil. Amen.
There, boys. That's better now, isn't it? Jerry, my boy, did I really hear you praying?
Yes, Father. I believe it now. Thank you, Father.
And if it so be that he find it, amen, I say to you, he rejoiceth more for that than for the 99 which went not astray.
The tanks will be here soon.
With all that wire around us, sir, we're cooked if we don't get through. We've got to get through. Once we get into their trenches, we can finish the thing off. Well, here's a scrap that should satisfy even the fighting Irish, eh, Sergeant?
Yeah, it is a fine bit of a scrimmage, sir.
We've got to knock out those machine guns somehow, cut a hole through that wire. Are all those Stokes motors out of commission?
Yes, sir, and the crews are all killed.
Maybe there's one we could fix up somehow. That'd do it.
Well, there's a mortar outfit about 50 yards off the flank. Maybe I could have a look, sir.
All right, go ahead, Sergeant. Take 5 men.
I'll go myself, sir. It'll be quicker.
Sergeant, take some men.
I don't need them, sir.
on, you heinies. Blast away at me. Blast away. When I get this gun going, I'll blow the lot of you to kingdom come. Now I've got it. Oh! Dirty! Oh!
Sergeant, where are you?
Who is it?
It's me, Plunkett.
Plunkett, what are you doing out here? Oh, did you run the wrong way?
I didn't come out here to look at your big, ugly puss. Now shut up and show me how to use this mortar.
What for? So you can turn it on the 69th and kill off a few more good men?
Now, listen, I know what you think of me, and I know what I think of you. Never mind our own private scrap. I'll give you a belly full of that later. Now shut your big Irish trap and show me how to use this mortar. If you don't, I'll shove this bayonet right through you. You show me how to use it so I can't miss.
Well, there's nothing to it. Here, put your hand on the fuse. Pull the pin, drop it in.
Yeah, I got it. Hey, these shells don't look like so much.
No, there's enough TNT in them to blow a lane in that wire as wide as Central Park.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you in a second. Here's a kiss for you, Heine.
That's the boy, right on the nose.
I'll show them krauts. Put a sausage skin on this one, Heine.
Let him have it.
Give me another shell.
They got the range. They'll be hammering us now.
Go on, let them. Here's one for the 69.
I hate to say it, Jerry, but you might have the makings of a soldier if you live long enough.
Pipe down, slug. Come on and get it, Fritz. Come on up and take your liquor. Here's one for Brooklyn and the Bronx. Sergeant.
Here we are, sir.
Here. Hit, Sergeant.
Oh, I'm all right.
You did a fine job, man. We swarmed all over them through the hole you made.
The hole I made? There's the man who did it, sir. He's been hurt bad.
Let's see him. Come on, look up here, soldier. You did it, fight. Jerry Plunkett.
Yes, sir.
Major. I'm sorry, soldier. Get Father Duffy. Get Father Duffy.
Jerry, it's Father Duffy.
Hello, Father. Gee, I was hoping you'd get here in time.
You're not afraid, are you, Jerry?
No, Father. Not anymore. I've been an awful lot of trouble to you, haven't I, Father? Was that with you?
Major Donovan, Jerry.
Oh.
I just wanted to tell you, Jerry, the 69th is mighty proud of you.
69th. Thank you, sir. I'm ready now, Father.
Puristum sanctum, onctionum, indulgia tibi dominus, quid requisti, amen.
And I once thought this boy was a coward.
On November 11th, 1918, the great guns were silenced at last. Out of the gloom of doubt and despair came the shining light of victory and peace. The boys came back with the quiet pride of fighting men who have fought hard and well. They marched home again. And there were others who marched with them, not in body but in spirit. The lost legion of American boys who lay resting on the fields of France.
O Heavenly Father, hear I beseech you the prayer of this America's lost generation. They love life too, O Lord. It was as sweet to them as to the living of today. They accepted privation, wounds, and death, that an ideal might live. Don't let it be forgotten, Father. Amid turmoil and angry passions, when all worthwhile things seem swept away, let the tired eyes of a troubled world rise up and see the shining citadel of which these young lives form the imperishable stone. America, citadel of freedom. May it stand always as a stronghold of justice and liberty for all the peoples of the earth. This I beg of you, through Christ our Lord. Amen.
curtain falls on tonight's play. In just a moment, our stars will return to the microphone. This Lux Radio Theater performance of the Fighting 69th has come to you tonight with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with the stars of our play.
The Fighting 69th will live forever in the hearts of the American people. And in this theater, we'll remember the way Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy told us the story tonight.
Well, it was a great honor to have a part in it, C.B.
When I was in New York 10 days ago, Pat, I made a little pilgrimage to Times Square for a special purpose.
That's a fine statue of Father Duffy there, C.B.
He was an inspiring figure, Ralph. I'm sure he'd have liked the way Pat O'Brien played his part tonight.
Thank you, C.B. 2 years ago, I had the privilege of placing a wreath at the foot of Father Duffy's statue.
I think the audience would be interested in that telegram you received from another man who was concerned in tonight's play, C.B.
I'll ask Ralph Bellamy to read it, Bob. He played the part of that man.
It's addressed to Cecil B. DeMille, the Lux Radio Theater, Hollywood. And it reads, as one who had the privilege of serving with the 69th Regiment, I'm looking forward to hearing the broadcast. I deeply regret I cannot be with you in person. Kindest regards. Signed, William J. Donovan.
I had the pleasure of seeing Colonel Donovan at dinner less than 2 weeks ago. And since he's now handling a highly important assignment from the President of the United States, I think we understand why he can't be here. I've learned from Washington that tonight's play is being shortwaved to American forces all over the world. So perhaps it's being heard by the Fighting 69th of 1942, wherever they are.
And I know all of them join us tonight from wherever they are in a salute to the man who was their chief of staff and became their divisional commander in France.
That's the Rainbow Division, Pat?
Yes, Bob. And the general I'm talking about both named it and organized it. Right now, he's somewhere in Australia. General Douglas MacArthur.
One of the things we can do to help him is to buy a stack of United States savings bonds. Get them at any bank, post office, or savings and loan association.
And don't forget those United States savings stamps. Almost any store or newspaper carrier boy has them.
And the whole nation ought to have them.
What's your play next week, C.B.?
It's a play that I worked, ate, and slept with for more than a year, Pat. Northwest Mounted Police. A story of some of the world's most heroic men. And heading our cast will be three of the same stars you saw in the picture. Gary Cooper, Paulette Goddard, and Preston Foster. Gary plays a Texas Ranger who's tracking down an outlaw in Canada. He arrives during one of the most thrilling episodes in Canadian history, the time when 50 men may have saved a nation. And we are saving a reserved seat for you next Monday night, when Gary Cooper, Paulette Goddard, and Preston Foster star in Northwest Mounted Police.
I'll say what C.B. didn't. It's a great picture. Good night.
Night, C.B.
Good night. That applause is for the Fighting 69th somewhere in the world. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Gary Cooper, Paulette Goddard, and Preston Foster in Northwest Mounted Police. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Pat O'Brien appeared tonight through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures and is starring currently in their production, Two Yanks in Trinidad. Robert Preston is now seen on the screen in Cecil B. DeMille's Paramount Technicolor production, Reap the Wild Wind. Ralph Bellamy is currently working in the picture Lady in a Jam at Universal. Heard in tonight's play were Jack Mather, Charles Seal, Hans Conried, Edward Marr, Tyler McVeigh, Arthur Gilmore, Leo Cleary, Edwin Max, Griff Barnett, Eric Rolfe, Stanley Farrar, and Warren Ash. Tune in next Monday night to hear Gary Cooper, Paulette Goddard, and Preston Foster in Northwest Mounted Police. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking for a good mystery on something off the beaten track, like the Maltese Falcon.
Oh, that was a fascinating story. But here's one that has everything the Falcon had and more. It's Raymond Chandler's latest bestseller, The Big Sleep. And what a picture that'll make.
You mind if I look at it? Huh. Sometimes I wonder what strange fate brought me out of the storm to that house that stood alone in the shadows. As I probed into its mysteries, every clue told me a different story. But each had the same ending, murder. Every instinct warned me to beware that something more dangerous, more deadly than I'd ever known before was in that room. And suddenly...
I like that. I'd like more. That's even better.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is my beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
March and the young winds of spring begin their reconnaissance of Broadway. The probing action for places to set up shop. A pushcart of the flower vendor, for instance, whose numbed fingers wrap clusters of frost-burned buds in yesterday's newspaper, February's newspaper, and in stray of silken hair sighed across a child's winter-worn face, and rippled through fur held close to a woman's throat and her tentative gesture of unclasping it. And somewhere in city, a small monkey dances, strains at a leash, hands a battered hat to an organ grinder, grins. So get with it. The spring dance is just around the corner. Early afternoon of March, and corridor of a rooming house where winter holds, and to a room, and a man staring into wall, hands clenched white on a rocking chair. Man in year-long winter room, rocking, staring, silent, and the detective who speaks for him.
Just like that, Danny. The man hasn't stopped. I've been here 20 minutes now, and he hasn't stopped. I try to get through to him. Nothing. He just rocks. I've been told it's all night now and this morning.
Who told you, Danson?
The landlady. Driving her out of her mind the way he is. The creak the rocker makes through her sleep. She called in, said, get him out of here. I'm going out of my mind, she said.
Who is he?
She said he was Harry Carson. Rented this room for years. Never had trouble before with him, she said. A sick man. A lost man. That's big trouble, huh, Danny?
Mr. Carson, what is it? What's wrong? Mr. Carson?
Me too. I tried the magic words. Mr. Carson don't care. Mr. Carson don't talk. This he had, though. This 38 caliber revolver that was shoved in his belt. He didn't bat an eye when I reached over and took it away from him. Here, take a look, have a smell.
It's been fired.
It's been fired. Found a couple other things while me and Mr. Carson tried to chat. Didn't have what else to do.
You found what?
Not much. A couple of snapshots. This one of Mr. Carson with a kid, a boy. Look, Western-type scenery in the background. The fence they're leaning against, like from a ranch. Carson looks younger, happier, huh, Danny?
And the other one you got?
Another pose of Carson, older. This time with his arm around a young fella. Happens I know this young fella, Danny.
You get around.
Yeah, I do. About a year ago, ran into this young fellow in the courts a couple of times. Eager lawyer type. Robert, call me Bob fella, Carson. Eager, bright boy. Caught the eyes of corporation fellas, I hear. Boy on his way up. And this man? Harry Carson.
Mr. Carson, you want to tell us what... about the gun? About the boy? Better get him to the doctor.
Yeah. It'll be something I can do for him.
And whir of street noise from outside and 2 stories below intrudes into the room and finds a place in the scatter and clutter of small despairs. And the focus of it, the man in the rocker, the man with a secret hugged close. Old man, a strong face and sorrows. Strong hands and knowledge locked away. And shuffling steps, and Dennison helps him to his feet and takes him away. Old man of secret and shock. Work to do. Consult a phone book. Address of lawyer, Robert, in parenthesis, Bob Carson. Squad car ride through Afternoon City to Park. And this, nod from liveried doorman as he opens a polished brass door with a fist wrapped in a green gauntlet. Penciled directions to Mr. Carson's apartment on floor 12. Elevator ride surrounded by just audible and oiled silences. And carved carpet walk through expensively shadowed corridors.
Yes?
Mr. Carson?
Yes. The desk phone had said a Mr. Clover, a police officer, was on his way up.
That's right.
Please come in. I'll take your coat.
Oh, that's all right. I'll just be a minute.
If my wife were here, she'd fix us up something. She's kind of a wizard.
It's about Harry Carson.
About my father?
We found him in his room, Mr. Carson. He'd been sitting for a day or so.
My father?
He had a gun tucked in his belt. It had been fired. He refuses to talk about it.
What's the matter with him? He gone crazy or something? Senile or something?
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Carson.
Where is he now?
It's under medical care.
Police physician? Listen, I'll get him all the care.
That has to do with the question. How come your father lives in such a squalid room and you...
And I'm a real terrible son, huh? Big man on his way up and don't appreciate dear old Dad. Forgot all about the sacrifices of the parents. That dribble.
That's the answer?
I take care of my father, Mr. Clover. I send him $150 a week each week of the year. He does with it what he likes. The fact that he doesn't live here with us is testimony to my wife's good judgment. The in-law problem. Don't let it start and it won't happen. A gun stuck in his belt? What for?
Do you know?
Figure an old man. How do I know? You at police hospital?
That's right.
You going back that way? I'll leave my wife a note. You can give me a lift.
Why don't you turn on the light, Danny? Night's beginning to happen outside. You mind I do it?
No, I don't mind.
I think I got some things for you.
Hmm?
Yeah, I made a rundown on the banks. No account credited to Harry Carson. How is he, Danny?
Dr. Sinsky called in a little while ago. Carson just stares. He hasn't changed. Go on.
$150 a week from his son, Call Me Bob, and living in a room that's maybe $8 a week and all the rocking chair you can handle and all the nothing. $150 a week, free, no strings, and to live like that. Where does it go, all that money, I asked myself. So?
All right, so?
I walked Carson's neighborhood. I came up with an answer. And a reason, maybe. You want to meet him?
What are you talking about?
He's waiting outside in the hall. I'll get him. Litchfield? Yeah, you. Come on in. In here. Mr. Litchfield, Danny. Runs a small grocery down the street from where Carson lives. Danny Clover, Mr. Litchfield.
Look, fellas, this is the best time in my store, this time of day. I shouldn't have come with you. I should be there, not here.
Yeah, we understand, Mr. Litchfield. Just tell the lieutenant what you know about Harry Carson, and then you can go back.
Well, what's with Harry? He done something? He steal? He rob? This man here comes into my place, asks questions, says Harry Carson...
What do you know about him, Mr. Litchfield?
What do I need to know about a man who trades in my place? I already told this man
now
here...
Now tell the lieutenant, too, Mr. Litchfield.
And like I told this man here, once a week, Monday noon, on the dot, Carson comes into my place. He hands me a check for $150 from his boy. I cash it for him. Keep 25 out, give him back the 125 and change.
The 25 you keep. And for what, Mr. Litchfield?
For groceries, staples, canned goods, beer, fruit. Things to keep a lonely old man alive for a week. For Harry Carson, it comes to 25 a week on the dot, in advance. Never runs over, never is less. It's the arrangement we made, Mr. Carson and me, a long time ago. And also on the dot, the other thing I told this man here.
I'd like to know, too, Mr. Litchfield.
Like this. I get the 25 from Mr. Carson, give him back his change. 125 to the dot. He walks out of my place to the corner. Hands over the change to a fella waiting there.
What fella?
Who knows? A fella. Every week I notice this. First time by accident I see it, then I make a point to see it. And every week, Mr. Carson, the walk to the corner, the handing over of all that money to a fella.
Yes?
Tartaglia, Danny, and a good evening to you. Also, a man just brought in to downstairs.
I'm busy, Gino.
Man shot with a .38 caliber revolver, Danny, dead on arrival. In a vacant lot a block away from the rooming house of Harry Carson, behind the billboard. John Doe now in the morgue, Danny. I thought
Thanks, Gino. Dennison.
Yeah?
Get Carson. Bring him downstairs. Mr. Litchfield.
Listen, fellas, I gave you all this time.
We'll need a little more. Let's go, Mr. Litchfield. Downstairs now to the realm of the echo. Corridor that sweats tears. Follow blue arrow painted on floor and turn right. Avenue to the morgue. And the man beside you, grocer, suddenly turned chain smoker. Wait with him briefly. For the other footsteps, the other men. Detective Dennison, the man he leads.
This way, Mr. Carson. Okay, Danny.
Hello, Mr. Carson.
Has he said anything to anybody yet?
Nope, not a word. Not even to his son.
Let's go in. Mr. Litchfield is...
I'm okay.
I just want you to look at this man and tell me...
Let's get it over, huh? Yeah, that's him. That's the man who stands on the corner waiting.
George?
Wait a minute.
George?
Danny, shut up.
George? Death is very becoming to you, George. Yes.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. If you go for Western adventure, you'll go for the Gene Autry Show and for Gunsmoke, both later this evening on most of these same stations. Gene Autry brings you melodies as well as adventure in his colorful Western manner. Gunsmoke tells hard-hitting stories of a United States Marshal in frontier days, fighting for justice, battling the outlaws, helping move the nation's frontiers westward. CBS Radio presents them both later this evening.
When the enormous night finds Broadway and takes it over, the sound is a thing compounded of machine and hiss and the gaudy laugh, and in between, the clack of footsteps, dark whispers, and the silent screams a heart makes. And when the month is March and the rains of beginning spring fall softly, night is partitioned, crowd huddled tightly behind this facade or that, in this doorway, behind that window. So make a phone call, find a friend. The crowd is lonely. And above it, opposite headquarters, night through tracery of rain on window pane, night caught in droplets of color that slip over glass and coalesce. Watch it, be lulled by it. And the explosion is named Sergeant Gino Tartaglia.
I warn you, Danny, never marry a Rigolini.
What?
Mrs. Tartaglia, a Rigolini by birth, and ask me about
What's
them.
the matter, Gino? An argument with Mrs. T?
Children of the soil, that's all they are. The whole family. Comes March and rain. Go buy seeds for the flower box. This hour, I got to stop and find a place that sells seeds.
Gino.
Every year she plants. with hand, hoe, and trowel, nothing ever grows. Each year in June, I got to sneak marigolds into the flower box to make her think she's a green thumb like the rest of the regulars.
You got something for me, Gino?
Yeah. Don't marry...
Besides that.
Oh. Medical report on the deceased identified as George Harvey. Dead on arrival approximately 36 hours.
Go on.
He lived in a nicely furnished apartment on West 38, but he is from Allen Springs originally.
Where?
This is a surmise we must make.
Allen Springs?
The one in Churchill County, Nevada, not the Allen Springs near Allentown.
Oh. Go on, Gino.
Newspapers in his room, the local Gazette. A bill of sale from a piece of property there, sold last year. Also, various knickknacks as befits the room of those west of the Great Divide.
Okay.
Also, initial questioning of his apartment manager revealed that his checking-in card said Allen Springs. Also, that he has lived at this address for the last year. Willy-nilly.
Willy-nilly?
Comes and goes. No set schedule. No visible means of support, and that's all I got for you, Danny.
Thank you, Gino. Go buy seeds. The next morning, legwork against squalls of March wind crested with rain, and on brownstone and pavement the great stains where the chill wet has sunk deep, and a small boy lifting his head to it, taking the slap of it across his face. Legwork now, in a street whispering winter's death, in the furled kites making stick shadows in a novelty shop display, in the face of a girl pressed against an upstairs window and withdrawing behind fall of lace pattern when she sees you looking at her. Neighborhood street for the piecing together of attitudes and emotions and reflections on the life of a man who had lived in this street and who was found dead in the winter weeds of a vacant lot not far away. Try his apartment house, and a neighbor, young woman, pale, drawn. Can't give you much time as she's sickly in the morning. George Harvey, dead, like I feel. What was to know about him? Except my husband said to me, don't bother to talk to him, Celia. Don't give that George Harvey the time of day, and don't accept nothing you hear. I'm telling you for your own good, Celia. And other neighbors, just because they happen to live in the same place with a man now dead, just put in your little book, no comment, mister. No comment, period. Back into the street. And try a shop. George Harvey, yes, he traded here. Good customer, paid off bills like clockwork. Not much to talk to, but a good payer, week to week, like clockwork. And another shop.
Hello?
Hello, is Mr. Carson in?
He's in court today. Sorry.
Just a minute.
You'll have to see Mr. Carson.
I'm from the police, Danny Clover.
The gentleman who was here talking to Bob yesterday.
That's right.
Bob wouldn't want me to send you away, now would he? Come in.
Thanks.
I can phone Bob. Try to, anyhow. If he's finished at court, he'll be having a cocktail. I'll call the bar.
Maybe you'd better not bother.
Well, I don't mind. It would be something to do.
Oh?
Well, make up your mind.
A couple of questions.
Sit down.
Thanks. It's about...
Just say something exciting, will you? Remark about me and let me giggle girlishly and wag a finger.
Better see if you can get your husband on the phone, Mrs. Carson.
Just anything. Throw an ashtray through a window and make some noise.
Real tough just sitting here, huh?
I thought you were the man from the drugs with the double solitaire deck. My neighbor next door comes in later for double solitaire. Now, go ahead. Go ahead.
Your father-in-law, Harry Carson, he's in jail under suspicion of murder. You know that, don't you?
Yes, she answered.
On suspicion of murdering George Harvey, do you know why your father-in-law would murder George Harvey?
No, she answered.
Do you know whether your husband knew George Harvey?
No, she answered.
I'll come back.
Wait, please, wait. I'm sorry. Listen.
Yes?
I'm sorry about what's happening. I don't understand it. I'm apart from it. Like everything else in my husband's life. And I'm rude, and
What about your father-in-law?
I met him at the marriage 4 years ago. I haven't seen him since. My husband relied on him too much. Not good.
I see.
Stipulation of marriage. On your own 2 feet if you want me, Bob, she said. Me and whatever my contacts can do for your career. Neither one of us mentioned my bank account. We just look at each other and smile and understand. I'm not what you call a beaut, am I?
What else can you
No.
tell me?
Of course I'm not. But the smart young lawyer married me. And look what happened.
What?
2 months ago, just call me Bob, big corporation lawyer. My contacts. His brains. Oh, that's the neighbor, the double solitaire. Her name's Mrs. Jackson, and if you nod to her on your way out and smile, you'll be doing a very nice thing.
Oh, come on in, Danny. It's your office. Share it with me.
Thanks. You mind?
Oh, not a bit. Here, sit down.
No.
Teletype came in about half hour ago from Nevada State Police.
Oh?
The fingerprint code we put on the wires yesterday, Harry Carson's, the man with shock. They got a set in Nevada that matches Carson's to the wall.
Carson got a record?
I'd call it a record.
Look,
Easy, boy. Easy, Danny. It's a long, hard life. Yeah, court record. Nevada briefed it for us in the teletype. 1932, 21 years ago, a man, Harry Carson, was acquitted of the sudden death of his wife, Lola Carson.
Go on.
Seems he was cleaning a pistol. Out west, they do that a lot. Harry Carson was cleaning this pistol, and his wife walked in, and it went off, and she dropped down dead. Their kid, Robert, was there, saw it all. And the peers of Allen Springs, Nevada, pronounced Harry not guilty. 21 years ago, way out west.
Allen Springs.
Mm-hmm. Same place George Harvey found dead in a vacant lot got hometown gazettes from. Same man, this George Harvey, who got a payoff of 125 smackers a week. Just for standing on the street corner every Monday around noon.
Dennison...
Yeah, I'll get him. Meet you in the interrogation room in about an hour.
Comfortable, Mr. Carson? Cigarette? Your son will be here in a few minutes, Mr. Carson. I want you to read something, Mr. Carson. Go ahead, read it. All right, I'll read it to you. It's a report from our medical examiner. Patient exhibits no discernible organic disturbances. The fact of his having recognized a man in the morgue and having talked there, plus certain reaction tests, lead to the conclusion that the apparent state of shock is assumed. You know what that means, Mr. Carson? It means you're bluffing.
Right in here, Bob. Hi, Danny.
Fine. How you feeling, Pop? I'll have you out of here tomorrow.
I was just reading Dr. Sinsky's report to your father. There's nothing wrong with it.
Look, what do you fellas want me to do? I've got a wife waiting for me.
She tell you to bring back a couple of decks of cards?
Hey, now.
That pose was in the Sunday supplement, Bob. Very good. Very, very good.
Listen, I'm a busy man. I'm a man
big corporation lawyer. We know. Real proud of your son, aren't you, Mr. Carson?
Let's take a word like motive and toy with it for a while, huh?
Motive for what?
The murder of George Harvey.
George Harvey. Now, who is
Your
George?
dad's buddy. He used to give him $125 a week. That's the basis of friendship, if I ever heard one.
You remember George Harvey, don't you, Bob?
Sure he does, Danny. After all, how big is Allen Springs, Nevada? Everybody knows everybody. Roping, steering, chivalries. Those people are folk out there. Everybody knows everybody. Oh, look, Danny, his eyes just lit up. He just said to himself, oh, that George Harvey.
You boys got a formal charge to bring against my father. Now, you just try that, and I'll take it from the...
Hello there, Mr. Carson. Glad you're having fun.
Pop, shut up.
Now we can clear it all up, Mr. Carson. We can do what your son said, bring formal charges against you.
How you been, son?
Just don't say anything, Pop.
I ask you how you been.
Now, don't be stupid. You're doing fine.
You going to fix it, son?
As long as you two men are talking, one of you can tell me who killed George Harvey.
Don't be coy. Just one of you raise your hand.
Son, I want to tell you something. Son.
What?
I'm tired.
said he's tired, Bob.
Let's see what he could be tired about. Paying blackmail to George Harvey? No reason to be tired about that anymore. Harvey's dead.
Just about the time when you could afford to pay more blackmail, Bob. Just about the time you got where you wanted to get, where your wife wanted you to get, where your father wanted you to get. Up top. Big man.
Son, you're my pride and joy, only I'm tired.
Listen, Pop.
Another scheme? Tired of those, too.
The blackmail. Mr. Carson paying it to a man who knew a secret. The blackmail ante went up. The man who knew a secret is dead.
Son, you ought to have a good answer for that. You've got a good education. I sure saw you got one.
These guys have got nothing, Pop.
My educated son says you fellas have got nothing.
Then let me just fumble around for a moment, huh? About the secret. About your wife, Mr. Carson.
Tell you men something.
Go ahead.
Silence is a wonderful thing. All this time I've been keeping quiet. All this time I've been faking. Did a lot of good. Most of the time I was left alone. Most of the time I've been thinking.
About your wife, Mr. Carson? How she died? How she was killed?
All sorts of things a man thinks about, especially at my age. A man takes time to think. He can arrange things orderly.
Which one of you killed George Harvey?
How's it going to sound coming out legal talk, son?
You don't know what you're doing.
No, I wouldn't say that. All these years, I guess I knew what I was doing, too. Seeing you got along covering for you, like I figured a dad should do for a son, especially if he's a bright kid like you. Tell him, son, for the love of heaven, be a man for once. Tell him you killed George Harvey.
Crazy.
How you got me to cover again, convinced me you'd work it all out.
Crazy old man.
Maybe I am. When a man's got a 12-year-old boy who shoots his mother, he figures it's just a boy in a terrible accident. He tells himself that, and he believes it, and he tries to cover.
It's out of his mind, you can see that.
Then George comes along, a fellow who knew what happened 21 years ago, found a way to get some money on account of my son was getting important. Well, I'm tired.
Get a stenographer, Dennison.
Yep.
We'll want to get this all in writing, Mr. Carson.
Sure.
You wrecked it, didn't you, Pop?
I didn't mean to do it honest, Papa. Here, you take the gun. You make it all right. 21 years ago. And again the other day. And 21 years ago, I didn't even whip you.
Broadway's almost empty now, except for those who never quit. Those who wear peepholes for eyes, the dream walkers, the people who want to laugh. They search behind doorways, in alleys, through shuttered windows. They never go home because they can't. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Herb Butterfield was heard as Harry and Whitfield Connor as Robert Carson. Featured in the cast were James McCallion, Lorene Tuttle, Jerry Hausner, and Eddie Fields. Bill Anders speaking. CBS Radio's new Sunday evening Theater of Stars finds Robert Taylor in the spotlight tomorrow evening. Mr. Taylor will play a Westerner who sends for a mail-order bride, and when she arrives, brother. Somehow or other, a whale of a rancher's feud develops. Be listening for Robert Taylor and his mail-order bride on most of these same stations tomorrow evening, presented by CBS Radio. Stay tuned now for CBS Radio Farm News, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. And remember, for thrilling dramas of escape, listen Sunday nights to the CBS Radio Network.
Country is the story of the giants who conquered the untamed land, virgin yet violent. The mighty drama of how this continent was won. From the canyons where the red rivers flow, to the prairies where the air is gunsmoke. Power-packed with a huge star cast. Gregory Peck as the stranger who came to the big country to tame a sea of sun, sand, and violence. Gene Simmons as the girl who stood proud and alone. Carol Baker of Baby Doll fame as the woman of uncontrollable love hungers. Charlton Heston in his biggest role since the Ten Commandments as the ruthless ranch foreman. Burl Ives as the fierce, proud buccaneer of the plains. Charles Bickford as the unrelenting range baron.
What do you want, Hennessy? You set foot in Blanco Canyon once more, and this country's gonna run red with blood till there ain't one of us left. Now, I don't hold mine so precious, so if you want to start, here. Start now.
Mr. Leach, I knew exactly where I was all the time.
You're a damn liar.
If it's a fight you're looking for, you picked the right time for it.
Don't you care what people think?
No.
Don't you care what I think? Do you like to have people think that you're...
Coward, why don't you say it? Are you afraid of the word? I'm not. And I'm not going to spend the rest of my life demonstrating how brave I am.
Do I make you sick? Do I?
Personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen are up next in our lineup.
Are you reducing tooth decay with Amident ammoniated toothpaste?
Well, answer the man, George.
Of course, Gracie. I use Amident twice a day.
You can smile when you say that.
Yes, it's the Amident Show, transcribed in Hollywood and starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, Bea Benaderet, Hal March, Marvin Miller, Harry Lubin, and the Amident Orchestra. For healthy laughter, it's George and Gracie. And for healthier teeth, for fewer cavities, it's Amident toothpaste. Well, last week, George wrote a song, which he thinks will be as big as his last hit, In the Heart of a Cherry. We find him now entering the offices of a recording company where he intends to put his new song on wax. If he does, I hope somebody lights the wick.
Excuse me for staring, but you look familiar.
Ever listen to the radio?
All the time.
Ever hear Burns and Allen?
Sure. Do you know them?
Yes.
Oh, do you know the dumb one in the act?
The dumb one?
Yeah. He thinks he can sing.
Yes, I know him. I happen to be George Burns.
No kidding. The dumb one,
yes. Listen, for your information, I once made a record for this company. Two sweethearts nestled closely, honey, for quite a while.
Yes, I remember.
Mr. Davis, the president of this company, signed me personally.
Yeah. Mr. Davis will never forget that.
By the way, how many records did you press?
5,000.
How many were sold?
How many did you buy?
2.
That's how many we sold.
What happened to the others?
You know those flying saucers you read about?
Yeah. No.
They weren't.
They weren't.
Excuse me, Miss Harris. I washed the windows and scrubbed the floors.
Oh, good. Now put some clean towels in the washroom.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, hello, Mr. Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Davis.
I phoned to tell you about the dinner party we went to last night, Blanche.
Oh, I'm anxious to hear about it, Gracie. Were there lots of celebrities there?
Oh, yes. And you know how I hate gossip, Blanche. But listen to this. There was one woman there all the men kept flirting with because she was so pretty. And her husband was furious.
Really?
Yes, during dinner he kept kicking her in the shins under the table.
Oh, the poor girl.
Yeah, my legs were so bruised I could hardly walk home.
Oh, it was you.
Oh, excuse me, Blanche. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, hello. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you?
Oh, fine. How's your wife?
Wonderful, wonderful.
Sit down. I'll be with you in a minute.
Who came in, Gracie?
I don't know.
Gracie, you shouldn't let a strange man in your house when you're there alone. He might be a burglar.
Oh. Mister, are you a burglar?
No, I'm a theatrical agent.
Oh, no, Blanche. He's a theatrical agent.
Oh, well, I didn't miss it far. Well, I'll speak to you later, Gracie. Goodbye.
Bye.
Perhaps I'd better introduce myself. I'm Al Kingston of the Kingston Agency.
Oh, how do?
How do you do? I wonder if I could interest you and Mr. Burns in an engagement.
Oh, it's too late. We're already married.
I believe I'll drop back sometime when your husband is here.
Oh, I expect him any minute. Oh, while you're waiting, would you like a cup of coffee?
Oh, I'd love a cup.
Maybe you'd rather have tea.
No, thanks.
Glass of milk?
No.
Hot chocolate?
No.
Tomato juice? Buttermilk? Ginger ale? Root beer?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry you won't have anything.
Mrs. Burns, how about a cup of coffee?
Oh, thanks. I'd love one. I'm sorry you won't join me.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, sweetheart.
Hello, Kingston.
Hello, George.
Oh, did you get to see your friend Mr. Davis at the recording company?
Yeah, I saw him.
How's he doing?
He's cleaning up. Al, what can I do for you?
Well, I've got a little business proposition to discuss with you, George.
Okay. Gracie, why don't you make Al a cup of coffee?
No. We've done that bit.
Huh?
Well, if you two men are going to talk, I'll get back to my baking. By the way, George, where's the hammer?
Under the sink. What do you want with a hammer?
Well, we're having pound cake for dessert.
Well, Al, what's up?
Wait a minute. Your wife is going to make pound cake with a hammer, and you don't say anything?
Al, how long have you known Gracie?
5 minutes.
I've been with her for 18 years. Now, what's on your mind?
Well, George, you know the famous play Dulcie, the one about the scatterbrained wife?
Oh, sure, by George S. Kaufman and Mark Conley.
Yeah.
It's a great play.
Well, I'm going to produce it this summer, and I want Gracie for the title role.
You want Gracie?
Yeah, she'll be great. I'd like to try it out at Laguna Beach for 2 weeks, starting in March.
And it's Gracie you want?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Al. Gracie's tired. She's been working too hard.
Oh. Well, that's a shame, George, because you'd be great as Dulcie's frustrated husband.
Oh. I'm in it, too.
Sure.
And when do we open?
March 1st. And you pack 'em in, George. Wait till you see the billboards I've got planned. Dulcie starring Gracie Allen in blue letters against the red background.
Hold it. Dulcie starring Gracie Allen?
Yeah, in blue letters against this red background.
I'm sorry, Al. Gracie's tired. She's been working too hard.
What billboards? Dulcie starring George Burns and Gracie Allen.
When do we open?
March 1st. Now, George, at Laguna, there's only one dressing room for the star. And I thought, if you wouldn't mind...
Gracie's getting tired again.
Well, I thought, if you wouldn't mind, we'd build another star dressing room.
When do we open?
March 1st. You know, George, I've thought it over, and that billing is absolutely right. Your name in the middle with Dulcie on one side and Gracie on the other.
Sure.
And a sandwich, that's where the ham belongs.
Come in.
Sam the tailor at your service.
Oh, hello, Sam.
Your lovely wife gave me a jingle on the telephone.
Gracie, Sam the tailor is here.
I'll be right out.
Well, I'll run along, George, and send those Dulcie scripts over.
And Mr. Kingston is leaving.
Ask him if he wants a cup of coffee.
18 years. What a man. So long, George.
Grace, you'll be right in. Sit down, Sam.
You're kind.
How's business?
Mr. Barnes, these days a man is lucky if he can make one end meet.
Things are tough, huh?
Not only that, I've got a problem at home with my wife. The little lady's having a rough time of it.
What's the matter?
I treat her like a dog. I'd like to pet her.
Oh, I see. And she's having a rough time?
I forget to put down my needle.
Hello, Sam. Here's the gown I want you to shorten for me.
My pleasure, Mrs. Barnes. Come by the shop Friday and we'll try it on.
All right. But you look silly in it.
He means for you to try it on.
Oh.
My, what a beautiful evening gown. I like the way it sparkles, all covered with Seagrams.
Sam, that's sequins.
Okay, so you finished public school.
Goodbye, Sam.
Toodle-doodle.
Toodle-doodle. Gracie, I've got some great news. How would you like to play Dulcie?
Oh, I'd love it. Get out the cards.
Dulcie is a play, honey, a very famous play, and they want us to try it out in Laguna. We'd open there March 1st and run for 2 weeks.
Oh, that sounds exciting.
It's the story of a frustrated husband and a scatterbrained wife.
Who else?
Who else?
Yeah, where's the part I play?
Well, they would like you to play the scatterbrained wife.
Oh, well, that's very flattering, George, but I'm not that good an actress.
I think you can handle it, kid.
But there are so many actresses who are that way in real life. Like Barbara Stanwyck.
Stanwyck is scatterbrain?
Well, now look, don't let this go any further, but I was in the garage the other day when she drove in and asked them to put a muffler on her car.
What's wrong with that?
It was a very warm day.
Honey, with the right makeup, I think you can play a scatterbrain.
Oh, no, George, I just don't fit the part.
That's your final decision?
Yes, I can't do it.
What a shame. The show was a hit. They're bound to make it into a movie, and in a movie, Cary Grant would play your husband. I can see him now coming down to breakfast, grabbing you in his arms, kissing you and kissing you.
George.
Yeah?
When do we open?
March 1st, I thought.
This is Bill Goodwin, folks. Tonight I want to talk particularly to you mothers and fathers. While Amident toothpaste anti-decay action can be a blessing to everybody, I think it's the youngsters who stand to gain the most by using it. A mother writing about Amident says, I feel so good now knowing that every time my youngsters brush their teeth, they're helping to reduce tooth decay. That's a pretty good feeling for this mother to have, isn't it? Now, how about yourself? Are you doing all you can to help your children avoid the pain and grief of tooth decay? Such a little thing, changing to Amident, yet as the years go on, it can mean so much. If your children are like 4 out of 5 who used Amident, they can reduce tooth decay by an average of almost 50%. The dentists of America recommend Amident toothpaste and tooth powder to their patients more than any other brand. So take the advice of these men. They recommend Amident because it's ammoniated and because they know its proven record of decay reduction. Don't let your youngsters miss out on this first really revolutionary advance in home dental care. Your children will love Amident's flavor. It really tastes delicious. And you'll love the brightness and luster it gives their teeth. So, Mother, give your children a chance that you never had. Go to your drug counter tomorrow morning and say, a tube of Amident, please. Amident. Amident ammoniated toothpaste.
Chelsea's a wonderful play, Gracie. You'll have loads of fun doing it.
Oh, I hope you're right, Blanche.
Gosh, how I envy you being in show business. It's so thrilling.
Blanche, would you like a part in the play? Just say the word and I'll arrange it.
Oh, Gracie, I'm no actress. Besides, Harry wouldn't let me.
Well, I can tell you how to get your husband to agree to anything. Just use my crying system.
Crying system?
Oh, sure, I have different cries for different things. Now, when I want a new hat, I use the whimper.
Is that all? Just...
It never misses. And for shoes, I use the sob. It's very effective.
Well, what if you want a new dress?
Oh, for that, I use the heartbreak. And boom, you're in bullocks.
What a system.
Oh, you should have been around the day I got my new fur coat. You've never heard such crying in your whole life.
Oh, let's hear it.
Oh, it wasn't me. It was George.
Well, thanks for the system, Gracie, but this stage is not for me. I'm no actress. By the way, you met George on the stage, didn't you?
Oh, yes. We were on the same bill together in vaudeville. George did an act with a seal. And you know he actually taught that seal to carry a tune?
Well, they're easy to train. A seal will do anything for a fish.
He'd do anything for George, too. Oh, I wish you could have seen George in that seal. The name of the act was Sugar Throat and Funny Face.
Oh, that's cute.
And then later, after the seal died, George took the name of Sugar Throat.
Well, Gracie, I've got the Dulcie script. Oh, hello, Blanche.
Hello. I'll be running along, Gracie.
Bye, Blanche.
Gracie, we've got a lot of work to do.
Oh, yes, I've got a dozen things to do before we open at Laguna Beach. Memorize the play, have my family move into our house, get my clothes in order, arrange...
Hold it. What was that second item?
Get my clothes in order?
You know, have your family move into our house.
Oh, well, that's a good idea. I'll do it.
Oh, no, you won't.
Well, not the whole family, dear. Just Uncle Fred. He can take care of our house while we're away. You know, that's how he makes his living.
What?
He won't go into a house unless the people are away.
Oh, yeah, that's the uncle I call Second Story Fred.
Yeah, but he's not really that tall.
He's a little shorter, yeah.
He's very clever, you know. He invented a burglar alarm.
Fred invented a burglar alarm?
Yeah, at midnight it wakes him up to go to work. Uncle Fred is the perfect one to watch our house. You know, for years he's been attached to the police force.
Only by a pair of handcuffs. And I don't want Uncle Fred here.
But while we're gone, he can paint our house.
Uncle Fred isn't a painter.
He certainly is. And he'd still be painting if it wasn't for that stupid contractor.
What happened?
Well, the contractor took him to his house and told him to paint 2 coats.
Yeah?
After he painted the coats, he started on the contractor's pants, and that's when he fired.
Well, your family is not going to live here. Hey. What's that for? You just got a dress last week.
I know, but I haven't worked out a cry for my family yet.
We'll work on it, kid. And you better start reading that Dulcie script that's right there on the table.
Oh, all right. Oh, my goodness. Blanche Borden left her purse here. I'll phone her.
Hello?
Oh, Blanche, this is Gracie. You left your purse over here.
Oh, thanks, honey. I'll pick it up later. Harry just came home from the office, and I've got a roast in the oven.
Oh, he likes you nice and warm, huh?
Yeah. I'll see you later, Gracie.
What did Gracie want?
I left my purse over there. I guess I was excited about Gracie's news. She's going to act in a play called Dulcie.
The title sounds familiar.
It's the story of a rattlebrain housewife who gets her husband into trouble.
For this, she has to act?
Now, don't start in on Gracie. It's bad enough that she has to live with that no-talent schmo. The way he's taken advantage of Gracie, why, it's enough to get him sent away.
Are you kidding? George Burns made Gracie Allen what she is today. What am I saying? That can get him sent away, too.
He's lucky he fell in love with Gracie.
I happen to know it was Gracie who fell in love with George. And what's more, it was love at first sight.
It had to be. Who could look at him a second time? What a face. He looks like he took dope.
When he said I do, he did. Do you have any idea what he's gone through?
Yeah, every penny she's earned.
Listen, one time in vaudeville, George was trying out some new lighting effects, see? He told Gracie he wanted to work with a red spot on him, so she poured ketchup on his shirt.
I don't believe you. And for once, I'm going to find out if you're telling the truth.
Find out, fine.
Hello?
Gracie, this is Blanche.
Is it true that in vaudeville George once wanted to work in a red spot and you put ketchup on his shirt?
It is not.
You see, Harry, it's not true.
It was a blue spot, and I used ink.
I knew Harry was wrong. Goodbye, Gracie.
Bye, Blanche.
Wish Blanche Morton would leave you alone so you could finish that Dulcie script. Come in.
Hi, Burnses.
Hello,
Hi,
Bill.
Willie.
Say, Bill, a girl telephoned here for you about an hour ago.
Oh? Oh, I guess it's because I haven't been home all day. What'd she want, Gracie?
Well, she said she left her lipstick in your pocket last night, and she wants to know if you found it.
Well, if she left it there last night, it's got to be in this pocket here. I'll empty it.
So many lipsticks? Bill, how did you get so many, girls?
Well, I'll tell you, George. Walter Pigeon had a sale.
Say, Bill,
Yeah?
what happened to that girl you were engaged to last week? You know, the one you met in the phone booth?
Oh, I had to get rid of her, Gracie. She was too high class. She won the Nobel Prize.
That girl won the Nobel Prize?
No bill.
Oh, no bill.
Yeah, I never saw a girl who could say no,
No
bill
bill
so
so
often.
Bill, why did the girl keep saying no?
Gracie, go in the den and finish what you're reading.
That's no way to speak to a great actress. Farewell, and give this beggar a fortnight.
What's the matter with her? She been out in the sun?
No, she's doing a bit of acting. You see, we're going to play Dulcie for 2 weeks.
Oh. Hey, George, there's a part in Dulcie that's a natural for me. The young millionaire.
I'll talk to Al Kingston for you.
Boy, I'd love to be that millionaire. You know, I wouldn't even mind being one in real life.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not. Then I wouldn't have to take orders from our sponsor. I could tell him off.
You tell the sponsor off?
Well, you bet. He's been making me say that Amident toothpaste is good. If I was a millionaire, I wouldn't say that. I'd say what I really thought about that toothpaste.
Bill, wait a minute.
I'd say that Amident toothpaste is not good. It's wonderful.
That's what you say.
Well, sure, the sponsor's holding me down, forcing me to describe Amident toothpaste with puny little words like refreshing and delightful. Well, that's like saying the Grand Canyon is cute. He should be ashamed of himself.
Okay, don't get so excited.
I want to say that Amident is the greatest discovery in the history of the world. Not only a grand wake-up toothpaste, but sensational anytime. George, do you realize that Amident is recommended by more dentists than any other dentifrice?
Bill, you're choking me.
I'm sorry, George. When I realize how they've made me undersell that magnificent toothpaste, my blood boils. I wish I was a crocodile.
Crocodile?
Then I'd have more teeth to brush with Amident.
You really love that toothpaste, don't you?
Gee, I'd rather talk about Amident toothpaste than eat.
Well, that's good. Because if you stop talking, you stop eating.
Well, let me know what Al Kingston says. I'll see you later, George.
Wait a minute. Take your lipsticks.
You want some?
No, you haven't got my shade. I use Rosy Future. Goodbye, Willie.
So long, Sugar Throat.
Goodbye. Women will be the death of that guy. But what a way to go. Well, Gracie, did you read the play?
Oh, yes, and I've got some wonderful ideas for improving it.
Improving it?
Mm-hmm.
Gracie, this play was written by George S. Kaufman and Mark Conley. It's a classic.
Well, if it's so good, why do they chase us out of town after we do it?
Who said that?
You did. You said we'd open and play in Laguna Beach and run for 2 weeks.
I didn't mean that. And the authors won't allow any changes.
Well, wait till you hear them. Now, instead of New York, I'm having the scenes take place in Laguna Beach. That'll make it more interesting to the people there.
But in the play, I manufacture jewelry. That wouldn't fit in Laguna Beach.
So, instead of jewelry, you can manufacture fish.
You don't manufacture fish. You pull them out of the water with nets.
All right, you can carry a net. And you know there might even be a cute little scene where you drop the net over me.
That the authors would go for. Look, honey, in Dulcie, I'm trying to put over a business merger to get rid of jewelry that's been laying around for a year.
Well, my way, you'd have fish that's been laying around for a year.
But it has to be jewelry.
You'd be more anxious to get rid of it if it were fish.
Tracy, Kaufman and Conley won't let you change one word of this play.
Then I can't do Dulcie.
Okay. I'm not going to talk you into it. We'll just forget the play.
Good.
Hold it. Who are you calling? Al Kingston?
No, Cary Grant.
Cary Grant?
Well, sure. I'm still going to make the picture.
Oh, no.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Wednesday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Harry Lubin and the Amadent Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin. Brought to you by the makers of Amadent, the ammoniated toothpaste and tooth powder. Recommended by more dentists than any other dentifrice. The George Burns and Gracie Allen program was transcribed in Hollywood, written by Paul Henning, Sid Dorfman, Harvey Helm, and Stanley Shapiro, and produced by William Burns. And now here are our stars.
George, I spoke to Cary Grant on the phone and asked him about making the picture and
Oh, turned you down, huh?
No, he said to come over and talk to him.
Then why are you crying?
Well, I can't go to see Cary Grant without a new hat.
Good night, folks.
Girls, ever hear of a short order shampoo?
You're joking. Shampoos take ages.
Used to, you mean. Now there's Minipoo, the dry shampoo that cleans your hair in 10 minutes. When time is short, when you have an unexpected date, whenever your hair needs freshening, use Minipoo. And quick like a bunny, your hair is clean and lustrous.
But my wave.
Intact. Minipoo cleans your hair without wetting it, and it's grand for oily hair. Ask your druggist for Minipoo. MINIPOO.
Heart disease is the most challenging problem in public health today. You, your family, and friends are among its potential victims. More than 600,000 Americans, children and adults, die every year from diseases of the heart and blood vessels. The aim of the 1950 Heart Campaign is to raise funds needed for research, education, and community heart programs. These are science's weapons in this all-out attack on heart disease. This fight is for the protection of you and your loved ones. It's your fight, too, and you must share in this fight by giving so that heart disease may eventually be controlled. Send your contribution to HEART, H-E-A-R-T, HEART, care of your local post office. Open your heart. Give to fight heart disease. Look for the Amadent ad featuring Myrna Loy, starring in If This Be Sin, a Gregory Ratoff production released through United Artists. Next Wednesday and every Wednesday, listen to the Amadent Show starring George and Gracie. Good night.
Stay tuned for the Lum and Abner Show, which follows immediately. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
These are the great personalities who bring a memorable experience to glowing light. Samuel Goldwyn's masterpiece. The screenplay was written by Robert E. Sherwood, Pulitzer Prize-winning playwright of Petrified Forest and Idiot's Delight. From this, William Wyler, who won the Academy Award for his direction of Mrs. Miniver, wove a pattern of motion picture magic, with Myrna Loy and Frederick March living through the heartwarming second bloom of love. Dana Andrews and Teresa Wright feeling the breathtaking thrill of love at first sight. Hoagie Carmichael spreading his own brand of stardust. All of them together, giving all of us the best years of our lives.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Good evening. It's time once again to return to those exciting premiere days of radio as KRLD presents the thrilling adventures of the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure Escape for Revenge. The Green Hornet strikes again.
We'll begin tonight's exciting story in just a moment.
Well, Marcia, it's your decision. Do we buy the Centennial home or do we go to Europe this summer?
I want to do both.
Oh, come on. Now, be realistic. We can't afford it.
Making money. Centennial Homes, the quality home builder, is proudly offering 99% financing on all completed homes in 3 master planned communities. The Lakewood North community of Louisville, the Stone Ridge community of Arlington, and the Shenandoah Valley community of Duncanville. This unique financing program lets you buy a $30,000 Centennial home for $300 total down payment. Check Sunday's Times Herald 40
I want to do both.
Okay, you win. We'll sign the contract today, and tomorrow we apply for passports, okay?
Okay.
Centennial's 1% down payment plan is based on an 8.5 annual percentage conventional rate over 365 equal payments. Homes range in price from $21,000 to $32,000. For more information on the Stone Ridge community, ideally located in the Mid-Cities area, call Travis Heron at 461-3131. The 1% plan ends next Wednesday.
If you're tired of salad dressings made from the package, Borden has an idea for you. A recipe for salad dressings made with tangy, fresh Borden buttermilk. It's just one of 20 great buttermilk recipes in the good old Borden buttermilk book. To get your book, pick up a carton of Borden buttermilk. The offer's on the side. 20 great recipes in one great book. A good old Borden buttermilk book.
And now, the Green Hornet. A burly guard in the state prison walked along death row from the cell where Jack Ludlow, a hardened and unrelenting killer, had been waiting for the fatal march to the death house. The guard stopped before the door to the warden's office. Come in.
What is it, guard? It's about Ludlow, Warden. He's beginning to crack up. Wants to see you right away. Good. Maybe he's going to confess. I'll go talk to him right now. That won't do, Warden. Ludlow's got less than half an hour left. Wants to talk to you in private. He's begging to be brought here to see you. he confesses, it'll be worth it. Take another guard with you. Bring Ludlow here to me.
Yes, sir.
I'll give him 5 minutes.
Okay, keep your gun handy, Joe.
Yeah.
I'll unlock the cell door. Come on, Ludlow. And remember, you got 2 guns at your back.
I thought I could hold out about this. I just gotta tell him. I can't go without telling him.
Yeah, I know, Ludlow. It's tough. Open the corridor door, Joe.
Sure.
Well, Ludlow, I guess you aren't as tough as you made out to be, are you? Most of them break when the time gets close. Guess you aren't any exception.
Yeah. Guess you're right.
Here's the warden's office. It's been a knock.
Come in.
Here he is, Warden.
Well, let's have it. I'll give you 5 minutes, Ludlow. You 2 men can stand guard just outside the door there.
Maybe one of us ought to stay
He's
here.
unarmed. He couldn't get out except through that door. It's all right. Wait outside.
Gee. Thanks, Warden. Come on, Joe.
Yeah. Now, Ludlow, sit down if you want to. Tell me what's on your mind.
I'm restless, Warden. Being cooped up in that cell.
Yes, I know. What does you want to tell me?
Hey. I understand my old man came in to talk to you tonight, Warden.
Yes? Yes, he did, Ludlow. Felt sorry for him, seeing such a respectable old chap, and... Well, your trouble broke him up quite a bit. Wanted to ask me about certain arrangements.
Yeah, I know. But getting me buried.
Sure that isn't what you came to speak about, Ludlow.
No. I came to see you about this.
A gun? Where'd you get that?
That nice old man stuck it in this big fern over here, Warden. Just so it'd be handy.
You won't get away with this, Ludlow.
Get your hands up quick. Now, walk to that door and stand to one side of it. Get going. I'm keeping this gun right in your back. One slip means it goes off, see? Now open the door a crack and tell those guys to go to the end of the corridor. Tell them you're walking back to the cell with me. Go on.
All right. But I warn you,
Do what
Ludlow.
I say.
Guard,
What else, Warden?
go to the end of the corridor and watch from there. I'm walking back with Ludlow.
Okay, Warden. Go on, Joe.
All right. Now saunter out beside me. When we get to the corridor leading to the main gate, you'll go that way. If they start a follow, tell them to go back. Now on your way.
You think I'm going to let you get away with
I
this?
gotta die if I don't get out. You'll die too, Warden. I ain't kidding. Turn this way.
Hey, Warden. Anything wrong?
This gun is ready to go off, Warden.
It's all right, guard.
That's the stuff, Warden. We're coming to the main gate. Keep it up and you won't be sorry.
Oh, it's you, Warden.
Tell them to open that gate.
Open the gate, guard. There you are, Warden. Hey, isn't that Ludlow with you? What's... Grab him. It's a break. Holy mackerel. You want... Alarm, Warden. Prison break. Sound the alarm. Meantime, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in the city room talking to Gunnigan, the city editor. Everything ready to roll, Gunnigan?
Yes, Chief. Ludlow was slated to go to the chair at midnight. 5 after now. City room?
Gunnigan, this
is Mike Axford.
Say, it's about time you phoned in. All the other papers will be on the street
Hold
before...
on, will you? I just gave a story to rewrite. Then I had them connect me with you. Wait till you hear what happened.
I ain't got the time to listen. I got...
Ludlow ain't dead yet.
Huh? What are they doing? Frying the guy? What do you mean? What happened?
He got away. Made a jailbreak. Busted out of prison. Now do you get it?
What?
That's right. You can get the details of the rewrite this. See you later. So long.
Hey, wait! That calls for an extra.
What's happened?
That was Axford. He phoned that Ludlow busted out of prison. Come on, Chief. We've got work to do.
The following afternoon, Britt Reed was going over letters with his secretary, Lenore Case, in his office. Answer this one in your own way, Miss Case.
Yes, sir. Well, this is the last batch, so I'll get them all out today.
Good. Mail was beginning to strike up.
Eddie!
What brought you in, Axford?
I came to tell you about that killer, Ludlow. Reed, maybe you forgot, but when Ludlow was sentenced, he swore he'd get even with the prosecuting attorney and with the guy who was responsible for his capture.
I do remember, Axford.
Who was responsible for his capture?
The Green Hornet, that's who. Ludlow swore to get the lawyer Calvin York and the Green Hornet.
He might get Calvin York, but the Hornet? Oh, no, that could never happen.
Maybe not, but he sure has York upset. Sergeant Burke has a cop posted out there at York's place to protect him.
I think the Hornet can take care of himself. And as for Calvin York, as long as the police are guarding him, he'll be safe from Ludlow.
Sure, that killer wouldn't dare show his face there. If they catch him again, he won't escape the chair. You can bet on that. Well, I'm going out to eat. Then I'll go to cops' headquarters. See you later.
That night, in another part of the city...
Wheezy, they don't come any smarter than Jack Ludlow, if I do say so myself. My little plan worked out to a T.
Yeah, Jack, we sure put it over on him at the prison. I should have been acting the way I played the sad old man. Warden sure fell for it, and I got a good chance to plant the gun for you.
Okay, you did your part, Wheezy. I'll pay you off as soon as I get my mitts on some dough. I got a couple of things to pull, and then I'll have dough and be even with two skunks besides.
You ain't thinking of going out tonight, are you, Jack? The whole city's sent for you.
Stop beefing. I can take care of myself. You get that mask for me?
Yeah. It's right there in the table drawer in front of you.
I'm going to need it tonight. There. How do I look, Wheezy?
Well, if I ever seen the Green Hornet, I'd say you look like him. But I never seen the Green Hornet, so...
You never seen the Green Hornet, okay. But I have. This is a mask like his. Enough to pass for him anyway. People don't look too close when that guy comes around.
What are you going to do?
Look. You said there's a cop watching York's place, didn't you?
Yeah. He was right on the porch when he went by. Big guy, too.
Cop's a cop to me. I can handle him.
Me? I don't want to have to try.
I'm taking this mask and calling on York tonight, Wheezy.
What? Oh, you're crazy.
That's what you think.
But what about that cop?
I'll get rid of him. I got something to square with York. If anybody's around when I get to him, he'll swear it was the Hornet who bumped him off. Then the hunt will turn to the Hornet, see?
I don't get how you're going to do it, Jack.
I told you to be sure there was a phone in my hideout, didn't I? Now that there is, I'm going to use it. You just listen, and you'll learn how I'm going to do it.
I'll get it, Calvin. Hello?
Is this Calvin York's place?
Yes. This is Mrs. York speaking. Just a moment, and I'll...
Wait, you can take a message for him.
All right. What is the message, please?
I'm calling from police headquarters to tell you Ludlow's been caught.
Oh, that's wonderful. That awful murderer.
Who you call? Oh, yeah, Mrs. York. He sure is awful. By the way, tell the policeman we sent there to come back to headquarters right away, will you?
Yes, of course, I'll tell him. Thank you for letting us know about the capture.
It's a pleasure, ma'am. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Who was that, Helen?
Police headquarters. They called to say Ludlow's been captured. Oh, Calvin, I'm so relieved.
Yes, I'm slightly relieved myself.
Ludlow's a dangerous killer.
Oh, they want the policeman who is out front to come to headquarters. Will you tell him, dear?
Yes, I'll tell him right away. I'm glad we don't need him anymore. Now we'll have nothing to worry about. I'm about ready to turn in, Helen. 15 minutes ago, I was tense and worried. I guess the letdowns made me sleepy.
You'd better go up and turn in then, Calvin. After all, the strain has...
What's the matter?
Look, in the doorway.
The Green Hornet.
Right. I came to settle a score for a friend of mine, York.
Put down that gun.
Scared, huh? I'm using this gun on you, York.
No, I won't let you.
Get away from me, you crazy dame.
I won't let it hurt you.
Get away, I said. Why, you dirty... Okay, York, this is what I came to do.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment.
Walt's Appliance in Grand Prairie is resolved to do their part to conserve energy in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. The way they set out to do this is to put a GE microwave oven in every kitchen in the Metroplex. The GE microwave oven is an innovative device, but not a luxury to own. It cooks your meals with 1/4 the time, 1/4 the energy. Waltz will give you 5,000 top value stamps just to try the GE microwave oven for 1 week in your home. The oven can be yours for as little as $10 a month or send it back and keep the stamps. Come to Waltz at 2336 East Main in Grand Prairie this Saturday, February the 16th, and sample some goodies quick cooked by a GE microwave oven. You'll save time, money, and energy. You can make book on it 3 1/3 books of top value stamps. Compliments of Walt's Appliance in Grand Prairie.
And now, back to the Green Hornet. Reed was dining in his apartment, and Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, had just brought in the coffee when Axford entered in a high state of excitement.
Reed, where are you?
Here in the dining room, Axford.
Axford, sound excited. Reed, things are so popping. I just came from the settlement and they've already got extras out in the street.
Well, calm down and tell us what's happened.
Oh, me poor feet. It's good to sit down. Pour me a cup of coffee, Cato.
The place all ready for you, but you not come. Come on, Axford. What's the news?
Oh, yeah. Well, you see, Reed, 'twas like this. I was at Cops headquarters a while ago. Sarge and me were having a quiet game of checkers and talking a bit.
Okay, Axford. You want to sit there all day? Sure move, so get busy.
Now, hold your horses, Sarge. I got dough up in this game, and I ain't to be hurried.
Yeah, old nickel. Come on.
Okay, I will. There. Caught you snapping that tight, Sarge. That I did. Hey, who do you think? Michael Axford, the chap, that's who.
Don't ever get into a game of checkers with him, Moran. He's a crazy player.
Hey, look, you could have made a move there, Sarge.
Where?
There, you see.
Stop kibitzing, Moran, and go on about what you were doing.
Yeah, Moran, you better... Hey.
Huh? What did I do now?
Moran, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be at York's place.
Well, you phoned for me to come back.
What? Who said I phoned?
Mr. York. That is, he said somebody phoned and said Ludlow was caught and for me to...
Holy crow!
It's a trick. Get a squad car, quick. We got it. Police headquarters. Who? Yes, Mrs. York. What? The Green Hornet, you say? Are you sure? Sure. Try to calm yourself. We'll be right out.
What is it, Sarge?
York, he's been murdered by the Green Hornet. Tell the dispatchers to put out a citywide call. Get some of the boys. Get a squad car around front. Get busy, all of you.
That poor Sarge was fit to be tied at the trick the Hornet pulled, Reed.
What makes them think it was the Green Hornet, actually?
Mrs. York saw him. That low-down spalpeen shot her husband right before her eyes. That he did.
I see. Well, I can't understand what motive they attached to the crime, actually.
Well, it's as plain as the nose in your face, Reed. That Hornet was in cahoots with Ludlow.
But Ludlow swore vengeance against the Hornet, as I remember.
Sure, but they're both a couple of killers. And birds of a feather run together, you know. They must have fixed things up between them.
Certain Ludlow's mixed up in that murder somehow.
Sure, that's what I said. Well, I'm getting along now. See you later. So long.
Goodbye for a while, Axford.
It's not good. Hornet get blamed for murder of Mr. York.
I'll say it isn't. That must be Ludlow's way of getting even with the Hornet and York at one and the same time.
Well, what you do?
I've been thinking. Ludlow got his revenge on York. Having just broken out of prison, the next thing he'll want and need is money for a getaway. And it stands to reason he'll use the Hornet disguise when he attempts to get that money.
Well, that sounds reasonable. You throw more blame on Green Hornet.
Yes. Moreover, he had help in making his escape from prison. That means another crook is working with him.
What of that?
Crooks like that have no sense of honor. They'll do anything for money. I'm going to call the Sentinel. Have Gunnigan run a box on the front page featuring the large reward we offer for the capture of the Hornet. It might give somebody an idea.
Will you wait here to see if it brings results?
No. After phoning the Sentinel, we'll take the Black Beauty and the masks and drive into the business section of town. If a nibble comes in, we'll catch it over the shortwave radio and the police broadcast it. Then the Green Hornet will be in on the kill. Now for some action.
Britt Reed put through his phone call to the Sentinel. Then, stepping through a secret panel in the bedroom, he and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. A short time later, Ludlow was in his hideout talking to Wheezy.
Wheezy, we got a problem to solve.
Yeah? Like what, for instance?
If York put away, this town's too hot for us. Got to get out of here as far away as possible. We'd need dough to do it.
Oh, now, look, Jack, I like it here in this burg. I ain't got no reason to blow.
I know. Listen, Dope, I'm plenty hot right now, ain't I?
Sure, but then...
And you was the one that sprung me from the pen, right?
Yeah, but nobody knows that
If I get caught, they'll know soon enough, Bud. I ain't taking the rap alone this time.
But you killed a couple of guys. Me, I never did that, Jack.
You're an accessory to the whole thing. That means who I bumped off, you bumped off. It's the way the cops look at it. So when I scram out of this burg, you have to go along. Or else something may happen.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Jack. Why can't I just stay
You
here?
ain't staying, see? And we'll get some dough tonight. With me wearing a Hornet mask.
For the love of Mike has some sense. With flat feet all over the place, why do you have to...
Because we have to. That enough? Now, look, Wheezy. Got it all figured out. That little movie joint we went to last night. The manager's office is right inside the door off the lobby. I noticed it especially.
But they don't leave any of the dough there after they close up.
We'll grab it before they close up. I saw the manager take a bag of dough in there last night about 11.
But he'll see you. You'll be a witness unless
I ain't gonna bump him off. I want a witness. He'll say the Hornet stole the dough. Look there, Wheezy. See that headline? Kelvin York shot by Green Hornet. I sure got away with it.
Yeah. Yeah, you did.
What are you staring at? See something else?
No, nothing interesting. You say you're going to pull the hole up at 11 o'clock?
Right. You can sit in the car around the corner. We'll get that dough and then blow the town before morning.
Okay. This you say, Jack. I'm going down for some smokes. Want anything?
No. Set it up. We leave in 5 minutes.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Watch yourself, Weezy.
Yeah, I will. We see. Hey. I bump off. You bump off, he says. I gotta get from under on this deal. That reward for the Hornet will do it. I'll call the cops. Tell them about the movie holdup. They catch Jack Ludlow. Me, I get out from under with a lot of dough for doing it.
Not long after Wheezy left the hideout, the long black car of the dreaded Green Hornet slid in among the shadows of a back street not far from a small movie theater.
We have radio set for police calls, Mr. Britt, but there's not anything come over we hoped for.
I'm still hoping, Cato. After all, I don't know
something
whether...
come on radio now.
Holding all cars. Holding all cars. Green Hornet holding up neighborhood theater at 10th and Water Streets. Theater hold up by Green Hornet at 10th and Water Streets. That is all.
It worked, Cato. I want a showdown with Ludlow. We've got to get there before the police. Stop on it.
Okay, buddy, this is a stick-up.
You're the Green Hornet.
What do you think? Put all that dough back in that bag and hand it over. Hurry.
All right. Only don't shoot.
Get it in the bag now.
Yes, sir.
Be sure you don't hold any out on me either.
No, sir. It's all there.
Good. Give me it. Now, lie down on the floor with your face to the wall. If I hear one peep out of you, I'll let you have it. Understand?
Yes.
Then get down like I said. No. So long, punk. Get going, Wheezy, quick.
You're not going anyplace, Ludlow.
But you want Wheezy?
Your funny pals in the back seat sleeping. I've been waiting for this meeting.
That sneaking Hornet, huh? You'll be sorry you mixed up in my affairs. Says you. You fool. You'll be caught. The council will come.
Right, and they'll find you, killer.
Now blow your brains out, you...
Not yet, you won't. Close, but not close enough. Take this. And this. And this one for wearing a mask like mine.
Wait. You can have the dough. I'll give you the
I'm giving you this.
Oh.
To leave here quick.
But hurry. Crowd gather. Police come.
Get going, Cato. We haven't a moment to lose. The police will know what to do with that killer when they find him. Give it the gas, Cato.
Mike Axford, if I ever have to go through another night like this, hurry up there. You, coffee boy, get to the composing room with our coffee. Holy snakes, what would... Look, here comes Reed himself. Yeah, hi, Reed.
What's this I hear about the capture of the Hornet, actually?
Ask him, Chief. He phoned in here and said that they caught the Hornet. I get everything set up and what happened.
Well, what?
He phones back that it isn't the Hornet at all. It was Ludlow posing as the Hornet.
Well, that's big news in itself, Gunnigan.
Sure it is, Reed. That's what I tried to tell him. But he saw it because he had a wee bit of extra work, that's all. A wee bit. Oh, I give up.
What's the real news, Axford?
Reed, the cops got a tip that the Hornet was holding up a movie. When they got there, they found Ludlow wearing a mask and laid out flat in the bottom of the front of a car, if you know what I mean.
Well, I guess I
Oh,
found
it'll take him all night, Chief. They got Ludlow. They got his crony, a little mutt named Wheezy, who squealed to high heavens about everything. Sure. Wheezy said Ludlow posed as a Hornet to kill York. And then when the cops got to the scene of the holdup, a crowd of people swore that they saw two Green Hornets fighting in a car. Two? Sure. The real Hornet was fighting Ludlow. I guess even the Green Hornet couldn't stand that low-down heel Ludlow.
I know I despise that killer.
That settles it then. If you despise him, it stands to reason the Green Hornet does too, Reed.
What? What do you mean?
Look at him, Gunnigan. He takes me serious. He doesn't know a bit of sarcastics when he hears it.
Sarcastics, Axford?
Yeah. Did you ever hear the likes of that before, Jim? Sarcastics. Can I throw the rolls on? And how?
KRLD, you're reliving the exciting days of early radio. Tonight's broadcast of the Green Hornet will continue following this brief pause.
Honestly, I can't say I don't care how I look. I do. But I don't want to spend all my time on skincare and makeup. I'm just too busy for that. So I use OJ's Beauty Lotion. A crystal clear lotion that's easy to use and very effective. Just a little OJ's on a cotton pad gets all the dirt and makeup other cleansers often miss. So my skin looks as clean as it feels. I care how I look. OJ's Beauty Lotion cares for my skin.
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
And that's tonight's KRLD presentation of The Green Hornet. Be listening again 1 week from tonight at the same time for the next thrilling chapter in the life of Britt Reed and his constant companion Cato on The Green Hornet. Tomorrow night, KRLD invites you to relive again the days of yesteryear when the Lone Ranger rides again. That's tomorrow night at the same time on KRLD. The latest American Research Bureau survey reports KRLD Dallas continues to have more audience than any other Dallas radio station.
言った通り一晩だけ我慢しろ。この冬はただでさえ苦しいだに、あいつが田んぼ荒らしちまえばどうなるか分かるらに。頼むで一晩だけ貸してやれや。
うるせえな。一回は分かってるだ。
竹やん竹やんお盆も済んだでお山へ帰って休むだぞ恨んだりしちゃなんねえぞ
あや騙しやがったな今朝吉なんでだなんで返しただバヤゲ殺しただ
ここで暮らすななかなかきついだこの冬なほらお山へ行くだよ
人間も鳥も獣も虫もここに暮らすすべての生き物たちは等しく短い命を精一杯生き抜く今村昌平が力強く歌い上げる生命の賛歌奈良山節子
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the western United States. His strength and courage were always on the side of right against might. No man could match his daring and resourcefulness. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young, and the Lone Ranger was fighting the greatest battle of his entire career. Tonto and Arizona Lawson were standing in the living room of the Graham Ranch house. Graham had left the room for a moment, and they watched him curiously as he returned with a small leather sack in either hand.
It's none of my business, maybe, Graham, but would you mind telling us what you're up to?
Nothing that'll make you angry, I hope. Those are yours.
Huh?
One for you and one for Tonto.
Me no savvy.
Each of those sacks contains $1,000 in gold. Take them. You've earned it.
Oh, now, look, Graham, there's
Don't refuse it, Arizona. If I thought you'd accept, I'd offer you 10 times that amount. I can afford it, and what the pair of you done for this district is worth 100 times as much. When you arrived at Spanish Flats, a dozen outlaw gangs held the territory in absolute fear. Not even the law dared to move against them. Now it's a different story. Every one of those men is dead or in jail. Honest people can go about their business as they always should have done. I helped a little, but the greatest credit should go to you and Tonto and the Lone Ranger, wherever he is.
Graham, you don't get it.
Well, what's wrong?
You know the Lone Ranger don't ever take cash, don't you?
Why, of course. But I'm not offering him any.
Maybe not, but it amounts to the same thing.
I still think...
wait. You see, it's like this. Back when we thought the masked man had been done for, I offered to help Tonto the best I could. Of course, I ain't no way to substitute for the Lone Ranger, but it was his work I meant to carry on. The way it turned out, he done most of it, even if we ain't laid eyes on him. But at least I was trying. So now if I took pay for the little I'd done, well, I just feel kind of mean and cheap and ornery. And I know Tonto would feel the same.
That right, Tonto? Well, then I apologize. I meant well, but I see where I had you sized up wrong. But at any rate, you'll let me tell you how grateful I am, won't you?
Nope.
Oh, but now listen.
Nope, Graham. Not till we finished our job.
But you have. But I tell you...
Forgot the gent behind all them crooks, have you, Graham?
You intend to get him?
We get him.
But, well, you can't. Well, the idea's preposterous.
Why?
You don't know who the man is. No one does.
That's right.
Then how do you expect...
Graham, you should know what the masked man always says. When you start a job, don't quit until you've done it right. Well, if we quit now, our job wouldn't be more than half done.
The man hasn't any power with those gangs broken up.
He could organize again some other time.
The law doesn't know his identity. His own men didn't know. He made contact with them by means of a go-between. We don't know who that go-between was. We have absolutely no clue that could possibly lead us to him.
That's wrong.
You mean you have? But I didn't know this. Why didn't you tell me?
Well, we didn't have enough to go on.
But you have now?
We expect to have.
Well, I don't understand.
Graham, I'm sorry we had to mention it at all. We didn't mean to. Wouldn't have if we hadn't gotten to this argument.
But don't you
wait a minute. Tonto said we had a clue. Well, in a manner of speaking, we have. But it ain't enough yet. And there's some other information we've got to get a hold of before we can act.
What other information?
Well, Graham, you're asking me something I don't know myself.
It'll tell who the man's name is?
No.
Oh.
But it'll show us how to go about learning his name, Graham. And I can tell you this. When the time comes to find out, you won't be left out in the cold. We're going to need your help.
It was 2 days later that Graham and Sheriff Wicks of Spanish Flats rode side by side across country. The rancher was speaking earnestly to the lawman.
Sheriff, I know Arizona and Tonto have something up their sleeves.
From what you said, Graham, they must have.
They've got a lead on this fellow who first organized the outlaws we've been fighting.
Sounds like it.
When they left the other day, I followed them away.
Yeah?
And that's what made me suspect Boylan.
What do you mean?
They rode to Boylan's ranch. Not openly, Sheriff. Secretly. I noticed they took a great deal of pains to keep anyone on the place from discovering them. I couldn't do more at the time because, after all, if they don't want to confide in me now, it's not my place to force their hand.
I've noticed them two gents usually savvy what they're about.
I'm sure they do this time.
If they suspicion Boylan, you mean?
Yes.
I don't know but what you're right.
Sheriff, I'm certain I am. Look at what's going on. For the past 2 weeks, Boylan has been disposing of his property as fast as possible.
Yeah?
Nothing suspicious in that, of course. Unless you realize that Boylan may be the man we want, and now that his gangs are finished, he's clearing out.
And then them guards are here.
Exactly. No one can get near his ranch house without permission in advance.
Of course, he always has been a sort of peculiar old duck. Never made friends.
Doesn't that fit in, too? Wouldn't a man in that position naturally avoid all contacts that might accidentally reveal his game?
Uh-huh, reckon he might.
Wouldn't he avoid making friends? Wouldn't he deliberately discourage any visitors who might arrive at awkward times?
It all fits in, don't it?
Mark my words, Sheriff. Tonto and Arizona know something about that man. They aren't spying on him just to pass the time.
Uh-huh. Only thing is...
Well?
Maybe we ought to leave all this to them. Maybe we shouldn't butt in. If Boylan's crooked, they'll get a lot further proving it than I will.
Perhaps. But on the other hand, you may be able to give them valuable aid.
How?
Why? Because you're the law. You can openly demand information they could only gather indirectly. For instance, why is he so anxious to sell out?
You mean when we get there I should ask him that?
Certainly.
But if he's crooked, he'll just lie about it.
And if he does lie about it, we'll probably know it.
Yeah, that's so.
Hold it. Whoa, boy. Whoa. Whoa there. Whoa.
What's the matter?
We're almost there. You can see his place through these trees.
Where are them guards?
There are 2 of them in front of the house. Yeah. And there's another near the corrals.
What do you think, Graham? Think we ought to ride right up and make them let us by?
Because of the star you're wearing? That means about as much to those gun hands as a bouquet of daisies. No, we're leaving our horses here. There's a side door. These trees will give us cover until we're almost there. They'll hide our horses. Come on.
Well...
Now, don't be a fool, Sheriff. We'll never see Boylan if we let those guards see us. Now, do what I say.
All right, go ahead. I'm with you.
This way. Wait.
I don't see anybody now.
I think the coast's clear. That's the door, right there. Let's hope it isn't locked.
What are you going to do?
Make it before anyone shows up. Come along now. Hurry. Now, keep your fingers crossed.
What?
Sit right where you are, Boylan.
We aim to ask you some questions.
What do you mean breaking into my home like this?
Let me do the talking, Sheriff. If you didn't have guards stationed outside, Boylan, it wouldn't be necessary to break in here.
Yeah, fine guards they are. I'll fire every one of them.
Later, you can do what you please. Right now, we're after information.
What information?
The reason for those guards. Your reason for attempting to sell out.
Well, that happens to be none of your business.
We're making it our business.
Yeah?
And you'll answer, Boylan, or find yourself in jail.
So, that's it, eh? Well, gentlemen, I'll tell you. About the guards, I refuse to answer. For my one to sell, well, you can know it if you wish.
Go on, talk.
No, there's no need. I have some papers here that'll explain the matter for me.
What papers?
Right here in my desk. Now, if you'll just glance at these. Gentlemen, reach for the ceiling.
Why, you tricked us. Graham, he opened that drawer just to get at that gun.
I did, and now you listen to me. You have exactly 30 seconds to get out of this house, or I'll blow the pair of you right square into the middle of next week.
Graham, before we come here, I sort of felt like we should have left all this to Tonto and Arizona to handle. But after what that skunk just did to us, doggone if I don't send him to jail myself. Come on, let's get to town and figure this out. Get up. Come on. Get up there. Get up.
Well, Sheriff, just what do you expect to do about Boylan?
Graham, I'll tell you.
You've got something in mind?
I've learned a few things this last month or so.
Yeah?
I've been watching Tonto in Arizona. I've seen how that mask fellow works, even if I ain't seen him. I've learned that sometimes it pays a heap better to use your head instead of your guns.
Which means exactly what?
I'm going to use my head.
How?
I figure Boylan's guilty.
And so do I.
But there ain't no use fetching him into town and trying to make him answer questions, even if we get enough fellas together to ride out to his place and make him come.
No, I don't suppose there would be.
So I'm going to do something else. I'm going to trick that hombre.
That's what I asked you. How?
You game to back me up?
If you don't mind explaining what you're thinking of.
Well, what was the one weak point in Boylan's scheme?
Well, I don't know.
The fella he used to take orders to the crooks working for him, wasn't it?
Well, I suppose so.
Of course it's so. Nobody in them gangs could tell who the big boss was, because they never seen him nor heard his name mentioned. All they knew was that he told them what to do and how to do it, and afterwards collected his share of the loot.
Yeah.
But the fellow that carried the orders for him had to know who Boylan was. Out of everybody in the county, he's the one man could stand up and point a finger at Boylan and say he was guilty.
Why, of course.
Well, and maybe now you see what I've got in mind.
I'm afraid I still don't.
Why, it's as plain as the nose on your face, Graham. I'm going to try a scheme like the masked man used once in a while. I'm going to spread the word that Boylan's go-between has let me know he's willing to tell who hired him in exchange for my promise to let him off.
You know who this go-between is?
No, but...
Well, if you don't, I'm afraid the plan isn't very practical.
Why not? Boylan don't know I ain't acquainted with the fella, does he?
No.
Then how can he know I ain't telling the truth?
And if he believes you?
Then I'll use the next part of my scheme. I'll act like I'm going to meet that gent somewheres in the hills to get his story. I'll see to it Boylan finds out when and where I'm going to meet that fella. Boylan will have to try to shut his mouth. And when he does that, he'll give himself away.
Oh. And who are you going to use to pretend to be the man you're meeting?
Oh, most any fella will do. Boylan don't have to get a look at him. His conscience will fix that up all right.
I'm not sure this will work.
Why not?
Well, I don't...
Oh, it'll work all right.
Well, who's that?
It worked.
Tonto.
Arizona.
We heard you two gents talking through that there open window. You ought to be more careful.
Well, I'll...
And if you're wondering why we're so sure your scheme will work, Sheriff, I'll tell you. Me and Tonto will spread that story you was talking about.
But how?
And we won't have to stretch the truth none.
Huh?
Because we really know who was carrying orders from the boss to them crooks. We just found out today.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. In accordance with the sheriff's plan, Arizona went to the cafe and talked just enough to create the impression he desired.
No, boys, I can't say anything more. Not yet. I don't know his name for sure. But if I was to make a guess, I'd say he was a big rancher in these parts. Yep. He's mighty clever, and he's mighty careful, too. Maybe he realizes he's made a mistake. It wouldn't surprise me none if he tried to clear out. But he's waited too long. After I've talked with a certain hombre tonight, we'll know his name. And the sheriff will have all the evidence he needs to hang him. Adios.
Arizona left the cafe and met Tonto outside of town. Together, they rode to the ridge of a hill not far away, and there the Indian built a fire. The column of smoke was rising straight in the air. He prepared to send a message.
Just say that everything's set, and all we need is the word to go ahead.
Tonto do it.
We'll have to stay here till we get a reply. Is that all?
Tonto say what you tell him.
Better do it again. Keep on repeating until you're
You
sure.
wait.
What's up?
You look. Hill to north.
Smoke.
Huh?
A signal.
That's right.
What's it say?
Night. Line. Cabin. South.
Tonight. Line cabin south. South of where? There's plenty of line cabins south of here.
Lone. Bear. Canyon.
That's all we need, Tonto. Tonight. There's been no change, and south of Lame Bear Canyon.
You right, Sir Graham?
Just as soon as it gets dark. The sheriff and his posse will be waiting there. Quiet, boy. Down, Wolf. You stay here.
Is that you, Arizona?
Yep. Everybody here?
They're waiting. Come in.
Hi, Sheriff.
Into the cafe, Arizona?
Uh-huh, Sheriff. And there ain't a one of them that ain't talking about us locating Boylan's messenger.
They don't know Boylan's the man we're after, do they?
Shucks, no, Graham. I just said that because we all know he's the fella.
Oh.
But what about Boylan himself, Arizona?
Tonto took care of that.
You know he did?
Sure. I met him at the Grove, and he told me. He talked to one of Boylan's gun hands. From the excitement around the place afterwards, Tonto says that gun hand must have run right to Boylan then and there and repeated the whole thing.
Good.
It won't be hard for Boylan to learn you come here to Graham's place, Sheriff. And he ain't going to take no chance you're going to meet that army that was working for him without his being close by.
Think he's somewhere near now?
Wouldn't surprise me none.
He'll follow us?
Have to, won't he? That is, if he figures on finding where the fella's hiding out and finishing him off before he can talk to us.
Yeah.
What do we do now, Arizona?
Got your horses ready?
Yeah, we got
And I'd say we better get started. We're to meet that fella at 1. Before that, we've got to meet Tonto.
Where?
He'll still be waiting at the Grove.
And where do we meet that messenger?
Know that line cabin south of Lame Bear Canyon?
Yeah.
Well, that's it. Come on, we better get going. There's Tonto. Hey.
Been watching the trail, Tonto?
Me watch it.
Everything all right?
Fella just ride by.
What's that?
Him, Boylan.
Rode by here?
You sure, Tonto? You sure you didn't mistake somebody else for him in the dark?
Me know fella all right.
But which way did he come from?
Come from ranch.
My ranch?
Fellas, I told you that skunk would be somewhere close. Tonto, when he went past here, which way was he heading?
Him go that way.
Toward Lame Bear Canyon.
Figures to get there first.
And if he does?
If he does and finds that gent we're meeting up with first, we might as well stay to home, but they waste not time.
You mean?
I mean Boylan will drill him on the spot. Gents, we've got to make tracks.
Right.
Let's get going. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up.
How much farther, Arizona?
I'm over 2 miles.
We ain't riding right up to that cabin, are we?
Oh, there's some cover just this side. That's where we'll stop. Get up. Get along.
Get up.
Here we are. Pull up. Pull, fella. There.
There's the cabin. Leave the horses here.
Yeah. Wolf, you're going to have to keep still. And don't you budge from this spot neither. Right now, you ain't wanted, savvy? You'd better.
Now what?
Now to see if that gent's here to meet us. And if he is, to see if Boylan got to him first.
We walk right in?
Wasn't that easy to fix this meeting, Sheriff. That gent's too suspicious. He said if we walked up to that cabin without signaling to him first, he'd blast the daylights out of us.
Signal him?
Yeah. Tonto knows what to do. Go ahead, Tonto.
That it?
Yeah.
How he answer?
Wait. There. That's him.
I seen somebody light a match in there.
That's to let us know he heard us and everything's all right.
Then we beat Boylan to it.
Seems as if. Now, look. I'm going to tell you fellas what to do. And you see to it you do it, or maybe there'll be the dickens to pay.
Go ahead.
I'm going in there.
And the rest of us?
You fellas got to keep watch for Boylan. If he ain't here now, he will be. And we don't know for sure he ain't here already and hiding.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we want him to make a try at that fella in the cabin. That'll cinch the case again him. But we don't want that try of his to work.
Nice try.
If it does, and Boylan gets away afterwards, It means every one of us is going to be in danger. He ain't going to let us live as long as he thinks there's any kind of a chance at all that we know who he is.
You're right.
Tonto, when I start for the cabin, you go over and take up your position by that clump of bushes there. Keep out of sight, and keep your eyes peeled for anything that moves in your territory.
Tonto, do it.
Graham, you get over by them rocks. There's plenty of shadow there. You wouldn't be seen.
All right, Arizona.
The rest of you fellas spread around. And, Sheriff, you better stay right here. That means when Boylan makes his try, at least one of you is going to have him in sight.
All right.
Well, here goes. Let's pray for luck, fellas. If this works, we're going to catch us the biggest crook this part of the West ever seen. It's me, Arizona.
Just a second. All right, fella. Walk in with your hands in the air.
I ain't going to try nothing.
I don't trust you or nobody. You armed?
Sure.
Yeah, I see you. Just carrying that one gun?
Search me if you think I got any hid away.
I will. Only I'll take this one first. Now stand still.
Go ahead.
Don't find nothing.
Said you wouldn't.
All right, state your terms and make a pronto.
You know what you're offered. Told you when we arranged this meeting.
I want any charges again me forgot.
They will be.
If I tell you the name of the gent I was working for, I want protection afterwards.
You'll get it.
How do I know that?
Sheriff's outside now. I'll call him if you want me to. He'll tell you the same himself.
Never mind. I can wait.
All right, then. How about it? Name him. You know what I'm here for. Name the skunk that hired you. Name that coyote that's been running all them gangs.
All right, fellas.
Someone fired from outside.
Arizona!
What the...
Arizona! That was Boylan. I saw him when he got away.
Boylan fired those shots, and I can swear to
I
it.
told you to be
Help the sheriff and Tonto find him before he escapes.
But why didn't
Go
you...
on, Arizona, hurry.
Now look over this way.
Look everywhere. Don't let him reach his horse.
Sheriff, Tonto, which way this fella going?
What? Graham? No, don't move, Stubb. You stop where you are.
Boss,
You were going to turn me in.
No, honest, I wasn't Graham. Wait.
You were going to tell Arizona I was the man behind those gangs.
Oh, please.
Shut up. Hear them outside, Stubb? They're looking for Boylan. I don't know what he's got to do with this. But anyhow, they're out there trying to find him. They've forgotten all about you and me.
Boss, what are you going to do?
What do you think, Stubb?
But I never...
Didn't I tell you if you worked with me on this, you'd never have to worry about money again as long as you lived?
But I did.
Everything was going fine. We made fools out of Tonto in Arizona. I let them think I was working with them because I wanted law and order in the county. And they didn't realize for one moment they were working for me.
But, boss,
they
you don't...
didn't even guess it was me who was turning in my own men. They didn't even suspect I wanted those men jailed and hanged so I could retire in safety.
I tell you...
And then you had to turn yellow and try to save your own worthless hide by telling them who I am.
Boss, I swear I wasn't going to tell them a thing.
And what are you doing here? Why did you arrange to meet them?
I didn't.
Don't tell me that. You weren't here by accident.
Boss, won't you give me a chance to explain? Won't you let me tell just what happened?
Sure, you can tell your story.
Oh.
To Red Kemp and Pawnee Pete and all the others.
They've been hanged.
Exactly. I see that you understand.
No. Oh, no, put down that gun, boss. Don't aim it at me. No, please,
Don't cry, Stubb. You took your chance and lost.
I tell you,
Now he's left.
Reach the pick of that gun, Graham, and I'll let you have it.
A Lone Ranger. No, it isn't true. I can't believe it.
It's true, all right, Graham. And he knew all the time that you was a skunk behind them gangs. Had been keeping yourself secret.
You had to be the man, Graham. Because when I first arrived in this section, your men made an attack on my life. And you were the only person outside of Tonto in Arizona and knew I was around. You called us in to round up those outlaws for exactly the reason you just mentioned to Stubb. You planned to make us your tools to rid yourself of the organization for which you had no further use.
Why, you...
But I played your own game, Graham. I let you betray your men when I stayed out of sight. As long as you turned them over to the law, you were doing what I wanted. Once they'd all been captured, however, you were finished, whether you knew it or not.
Graham, the masked man arranged this whole scheme. Me and Tonto and Arizona and Boylan was all in it. We let you think we suspicion Boylan so that you'd figure you could drill Stubb to keep his mouth shut. And Boylan would take the blame.
You win.
I thought you'd see it that way, Graham. You're too smart to fight when you know you're beaten.
And I think I knew from the first you'd be too much for me. When I called you here, I didn't plan your death.
I guessed that.
When I met you, I knew if I were to be safe, you had to die.
But your attempted murder failed.
We've got every crook that was in this county, and the man that bossed them to boot.
You'll hang, Graham.
And once and for all, we'll have peace along the Rio, thanks to the masked man.
Oh, let him go!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
A refuge or a hell, as Clint Eastwood, wounded Yankee, is brought to an all-girls school to become the prisoner of these man-deprived women, these man-eager girls.
You must be tired. Wouldn't you like a chance to go to your closet? I might sponge parts of him. You wouldn't.
You are not our guest. If you get any ideas of trying to amuse yourself with any of the ladies in this house,
Now, wait
you'll
just a
find
minute.
yourself out on that road so fast you won't know what happened to you.
Consider the possibilities. Is he a helpless victim to be threatened, teased, enticed, loved at their will and pleasure?
What do you want?
I love you.
Or is he a man, aggressive, wooing, demanding, who must love to stay alive?
I want to take your brother's place, but I must warn you, it won't always be easy to act like a brother.
Hold it, Yank!
Clint Eastwood, man, the symbol, the sexual enemy.
I'm going to have the run of this place. One is I'm going to be with any young lady that desires my company.
Geraldine Page, possessive, vindictive.
Just because I didn't go to your bed.
Elizabeth Hartman, her passion latent and violent.
You lying, filthy lecher! I hope you're dead!
The tensions, the jealousies, the conflicts of sexual confrontations, rare even for today.
Crime doesn't stand a chance against Dick Tracy. Up next.
And now, Dick Tracy! This is Dick Tracy on the case of the Low Hijack. Stand by for action. Let's go, men. Yes, it's Dick Tracy, protector of law and order. Before we listen to today's Dick Tracy adventure, I'd like to tell you about a great man in American history who was born exactly 190 years ago tomorrow. Marie Jean-Paul Yves Rose Gilbert du Motier, Marquis de Lafayette. That sound familiar to my rugged French? Well, actually, that was the full name of the Revolutionary War hero we all know as Lafayette. But did you know how old Lafayette was when he came to help the American cause? Well, he married at the age of 17, entered the French army. When he heard of the revolt of the American colonies, he decided to help, and at his own expense, he fitted out a ship and sailed for this country. He arrived in the year 1777, when he was only 19 years old. After he'd been here about 3 months, Congress made him a major general. He had an outstanding war record, serving both as a member of General George Washington's staff and as a leader in his own right. After the British surrendered at Yorktown, he was publicly thanked by Washington, and since that time, his name has been greatly honored by Americans. That was Lafayette, a Frenchman who believed in liberty sincerely enough to fight for it, even if it was in a foreign land. And now, Dick Tracy. Yesterday, Deadpan and Cy Heavy hijacked another truck. But this truck was intended to take Cy Heavy to his death. In accordance with Maury Bunn's plan to sacrifice Cy, Deadpan anonymously phoned Tracy at headquarters and told him where he could find the stolen truck and its hijacker. Although both Dick and Pat realized that it was a trap, they had no alternative but to go. Far out on the lonely moonrise highway, they caught up with the truck. And after an exchange of shots with the desperate driver, Tracy, as a last resort, crashed into the speeding truck. But such things are hard to control, and Patton and Tracy, his foot caught beneath the twisted steering wheel, are now pinned behind their wrecked car by Cy Heavy's barrage of bullets. And while Dick and Pat are fighting for their lives, Maury Bunn sits comfortably in his air-conditioned apartment.
Who is it?
It's me, Deadpan.
Just a minute, I'll click the door switch. I want a complete report.
Oddly enough, that's why I come here. Should I give it even in the beginning?
For heaven's sake, tell me any way your illiterate brain can. Did you get Cy on the truck all right?
Yeah, worked like a charm. We slugged the driver and got the truck easy.
Very good, very good. Continue.
Well, I put Cy in the truck and sent him off. Yeah, I told him not to stop for anybody, and if he runs into cops, he's to kill him.
Then I assume you told Tracy the route the truck was taking.
Yeah, I phoned him right away and told him the truck had been hijacked.
For a change, things are working out right. Unless I miss my guess, Tracy and Patton should be dead as mackerels right now.
Yeah, depressing, ain't it?
Hardly. With Cy Heavy and Tracy dead, there's nothing to interfere with my future operations. I feel like a celebration. Go wash your hands and face.
Oh, gee, Maury Bunn, won't you let me alone? Getting so clean the fellas down the pool hall won't talk to me.
I have absolutely no interest in discussing the matter further. You heard me. Go wash.
I thought that maybe since they carried out everything so good, you might let me off.
I'm in a pleasant mood. Do not attempt to aggravate me. Go over there and get the germs off you.
Oh. I feel like the next job I get, I ain't going to work for no guy that's scared of germs. It's too hard on the Constitution.
I'm afraid you'll never have the opportunity to seek other employment. You will continue to work for me, or you will suffer Cy Heavy's fate.
Not only do I have to keep washing my hands and face all the time, but in between you're threatening my life. That's enough to make a guy want to turn straight.
You're very well paid. Shut up.
Oh, and now on top of everything else, I get soap in my eyes. That does it. I quit.
I am not joking when I say remember Cy Heavy.
All right. You talked me into it. I am now back on the payroll.
There are times when what you substitute for reason, undoubtedly nothing more than low animal cunning, leads you into the paths of good judgment.
That's the nicest compliment I had all day. Shall we dance?
Pay attention to what I'm going to tell you.
When you talk like that, it means another job.
You're quite right. Billy Tell reported a while ago. There's the possibility of large truck shipments going upstate soon. They'll be prize catches.
That's a good.
Billy Tell says the shipments will be very valuable. Right now, we don't know the exact time of the takeoff, but Billy thinks he'll know tomorrow. In which case, I don't want you to leave this apartment. We must be prepared to move fast.
Don't you think you're pushing your luck, Maury Bunn? We heisted a lot of trucks these past weeks.
I didn't hire you to give advice. I'll take care of that department.
What I mean is there'll be more cops than ever out looking for hijackers.
On the contrary, there will be none. Cy Heavy will be blamed for all the hijacking, and he's dead. Tracy and Patton will be buried in state for their contribution to law and order, and we can keep right on operating.
You still think we ought to lay low a while?
I can't. My overhead's too great for me to stop. I have a department store that must remain stocked. I have to pay an expert to fake invoices and bills of sale and lading.
What for?
In order to sell the stolen goods across my counters. My whole operation depends on the manner in which I get rid of the hijacked property.
Yeah, I guess you do have a lot of expenses.
I do. I also like nice things.
How do you think I could afford such elegant surroundings if I stopped?
Yeah, I suppose you couldn't.
Therefore, you will stand by for another job.
So I'm standing by. But now that Si Heavy's dead, who am I going to have to work with me, huh? Heisting trucks ain't just a one-man job these days.
From now on, Billy Tell will work with you.
Don't you need him for the undercover work?
He can do that, too. Now that Tracy and Patton are dead, this will be the plan for our...
Slightly eager to kill us.
I'm not in favor of it.
Can you get your foot out of there, Dick?
Nope, can't move it at all.
Yeah, you almost got him that time. At least I made him take cover.
Good.
It won't be good for long. He's got a Tommy gun and he can make a lot of trouble.
Hey, it's lucky the car rolled this way. At least it gives us protection.
Now that you brought up the subject, yes.
Can you see the truck?
Yeah, it's off the road, but it looks in good working order.
That's not too good.
Yeah, I know. If he gets to the truck, he could get away from here easily. That is, unless I get a lucky shot at him.
Yeah, there's another thing he might do.
Yeah, what's that?
If he gets the truck started, he could crash into this wrecked car of ours.
That's a happy thought. Look, can't you get your foot out of there somehow, Dick?
Not without cutting it off. The steering wheel shaft collapsed when we hit the truck. My legs caught underneath it as if it were in a vice.
Oh, that's just dandy. Anything broken?
No, nothing but my heart, Patrick. Hey, he's getting noisy. Can you see him, Pat?
I'm going to try another quick look around the side of the car.
Be quiet now.
I have absolutely no intention of getting shot. You just relax.
We're a little darker. This moon is no help in the fix we're in now.
Don't worry about that either.
You mean you can fix that, too?
Sure, I just shoot it out.
Oh, brother. I take it you saw him.
Yeah, that I did. It's also my unpleasant duty to report that his aim is getting better.
He came close?
Well, let's put it this way. A quarter of an inch to the right, and I'd have gone home in a wheelbarrow.
Well, we're in a spot all right, Pat.
Yeah, I know. As long as that madman can keep us pinned down behind the car here, we're in very bad shape.
If I could only get my foot out.
Yeah, then we could each take a side, sort of a divide and conquer routine.
Yeah. Where is he now?
Behind the truck. Look, I'm going out and take a couple of shots at him.
I don't think you should, Pat. In this moonlight, you're a sitting duck.
Yeah, possibly, but even ducks get bored. You know we can't spend the rest of our lives here.
That's just what we will do if you're not careful. And I might add that our lives don't look very long from where I'm sitting.
If you're going to be gloomy, I'm going home. Well, I'm not going out that way anyway. I'll try it around this side. I might get a break and wing him.
If you can just keep him behind the truck, it'll be a step in the right direction.
I'll tell him when I see him. Uh-oh.
What's happening?
I can't see him. All of which means that he started down the other side of the truck.
He must be heading for the cab.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Look, I've got to get out and get a shot at him.
Well, you'll get you, sure.
If he gets that truck going, he'll get us anyway. I think I've got to chance it. Window after you.
You all right?
Yeah. Most of the important arms and legs seem to be in reasonable shape.
Thank heavens. What did you do?
Well, I had to crash the truck into that ditch to keep it from smashing into you.
You're a good man, Patrick.
Oh, all this praise will go to my head.
What happened to that madman who was trying to kill us?
Well, I managed to get him just before he'd have got me. I dived through the cab window shooting. He couldn't bring his Tommy gun around in time to aim it.
Well, all I can say is that it was a close one.
Yeah, much closer than I like to play him. Let's see if we can get your leg free now.
Well, Pat, if you can get a crowbar, we might bend this wheel back and I can get out.
All taken care of. I brought this heavy tire iron from the truck.
Oh, good.
Yep, that ought to do the trick. Mm-hmm. That's tough, you know.
Easy does it, Pat. Let's not break my leg.
Look, Tracy, if you're going to be particular about a little thing like that, I'm going. Now, wait a minute. Just a little more.
So you...
Good boy. Got it out.
Tell me, how's the leg? Can you walk on it?
Yeah, in a manner of speaking, yes. Come on, Pat. I want to look at that truck driver.
Right.
Uh-oh. Oh, you ought to let me steady my hand on your shoulder, Pat.
Right, there you go. How's it? There he is, Dick.
By Jove, Pat. I've seen him before.
Where?
Hanging around Maury Bunn's apartment.
In a moment, we'll return to Dick Tracy. But first... Well, first, let's talk about Lassie. Lassie, a radio star. Yes, the canine wonder of the movies has come into her own as far as radio is concerned. Because now Lassie stars in a series of stories built around her. Of course, no one expects Lassie to talk on the program. Of course, she'll give her famous barks from time to time. Incidentally, Lassie wasn't always a subtle-rated standout among the canine kind. She was just an ornery pooch with the name of Pal. Her trainer taught her to sit and lie down, to speak only when spoken to, and above all, to be obedient. But there was nothing about Pal that seemed outstanding. Well, when the search for the movie Lassie began, Pal's appearance to the studio representative was so unimpressive that she was rejected without even a chance to perform. Then Pal's trainer got to work. He taught the dog to crawl, to attack, to open doors, and even to yawn. He brushed and combed her several times daily. When he took Pal back to the studios for a second trial, Pal, or Lassie, was hired immediately. You'll want to hear Lassie every Sunday in a 15-minute drama written especially for her. Lassie is heard on most of these same ABC stations. And now, back to Dick Tracy.
But, Dick, that's impossible. Maury Bunn's a respected citizen.
I know, Pat. And I also know that I have no direct evidence to go on. But I think I'll have another chat with Maury Bunn. And I have a plan that may scare these boys out into the open.
Tracy had better have a pretty good plan because Maury Bunn does not scare easily. Better tune in Monday for the adventures of Dick Tracy, heard overseas through the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is George Gunn speaking. For the third consecutive season, the curtain goes up on that outstanding dramatic series, Theater Guild on the Air, this Sunday night. Theater Guild has set a high standard for entertainment since its initial broadcast. As a matter of fact, such was the excellence of Theater Guild's presentations that the program won a plaque when it had been on the air only 14 weeks. From then on, Theater Guild on the Air received many awards. Magazines saluted it as one of the top dramatic shows on the air. Last year, it was awarded honors in a nationwide poll of radio editors. Don't miss this Sunday night's premiere performance for the 1948 season on Theater Guild on the Air, broadcast over most of these same ABC stations. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
I say there are things better left unsolved.
Who knows what waits for us in nature's no man's land?
Impossible, unbelievable, fantastic. But I tell you, it could happen. It could happen. It could happen. It could happen.
Yes, it could happen. For various authorities believe that buried somewhere under the polar ice cap, in a state of suspended animation, are the awesome creatures, the leviathans that roamed the earth at the dawn of time. And under certain conditions, a nuclear explosion could free one from his icy tomb. Then, guided by instinct, the beast would come back to the caverns of the deepest Atlantic where it was spawned. An armored giant, wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machines. Cities would be terrorized by the cruel intruder from the past. Populations crazed and panicked with fear by its destructive force. Granite and steel would crumble. soldiers and their weapons would be powerless before the onslaught of the beast. The beast. The beast. The beast from 20,000 fathoms.
Herald Square, 34th Street, Broadway. Every section of the city is guarded. No one knows where the monster will strike next.
Another one, Colonel?
No.
You know where the radioactive isotope is?
No, but if it can be loaded, I can fire it.
I'll load it. Just remember one thing. This is the only isotope of its kind this side of Oak Ridge, so you can't miss.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters, who are up next.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the program that brings you authentic police case histories. Waterman's Pens and Waterman's Ink present Gangbusters. This nation is now in the midst of a serious crime wave, and we must stop the attempts of the lawbreakers to tear down here at home the very ideals for which we have fought. And so Waterman's Pens and Waterman's Ink are proud to present Gangbusters with Louis J. Valentine, former commissioner of the largest police force in the world. Commissioner Valentine will interview by proxy Harvey Scott, superintendent of the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania Police Department. Commissioner Valentine.
Well, Superintendent Scott, tonight's gangbusters case should be quite an unusual one.
It is, Commissioner Valentine.
How have you decided to start it?
Well, in Pittsburgh, there was a certain professional wrestling school run by a pretty rough type of wrestler. He was known as Hammerlock. A few years ago, this Hammerlock walked up to the mat with a rather slight of build, pasty-faced man who had dropped in for a lesson.
Lie down on the mat.
This way?
Yeah. You're a businessman?
Yes, sir.
Well, as you have on your business clothes, I can't show you much, but...
I just wanted a demonstration.
No? All right. Now, you're flat on your back. But you've got to learn how to keep a man flat on his back.
Yes.
Now watch. I fall on my left knee beside you. Then I grabbed your right hand with my left hand.
Yeah.
Your left hand with my right hand.
You weigh a ton.
Now, my right knee is free. I place it on your chest.
Oh.
Now, if you move an inch, I throw my weight on that right knee. And I can break every rib in your body.
Will you hold me tight like that just to let me see how it would feel to try and get up?
Yeah, all right. Now, go ahead. Just try to move.
I hope I didn't throw you too hard. I just wanted to try my little trick against a professional wrestler.
You must have busted my ribs.
I guess I'll have to be going.
Hey, who are you? I never saw anybody move so fast.
Oh, it's just a little hobby of mine. A little pet trick I like to try out against professional wrestlers. Well, I'm sorry, mister. I'll have to be leaving.
I don't care what you say, Haynes. I'm packing up and leaving.
Step-ins, slips, and undies, huh?
This trunk will never hold them all.
Your boyfriend ain't gonna like you leaving like this, Cora.
I'm bored stiff.
So you're getting out.
When I get this trunk packed.
I'll bet all them lace under things cost a hunk of dough.
He's so goody-goody. Well, he makes me sick.
Hey, he's my pal, you know.
No, I'm too young. Read books, go to the movies. Look out, Kitty. I love you, but I'm packing.
Kazera ain't gonna like this, Cora.
Well, that's too bad. He's not even a man. There were only some excitement once in a while.
Now, listen, kid. I gotta tell you something.
I'm fed up with his goody-goody. What do you want to tell me?
Will you swear never to tell?
That good, huh?
Will you swear?
Okay.
Kazera's been pulling jobs since 1923. What? He's robbed freight trains, maybe a dozen other places. And a couple of times he shot it out with the cops.
Kazera?
You ain't heard nothing yet. Kazera ran a gang that had this town on its heels. If it weren't for a bad break, Kazera never would have been caught. But they were scared enough of the guy to give him a rapper from 10 to 60 years in the Western Penitentiary.
Ain't you lying?
Oh, no, sister.
Not Kazera.
You're teamed up with a guy who, if the cops knew who he was when they faced him, half of them would faint.
Gee, I wanted excitement, but I didn't bargain for all this.
You better get them pretty little undies back in the drawers before he gets here.
Why, he wouldn't think nothing of killing me if he wanted to.
You said it.
Oh, hello, Haynes.
Hello, Kazera.
Hello, honey.
Hello, Kazera. I'm glad to see you.
Oh, it's warm out.
Yeah, it's kind of hot in here, too. It shouldn't be, though. Us living up on the 8th floor.
I wouldn't mind a good, cool lemonade. Oh, the trunk.
Oh, yeah. While you were gone, I got a telephone call that my mother was sick, a heart attack.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was packing to go see her, and then I called the doctor, and he said she was much better, and I wouldn't have to come, so I'm unpacking.
That's good. I'll help you to unpack then.
Oh, well, first I'll fix you a lemonade.
Oh, good. That's fine. I'm glad you're here, Haynes.
Yeah, I know. I just happened to drop by.
Good. I'm glad you like Cora as well as you do. I dislike that cat. Come here, kitty, come here now. Now, nice kitty. Now, nice kitty.
You shouldn't have done that, Kazera. Oh, Cora loves that.
The door to the hall.
Oh, the cat just went out the door.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't I hear the kitty meowing? Where'd he go?
He just walked out of the door. Get some air, I guess.
Oh. Kazera, why don't you take me dancing tonight?
Oh, I can't tonight, Cora. I told Haynes I'd go for a walk with him in the park. I've got a few little things I want to talk.
Who are you, men?
You're a pretty tricky old gent, aren't you?
Please, you'll put down the gun, please.
A big wholesale house, and instead of a safe, you wrap your money all up in greased paper and hide it here in your cold storage room. Get it, pal?
Sure.
Please, it's all the money I got.
You know, some people recently have been very foolish. They've tried to identify me to the police.
It's a big mess of it here, boys.
Just shove it in your bag. Now, you won't identify me to the police.
Please, I'm an old man. There's a lot of money there. Take it and go away.
It's got a big haul, boss. It was all done up in nice little packages.
That's why I cased this place for a week. Now, mister, it's your turn.
Holy smokes, you threw him right over your head.
The fall knocked him unconscious. Come on. Close the refrigerator door.
Right.
That'll hold him.
Icebox starting to freeze again, Kazera.
What do you know? Maybe you'll be frozen stiff.
Attention, all Pittsburgh police. Greenfield's wholesale establishment just robbed. Owner locked in cold storage room and in serious condition. This unnecessary cruelty points to Matthew Cazzera, dangerous gunman who's been terrorizing Pittsburgh. Report to headquarters for confidential instructions.
Oh, you've done enough primping, Cora.
All right, Kazera.
Come on, let's go out and eat, huh?
Haynes is always for eating. Gee, I wish we could find the kitty.
Oh, it'll show up. Come on.
Okay. You boys will have to give me a lot of attention tonight.
Hey, what is this? Let go of me.
What's the meaning of this, officer?
Hold the girl and get the cuffs on that one. I haven't done anything.
Now you. You're Cazzera.
That's right, officer.
Don't you move a muscle. Frisk him, Sergeant.
I haven't got a gun, if that's what you're looking for. We were just going out to eat and... my heart. Oh.
He's had one of his heart attacks.
Well, that's a queer one. Let's see what his eyes look like. Perhaps he isn't too bad off.
Now, for you, copper. I've never seen nothing move so fast in my life.
Now, I've got the gun.
Killed him.
I wasn't trying to kiss him. Well, you two will have to look after yourselves. I'm getting out.
What'll I do? Now I'm in on a killing.
Hey, try to get these cuffs off me, Cazzera. Hey, Cazzera, you can't leave us like this.
The identity of the gunman responsible for the killing of Detective Lodge and for many recent robberies has been established beyond doubt. Killer is Matthew Cazzera, 5 feet 8.5 inches, brown hair, blue-gray eyes. This gunman is a killer and must be apprehended at once.
Well, Superintendent Scott, with the identity of Cazzera established and police on the alert for him, I know the rest of the case will be even more exciting. But right now...
Every day, millions of people listen to Fraser Hunt report the news. This famous war correspondent and radio commentator writes, and I quote Mr. Hunt, "The finest fountain pen I've ever written with is my new Waterman's Taperite. It writes as smooth as satin, makes such clean, clear lines, and to top it off, it's the best-looking pen of all." Well, thank you, Fraser Hunt. Friends, so many of you have been waiting patiently through the war years for a good quality fountain pen, you'll want to go to your Waterman's dealer and see America's newest pen, the new Waterman's Taperite. You'll want it the minute you lay eyes on it, sleek, slim, trim. You'll say, it is a beauty. And what a Christmas present a new Waterman's Taperite makes. I promise you, no gift will be received with more delight. But better start buying now because the demand will exceed the supply. You can get Waterman's pens and Waterman's pen and pencil sets, both the new Taperite design and the new Standard Point design, in a variety of styles and prices. Every one built to the standards of craftsmanship which have made Waterman's pens famous for their superlative writing. For America's newest, finest pens, ask for Waterman's. Now back to Gangbusters and Commissioner Valentine.
Superintendent Scott, police bulletins had been issued for Matthew Cazzera.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. But Cazzera was as wary and cunning as ever. He had other plans.
Yes?
You, Mrs. Flowers, who runs this boarding house?
Yes?
Have you a room I might rent?
Well, yes, I do have a room on the ground floor and back.
May I see it?
Well, I had just about decided I wouldn't rent any more rooms to single gentlemen.
Oh, why?
I'm a rather nervous person, and
I don't blame you at all, Mrs. Flowers.
You don't?
No, not at all.
I don't have any men roomers right now.
I don't blame you, Mrs. Flowers. Oh, what a beautiful canary.
Yes, I've had him 10 years. You like canaries?
I love them. And cats. May I just step in a minute?
Well, yes, I guess so.
Oh, what an attractive parlor. I'm Jonathan S. Brooks.
Jonathan. That's an old biblical name.
Yeah.
Well, don't you think I'm wise, Mr. Brooks, not to rent to strange men?
Absolutely. But you know, Mrs. Flowers, I was just thinking, of course, you'd really be safer to have one man in the house.
Now, I never thought of that.
Oh, yes. An emergency comes up, a drunk at the door, a leak in a pipe.
I'm surprised you're not married, being so understanding of women.
Well, of course, Mrs. Flowers, there's always a first time.
Well, that's so, I guess.
Now, I wonder if you'd show me the room you were speaking about.
Why, yes, if you'd like to. It's down at the end of the hall. This way.
Thank you.
Car 1, calling headquarters.
I'm getting you, Detective.
I've just finished talking again with Haynes, Kazera's partner who was captured with Cora, his girlfriend. Nothing new on the whereabouts of Kazera.
Then, take your map of Pittsburgh, Benaki. The one we divided up into squares. We'll have different squadrons cover each square for rooming houses. You're to take square 5.
Yes, sir. Step on it, Tom.
Yes?
Good afternoon, ma'am. We're the police. You operate this boarding house?
The police? Why, yes. Yes, I'm Mrs. Flowers. Won't you step in?
Thank you. Do you have many men roomers?
No, I don't. Not now.
See. Well, if you don't take men roomers, there's no reason to bother you.
The only man here is Mr. Brooks, Jonathan Brooks. But he's really he's just like one of the family. Maybe he could help you.
Where's his room?
Right down the hall. I'll show you.
You say this Mr. Brooks isn't really a roomer.
Oh, no. Oh, I don't know what I'd do without him.
Well, I really don't know if there's much sense in talking with him then.
Right here. Oh, Mr. Brooks is such a capable man.
I see. We're looking for a man who's a killer.
A killer?
Yes.
Then I'm awfully glad I've got Mr. Brooks staying with me. Jonathan? Jonathan?
I guess he's not in.
Oh, I just happened to remember. He must have gone downtown to do my shopping.
Well...
shall I have him call you at police headquarters?
No, it's not necessary, as long as you say he's really not a boarder, but one of the family.
Attention. Attention. The Consolidated Drug Supply House just been robbed, and manager cruelly beaten. Manager has identified picture of Matt Kazera as the gunman. This killer must be caught. Approach with caution.
I think I'll go downtown and do a little shopping, Mrs. Flowers.
Why, yes, Mr. Brooks.
Why, you seem so nervous.
Oh, it's just all those radio broadcasts about that killer.
Oh, you mean Kazera?
Yes.
I won't leave you if you don't want me to.
No, I'm all right.
Well, then I'll see you later. I won't be gone long, Mrs. Flowers.
All right. Operator.
Number, please.
Get me the police department. Quick, the police department.
Police Department. Detective Benaki.
This is Mrs. Flowers. I have a rooming house at the corner of Main and Kelly. There's a man here. Oh, I'm awfully frightened. I think he's that killer you're looking for.
What? Kazera?
Yes.
We called at your place yesterday. You said he wasn't really a roomer.
I didn't think of him as such, but I found a gun in his room, and I've been looking at him and thinking. I think he's dyed his hair, but I think it's him.
Now listen carefully. If he's the one we want, he's a killer. Is he there now?
No, he's gone out, but he'll be back.
All right. I want to talk to my superiors, but we'll protect you in every way. I'll call you back around 4 o'clock.
Well, suppose he's here.
Pretend I'm somebody else. But listen to the instructions very carefully.
All right. I'll be waiting. Hello?
This is Detective Banaki. Are you alone?
Yes?
We're going to wait until after dark to take him.
Yes?
9 o'clock tonight.
Hello, Mrs. Flowers.
Oh, yes. I'm on the telephone, Mr. Brooks.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, I'm awfully sorry, Hattie, to hear about it, but I'm sure you'll feel better.
I get it. But you must listen carefully.
When did the doctor say you should go to the hospital?
Be in your sitting room at 9 o'clock.
Oh, that's a shame.
If Kozera is there, keep the shade up. If he isn't there, put the shade down. You got it?
Well, I'm awfully glad you called, Hattie.
Don't miss up on those signals. That's all.
Oh, I dropped the receiver.
Somebody sick?
Yes, a friend of mine. She's quite sick.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'll sit down and keep you company. Then, if you'd like to, later this evening, I'll take you to the movie.
Come in.
Mrs. Flowers, this is Inspector Monahan.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do, Mrs. Flowers? We could tell from your sitting room shade Kozera wasn't here.
But he'll be back any second.
I'm going to try to take him in this hallway. Now, the sitting room on this side. Blank wall all along here.
His room is at the end of this hall.
Let's see just where.
That's his room.
Mm-hmm.
And there are the cellar stairs. Wasn't there a cellar door there?
Yes, sir, but he took it off and didn't put it back.
All right. Let's get back up the front door. Now, there may be some shooting. I want you to go upstairs.
Yes, sir.
Detective Banaki, we'll darken the hall so we can make a grab as soon as Kozera comes in the door.
Right.
Snap the light.
Remember, this guy's dynamite, Inspector.
There's the signal.
You sure?
Positive. That was no regular telephone ring. Charlie's watching the house across the street. I told him if he saw Kozera coming to have the operator just tinkle the phone.
Look. Turning in.
That's him, all right.
We've got to be positive it's Kozera, though.
As soon as he closes the door, you jump from there.
You'll be hitting him from that side.
And lock his arms to his side. Quiet. Watch yourself.
I've got him. Turn the light on.
All right, coppers. I give up.
Risk him, Banaki. I've got his arms pinned.
I'm through, coppers. I admit it. I'll give up.
Here's his gun, Inspector Monahan.
A police revolver. The one he took away from Detective Lorch and then killed him with. Can you beat that, Banaki? He thought he could break away.
Won't wake out of that beating till tomorrow morning, Inspector.
Is the creature subdued?
He's unconscious, but you stay up there.
Well, we better get the cuffs on him and lug him out.
Yes. Roll him over and put him on.
None of your tricks, Kozera.
No. This is a gun. I've got it in the head, and I'm using you as a shield.
Shoot him, Inspector, even if he does shoot me.
Drop your gun, Kozera.
Stand back, Inspector, or I'll blow every brain out of this copper's head. I'm taking him with me to the end of the hall. And if you try to follow and move a muscle, I'm killing him.
You won't get away with it, Kozera. Don't kill him.
Stand back, I said. I've killed one cop, and I'd just as soon kill this one. Now, cop, I'm going to throw you down the cellar stairs and then kill the other copper.
You throw me down the stairs and you're coming to it.
I'll get into this fight, too, Kozera. I've got my finger wedged in front of the hammer of Kozera's gun, Banaki. He can't fire. Stand back, Banaki.
You asked for this, Inspector. You're going down these stairs.
Not without you, Kozera. Yeah. Instead of Kozera landing on top, I landed on top. He tried to get my gun. I let him have it. Roll him over. A bullet through his heart. One through the head. This time, Gazera really is dead.
Superintendent Scott, I want to congratulate Inspector Monahan and Detective Benocchi for getting this killer.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. And everyone in Pittsburgh gave a sigh of relief when they knew that Killer Gazera was finally dead.
Now we come to one of the most important parts of our program, the broadcasting of police bulletins and wanted notices concerning persons most urgently sought by the police at this time.
These clues, which are broadcast by gangbusters as a public service to help combat the present crime wave, so far have resulted in the apprehension of almost 300 criminals, many of them murderers, kidnappers, and bank robbers. While these clues are being checked for last-minute developments, here's a word from Waterman. A doctor asks, I seem to write several hundred more prescriptions when I use Waterman's blue-black ink in my fountain pen. Can this be so? A secretary asks, does Waterman's blue-black ink go farther, or do I just imagine it? Well, the answer to both questions is Waterman's blue-black ink does go farther, up to 3 times farther than any other inks tested by a nationally known independent laboratory. When you use Waterman's blue-black ink in your fountain pen, every filling means up to 6,500 extra words before you have to fill again. Why? Because Waterman's blue-black ink is all ink, no dilution, no solvent. So for greater writing convenience, to save time and bother, get Waterman's blue-black ink, only 10 cents at all stores. There are 7 other brilliant Waterman's colors: jet black, washable blue, South Sea blue, brown, green, purple, and red. All in the famous tip-fill bottles, and all only 10 cents. And now, Gangbusters Clues. Gangbusters is the only radio program set up to broadcast throughout this entire nation actual clues to persons most urgently sought by the police. Attention, please.
Attention. Urgently sought on charge bank robbery. Matthew Kimes and Olaf Alvin Rogers. These men alleged to have robbed State Bank at Morton, Texas, forced employees and others into vault, and escaped in stolen car with more than $17,000. Listen carefully to their official description.
Matthew Kimes, K-I-M-E-S, 38, 5 feet 7 inches, 181 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes, ruddy complexion, heavy build, wears colored glasses most of time.
Second alleged bank robber.
Olaf Alvin Rogers, 39, 5 feet 7 1/2 inches, 120 pounds, dark brown hair, blue-gray eyes, tattoos, woman's figure on upper left arm, woman's head on lower left arm. Be on alert for Matthew Kimes and Olaf Alvin Rogers, alleged bank robbers.
Texas authorities are seeking the slayer of Elnora Collins, 30, whose burned and bruised body was found in a lonely spot on the outskirts of Beaumont, Texas. The man most urgently wanted for questioning in connection with this murder is Riley Brown McCain. Listen carefully to this man's description.
Riley Brown McCain, 40, 5 feet 11 inches, 150 to 165 pounds, ruddy complexion, dark brown hair, thin and graying, combed straight back, turquoise blue eyes, eyelids twitch when talking, speaks rapidly, wanted for questioning, Riley Brown McCain.
These are the clues of the persons most urgently sought by police tonight, November 24th, 1945. If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or gangbusters at once. Now here's Commissioner Valentine.
Next week, gangbusters will present Inside Facts on the last of the Wild West gunmen, a case history of a gangster's activities that covered close to half a century and ended in one of the most unusual ways I've ever come across.
for the thrilling, authentic dramatization of the last of the Wild West gunmen. Listen next week, same time, same station, to Gangbusters. And any time, anywhere, when you are buying a fountain pen or when you are buying ink, always look for the name Waterman. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. Are you looking for a good investment, one that is absolutely safe, one that pays good dividends, one that proves your patriotism? Then buy Victory Bonds and hold the bonds you've already bought. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Company.
No matter where she might appear, at a glittering premiere surrounded by her fans, or at her wedding before the eyes of the world, in the platinum-plated rooms of Monte Carlo, or on a millionaire's yacht, they all worshipped the face, the fame, the figure of the world's most beautiful animal. Barefoot Contessa will shock you, provoke you, excite you, as no motion picture before it ever has. For no motion picture before it has dared to tell a story so revealing.
Where are you, Maria?
Half in the dirt and half out.
Oh, then it hasn't been good for you.
Oh, in many ways, it's been beyond my dreams. Like a fairy tale of this century.
Written and directed by Academy Award winner Joseph L. Mankiewicz, the man who brought you Letter to Three Wives, All About Eve, Julius Caesar, and many other memorable films.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
An immigrant worker is crushed beneath thousands of pounds of railroad ties. You call it an accident. I say it was murder. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Mr. Paladin, glad to have you back.
Thank you. My key, please.
Of course. It's been quite a while since we've seen you. About 3 weeks, I dare say.
About that. And my mail, please.
Of course. I don't believe I remember you being away for this long at any one time. Here you are, sir. It must have been quite an extensive trip.
Yes, it was. Would you have Hayboy bring my bags up?
Oh, Hayboy is no longer with us, but I'll see...
Hayboy is no longer here.
That's right. His employment terminated, a week ago today, as a matter of fact.
Terminated? Why?
I don't know, sir.
Did he get another job somewhere?
I don't really know.
Well, he must have given an excuse for leaving.
The Carlton automatically gave him a release when he didn't show up for 3 consecutive days.
Did it ever occur to the Carlton that he might be ill?
Well, after all, it isn't our responsibility.
Has anyone seen him?
Really, Mr. Paladin, it isn't that important. These people are very easily replaced. I assure you the Carlton will continue to give you the same excellent service that we've always...
I've just had an example of your excellent service. Even if you've had embarrassing dandruff for years, you can get rid of it now in 3 minutes. That's all it takes with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Yes, unsightly dandruff's gone in 3 minutes with Fitch, quickest, easiest of all leading shampoos. What's more, using Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away. Just apply in the unique Fitch manner. Before you wet hair, rub in 1 minute. This way, Fitch shampoo penetrates right down to the scalp. Next, add water. Lather 1 minute to wash every trace of dandruff out of your hair. Then rinse 1 minute. All that loosened dandruff goes down the drain. In 3 minutes, with Fitch, 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing, dandruff's gone. At the same time, gentle Fitch can leave your hair up to 35% brighter. To get rid of dandruff problems forever, brighten hair too, use Fitch regularly. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today, only 59 cents. Hey Boy didn't leave a message for me with anyone at the hotel. And it was unlikely that he would quit his job without an explanation, unless something was wrong. I didn't know where Hey Boy lived, but I remembered that he had an uncle who ran a curio shop I had patronized in the past. San Francisco was heavy with fog when I arrived in Chinatown for a visit with Mr. Chung, the owner of Mandarin Galleries.
Welcome to the Mandarin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chung.
Mr. Paladin, I did not recognize you at first. I trust each dawn has brought you a day of success?
And each dusk, a night of contentment.
Your visit is most fortuitous. Only yesterday, I received several new pieces from Cantor. I am sure they will be of great interest to you.
Oh, beautiful workmanship. The case is teakwood, isn't it?
Yes, and the chessmen are of ivory.
Oh, exquisite. Exquisite. But right now, Mr. Chung, I'm afraid all I want is some information.
I hope I may be of service.
I'm looking for Hey Boy, Kim Chang.
I have not seen my nephew, Kim Chang, for several days.
Mr. Chung, Hey Boy is a friend of mine. Is he in any kind of trouble?
He spoke to you, perhaps, of his brother, Kim Sung?
Yes, he did mention that his brother was coming to the United States.
His passage and entry permit was arranged by a railroad company.
And I suppose Kim Sung signed a contract to repay the railroad by working for them on a construction crew.
Many of our people have come here this way.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Paladin, I have in my pocket 2 letters. Kim Chang, whom you call Hey Boy, left them with me for safekeeping. The first one is from his brother. If you would like, I will translate it for you.
Yeah, please.
The first part is of no importance. But this: the head man, Travis, cheats us of our wages, gives us less food than is our right. Because we are Chinese, he thinks we will do nothing. Last night, when I spoke to him in protest, I was beaten. I am afraid now to stay here. I am afraid Travis will kill me as a lesson to the others. Please, my brother, you must help me. That is all.
May I see the letter?
It is in Chinese.
No, I just want to see the postmark. Coldwater, Utah. Is this where Hey Boy's gone?
He left 10 days ago when he received this other letter from the railroad company. You may read it for yourself. Under the circumstances, Mr. Paladin, I am surprised the letter would include regrets.
Signed Maury Travis, Section Superintendent. He doesn't explain the accident or even tell where Kim Sung is buried. Why did Hey Boy go to Coldwater alone, Mr. Chung?
When it is hurt, even the most gentle kitten will have the fury of a tiger.
But still only the strength of a kitten.
May I keep these letters for a while?
There's something you can do to help him, Mr. Paladin?
I can try to keep Hey Boy alive, Mr. Chung. 4 days' ride from San Francisco brought me to a tiny settlement on a huge plateau, shadowed by a crouching mountain peak. The railroad superintendent's office, Coldwater Division, was a small frame shack with a porch some 3 steps above a dirt road.
Looking for somebody?
Mr. Travis.
You found him. Come on in.
Oh.
Getting chilly, ain't it?
Yeah, it is.
Always does this time of the afternoon. What can I do for you?
My card.
Have gun will travel wire Paladin, San Francisco. What's all that mean? I don't understand.
You're a target, Mr. Travis.
Oh?
Someone intends to kill you. I'm offering my services as a bodyguard.
Why would anyone want to kill me?
We all have enemies, some we're not aware of. I'm sure you're no exception.
Well?
You remember a Chinese boy by the name of Kim Sung who was killed in an accident here not long ago?
Yeah, I remember.
I have a letter here that claims it was not an accident.
Well, let me see that. This could be a Chinese laundry ticket for all I know.
I assure you it is not. I'll take that back if you don't mind.
Oh, sure.
Now, this letter was sent to the dead man's brother and claims that it was not an accident. Now the brother wants revenge.
His brother, Kim Chang, a little fella?
That's right.
Well, I got news for you, Paladin. I don't need to hire a gun to protect me against a coolie. I've already met up with that little China boy, and I'm still alive and kicking.
And the China boy?
He's in jail. The crazy fool came at me with a knife. If the sheriff hadn't stuck his nose in, he'd be in his grave.
I'm sorry I bothered you, Mr. Travis.
Doctor, will you psychoanalyze me?
Well, what seems to be the problem?
I'm a germ, a bathroom germ, and they're the most unwanted kind, you know. Spread disease and cause bathroom odors.
Go on.
Well, my mother and father abandoned me at a very early age.
Oh?
Yes, you see, even germs hate germs. Everybody hates germs. Look at all the women who put Lysol in their suds every week when they clean their bathrooms.
I know.
They know Lysol is murder for bathroom germs. Disinfects from one cleaning to the next as nothing else can.
Uh-huh.
And my landlady just got some new pine-scented Lysol. So you see, Doctor, I'm getting a very bad inferiority complex. Doctor, where are you going?
To see a psychiatrist.
But why?
Who ever heard of a germ talking?
Use Lysol brand disinfectant, the modern, easy way to get bathrooms really clean every week. Regular or the new pine scented for as little as 29 cents.
After convincing the sheriff that I was a friend of his only prisoner, he led me back to a cell where Hey Boy was lying on the mattress on the floor, apparently asleep. The sheriff said he was weak because he refused to eat, and that he had gotten the bruises on his face and arms in the fight with Travis. At my request, he left me alone with Hey Boy.
All right, Paladin, but I'll have to lock you in.
All right.
There.
Hey Boy. Where are my cigars?
Huh?
My newspapers.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Hello, Hey Boy.
Mr. Paladin, it is much surprised to see you here.
Yeah, they're a long way from San Francisco.
Oh, yes, many miles of sorrow.
I know. Mr. Chung told me about your brother.
We were to be together again after all these years. Now my brother is dead and the man who killed him lives and goes unpunished. This is not right.
Keep your voice down. We don't know who can hear us.
Yes, sir.
Now, Hey Boy, are you sure that it was not an accident?
Oh, yes, sir, I'm sure. Travis struck my brother with a club, and then he made it appear an accident. He threw a load of timbers off a flat car onto his body, and 2 of the men who worked with Kim Sung saw it happen.
Why didn't they tell the sheriff? With 2 witnesses, Travis could be brought to trial.
Oh, who would take the word of Chinese against a white? Somehow, his punishment will come at my hands.
No, it won't work. Even if he doesn't kill you, if you should kill him, you'd be arrested for murder.
Boy, either way, it's something I must do. Mr. Paladin, you come to take me out of jail?
I'm afraid I can't do that until we clear the charges against you. Hey, boy, tell me the names of the 2 men who witnessed your brother's murder.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I took oath to never repeat their names. It is for their protection. Please understand I cannot break my pledge, not even to you.
Yeah, I understand, hey, boy.
But I will tell you, they work in a crew under a man named Brady.
Yeah, I saw Brady this afternoon.
Oh, yes, he a mean, very strong. He like a bull. He helped Travis throw the railroad ties on my brother's body.
Hey, boy, I'm going to tell the sheriff to fix you some supper, and you eat it.
Oh, you saw, Mr. Paladin. I eat it.
Good. I'll be back to see you in the morning. Brady's labor crew was huddled on the ground around a battered kettle that bubbled over a small fire, eating a watery stew out of tin plates. They hardly looked up as I approached. One of you speak English? Somebody must understand. Well, I'm sure you all remember Kim Sung. Now, 2 of you saw what really happened to him. 2 of you know his death was not an accident. 2 of you can put Maury Travis in jail. Well? Is this the stuff you eat? Seems you like slop. It seems you don't mind living in filth like slaves. You'll watch one of your brothers die and then lick the boots of the man who killed him.
No.
So someone does understand.
All right, you little monkeys. On your feet. Time to... Who are you? What are you doing here?
Talking to some of my friends.
Your friends? Clear out.
Not until I'm ready.
I said get out of here.
Put that axe down. I'll go when I'm ready.
Now I said...
You're good with that axe, but not good enough.
I don't know who you are, but I'm going to tear your head off.
Now, if any of you men have anything to say, speak up now. I want to help you. Which of you spoke up before Brady came in? All right. If you change your mind, I'll be with Travis.
Why is it that they can't stay married in Hollywood? Now, for the first time, March McCall's charts 25 years of the movie capital's mixed-up marriages, reports the reasons that more than 200 Hollywood stars give for their own divorces. It's more fantastic than any movie fiction. Don't miss the feature entitled The Disgrace of Hollywood in March McCall's. Also, you'll find lots of interesting, helpful ideas for you and your family in this big new issue of McCall's. Learn how you can earn an extra $1,000 this year by just a few hours' work each week. Also, discover how you can get your husband to talk frankly about the most intimate and important problems in your married life. Read, My Husband Won't Talk About Sex, Money, or the Children, in the new March issue of McCall's. It's on all newsstands now, and it's loaded with exciting features, more than 40 in all. Get your March issue of McCall's today.
Two of the immigrants could step forward and free Hayboy, but they were afraid. Afraid of the foreman Brady and his boss Maury Travis. Men died quickly and quietly on the Coldwater Railroad Division. I went to Travis's office, but he wasn't there. I decided to wait. After 3 hands of solitaire, he returned.
What are you doing in my office, Paladin?
I'm playing solitaire.
I want to know what you're doing here. First you tell me somebody's trying to kill me, then you get one of my crews all riled up, and now you beat up my foreman. Let's have it straight. What do you want?
I told you this afternoon. Job. But since you've decided to wear a gun, you seem to be fully prepared to take care of yourself. I assume my services are unnecessary.
Your services include nosing around in what doesn't concern you?
Hey, Travis. I told you your men could have the freedom of the town as long as they didn't start any trouble.
What are you talking about, Sheriff?
That Chinese work gang of yours. They just broke into jail. Took your friend out with them, Paladin.
Why'd you stop them?
45 men with crowbars and pickaxes?
Where'd they go?
They're heading straight for this office.
You suppose they're looking for someone in particular, Travis?
Sheriff, I want protection.
If you think I'm going to try facing down a bunch of Chinese armed with picks, you're crazy.
All right, then me and my men will stop them.
Most of your boys are at the saloon in town.
I know that. I was with them till I heard what Paladin did to my foreman. I'll round them up.
How are your men going to stop 45 rebel laborers, Travis?
With shotguns, Paladin. I'll kill every one of them. No. Sheriff.
What's the matter, Travis? You see a ghost out there?
They're standing out in front. All of them. Just staring at me. Just staring, Paladin. You gotta help me. You say they're your friends. Maybe they'll listen to you. Go out there and talk to them. You said you wanted a job. All right, then. I'm hiring you.
All right. First, there's a matter of my fee. $500 in advance.
500?
And in hard cash on the line now.
All right. All right, I won't argue with you. The money's in the safe. I'll get it.
That gun comes high, Paladin.
Yes, it does, Sheriff. His hide isn't worth that much, but I'm going to use the money to help heal some scars Travis left on a friend of mine. Looking at it that way, it hardly seems enough.
Here you are. 500 in gold.
Put the bag on the table, Travis.
Yeah.
I'm going out to talk to your friends. Hey, boy. Tell the men to go back to camp.
Please stay out of the way, Mr. Paladin.
You're not taking Travis.
Mr. Paladin, forgive me for what I say to you, but please understand. You are my true friend. We do you no harm, but you must stay out of the way. Travis killed my brother. He cheated these young men. He will be punished.
Not by you. You're in the United States now, hey boy. You live by American law.
American law is for whites, not Chinese.
The law is for everybody. The color of your skin doesn't make you any different. While you're in this country, you'll not only obey the law, you'll get its protection, and you'll get justice.
American justice will not bring back Kim Sung.
Neither will another murder. Believe me, hey boy. If he's guilty, I want Travis punished as much as you do. But I promise you, I'll shoot the first man who lays a hand on him.
Cho moi tong gai. Ka men kin vai. Ma chong lan gai Kim Sung. Ma chu ma fo. Mr. Paladin, this man Sang will tell you who killed my brother.
Him killed Kim Sung. Travis.
Now, wait a minute.
Enough proof for you, Sheriff?
It is.
You tricked me, Paladin.
I wouldn't go for that gun, Travis. I'd hate to cheat the hangman.
Tricked me and took my money.
And gave you excellent service. You hired me to protect you, to save your life, and I have. You'll be perfectly safe. In jail. Come in.
Hey, boy. Oh, Mr. Paladin, I thought you had like breakfast in your room this morning.
Oh, wonderful. Come in.
Yes, sir.
It's good to have you back, hey boy.
Oh, I have you to thank. Manager say you would leave hotel if I did not come back to job, so here I am. Same uniform.
What's the package on the tray?
Oh, this package for you.
Oh?
This, you open it now?
Yes.
This, my uncle, Mr. Chung.
Yeah.
Very grateful for all you did. We use the money you give us from Travis to bring my brother back to San Francisco for proper Chinese burial.
Oh, why, it's the chess set I admired at the Mandarin. Beautiful. Thank you. And my thanks to your uncle, Mr. Chung. How about a game of chess?
Oh, later perhaps, but now I must go sort mail for a new desk clerk.
New desk clerk?
Yes, sir. Someone registered a strong complaint against old one.
Someone did, huh? Well, what do you know about that?
Yes, sir. Very mysterious. Desk clerk go. A new one hired today. Very mysterious.
It's nice to be back. Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Albert Alley and adapted for radio by Frank Michael. Featured in the cast were Edgar Barrier, Paul Dubov, Lou Krugman, and Joseph Kearns. Join us again next week for Have Gun, Will Travel.
Only the author of Little Caesar could tell so dramatic a story. Only the director of The Treasure of Sierra Madre could film it with such power. Only once in a decade does the screen come up with such absorbing characters. Sterling Hayden as Dix Handley, a hooligan with a twisted dream. Jean Hagen as Doll, the dime-a-dance dame who wanted to share that shabby dream.
Let me go with you. Please, Dix, please.
You're crazy. I'm on the lam. I'm wanted bad, packing heat. If there's any trouble, what good would you be?
I could drive.
I'm wanted on a killing rap. You know what that means.
I don't care. I just want to be with you.
Louis Calhern as Emmerich, the big-time mouthpiece with crime on his mind.
Oh, I suppose a fellow should stick to his own trade, but I know some pretty big men around here that might not be averse to a deal like this if they're properly approached. Highly respectable men, I might add.
Sam Jaffe as Doc. He's got $1 million in that little black bag, and a jitterbug cost him every dime of it. Marilyn Monroe as Angela, the easy-living, green-eyed blonde.
Haven't you bothered me enough, you big banana head? Just try breaking my door, and Mr. Emmerich will throw you out of the house.
James Whitmore as Gus, the strong-arm boy. A right guy in a wrong world.
Gus! Come on! Bring out! You ain't close! You ain't
think? You're gonna wind up for your pickers. You're gonna wind up in the morgue.
Hop Along with Hop Along Cassidy, up next.
It's Hop Along Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hop Along Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hop Along Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, The Bandits of Ridge Creek. The sun is setting slowly behind Crag Mountain in a blazing ball of red and yellow fire, casting a golden glow down the hot and dusty main street of Ridge Creek. It's a small cow town, its main street flanked on either side by the low wooden one-story buildings. Hop Along Cassidy and his pal California ride down the nearly deserted street and head for the Silver Dust Cafe, where they are to meet Sheriff Duncan. They dismount at the hitching rail, walk to the entrance, and open the door.
He can hardly see his hand in front of his face.
Now, look good, California. They said we'd find the sheriff in here.
I sure don't see him, Hoppy.
But do you see what I see?
Yep, sure do. Looks like trouble over by the dance floor.
If you lay a hand on me, Ace-Brit, I'll kill you.
Why, you sniveling jailbird. Why, that boy ain't no match for that feller.
And I ain't leaving town, either. Not till I clear my pa's name and get our ranch back.
I bought that ranch legal. And if you step a foot on it, you'll be heading for Boot Hill.
Seems like I remember something about this deal, California.
You was the only one who found that bank money in our barn. Funny you knew where to find it.
Why, you yellow-livered crook. I'll teach you to talk that way to Ace-Brit.
Get in here, wait, Ace, don't kick the boy.
Oh, maybe you want some of the same, Chip.
Well, he's hurt bad.
He'll be worse when I'm through with him. Come on, get up, you jailbird. A man would get up and fight. Sure. Maybe you want me to help you get up.
Hoppy, what you gonna do? Get away from that boy.
Huh? Who said that?
I said it. Don't touch that boy again.
Well, a stranger, eh?
Come on, son, get up. We're your friends.
Why, you mangy cowpoke.
Look out, California. I'll take him. You asked for it.
That cowpoke ain't nobody's fool.
Just one little old punch.
Get the boy and come on.
Yeah, sure will. Can you make it, son?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Well, then, come on. There's better outside, away from that cold cat.
All right, boys, we're going out the way we came in. Don't make a mistake of reaching for anything.
Well, I'm warning you, stranger. You and that kid will never forget this. If either one of you let the sun set on you in Ridge Creek, you'll be buzzard bait for sure.
As they ride out of Ridge Creek with Tom Hinkle, Tom is explaining about his encounter with Ace-Brit.
I don't know your name, stranger, but I'm mighty lucky to have met up with you when I did.
Just call me Hoppy.
I'm California.
Hoppy. Seems I've heard Pa say something about a hoppy somebody.
Well, I didn't know who you were at first, Tom, but now I do. I met your dad once.
Say, you're not Hopalong Cassidy.
Right. That's just who he is.
Then you know.
Well, I know what I've heard, Tom.
Honest, Mr. Cassidy, on my honor, Pa and me never took a penny from nobody.
But they sent you and your pa to prison.
On the word of that crook Ace Britt. He rode up to our ranch with the sheriff and they looked for the money. They come out of the barn with a pack of bills. Ace said he found them in the hay.
You got any idea how the money got into the barn?
Not less than Ace put him there. I know Pa wasn't near the barn. He was with me all evening.
It's going to be awful hard to prove.
I'll find a way somehow. But I don't want you to get messed up in this. You've done enough already.
Well, it isn't going to be helpful for you to go back to Ridge Creek for a while.
What you going to do, Hoppy?
I don't know exactly. You keep Tom company till I get back. I'll see if I can get any information from the sheriff on the robbery.
Mr. Cassidy, you heard what Ace Britt said.
Shucks. Better men than Ace Britt have said the same thing.
If you happen to see a pretty girl named Mary Miles around the sheriff's office, will you tell her I'm all right?
I sure will, Tom.
Hoppy, maybe I should ride back with you.
No, you stay here with Tom. I won't be gone long. After I see the sheriff, I'll know which way to jump.
Who is it? It's me, Ace. Chip Meyer.
Well?
I trailed them out over the pass. The three of them was lit out.
And you was worrying about trouble.
No, Ace, I don't want you rearing up at me, but I got a feeling we're going to hear more from that fella who flattened you.
Now, you look here, Chip. You sounded almost like you was glad he'd done it.
Oh, no. Of course I ain't glad, Ace.
Well, you hadn't better be. I'm running this show, Chip. Don't you ever forget it. That kid's gonna cause trouble if we don't pin something on him fast.
Well, let the kid be, Ace. Seems like he's had trouble enough.
Oh, soft, eh? Seems like you ought to be glad to get rid of him. Or maybe you'd want folks saying your daughter Mary is running around with a jailbird.
Now, wait a minute, Ace. What you and me do is one thing, but what Mary does ain't no fair of yours.
Oh, all right. Don't get riled up. All I want to say is this. It's over a year now since we helped catch the bank robbers.
But the money ain't done you a bit of good. Well, them numbers aren't and stuff.
Well, I got a plan. But this kid is going to be snooping around and spoiling it unless we get rid of him.
Now, wait, Ace. I ain't mixing no killing in this.
Oh, don't be a fool. I ain't aiming to murder him. I'm just going to see that he goes back to prison for a spell.
You know, Ace, I'll never stop being sorry I got mixed up.
It's too late now, Chip. Remember, that deed to your place is still in my name.
I know that.
Now, here's what we do. Get the boys, and we'll round them up. But that cowpoke who hit me, save him for me. Remember that.
You and the boys, you mean?
Get out of here and do what you're told. We've waited too long now to deal with them varmints.
Hi, Sheriff.
Well, doggone if it ain't Hopalong Cassidy himself. I missed you down at the cafe.
Glad to see you, Sheriff. Sorry you missed me.
Yeah, I just got there when they was patching up Ace Britt. Now, there's a bad one, Hoppy.
Yeah, that's what I want to talk to you about. Tell me what you know about this boy, Tom Hinkle, and his dad.
Well, Hoppy, there ain't much to tell. About a year ago, the bank was held up and a batch of new money, most $30,000 was took.
In the daytime?
Well, no, it was dusk, just getting dark, and...
Anyone see the holdup?
Well, Ace Britt was standing across the street, and he seen Tom Hinkle and his father ride away from the back of the bank.
So Ace got you and rode to Hinkle's, and Ace found the money. That is, a very small part of it in Hinkle's barn.
Well, yes, but how'd you know?
Tom told me.
Well, all I could do was bring him in. The jury sent him away. Seemed like a pretty sure thing it was them, what with witnesses and all.
You never found any more of the money in the barn?
Well, no. They must have hit it good.
I'm glad you said that, Sheriff. It bears out my thinking.
What do you mean, Hoppy?
Just this, Sheriff. Doesn't it strike you funny that all the rest of the money was so well hidden you couldn't find it, but still Ace Britt could walk right in the dark, and find a small part of it?
Well, I don't know, Hoppy. Maybe it's worth considering. I'll go and get this Ace right now and get him to do some explaining.
No. Wait, Sheriff. I got a better idea.
You have, eh? Well, I'll back you to the limit, Hoppy.
Oh, I know you will, Sheriff, and I'm counting on you.
What are you going to do?
Well, right offhand, I don't know. But one thing is sure. Tom Hinkle and his dad are going to be back on their ranch and clear this charge. If it's in my power to do it.
Well, now, Now, son, I wouldn't go getting flustered now. You're just a kid yet.
I'm not a kid. I'm 20 years old.
Of course, these things got to be worked out. Can't just blunder around and get into more trouble.
Oh, why doesn't Mr. Cassidy come back?
Like as not, he's on his way back now. Now, don't fidget around. Turkey wasn't built in a day.
Rome.
Who's that?
Rome wasn't built in a day.
Neither was Turkey. Listen, someone's coming.
Yeah.
It's Hoppy.
Gee, I feel better now.
California.
Over here, Hoppy. Hey, what'd you find out?
Not much we don't know already.
Did you see Mary?
No, I didn't, Tom, but I did see the sheriff. The numbers on that money have kept the thieves from disposing of it.
They still got it then?
Right, and we got to get a hold of some of it. That's all the proof we need.
That's all?
I recognized a couple of Ace Britt's men. I let it be known that every ranch will be searched tonight for the rest of the money.
Gee, they'll tell Ace Britt.
That's just what I want them to do.
Down, Tom.
Good. My plan's already working. They followed my trail just like I figured.
You left their trail on purpose?
That's right. If the gunslingers are out here, they won't be at Ace Britt's ranch. And I'd like to be there in time to see if Ace Britt tries to get rid of the hidden money.
I know every inch of that ranch. I'll go with you.
All right, then. Let's ride.
We can go around back of the sheds. If we're careful, that old well with them rotten boards over. Just follow me. I know every foot of Ace Britt's place.
You're just gulping your food, Dad.
Well, I've got to hurry, honey. I got to be at Ace's place pronto.
You told me you were through with that crook.
Well, I am, but I just can't break away in a minute.
And after what he did to Tom.
Well...
Tom nor his pa took a cent of that money, and you know it.
Well, knowing it and saying it is different, Mary.
Oh, everybody's afraid of that Ace Britt, but I ain't.
No. Be careful, honey. Let me work this out my own way, and maybe something good will happen.
Oh, you're the best dad a girl ever had. Only, well, a girl misses the boy she's in love with.
Well... I know.
No, you don't know, or you do something about it.
Well, honey, I can't explain nothing now, but I can tell you that since this Along Cassidy fella came to town, I feel like my hands ain't tied no more.
Oh, if you could only find the thieves and clear Tom's name.
I already found them, honey. But it's worth my rotten hide to prove it. Well, I gotta get over to Ace's.
Well, what's wrong with you, Chip? Sick?
No, Ace, I ain't sick. Leastwise, not sick with pain. But I'm getting mighty sick of something else.
Oh, I see. Well, sit down and spill it. Then I'm going to tell you something.
I just ain't going no further, Ace.
Scared of this, Cassidy?
I ain't scared, but I don't like it. I'm quitting.
I don't think you are, Chip.
Gun whipping me ain't going to help you none, Ace. My mind's made up. I promised Myriad.
Oh, so that's it. She's mooning around for that sneaking coyote Tom Hicker.
I've been crazy going along with you, Ace.
Well, you can't quit now, you fool. I'm framing Tom so he'll scent up again. And as for that Cassidy, I got the trap all set for him, too.
Trap?
Well, sure. He didn't fool me none. Telling Jess they was searching the ranches for that money. Why, that hombre's smart. But Ace Britt's just a little smarter.
Hey, boss! They're just coming down the draw. Let's get out there quick. The boys are back of the shed waiting for them.
Good. I've been waiting for this minute. But remember, no gunplay. Just do like I said. Dump them in the old well.
They'll never get out of there alive.
Now we go around the cook shack. Then bear left to the bunkhouse till we get to the back of the sheds.
We're right with you, Tom.
We better stop up here, California, and figure out a way to get closer to the house, where that light is in that window.
That's where my pa did his figuring.
Let's hope it's where Ace Britt does his banking.
Tom, California and I'll go around this way. You take a look around the other side. Quiet now.
It's sure dark. Wish I had cat eyes.
Shh. What's this open door?
Oh, Hoppy.
Sorry, but Hoppy can't hear you.
Have you done anything to him, you sidewise?
You'll do nothing. Now get along. Thought you'd like to have a nice cooling swim.
California. What happened?
Oh, coming around, eh? Well, hop along, Cassidy. You done your last snooping.
Now, if I could get loose for 1 minute,
You'll be loose in a minute. Dump them in, boys. They got a 40-foot drop to feel sorry for themselves. All
right, come on.
Come on. Dump them in, boys. Down they go, boys. Good work. That takes care of Hop-Along Cassidy and his pal. Even the buzzards can't find them down there.
pal, California, rescued young Tom Hinkle from a beating at the hand of Ace Britt. Tom has just been released from prison, but he convinced Hopalong that he was innocent of the bank robbery. So Hoppy and California are determined to help him, first by going to Ace Britt's ranch. But Hopalong and California are ambushed by Britt's boys, slugged and dropped in an old abandoned well. The cold water at the bottom of the deep well has revived them.
How deep you reckon this here water is, Hoppy?
Save your strength, California. Don't talk.
Besides, it's smooth as a bald head. No place to get your nails in.
Yeah, it's a good 40 feet to the top.
This is one place I always hoped I'd never be. What are we going to do? We just can't give up like rats.
Speaking of rats, remind me to see Ace Britt the minute we get out of here.
You're just saying we'll get out to make me feel good.
Just save your strength, California.
We can't hold out long this way, Hoppy.
We can't expect help from Britt's gang.
Hoppy, I got a hold of a rock. I can hang on. Come over here.
Oh.
Over this way.
We could just get word to Tom.
Like as not, he'll join us when they get hold of him. What are you so quiet about, Hoppy? You think we ain't going to get out? That's it.
Get hold of yourself.
Like down in rats. We ain't got a chance.
As long as we keep our heads, we got a chance. But a mighty slim one.
I guess this is the fella you're looking for, Ace.
Yeah, Tom Hinkle. Sit down, son. There's something we should talk over.
I ain't sitting down. Where's Mr. Cassidy and his pal?
Oh, them? Well, I'll tell you. They left sudden like. Said they didn't believe your story.
They didn't do that. They couldn't.
Now, look, son. You and me has had a misunderstanding. But this Cassidy fella showed me the right way.
There's only one right way.
I seen my mistake, and I'm a big enough man to admit it. Of course, with a bad reputation, you wouldn't be happy around here.
What do you aim to do, Ace?
I'm giving you a pack of money that I got at the bank today. It's all yours. You can go a long way away from here and get yourself a spread, and nobody'll know you.
I want my own ranch, my pa's ranch.
Well, that just can't be done, son. Now, here, take this money and get out of town fast. There's a stage leaving town in an hour. I'm just trying to right a wrong I done you.
But I couldn't pay it back, maybe.
Oh, I don't want it back. Here, take it.
If Mr. Cassidy and his friend hadn't run out on me, I'd have fought you, Ace. But I guess I'm licked.
That's right. I'm a hard man, Tom, but I'm fair. Now, hurry.
Well, maybe you're right. I'd be a stranger somewhere else, and I'd have a place for Pa when he gets out.
You're a good boy, Tom. Good luck to you.
Maybe I was wrong about you, Ace.
Sure you was.
So long.
Good luck, kid. And if you need any more money, let me know.
I ain't forgetting this, Ace. So long.
So long, son.
Seems to me, Ace, that's about the lowest.
Shut up. Get to Jess and have him tell the sheriff that Tom Hinkle is leaving on the stage with more stolen money.
Ain't right, Ace.
You know, Chip, I can't use you much longer. You're getting kind of soft. Now you get to Jess and tell him. Then get back in here. There's something important I want to take up with you.
Don't seem like it's no use, Hoppy.
I never wanted to go out this way, California.
It's like the way I wanted it, though. You and me, just like we've been for years. Together. To the end.
Seems like it's been 2 hours since we dropped. My fingers are getting numb.
I can't hold on much longer.
Are you still alive?
California, hear that? A voice.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
My hide ain't worth a dime. But I'm doing one good thing before I go. I'm throwing you a rope.
That Hoppy. A rope.
Get up as fast as you can. Ace don't trust me. Here you are. Catch.
Got it. Can you make it, California?
Yeah, I sure can. I never was so sick of one place in my whole life. Up we go. Come on.
Someone's coming. If I don't make it, tell Mary I made them different arrangements I spoke about.
Hurry, California.
I sure am.
Hey, boys, gun it down!
Oh, just a couple more feet, and we'll be out of this hole.
If they shot down Chip Miles after what he done for us, I'll see he gets a hang noose.
If Chip gets away, they'll head for his ranch house. That means we got to get there first.
I'd feel a heap better if we had our guns.
I'm just thankful they didn't find our horses.
What have they done with Tom?
I will soon know. There's the light from Chip Miles' ranch house.
With Ace Britt's gunslingers around, what are we going to do?
We'll tie up in that clump of trees and go the rest of the way on foot.
Yeah, hadn't better go no closer riding.
Right. Here's where we tie off. Oh, boy.
Hoppy, maybe we ought to get the sheriff. Huh?
No time now, California. This is one job I'll enjoy doing alone.
Why doesn't that doctor get here?
Now, don't get upset, Mary. Jess is riding for the doc.
But who could have done this to Dad?
Well, like I said, must have been that Cassidy fella. I heard words outside the bunkhouse and a couple of shots.
I don't believe it.
I'm just doing what I can for you.
When Dad gets well, we're going far away from here, Ace Britt, and we're never coming back.
Well, I done what I could for him. I come over to help. Maybe I should go in and see if I can do anything more.
No. Stay out of that room. Don't touch my father.
Now, don't go raring around.
I said stay out of that room, Ace Britt.
Oh, a gun, eh? Looks pretty big for such a little hand.
I know how to use it, too. Sit back in that chair.
I'm a-going in there and help your pa.
You're going in to finish him so he can't tell about your rotten deal.
Put up that gun, you little wildcat.
No, don't come any nearer.
Are you trying to shoot a gun that ain't got a trigger?
What? You mean it won't... Oh, my arm, you're breaking it.
There. Now you listen to me.
Stay away from that room.
Get out of my way.
If Tom was only here...
Tom? He's in jail by this time. He's bad. Clear through, Mary. One side.
Stay back. You stay out. Put that gun down.
Get out of my way.
Stop. Don't go in.
Fool. That'll hold you. It's awful dark in here.
Mary?
Oh, there you are, Chip. You needn't call Mary. She's taking a little nap.
Ace, what have you done to Mary?
Ain't you more interested in what I'm going to do to you?
You yellow coyote.
Oh, no hard feelings, Chip. Remember, you and me is partners. It's just that I'm kind of tired of that partnership. Now that Cassidy and his pal are taken care of, and Tom is on his way back to the barred windows, I just want to make a clean sweep. And that includes you. You got a one-way ticket to Boot Hill, Chip, and I'm going to punch it for you right now.
Ace!
Ace Britt went into Chip's room with a drawn gun. But when a shot was fired, it did not come from Ace's gun.
Hoppy, you did it. You got him, Hoppy.
Why, you dirty...
Look out!
You're kind of hard to convince, Ace. I just wanted to shoot the gun out of your hand.
Well, he asked for it, Hoppy. Ace didn't reckon that you were here in the dark waiting for him.
Get some light in here, California, and see about Mary.
Yeah.
There we are.
Look at that skunk. Wish I wasn't so polite. I'd like to kick that Ace Britt in the face.
He's not worth it.
Oh, I'm so thankful, Hoppy. You saved me.
We're the ones who are thankful, Chip. We'd still be down in that well if it weren't for you.
Mary's coming too, Hoppy.
Now bring her in here.
Oh, she's mighty heavy for a young filly.
But is she? She bad hurt?
No, Chip, she's all right. You better ride after the sheriff, California.
Well, it'll be a short ride. Hey.
Why, Sheriff?
Well, what's going on here?
That's what I want to know. Why are you holding Mary in your arms?
Why, you young whippersnapper. Why do you think I'm holding her? It ain't no love match.
Ace knocked her down, Tom, and California's playing nursemaid.
Looks like Ace is the one who needs nursing.
A little late for that, I'm afraid.
But he came in here to finish me, Sheriff. If it hadn't been for Hoppy...
Oh, doggone it. Things get so darn confusing. I catch young Tom trying to pass some of the old stolen money.
Then I oblige him by driving out here to Mary so he can tell her goodbye.
Well, he needn't tell her goodbye now.
Don't you understand, Hoppy? Tom had the money on him, just like Ace said.
I keep telling you, Ace gave it to me.
Well, how am I going to believe a thing like that? We searched Ace's ranch from top to bottom, and there's not a trace of it.
You checked the numbers, Sheriff?
Why, of course I did. Look here, see for yourself.
Wow, real money.
What are you smelling it for?
Kind of musty, don't you think? Like it's been around water.
Hoppy, that's it.
That's what? I don't never seem to know what's going on.
I think I can tell you where to look for the rest of the stolen money, Sheriff.
We sure can tell him, can't we, Hoppy?
What in tarnation are
Look
you...
in a well behind Ace's ranch, Sheriff. The well that Chip risked his life to get us out of.
Well, I'll be darned. Say, maybe you're right.
Mary's all right now.
Everything's all right now, Tom.
Don't know why you're so mindful about Tom. He almost smacked me.
That was just because you were holding Mary, California. He's in love with her.
Oh, love.
Now, California, you know what they say. Love makes the world go round.
Yeah, go round with a worried expression.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy, but be sure to listen again when Hoppy and California ride out into more adventure and dangerous action. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Bandits of Ridge Creek was written by Howard Swart. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
All Tom Hanks wanted was a quiet vacation at home.
This is what I need, Carol. I need this.
Welcome to Mayfield Place. A typical street in the burbs.
Morning, Walter.
Where nothing much ever happened.
Walter's dog just took a dump on Rumsfield's lawn again.
Until the Klopeks moved in.
Klopex?
Klopex. Klopek. No one goes in, no one comes out.
Neighbors from hell.
It was a nice place to live.
He said he thinks the Klopeks are evil incarnate.
Well, you're much too smart to fall for that, aren't you, honey?
But now...
Carol!
You wouldn't want to visit there.
Ray, this is Walter.
The burbs.
I'm going over the fence, and I'm not coming back till I find a dead body.
Ray, do you want him to take your family, kidnap them, tear their livers out, and make some kind of satanic pate? We found Walter!
We got a real problem.
I hit the gas line, I'd run!
God, I love this street.
Tom Hanks.
I think we are overreacting.
No. The burbs. It's one hell of a neighborhood.
Hey, honey, I think we should move.
Lights Out is up next on nightly old-time radio shows.
Lights out, everybody. Her name was Jean. You will hear not only the voice in her throat as she speaks, but also the voice in her mind as she thinks.
This way, girls, this way. We're going to visit the Louvre now.
girls. This way.
This way, girls, this way. Prune-faced old maid. Makes me sick. Who cares about the Louvre and scummy pictures and junk like that? Fun. I want fun.
Now, Jean Taylor, why do you always lag behind? You know that makes my task of shepherding you girls infinitely more difficult.
Do I have to be shepherded? Do I look like a sheep?
Now, Jean, my dear, please don't take that attitude again. Your father...
My father. My father. What does my father understand about me?
Now, Jean...
What does anybody understand about a girl like me?
My dear child, for 20 years I've conducted young ladies...
For 20 years you've been a pain in the neck.
Jean Taylor...
A pain in the neck, that's what you are. Here we have the Mona Lisa. She's got a pan like a hunk of cheese. Culture, girls. Culture.
Jean.
Culture.
Jean Taylor.
You make me sick.
Jean Taylor, how could...
Oh, don't pop up like that. You'll blow something.
Cable. A cable to your father.
Go ahead, cable him, send for him. Who cares? What good's Paris if I don't get any fun out of it? You dried up prune.
I've never been talked to like this in all my life.
Well, that's what you are, a prune. A little dried up prune.
The other girls...
The other girls make me as sick as you make me sick. Fun. Fun's what I want. And neither you nor my father nor anybody else is going to stop me from having it.
Now I understand how you broke your mother's heart.
Oh, cut it out. That tune's made me sing in the choir long enough. I'm sick of it. Money's for fun and life's for fun. I'm young. My father's got plenty of what it takes. So starting right now, the devil with sculptures and paintings and all your culture. This is Paris. Paris. And I'm going to have fun. 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 And I'm starting right now.
Jean, come back here. Jean, come back here.
Chasing after me. Never catch up with me. Dried old prune. Fun. Fun. Paris full of fun. Free now. Yeah, I'm free now. Until she Gable's father. Get all the fun I can while I'm free. Nobody knows me here. Get away with anything. Anything. Old prune face. Lost in the crowd. Oh, this is swell being alone. Man looking at me. Oh, if I could only talk French. Fun. I gotta have fun. Step over to the window. Stand there looking in. Someone might talk to me. Someone might.
I beg your pardon. Do forgive me for startling you.
I'm not startled.
Aren't you Jean Taylor from New York?
Oh, yes, I am.
This is a coincidence. Sam Edwards, the name.
I know you?
Not exactly. I know your father.
Oh.
He often spoke to me of you. His favorite daughter, aren't you?
Am I?
I get it. Sort of holds you down, doesn't he?
You mean he tries to?
Well, I can see he isn't very successful now, is he?
Oh, I do all right.
Alone?
Certainly.
Going someplace in particular?
Why?
Why not go places with me?
Then to my father's.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
I wish you would say something. For instance, that you'd like to have me show you Paris. The real Paris.
Real Paris?
Of course. The Paris the tourists never get to see. The Paris you read about. A living, lusty Paris. You go with me?
Oh, mister, I'd love it.
Excellent, excellent. Shall we go?
You really mean the real Paris?
Pure and unadulterated. And not so pure.
Mister, you're the answer to a maiden's prayer.
Yeah. Not much further.
Kind of a funny street, isn't it?
The real Paris.
I hope.
And here we are. Told you it wasn't much of a walk.
You mean this house?
That's right. The old Paris.
It's old enough. Sure looks like a dive.
If your father heard of this, oh.
He won't. He won't.
I should hope not.
I thought you said this was a club.
Oh, yes, indeed. All have our own key. Here you are, my dear. Fun a la carte.
I'll take it a la mode. A la anything. Mr. Edwards, where are you?
Just closing the door. All right, this way, my dear.
Say, how about some lights? How about it?
In here, plenty of lights.
I thought you said there'd be a swing band. I don't hear anything.
Not so impatient, all in good time. Step in here.
It better be good.
It will be.
Say, there's nothing in here. What? Mr. Edwards, locking the door.
Say, what's the idea?
It seems like a good idea.
I said, what's the idea?
And I said it seems like a good idea.
You lied to me.
I'm an opportunist.
Show me the etchings.
Got plenty of insides, huh, kid?
I'm not a kid. And if you think you can get away with anything, you're crazier than you look.
Am I?
You said you were a friend of my father's.
I am. I am indeed a friend of his money.
What?
Money. You little sap. You don't think I'm interested in you?
Don't you talk to me like that.
Still wet behind the ears.
You let me out of here.
Sit down.
Let me out.
Sit down. That's the idea. After all, you're not talking to your dear papa now. I'm a fellow who likes his own way even more than you do.
This'll cost you plenty, mister.
You mean it'll cost papa plenty? $150,000 plus interest.
Let me out of here.
$150,000 plus interest. Every dime he took from me, I'll get back.
I don't know what you're talking about. Open that door and let me out of here.
You think it was accidental, my meeting you? On the contrary, I planned every minute of it. I knew exactly what you've been doing ever since you stepped foot in Paris. Why shouldn't I know? I've been waiting for this. He took my money, that father of yours, and now he'll give it back.
They know where I am. They'll find me.
Carwinkle doesn't know where you are. You saw to that.
You know?
I just told you I made it my business to know. Yeah, he'll give me back my $150,000, that father of yours.
You can't keep me here.
On the contrary, I can do nothing else. I waited 2 years for a chance like this. Yeah, 2 years. Because I knew sooner or later you'd be alone. You. The only way I could get him to give me back my money. Well, now I've got you. The whole 19 spoiled years of you.
Not afraid. Why should I be? He's old. I'm smarter than he is. I'm not afraid of him. What's he talking about, my father? $150,000. Father stole it from him. Maybe he did. What do I care? He can't keep me here. I gotta get out. I'm smarter than he is. Candlestick on table. Gotta get him to turn his back. That's it. Turn his back. Grab candlestick.
Mr. Edwards, look. Behind you.
What?
Nothing at all, except this.
What? Candlestick. Where'd you get...
You open that door.
Put down that candlestick.
Don't come near me.
Why, you little good for nothing. Give me that candlestick. What are you trying?
What did I do?
Hit him so hard. Candlestick heavy in my hand. Drop it. He's lying there so still. Maybe something dark. Crawling along his head out on the floor. Blood.
Killed him.
Gotta get out of here. Which key is it? Which key? I can't find the right one. Which is it? I gotta get out of here. Blood pouring out of him. I'll go crazy. My head. I'm all mixed up. This is the door we came in. It is. But why won't the keys? I gotta get out of here. I killed a man. I gotta get out. Wind. Where? In the shadows. Another door. Open. I will get out. I will. Steps going down. So dark. Killed a man. Get away. Back to hotel. No one will know. Ever. Dark. I don't know. Water. Basement floor covered with water. Can't get out. Have to go up there. Find another way out. Go up there again. Must be another way out up there. The door. Shut. Wind blew it shut. Oh, I can't open it. Can't. I gotta get out. I got to. Go down again. See if water's deep. Wade through water if it isn't deep. Only up to my ankles. I will get out. I will. Must be a basement door. So dark. Killed him. If they catch me. They won't catch me. Never. Nobody knows. That Running water. Over this way. I wonder why. Get out of here. No one will know. Can't know. No one saw me come in. Sound of water so loud. I wonder what... Water. Drowning. Falling. My head. Yes. Remember. I remember. Stepped out. Water over my head. Filthy water. Pulling me under. I hear it. Yet no water here. So dark. Where am I? Where? Gotta get out of here. Gotta get out. Stand up. Oh. Bumped my head. Stone roof above. Crawl. Crawl out of here. Killed a man. Gotta get out of here. Smashed his head in. Gotta get out of here!
But not that way, mademoiselle. Another foot in that direction, and you would have fallen many feet into the water.
Where are you?
Beside you. I saved your life, mademoiselle.
What?
You floated by, drowning. I saved you.
You saved me?
Oui, I did. In the dark, I saw you.
Dark. Water. Where am I? Where am I?
You do not know?
Where am I? Wet stone. Smell. Sound of water. You've got to tell me where I am.
Oui. I tell you, mademoiselle. You are in one of the great sewers of Paris. This way, ma chérie. This way.
What's the matter with you? Do you have to walk so fast?
But I walk slowly, mademoiselle.
So dark. Haven't you even got one match?
I see quite well, mademoiselle. If you will follow me.
And then walk slower. You're just a shadowy something. Walk slower, I tell you.
I am a busy man, mademoiselle.
You fool. Don't you understand? The quicker you get me out of here, the more I'll pay you. I'll give you more than you make in a year.
The sewers run beneath the streets like fingers of outstretched hands. Some of these tunnels are so old that all the world has forgotten them.
There's no water here.
Oui. If that is true, abandon this one.
How much further?
A step, merely a step.
You said that half an hour ago.
Turn here. Turn here, Up the steps. Turn, and here we are.
What are you talking about? It's still dark. We're still underground.
We are here.
What are you talking about?
My workroom.
Workroom? Who cares about your workroom? Out of here. You said you'd get me out of here.
No, mademoiselle. I take you away from the water. Here.
But I want to get out. Out where there's decent air. Out where there's light. Do you hear me? You gotta get me out of here.
Oh, no.
No.
Whoever meets old Louis down here stays here.
You're crazy.
No.
You know what money is, don't you?
Oui, mademoiselle.
Then get it through that head of yours. I'll make you a rich man if you get me out of here. Rich. Rich. Just get me out of here.
You are a noisy one.
Crazy. You are.
No.
You are. What do you stay down here for if you aren't?
I work.
Work? What sort of work have you here?
I make things. You will see.
See? How can I see in this dark?
Your eyes will accustom themselves in a few years.
Get me out of here!
Come.
What?
Come, mademoiselle. Come.
Wait for me. Wait for me.
I will show you my work.
Wait for me. If you'll get me out of here, I tell you, you'll never regret it. Where are you? I've lost you. Where are you?
To your right, ma chérie. Turn to your right.
My right? Oh, where are you, old man?
Here, I'm here.
But there's no light here. You didn't get me out. You didn't.
My work. It is here.
Who cares about your work? Get me out of here where there's light.
Light? Oui. I will make light.
I'm not afraid. I've never been afraid of the dark. Just want to see where I'm going, that's all. Hurry. Hurry up with the light.
Oui. I bring you light.
Miserable little kerosene lamp. Haven't you got anything stronger than that?
My work. Oui. Now you will see my work. This way, mademoiselle. This way.
You crazy old fool. Who cares about anything but getting out of here? Will you get it through your head? Money. I'll give you plenty of it. Just show me the way out of this place. Do you want me to go as crazy as you are?
Here, ma chérie. This is the place. My wonderful workshop. So quiet. Always quiet. No one to disturb old Louis. No, indeed.
Give me that lantern. I'll get out of here myself.
No. That is impossible. My work. You see it? See it?
What's that?
Take it, mademoiselle. Take it in your hands. I made it. With my own hands, I made it.
It's a necklace.
Oui. A necklace, eh? Exquisite work. You see for yourself it is exquisite.
Okay, so it's exquisite. Now, will you get me out of here?
I made it myself. All by myself. No one helped me by myself.
You crazy old fool. Give me that lantern.
No. You must see how I make my beautiful necklaces. Here. Over here, mademoiselle. Look.
Listen, you give me that lantern or I'll...
Oui. From these I make it.
Bones.
Oui. Beautiful bones. They come floating down the water to me.
Bones of... What?
The foolish ones who kill themselves in the water. The sewer brings them to me. We, all of them.
Oh!
The miserable, unhappy flesh. I take it off them. Then at last, they are bones. Hard, white, useful bones for my work. See, that one in the corner.
Let go of my arm.
No. You must come to look, ma chérie. You must.
Let go of my arm.
Come, mademoiselle, come. You see, the skull, I have it almost clean. You stand there. I will show you how I do it, eh? My saw. So, I cut the good, strong, white piece off the top and clean the brains away, eh? Watch me.
No. No.
Get away. Gotta get away. Chasing me. Old man. Can't run as fast as I can. Get away. Just get away, that's all. Sawing that skull. Dead man. I killed a man.
Mademoiselle!
Still after me. Get away. We'll get away. Nightmare. Gotta get out. So dark. I gotta get the light. I'll go crazy if I don't get the light. Water again. Gotta be careful. Maybe if I yelled, someone would hear me. Workmen. Someone in the sewer. If I yelled. Help! Help me! Help me! Help me! Is there someone down there to help me? Echo. only echo talking back to me. Oh, if only someone was here to get me out of here. Someone.
I am here, mademoiselle. Why did you want to run away from me? It was quite useless.
Let go of me. Let go.
It is no use to struggle, my chérie.
Let go of me, you crazy fool. Let go of me. Do you hear? Take your hands off me. Let go of me.
No. You come with me, mademoiselle. Oui, with me if I have to drag you along. I need your help. I have wanted so very long.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
No. You see, you cannot reach me, mademoiselle. I twist your arm so.
My heart.
Yeah. Now you will do as I say, eh? You will come quietly, eh? Oui, ma chérie. You will help me, too. Always help me. There is so much work to do. So many bones to be cut. You are doing very well, mademoiselle. Oui, very well indeed. Stop! Stop! Fool! That is not the way to cut. Crosswise, crosswise!
Crosswise?
If you cut the other way, the bones will split. Splinters are not good for my work. Oui. Now you will try it again, eh, ma chérie? Oh, that is right, eh? That one, ma chérie, had long bones, did he not, eh? I remember the day I fished him under the water, eh? Still alive he was. But I fixed that. Oui, I fixed it. Yeah. He must have been like you. Rich, willful, no good for anything or anybody in life. But in death, oui, now he will be useful, eh? Keep sawing! Keep sawing! There is so much work to do, ma chérie. What was I saying? About the bones, oui. Look about, ma chérie. Chains and chains of pretty necklaces. I made them all myself. All myself. Everyone. Like lacy strings they are, eh? Such beauty. Oui. Stop! Stop! Stop, I tell you! You hear it? You hear it? I ask you, you did not hear it? Come quickly. We have work to do. Come.
Oh, no.
Must I drag you after me always, huh? Come, come. Another one. Just in time, too, eh? Quickly. Come quickly.
Hurting me.
Then come quickly. Yeah. Your eyes can see in the dark now as well as mine, eh? Oui, I train you. Louis train you well, eh? Such a short time when you are doing so very well, eh? You saw the bones into pieces almost as well as I do myself, eh? My chérie, it is good to have a woman around. We'll make this place a fairyland of necklace, eh? So many of them, they will be like clouds above us, eh? Quickly, quickly, move more quickly.
Don't hurt me.
Oui, I must say you have changed quite nicely. So docile. Quiet things now, where before you were so noisy. Oui, before you were another rich one, good for nothing but for trouble, huh? Now you do my work for me. That is the way it should be, my chérie. Here we are. The water runs quite strongly here, doesn't it, eh? The largest sewer of them all. To bring me more white ones for my work. See! There it comes, another one. Another one who tried to take his life, eh? I always know when one is coming. Ah, mon Dieu, here's a big one, eh? Strong bones he'll have. Got him. Help me lift him out.
No.
Help me, lift me. He's the big one.
He's still alive.
He's alive, I see. Pull his head out of the water. Hold it under. Hold it under, I tell you. Hold his hair. Hold him under. Woman! Why did you lump in the water? Woman, come back! The water. He's taking you away from me. Woman! Come back!
And how is the fishing, my friend?
How could I fish leave with this?
In my time, the Seine is full of fish.
In your time? Look, see where it's playing in? Where is there for a fish to live?
I tell you. Monsieur, look. What? In the water. Relax.
It's above us. She's a woman.
The current will take her right by us.
Hold on to my arm. I'll get you. Hold on.
Oh, not too far. Oh, you will fall in.
A little more. A little more. I got you. Pull me back. Pull me back now. Help me lift her up, boy.
So, another one, I suppose, who found life too bitter.
Oui. Poor old women. Must have had a long, miserable life. The misery in her face.
Oui. Yes, she looks as if she might be an American. She...
What do? She moved her lips.
Oui. Old woman, what is it? What are you saying? What?
Would you like a beautiful necklace?
Necklace?
A beautiful necklace out of bones. Real human bones.
Lights Out, written especially for radio by Arch Obler, comes to you each Wednesday from our Chicago studios. This program has been heard in Canada over the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Exciting new spectacle of the splendor and savagery of ancient Rome. History's most bloodthirsty entertainment was pursued by the Romans, who taught the world how to fight. They enslaved the most sensuous women to titillate the perverted pleasures of the Roman public. Pam Grier, defiant and untamed.
I am a Maui.
Margaret Markov, determined and proud.
Stop! I am Boadicea.
Unchained wild women, their beautiful bodies shaped into superb fighting equipment in the arena.
Those are Roman citizens. They own the world. Romans are pigs.
Women stripped of their dignity, piece by piece.
The Romans have taught you to live like an animal.
The Romans called it sport, but the arena was an orgy factory, spewing forth untamed desires and violence. They live as slaves, fight as gladiators, and love on command.
Come to see the women fight!
Gladiator women who live, fight, and kill to please the blood-howling mobs.
We who are about to die salute you. Freedom!
Proud, defiant, and ready to kill for freedom.
What kind of men put women into the arena?
Bloody and barbaric, corrupt and sensuous, the ultimate spectator sports in the arena.
We all fear. That's what they want. That men should fight and die seems natural.
Savage fighters sold into an orgy of Roman pleasures.
But the women... He'll free the winner.
The price of freedom in the arena. One of them must die.
Only the loser will be free.
Driven by fear, consumed by hatred, desperate to be free.
I'm going to be free my way.
Black slave, white slave, fighting for their lives in the arena. The Arena, from New World Pictures.
The character first introduced in The Third Man is up next with The Lives of Harry Lime.
Presenting Orson Welles as The Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna. As those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. No. He had many lives. And I can tell you about all of them. How? Because my name is Harry Lime. Now, Kiddies, London, which is the capital of England, is noted for a number of curious historical events. King Charles was beheaded in London. They had a fire there and a plague. And it is also the place where Harry Lime broke 3 music boxes and founded an orphan asylum. Please don't ever say I'm not a music lover and a philanthropist, because I'm not.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, Operation Music Box.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dowdley.
That's right, madam.
I'm interested in a music box.
Certainly, madam. We have a number. I'll go and get them.
Just a moment, though, Mr. Dowdley. I'm only interested...
He didn't hear you. I think he must be a little deaf.
I guess so.
You know, you make me homesick.
What do you mean?
Don't you know what it is to be homesick?
I sure do. I've only been away a few weeks, and I'd certainly like to be back. But why do I make you homesick?
Oh, you make me think of Central Park and the fountain by the plaza, Fifth Avenue in the morning in May, and the sound of roller skating on the sidewalk downtown, hoot of shipping on the East River. Everything, in fact.
How do you know I come from New York?
I just guessed.
Here's your check, Mr. Lime.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Entwistle.
Here we are, madam. These are all the music boxes we have. These two are 17th century, and this one 18th century. This one works. That's It's a delightful tune, isn't it?
I should have explained, Mr. Dudley. I don't care if the music boxes were made in the 17th, 18th, or 19th century. I don't care when they were made. What I want to know is, when did you buy them?
But, madam, surely the value of a music box lies in when it was made, not when it was bought.
Not to me, Mr. Dudley. I'm only interested to know whether you purchased any music boxes between February and June of last year.
We're here to sell antiques, Miss...
Chappick.
Miss Chappick, not to disclose records of our purchases.
Sorry, if you'll excuse me butting in, I guess what this lady's trying to say is that she's ready to buy any music boxes you happen to purchase during that period that she's been...
I'm not trying to say anything. I'm quite capable of making myself understood, thank you.
But, Miss Chappick, do I take it that it is as Mr. Lime here suggests?
Yes.
Well, in that case, we'll see what we can do for you. What do our records say, Mr. Entwistle?
Yes, let me see. Yes, during the period in question, sir, we purchased 4 music boxes, 3 of which have since been sold.
And the fourth?
It's the one Mr. Dowdley is holding at the moment, madam.
May I look at it, Mr. Dudley?
Certainly.
Got a hammer.
A hammer? A hammer?
Yes, a hammer.
Hey, you're not going to buy this music box just to smash it up, are you?
Yes, do you mind?
Well, it's all right with me.
I've never heard of such a thing. In 50 years' experience of selling antiques, I've never heard of such a thing.
Why should you care? You can name your own price.
Oh, there's a little more to it than that, isn't there, Mr. Entwistle?
Certainly, I think so.
Miss Chappick, I don't like to see beautiful things willfully destroyed.
I said you could name your own price, Mr. Dudley.
Oh, in that case, I must warn you the price will be a stiff one. Entwistle, give Miss Chappick a hammer.
What? Very well, Mr. Dunn.
Is this a habit of yours, breaking up music boxes?
You don't know how many I've broken up in the last week.
Well, here comes your hammer.
Here you are, Miss Chappick.
Thank you. No good.
And that little act of wanton destruction, Miss Chappick, will cost you exactly £35.
It's okay, Mr. Dudley, but I'd like you to do one thing more for me, if you will. I'd like you to let me have the names and addresses of the people who bought those other 3 music boxes. I'll pay a stiff price for that, too.
Oh.
Let me get you a taxi.
Don't bother.
For a minute, I thought he was going to refuse to give you those addresses.
Well, he didn't, did he?
Taxi? Oh, so he's trying that when the flag's down.
I know. It's waiting for me.
Well, in that case, you can give me a lift.
I don't suppose for a minute we're going in the same direction.
That's just where you're wrong. And that's how I met Myrna Chappick. My interest in this girl was twofold. First of all, she definitely started where the petty girls left off. And secondly, there was this little matter of the music boxes. My left little toe was twitching. Could have been the damp weather, of course, but with me it's usually a sign that money is in the air. Anyway, an hour later, we were on our 4th martini, and Myrna was beginning to unbend. Now, come on, Myrna. What is all this? What's the idea of busting up all those music boxes?
Have you heard of Jan Chappick?
You mean the Czechoslovakian guy, the politician?
Yeah.
What's he got to do with it?
The day before he died, he wrote me a letter from London. Hand me my purse, will you?
Yeah, here you are.
Here, you can read it.
My dear Myrna, you will not know me except perhaps from seeing my picture in the paper many years ago, but then that is not surprising, because I only know you from seeing yours. The other day I happened to see in an old issue of the American magazine Esquire a colored photograph of Myrna Chappick. I couldn't help remarking the resemblance to your mother, my sister, who left for America some 25 years ago. Had you ever heard of this guy? Did your mother ever mention him?
Not that I remember.
Well, how come you took your mother's name, not your father's?
My father's name was Chappick. He was a coal miner in Pennsylvania.
It's a funny thing, your mother marrying a man of the same name, wasn't it?
Well, as a matter of fact, it wasn't. She was an Italian.
And the man who wrote this letter wasn't your uncle?
No, it couldn't have been it. You know, I'm talking too much. I don't know whether it's you or the martinis.
It's both.
Well, go ahead, read the rest of it.
Okay, now, my dear niece, this is a painful task which I have before me, but really there is no possible choice. You must know that when the communists seized control in my country, a price was put on my head, and I only managed to escape at the very last moment by concealing myself in the tail of an American airliner which was leaving Prague that night. Like many others in Europe in those terrible last years, I managed only to take away with me the meagerest of possessions, A small traveling case light enough for me to carry, for I was ailing and feeble even then. I have said that the purpose of this letter is a painful one, but perhaps you will not find it so, because after all you do not know me, and surely will not receive the news of my death with any sorrow. But the fact is that I will be gone by the time you read these words, which are not intended so much for a farewell. People who don't know each other can't very well say goodbye, can they? But as a last will and testament. I am leaving you the contents of my little suitcase, Myrna, a few shirts, a necktie, and the unfinished manuscript of my last book. These you will not find very exciting, I'm afraid, and I can't imagine you're traveling across the ocean to claim such an inheritance. But there is a music box, Myrna. It's the only thing of value I could take away with me on my flight. I want you to have it, and I give you my word that it will be worth your trouble to come after it. The landlady, who is not a sympathetic woman, has not been entrusted with the secret, and unluckily she has not been paid for the rent of this attic room for several weeks. By the time you come to London, she will have sold it, and you must find out where and to whom, and you must buy it back. And now my hand is very tired, and I cannot go on pushing this pen across the paper for many more words. I send my blessing to the child of my sister, who has inherited her wonderful green eyes, and also something else almost as wonderful and almost as green. Your Uncle Yan. Almost as wonderful and almost as green. That could be emeralds.
I'm sure that's what it is.
And you think the emeralds are concealed in the music box? In a false bottom or something?
I don't think it. I know it. And I'm going to get those emeralds if I have to break up every music box in London.
I left Myrna a good deal later that night. We'd had a wonderful time. I had her promise that we'd meet the next evening. I also had something else. I had that list from Dowdley's antique shop. Oh, yes, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking I pinched it out of her purse. And you're right. That's what I did. Somewhere in London there were 3 music boxes, and one of those 3 was a fortune in emeralds, and I've always been a great believer in the old adage, finders, keepers. Yes, if anybody was going to break up any music boxes, it was going to be me. Good morning. Is Miss Moira Corkbottle at home?
No, she's out.
Well, have you any idea where she's gone?
Well, I wouldn't like to say for sure, but, well, you could try the Velvet Penguin.
All right. The Velvet, the what?
It's a nightclub.
Velvet Penguin? But a nightclub? This is 10 o'clock in the morning.
Well, if she's anywhere, that's where she'll be.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with today's story, Operation Music Box.
Like all nightclubs, the Velvet Penguin looked more than ordinarily squalid at 10:30 in the morning. Most of the chairs were piled up onto the tables, and by the glare of a work light, an unhappy-looking character in shirt sleeves was pounding the piano. A girl was singing. 3 or 4 other girls were waiting their turn, while a committee of fat, sleek gentlemen sat in judgment.
Okay, honey, that'll be enough. We get the idea. Yeah, what's your name again?
Moira Corkbottle.
Yeah, we'll let you know if anything turns up. Don't call us, we'll call you. Next.
Pardon me, Miss Miss Corkbottle.
Yes?
My name is Lime. I'd like to talk to you for a minute, if you don't mind.
What's it about, a job?
Well, no,
It isn't. I'm not interested. I've had just about as much of this audition racket as I can take. I'm fed up with the whole cabaret game. Just as soon go back to singing in front of a band, even in the smalls.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask you about that music box you bought at Dowdley's last February.
You a detective?
Not exactly. You did buy one, though, didn't you?
Yes, I did, but it didn't do me any good.
What do you mean it didn't do you any good?
I thought it would soften him up.
Soften who, Miss Corkbottle?
My uncle, of course. My Uncle Ben Corkbottle. You know, General Corkbottle.
No, I don't know him.
You mean you never heard of General Corkbottle?
No, I never did.
Well, you haven't missed anything. He's an old skinflint, and he hates women, even nieces who send him nice antique boxes filled with his favorite Turkish cigarettes on the occasion of his 101st birthday.
Is he really that old?
Of course not, but he acts that way.
He has the box.
Yes, when last heard from, he had the box. I wish he had the measles.
Would you like to be a good kid and give me his address?
Yes, all right. Give me a bit of paper and pencil, and I'll write it down for you.
Here you are. I'll write it on this.
Okay. Now, look, if you see him, tell him I'm starving to death, which is true, that I speak of him constantly, which is also true, and that if he can see his way clear to sending me £100 or even a fiver, but no, he won't. I know him. Well, good luck with the General, Mr. Lime, and don't forget to wear your bulletproof vest.
Stick to you. Wait a minute. You don't look like a peddler.
Oh, no, sir. I'm not. I'm a collector.
Dust collector? Garbage collector? What kind of collector? Well, speak up.
Music boxes.
Oh, another one. By gad, the thing's turning into a positive plague. Well, come in. Let's get to the bottom of it.
Thank you, sir.
We'll come into my study. Now, then, what's the explanation of this wild rash of music box collectors? Who'd want a music box? Blasted things make you jump. Give me the Jim Jams. Well, come in, young fella. There must be something in music boxes I don't know about. A fine-looking young woman like Mr. What was your name again, my dear?
Chapek, we know each other, General.
Oh, you do?
Yes, we do.
Yes, well, that's not surprising. After all, you music box bugs probably have some kind of club or other. Hold meetings, swap boxes and all that, eh?
Oh, we're going to hold a meeting, General. You can be sure of that, Harry.
Now, please, Myrna, don't misunderstand.
I understand perfectly.
Now then, I haven't got all the morning.
There we are now.
Now then, before this young fellow interrupted us, you were making me an offer.
Yes, for your music box, General.
That is if you're willing to sell, General. What's your price?
£2.
£3.
£4.
£10.
15 guineas.
25 guineas. This is as high as I'll go.
Well, that's the highest bid. Well, going? Gone. No, don't write a check, young fella. I'll take it in cash.
You've got a nerve horning in on this. I guessed you were up to something when I missed that list from my purse. You took it, didn't you?
Sure, I took it. What are you worrying about? You seem to be doing all right without the list.
Only because I happen to remember seeing the name Corkbottle on top of the list, and luckily there are only 3 or 4 of them in the phone book.
Smart kid. You deserve better luck.
My luck's all right. I've caught up with you, haven't I? From now on, you've got yourself a constant companion,
Oh, good.
so you'd better start getting used to it.
Well, that shouldn't be hard. Myrna.
Yes?
Give me that hammer.
Give it another sock.
No use, Myrna, no use. It isn't this one.
How do you do?
Good
Are you
afternoon.
Mr.
Are you Mr.
Chelichev?
Chelichev?
I am Count Chelichev.
Oh, I beg your pardon,
Yes.
Count Chelichev. I wonder if we could come in for just a moment.
Well, I
Count
don't know.
Chelichev.
I am pressed for time.
Oh, we won't take
Well,
any...
I suppose I can spare you a few minutes.
Oh, thank
Just
you very
a few
much.
minutes.
Thanks.
Come
An
in.
awful lot.
Come in.
most kind of you, Count. Because
This way, swell face you got
It
here.
is. It's wonderful. I can see that you're a man of taste, Count.
Yes.
You've got some lovely pieces of furniture here.
It is possible.
Oh, no, it's
Not
more
what
than
I
that.
was used to in the old days, in the Tsar's time.
I can
Now,
imagine.
what is it you want, please? What?
Well, I believe you're a collector of music boxes.
Please, just a minute, one at a time.
Yes.
One at a time.
I'm sorry, Count. Yes,
Now, what is all it about music boxes?
I
am not a collector of music boxes. I am a collector of miniatures of the Empress Catherine of Russia.
Well, what about this music box on the table? Here.
I bought that one, certainly. But only because of the enamel portrait medallion of Catherine on the lid. She is an ancestor of mine.
Oh, is she? Yes.
Hey, look, can't you see the resemblance to me?
Yes, now you match it. It's remarkable. But do you mind if I set this thing going?
No, please don't do that. Please. No, don't.
That's all right. There we are.
I am not interested in this as a music box.
Oh, you aren't? Well, in that case, Count, maybe you'd be ready to sell it.
Sell it?
Yes,
Certainly not.
Oh, but
I told you I want it for the miniature on the lid.
Can't we persuade you to change your
Yes, I'm
mind?
sure
We're
you-
prepared to pay a good price for it.
Price doesn't enter into it, my dear lady. I don't buy things to sell again.
Well, this particular music box happens to be awfully important to us, Count.
I can't help that. I'm sorry. I couldn't possibly sell it. No use talking. No use arguing.
You know, it's a very lucky thing for you, Myrna, my girl, that you've got me as a partner in this business.
I hadn't noticed it.
no?
There wasn't much luck about the Chelichev episode. We haven't got the box.
We soon will have the box.
How come?
Because, my dear old girl, it so happens that just for kicks, I once took lessons from one of the best cat burglars in the business. The Count lived in what was once a big private house that had been turned into 3 or 4 flats. There was a garden and a big wall. That night I got over the wall, crept through the garden, climbed up to the 2nd floor, and got through the window into the Count's drawing room. I worked quickly and quietly. I cut a small section out of the crystal cabinet with my diamond cutter that contained the Count's objet d'art, got through to the latch, unlocked it, and seized the music box. And then, at that moment...
Police! Burglars! My music box! They stole my music box!
Just a minute there. What's the hurry? What's going on?
Officer, we've just been burgled. A burglar got in my flat over there. He's stolen my father's antique music box. Did you see anyone come around the corner over there?
No, sir. He can't have come this way. We'd better try the other way. Quick. Here, just a minute, Joe.
Well, there were no emeralds on that one.
No. But it was a pleasure breaking it up. Good afternoon. We'd like very much to see the Principessa Marguta
How
Artfully.
did you two get past the old porter downstairs?
Like this.
Oh, I
For
see.
you, honey.
Well, I'm afraid the Principessa wouldn't see you without an appointment.
Tell me, before she was married, wasn't she Mabel Schroeder from Dubuque, daughter of the Chain Store King?
Yes, she
And
was.
she was divorced from her husband last year, wasn't she?
That's right.
That's who I told you.
That
it was.
don't mean she's looking for any boyfriends. With her money, there's always plenty of those
Well,
around.
don't look at me like that. I only want to speak to her.
I really don't think it's possible.
Here she comes now.
Ethel,
Good
I'll speak to
afternoon,
these people.
Principessa. We've been trying to locate a music box.
A music box?
Yes, it's it's a music box we've been trying to locate. I don't know whether anybody sent you a music box, Principessa?
Yes, we certainly did have a music box. Mr.
A lime.
A lime.
Yes.
A gentleman friend of mine gave it to my little daughter, Shirley.
Oh?
We haven't got it now.
Oh.
We gave it away to some charity or other.
What?
I believe it was the St. Andrew's Foundling Home and Orphanage down in the East End here. Shirley sure hated that music box.
Why was that, Principessa?
She couldn't stand that tune.
What tune?
Oh, you know, that awful tune.
Look, this is the place, Harry. St. Andrew's Foundling Home and Orphanage.
Looks as if there's some kind of a ceremony going on.
Silence, please, silence for our director.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen and children, a little while ago, some kindly soul sent to us anonymously, amongst other gifts, a music box. A few days later, little Billy Gubbins, whom you all know, whilst playing with the box, stumbled and dropped it. This incident, trivial in itself, had the most surprising result. A secret compartment in the box was revealed, and in it were jewels. Naturally, we made inquiries in an effort to identify the donor, but fortunately for us, they all proved fruitless. And it is from the sale of these jewels that the building of this wonderful new wing is being financed. Here in my hands is the very box that brought about our good fortune. And I might add, it can still be used as a plaything by little Billy Gubbins. Listen.
No.
Harry! Does there happen to be amongst the visitors a doctor? A gentleman back there seems to have fainted.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Goodbye for now. And remember what Ben Franklin said about honesty being the best policy. I wish I could.
Is there life on Mars? For centuries we have wondered. Now, for the first time, through the new photographic miracle of Cinemagic, you will see the wonders of this strange and terrifying world when you see the Angry Red Planet. Join this daring crew, the first in the scientific race between nations to attempt to land on Mars.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire.
Blast off from Earth with courageous astronauts Gerald Moore, Nora Hayden, Les Tremaine, Jack Crucian. Travel thousands of miles through space to the unknown. Cinemagic is not being shown to you now, but this wild land comes alive in Cinemagic. You'll see buildings miles high in Cinemagic. Journey to the center of sudden terror in Cinemagic. Be trapped by the tentacles of man-devouring plants in Cinemagic. Feel the fire-hot breath of a 40-foot monster as it reaches for you in Cinemagic. Your eyes will see the wonders of a world no eyes in this world have ever seen before.
I wonder, will we ever get back to Earth?
Well, it's that time of day again. It is time for the Trivia Minute. And here we go. Snow is a meteorological phenomenon that occurs when water vapor changes into ice crystals in the atmosphere and falls to the ground. Each snowflake is made up of a unique and intricate arrangement of ice crystals. No two snowflakes are alike. The characteristic hexagonal shape of snowflakes is a result of how the ice crystals form in the atmosphere. Snow can appear white, but it can also take on the other colors due to impurities or the effects of sunlight. Due to its high air content, snow is an excellent insulator, helping to keep the ground and plants insulated during winter. Walking in freshly fallen snow can create a quiet and serene environment due to the snow's ability to absorb sound waves. Under a microscope, snowflakes reveal stunning crystal patterns, showcasing the unique beauty of nature. The amount of snowfall can vary depending on factors such as temperature, humidity, and atmospheric conditions. Freshly fallen snow can transform any landscape into a magical scene, creating a scene of beauty and tranquility. And that was the Trivia Minute, and I sure hope you enjoyed this stream, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, have a good day.
Bye.